Have you ever fantasized about having superpowers and becoming a hero like Spider-Man to save the world? Or transform into a monster, crush the earth with one foot, and look down on the world? But the reality is always cold. I, Qing, am just an ordinary white-collar worker on Earth, and I am still struggling with mortgage and car loans. As the population base expands, competition becomes increasingly fierce and pressure becomes even greater. Last week, my boss called me into his office and gave me a severe scolding. I was so depressed that I could only drown my sorrows in alcohol in the bar, one drink after another. However, when I woke up, I traveled to another world and turned into a small green snake. This is an extremely strange world, with demons rampant and many strange things happening. Even fallen gods are watching in secret, and danger is everywhere. But luckily, I awakened the Devouring evolution system, which also comes with a universal searcher. The search engine can help me find map resources and plan evolution routes. As long as I devour enough, I can not only evolve into the legendary deep-sea python, it can also transform into the 9-nether hell python in the underworld. It can even become a chaos python that devours the stars. Finally, the python turned into a dragon, becoming a true dragon, looking down on the world. But at this moment, in a forest, my sight trembled slightly and I looked to the side involuntarily. A dark object that was originally lying quietly on the ground, like an inconspicuous tumbleweed, suddenly stood up. The two short legs like dead branches slowly moved and walked straight toward the eyeball fruit. The next moment, it opened its dark body and bit off the eyeball fruit fiercely. Puff! The flesh exploded and the juice splashed everywhere. Noticing my gaze, the monster slowly turned its head, and its cold gaze pierced my heart. My heart suddenly tightened, and I turned around and ran without thinking. Just then, I caught a glimpse of a narrow cave entrance not far away. Hole! There's a hole! Digging holes is my strong point. Without thinking too much, I quickly jumped in. Although the entrance of the cave was narrow, it was bottomless. I climbed all the way and finally reached the bottom of the cave. The bottom of the cave turned out to be an oval cavity with multiple exits. The air was dry, and there were several pieces of meat of strange shapes scattered on the ground. Are these left for me? I felt a stir in my heart, thinking that this might be my territory, and these meats were naturally my food reserves. My stomach was already growling with hunger, so I opened my mouth and bit off a piece without hesitation. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out, and the sweet taste filled my mouth. I swallowed it in one gulp, chewed it hard, and a look of satisfaction appeared on my face. Wow, it feels so good! I squinted my snake eyes and swallowed the piece of meat contentedly. It was tender and juicy, a simple delicacy. However, just as I swallowed the last bite, a cold reminder sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! You devoured the eyeless rat cub, evolution point +1. I was stunned, and my mind went blank. I was stunned for 2 seconds. The first second was because I was shocked by the suddenness of the system voice, and the second second was, what I just ate was not a piece of meat, but a baby mouse. Looking down, the meat on the ground was actually slightly undulating, showing a faint breath. These guys had no eyes, and their noses were just 2 small holes. They really looked like a piece of meat. So this is the hole of the eyeless rat? I suddenly realized that this is not my territory at all. But soon, I calmly spat out my tongue and my eyes turned cold. It doesn't matter, they're mine now. Looking at the remaining 9 eyeless rat cubs, I silently listed them as future food reserves. Then, I called up the virtual panel and checked my status data. Name, Qing, race, green snake, attribute, wood status, healthy, realm, none talent, none spell, no ability, bind, and strangle. Evolution points, 1 out of 10, remarks, an ordinary little green snake. 3 no green snake? I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Looking closely, I also found a virtual search box. Out of curiosity, I typed in, what is the best way to evolve from a small green snake to a 5-clawed golden dragon? The search results show green snake, spirit snake, 5 elements spirit snake, demonic python, Inglong, golden dragon, 5-clawed golden dragon. It really works. I felt ecstatic, and a surge of motivation suddenly filled my heart. Next, I searched for the easiest way to evolve from a green snake to a spirit snake. The results showed that it required snake blood, 10 eyeball fruits, and 5 wind grass roots. Mix them evenly with the legs of the wind rolling demon, and drink it at noon with your head tilted back. reliable. With this clear evolution plan, my goal suddenly became clear. As the thought moved, a three-dimensional map appeared in my mind, with me as the center and covering an area of 20 meters. Low-profile version of spiritual consciousness. I was amazed. However, the system prompts. The map range is linked to strength. The stronger the strength, the larger the range. Still too weak. I sighed and started to swallow the remaining eyeless rat pups. Ding! You devoured the eyeless rat's cub. Evolution point +1. After eating a few baby mice, the hunger was finally relieved. Just as I was looking at the map, my eyes suddenly focused. On the map, a creature covered with black hair was approaching the cave rapidly. An adult eyeless rat. It was much bigger than the cub, and its sharp incisors were shining coldly. It was obviously not something I could handle. What should I do? After a little thought, I made a decision. Eat all the remaining eyeless rat pups. It's not fair to eat your brothers and not you. Ding! You devoured the eyeless rat cub. Evolution point +1. Evolution point 10 out of 10. Evolution conditions met. Do you want to start evolving? I can evolve if I accumulate enough evolution points. I muttered to myself. My heart was already filled with joy. I did it right away. I decisively chose to evolve. Instantly, it was as if a dormant switch was turned on deep inside my body. A scalding heat suddenly surged up, sweeping over my body like a flood. My muscles expanded rapidly in the heat, and my bones seemed to be injected with steel, so hard that they seemed to be able to tear apart everything. I witnessed myself suddenly grow from a skinny 60 centimeters to 1 meter. The skin cracked in the drastic change, and blood was dripping. But from the blood, a layer of dark green scales appeared. The scales were dense and solid, and so tough that they seemed to reflect cold light, which was ridiculously handsome. What surprised me was that my myopia, which had been bothering me for a long time, was actually cured. My vision was clearer than ever before. I guess next time I see an eyeless rat cub, I won't treat it as a piece of meat with a confused look on my face. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining a new ability. Temperature control. Temperature control. You can adjust your body temperature at will, and you can control the temperature. Full of excitement, I can't wait to open the status panel. Name, Qing, race, green snake, attribute, wood status, healthy, realm, nowhere, talent, none spells, none abilities, bind and strangle, temperature control, evolution points, 0/20, remarks, still so mediocre, nothing special. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. My goodness, this system is too unromantic, isn't it? How can it not see my radiant appearance? But despite all the complaints, the crisis was imminent. The map showed that the traces of the eyeless rats were approaching rapidly, and the vibrations in the cave made my scales tremble. I suppressed my nervousness, took a deep breath, and immediately activated my temperature control ability, lowering my body temperature to a level close to that of the cave soil, disguising myself as a dead person. I curled up my body, slightly revealing my head, ready to attack at any time. Time seemed to stand still. The noise in the cave became louder and louder, and the fat guy finally rushed in. Boom! A rat with no eyes appeared, shaped like a mountain of flesh. It was so greasy that it made people sick. But unfortunately, it ran into me, who was not easy to mess with. Unable to sense the warmth of the cub, it immediately looked around alertly. At this moment, I attacked decisively. My sharp teeth pierced into its fragile neck, and at the same time, the binding and strangling technique was quickly launched. The snake's body tightly wrapped around the rat, and the eyeless rat struggled desperately, shaking the entire cave with its violent impact. However, as its blood was lost, its struggle gradually weakened, and it eventually collapsed to the ground, completely dead. It's a good performance for its first hunt. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was dead. Although there were a few claw marks on its body, it was protected by its scales, so it was not a big deal. After a short rest, I began to implement the reunion plan, swallowing the eyeless rat and its cubs in one gulp. The whole process took 7 or 8 minutes, and the huge guy finally became my evolution point. Ding! Swallow the eyeless rat, evolution point +1. Only 1 point. My smile froze on my face, and I instantly had the urge to curse. The benefits of adult mice and cubs are actually the same. After calming down and thinking about it, It may be because the efficiency of obtaining points has decreased after evolution. But there is good news. The map search range has been expanded from 20 meters to 25 meters. I checked the surrounding terrain and found that there was not much threat in the cave, only a few red bugs left. Then I turned my gaze to the ground, where there were bushes with red icons and some tumbleweed-like monsters next to them. Can eyeball fruit be eaten? Looking at those bright red fruits, my mouth almost watered. If these tumbleweed monsters are edible, then the fruit should be edible too, right? Just when I was eager to try hunting, the map suddenly darkened and thick black fog spread quietly. Zooming in, I was shocked to find that the tumbleweed monster opened its mouth wide and tilted its head 45 degrees to inhale the mist, as if swallowing some tonic. Meanwhile, the quiet eyeballs slid down from the branches, revealing larger red eyeballs that crazily absorbed the black mist. Wow, it's getting lively. I was watching with great interest when suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky and crushed an eye fruit. Was that the foot of a giant beast? I looked up and my heart beat faster instantly. It was a huge monster covered with red steel needles. The system immediately popped up the following information. Name, Bigfoot Badger. Level 3. Status, healthy. Weakness, underbelly. Remarks, extremely fond of non-venomous green snakes. Snakes are its favorite. Snakes are so cute. Why should we eat them? I roared in my heart and swore secretly. Brother Badger, your snake banquet plan must be terminated by me. This world is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. I sighed half-jokingly, but a complex emotion surged in my heart, as if I was shrouded in a thick shadow. When the big-footed badger finally left, I cautiously poked my head out of the cave, and the scene in front of me was chilling. Black fog rolled, and evil shadows loomed, as if the end of the world had come. Just as I was concentrating on observing, a line of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Name, Weird Mist. Introduction, Weird's favorite. Inhaling it can improve your strength. But some monsters will become irritable and their IQ will drop after inhaling it. If you inhale too much, will your IQ become negative? I was stunned. I couldn't help but think of the monsters who were crazy about inhaling fog, and I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to give it a try, but now it seems that I can't take risks with my brain. Putting the thought aside, I turned my gaze towards the eye fruit and the wind-rolling demon in the distance. Red eyeball, status, healthy, level, low level. Weakness, eyeball pupil, note. Staring at each other for a long time will cause dizziness and coma. Losing too many fruits will cause the person to go berserk and attack. Wind roller status, healthy level, low level weakness. Fire notes, likes eyeball fruit, extremely sensitive to stares, will become angry if stared at continuously. Looking at these two monsters, I was delighted. Aren't these the materials needed for evolution? However, the black fog was so thick that it would hurt my brain if I inhaled it. In order to preserve my IQ, I decided to go back to the cave to avoid the limelight. However, just as I was about to retreat, a monster as black as ink and with a mouth full of hooked teeth jumped out from the bushes next to me. Black frog monster, level, no follow, weakness, back of the neck. Remarks, a demon that feeds on strange fog, has a negative IQ, and is obsessed with drilling holes. Black frog monster? A hole drilling monster? I was startled and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wasn't I hiding in a hole? It was probably coming for me. I quickly retreated back into the cave, cursing in my heart. Brother, you're going to get killed by digging into any hole. In order to avoid a head-on confrontation with it, I moved to a nearby branch cave, lowered my body temperature, disguised myself as a cold snake, and waited for the opportunity. Not long after, the black frog monster jumped into the cave and rushed towards the nest impatiently. At this moment, I suddenly shot out. My fangs accurately pierced the back of its neck, and my body quickly wrapped around it, strangling it tightly. Quack! The black frog struggled violently, but its neck was bitten and it couldn't reach me. It tried to bite me several times, but failed, and finally collapsed due to exhaustion. I had good control this time. I was secretly proud of myself and came to a conclusion. The more fiercely the prey struggles, the more precise the force should be. Ding! You devoured the inferior and bizarre black frog monster. Evolution points +2. Current evolution points, March 20th. After defeating the black frog monster, I turned my attention to the strange fog outside the cave again. This world full of dangers made me feel more oppressed, and it was urgent to improve my strength. When the strange fog gradually dissipated, the outside world returned to peace. The red eyeball demon thrust itself back into the soil, and the wind roller demon curled up and pretended to be dead. I seized the opportunity, climbed out of the cave, and locked onto the location of the eyeball fruit. With the help of the map, I groped around with my eyes closed, avoiding eye contact with the red-eyed demon. After several attempts, I successfully bit into a fruit. The moment the skin was pierced, a cool jelly-like liquid flowed into my mouth. Ding! You swallowed the eye fruit, evolution point +1. It tastes really good. I licked my lips and found that this thing is not only delicious, but also more efficient than hunting monsters. I only picked 2 from each red-eyed demon to prevent them from going berserk. After a few rounds of operation, my evolution points have climbed to 13 to 20. However, when I was about to stop, I saw a little snow-white animal lying not far ahead, breathing steadily, as if it was sleeping soundly. Strong rabbit, status, coma, level 1, weakness. Neck, remarks a rabbit with great strength. First class. My eyes lit up and my heart leapt with joy. No matter how delicious the eyeball fruit is, it is not as delicious as rabbit meat. Today is indeed another day to do good deeds. I smiled to myself and approached quietly. After confirming that the rabbit was unconscious, I bit its neck without hesitation. Blood spurted out, and the scent instantly filled the air. I wrapped my body around it and quickly ended the hunt. However, after dragging a few steps, countless red flesh threads emerged from under the rabbit and swayed around, as if looking for its missing prey. Whose prey is being robbed? The question flashed through his mind. At this moment, a nearby red-eyed demon suddenly pulled out its roots and stared at me with its pupils. It was obvious that it was going to get serious. I'm just lending you a rabbit. Is there any need to be so serious? I helplessly stared at the red-eyed ball demon blocking the hole, feeling crazy. The map shows that this guy not only holds a grudge, but also moves so swiftly that it leaves people speechless. Just now he was slowly pulling out the roots, but now he is sitting directly at the entrance of the cave, sticking in like a pile driver, with an attitude of come out if you have the guts. What's even more terrifying is that the huge red eye is staring into the hole, with the eyeball moving from time to time, coordinated with the slowly wriggling red flesh silk, as if it is approaching step by step. Is this a vendetta against me for killing my father? I complained while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Fortunately, the flesh was not crawling very fast, giving me some time to catch my breath. I glanced across the cave and soon landed on the dead body of the powerful rabbit in the corner. An idea suddenly came to me. The powerful rabbit of the first-level demon must have more evolution points than that black frog monster. I secretly calculated in my heart and gritted my teeth. As long as I swallow this rabbit and gather all the evolution points, I can evolve again. By then, the red-eyed demon is just a stepping stone. With my mind made up, I opened my mouth without hesitation, bit the head of the powerful rabbit, and swallowed it up. In order to survive, I tried my best and used all my strength to swallow it. It's more tiring than driving a pile driver. I complained madly, but I didn't dare to stop the movements of my hands. In less than 2 minutes, I managed to swallow the whole rabbit. As the tender rabbit meat slid down my throat, I actually felt a little comforted. Ding! You devoured a level 1 power rabbit, evolution points +8. Current evolution points, 20/20ths. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? It's done! I was ecstatic and decisively chose to evolve. In an instant, heat surged in my body, and my body began to expand rapidly, increasing from 1 meter in length to 1.5 meters. My thickness also reached the size of an adult's arm, and I felt full of strength. At the same time, I shed my skin again, and the scales became smoother and brighter. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining a new ability. Sprint. Sprint. After accumulating strength, burst forward, greatly increasing speed and strength. I casually opened the status panel and took a look. Name, Qing. Race, green snake. Attribute, wood status. Healthy level. Level 1 abilities, bind and strangle, temperature control, sprint. Evolution points, 0/40. Good. The sprint skill is very useful for both saving lives and launching surprise attacks. I spat out my tongue with satisfaction. However, my thickened body also made me feel a little embarrassed. The originally spacious cave now seemed a little cramped. Fortunately, my snake body was flexible and I could barely pass through it. I slowly approached the red flesh threads as I walked out of the cave. They tried to pierce my body like needles, but unfortunately they were too slow. I seized the opportunity and rushed out of the encirclement with a sprint. This speed is at least 3 times faster than usual. I was pleasantly surprised. The red-eyed demon above sensed the danger and tried to uproot itself and escape. However, its movements were too slow, and I pounced on its huge pupil without hesitation and bit it hard. Puff! The moment the fangs penetrated, a large amount of gelatinous liquid gushed out. I drilled into its body through the wound and began to devour it crazily. The red-eyed demon struggled violently for a few times and finally collapsed in exhaustion. Ding! You devoured the inferior red-eyed demon. Evolution point +1. Current evolution point, 1/40th. Only 1 o'clock. I was a little dissatisfied. I crawled out of its corpse and swallowed all the eye fruits on its branches. Ding! You devoured the eyeball fruit. Evolution point +0.5. Ding! You devoured the eyeball fruit. Evolution point +0.5. Sure enough, the gain in evolution points has shrunk after the evolution. Although I was unhappy, I still ate all 6 eyeball fruits and finally saved some points. Just as I was about to search for more resources nearby, a tumbler suddenly stood up next to the cave. It walked slowly towards me, with its legs as thin as twigs. It's you! I stared at it, and the memory of yesterday flashed through my mind. I only looked at this guy for a second, but it still holds a grudge against me. But after thinking about it carefully, my eyes suddenly lit up. The materials for evolving the spirit snake seemed to require the legs of the wind-rolling devil. I licked my lips as I looked at its wobbly little twig legs, already having a plan in mind. The level has gone up, but the race is still the green snake, which makes the snake feel unwilling. I spit out my tongue, feeling helpless. Without talent or magic, the green snakes, a race as ordinary as dust, were almost synonymous with mediocrity. The system's evaluation was even more incisive. With such a configuration, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it would be difficult for them to survive, let alone stand out. The only hope is to evolve into a higher-level spirit snake. And the key material needed for evolution is the leg of the wind-rolling demon. Brother, don't blame me for not following martial ethics. I will take your leg today. Before I finished speaking, I swung my snake body and pounced directly at the wind demon not far away. When the wind demon saw that I was full of murderous intent, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards me. But my snake-like movements were naturally flexible, so not only did it fail to bite me, but it crashed into the mud and got a mouthful of dirt. I seized the opportunity, straightened my upper body, and accurately bit one of its legs. Crack! With a crisp snapping sound, one of its legs was torn off by me. It felt like chewing a branch, so hard that it was deadly. The wind roller lost its balance after losing one leg and fell flat on its face. I didn't hesitate any longer and immediately tore off its other leg, causing it to collapse completely to the ground. Lie down, brother. I sneered, got behind it, and bit through the back of its head. However, when I saw what was sticking out of its head, I was stunned. It was a big, fat, gray worm. The insect's round body was squeezed so tightly that its skin and flesh were wrinkled and turned inside out. Its hook-like feet clung tightly to the tumbleweeds, controlling the tumble demon's corpse. I suddenly realized, so you are the real mastermind. You are just a small insect, but you have such a bad temper. The gray worm raised its body, opened its chrysanthemum-like mouth, revealing dense spikes, and showed off to me. Oh, who are you trying to scare? I didn't bother to talk nonsense, and just bit its body. The gray fluid splashed all over my mouth. It tasted sour, a bit like green plum juice. Unexpectedly, it tasted quite good. Ding! You devoured the inferior wind roller. Evolution point +1. After getting rid of this tumbleweed, I swung my tail and kicked its remains aside. Go! Tumbleweed! While amusing myself, my eyes quickly locked onto another tumbleweed. Sensing my gaze, the wind roller immediately became alert and pounced towards me angrily. However, I easily twisted the snake's body to avoid the attack, cut off its legs in a few strokes, and then bit through the back of its head, completely putting an end to it. Ding! You devoured the inferior wind roller. Evolution point +1. In the following time, I turned into a wind-rolling demon scavenger, provoking the nearby wind-rolling demons one by one, and using the same method to kill them one by one. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that I was too tired to move. Current evolution points, 29/40ths. Dragging my tired body, I returned to the cave with my trophies, the leg of the wind roller and a few hemp nuts found in the grass. Manhwa looks like a small green apple, full of juice, but it is said to have a paralyzing effect and should not be eaten lightly. However, this thing may come in handy. Not long after I returned to the cave, the strange fog outside spread again, darkness fell, and the strange creatures around me began to inhale the fog in practice. When I scanned the fog, I suddenly found a familiar figure, a big-footed badger. This guy was covered in red steel needles, and his favorite food was non-toxic green snakes like me. At this moment, he opened his sharp mouth and sucked in the strange fog, but it didn't take long before he stopped and began to sniff the air, his eyes rolling around. Not good. My heart sank. It was probably because I was active for too long during the day and left the smell behind. Sure enough, the big-footed badger quickly followed the smell to find the entrance of my cave, and without hesitation opened its mouth, stretched out its long gray-white tongue covered with barbs, and inserted it directly into the cave. The tongue was so flexible that it reached the bottom of the cave like a snake. Seeing this, my scales stood up instantly. If I were hooked by that tongue, I would be dragged out of the cave and become its delicious meal. I wanted to quickly move to the side hole, but the next second the tongue stopped. I saw from the map that the big-footed badger outside was very anxious and was trying desperately to make its tongue longer, but unfortunately its tongue had reached its limit and could not reach me at all. The tongue is not long enough? What a pity. After confirming that it couldn't do anything to me, I became bolder. My eyes fell on the hemp fruit in the hole, and I immediately had an idea in my mind. I rolled up a nut with my tail and carefully pressed it over the badger's tongue. The green juice slowly dripped down the nut and soaked its tongue. The big-footed badger immediately noticed something was wrong and quickly retracted its tongue. Unfortunately, when it did so, all the hemp juice went into its mouth. Sa! The badger gasped heavily, its tongue hanging weakly to the ground, its mouth wide open, unable to close at all. A large amount of saliva flowed all over the ground, and it frantically wiped it with its claws, but to no avail. The paralyzing effect of the hemp fruit had completely taken effect. Brother, you dared to lick everything. Now you know the consequences, right? Looking at its miserable appearance, I chuckled secretly, feeling full of gloating pleasure in my heart. The big-footed thorn badger was so numb that it managed to struggle and crawl away. I watched it move clumsily until its figure was about to disappear at the edge of the map. At this moment, an inconspicuous blade of grass on the edge of the map suddenly moved. Suddenly, its leaves burst into a dazzling white light. A crescent-shaped wind blade whizzed out and accurately cut open the belly of the big-footed badger. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The blood splashed on the grass, making it emit a weird luster. Then a piece of information came to my mind. Name, wind grass. Status, healthy. Realm, level 2. Weakness. It takes 2 minutes to charge the blade after it is released. Note, the most ordinary appearance, the most deadly attack. Any creature that enters its range will be mercilessly locked. Windwood grass. I couldn't contain my excitement and almost jumped up. This is one of the key ingredients needed to evolve into a spirit snake. With the appearance of this wind grass, I was only one material away from becoming a spirit snake. Spirit snake blood. Even better, these materials were all within my range of activity. It seemed that the map search engine secretly optimized the results, saving me a lot of trouble. I'll dig up the windwood tomorrow. I made up my mind. However, fatigue from a busy day began to set in, and after yawning, I fell asleep after confirming that it was safe outside the cave. When I woke up, the strange fog outside had dissipated and the sun was shining on the earth. I checked the surroundings with full energy to make sure it was safe, then sneaked to a red-eyed ball demon and started my daily routine of plucking wool. Ding! You devoured the eye fruit. Evolution point plus 0.5. Ding! You devoured the eye fruit. Evolution point plus 0.5. Ding! You devoured a level 1 power rabbit. Evolution points plus 4. Evolution points 40/40, meeting the evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolving? I saved enough, but I didn't choose to evolve immediately. After the size becomes larger, the original hole will become narrow, and I don't want to evolve into an open-air snake and be spotted by the cunning at night. Then I'm doomed. But the question is, how can I enlarge the hole? Should I dig it as a snake? Dig the soil with my mouth? Wouldn't I have to eat a mouthful of mud? Wait, a mouthful of mud? An idea suddenly occurred to my mind, and I locked my eyes on the windroller not far away. This guy is simply a natural digging tool. After staring at the rolling demon for a few seconds, the guy immediately became enraged and rushed towards me with his mouth wide open. With skilled operation and familiar formula, I knocked it down in a few strokes, bit its back of the head, and pointed its head towards the hole. With a crunch, the soil broke into pieces. Good, it's quite efficient. I watched with satisfaction as the wind roller bit and spit out mud over and over again, tirelessly. In less than half a day, the cave was doubled in width and several meters deeper. After finishing my work, I stuck the wind roller in the earth wall as a decoration and returned to my nest to prepare for its evolution. Evolve! With the command, the heat in his body boiled, and his body expanded rapidly. It grew from 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters, and its thickness was comparable to that of an adult's arm. Ding! Evolution succeeded. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and gaining a new ability, energetic. Energetic. Increased physical strength, less prone to fatigue, and greatly improved sustained combat effectiveness. Check the status panel. Name, Qing. Race, green snake. Realm, level 2. Abilities, bind and strangle, temperature control, sprint, energetic. Notes, a powerful little green snake with amazing endurance. Endurance? I tried to feel the power in my body, and sure enough, it was endless and filled my whole body with strength. As a man, you can have nothing, but you must have maximum endurance. The same goes for snakes. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. After getting familiar with my new power, I immediately set off and headed straight for the wind grass I found yesterday. To be on the safe side, I brought a wind-rolling demon with me and threw it directly at the wind grass. Swoosh! The grass blade broke through the air, and the wind demon was cut in half in an instant. The big gray worm in its stomach didn't even have time to scream before it died. While the wind grass was cooling down, I rushed over and swallowed all the leaves and rhizomes. Ding! You devoured the level 2 wind grass. Evolution points plus 10. After completing the task, I looked around and soon found new prey. However, at this moment, a huge black snake suddenly appeared on the edge of the map. The snake was at least 8 or 9 meters long, and its body was thicker than 2 adult thighs. It could be called a Snake King level creature. Name, Extreme Een Spirit Snake. Status, healthy. Realm, level 4. Talent, absorbing yang and een. Spell, een blow. Weakness, 7 inches below the head. Body becomes weak after absorbing a large amount of yang. Notes, a little female snake that likes to absorb the yang of male snakes and needs multiple partners to satisfy her needs. Absorbing yang and een? Malis nikes yang essent. I felt a chill on my back, and the scales all over my body exploded. This little female snake has a very strong taste, right? It's simply perverted. But soon, spirit snake. An idea flashed through my mind. Among the materials needed to evolve into a spirit snake, isn't it just that one of them is spirit snake blood? Isn't this extremely een spirit snake in front of me a ready-made resource? But soon, I shook my head violently and forced myself to dismiss the idea. No, dealing with it now would be tantamount to suicide. This extremely een spirit snake is not only much higher in level than me, but also gifted and able to use magic. What's even more terrifying is that the introduction actually says that it addicts to absorbing essence and yang. If I am caught by it, won't I be sucked dry by it? When I thought of this scene, a chill instantly spread throughout my body. Without saying a word, I turned around and tried my best to drill into the cave. After returning to the lair, I took a few breaths but didn't dare to relax. The map clearly showed that the extremely een spirit snake had not left, but was lingering near me. What's even more outrageous is that its movement trajectory is heading straight towards my cave. No way, this is too unlucky, isn't it? My heart was beating like a drum, and I nervously watched the small dot on the map move. Sure enough, as expected, the extremely een spirit snake had already explored the cave entrance. It stuck out a long tongue, and its pitch-black snake head was hovering at the entrance of the cave, as if trying to squeeze in. Don't come in, please don't come in. I prayed silently, hoping that the hole was too small and it could be stuck. The good news is that it is indeed a bit thick and can barely block the hole. The bad news is that this guy opened his mouth and spit lightly, and the cold wind swept through, directly scraping off a layer of mud at the hole. Is this the power of the spirit snake? I felt cold in my heart, secretly cursing myself for being so unlucky. Facing such an opponent, I had no power to fight back and could only watch it advance step by step. Soon, its huge body appeared in front of me, its black snake eyes staring at me unblinking, its tongue moving back and forth, as if evaluating my worth. I curled my body tightly into a ball and took a defensive stance. Even though I knew I was no match for my opponent, I couldn't just give in. It stared at me for a while, then suddenly shook its head and said coldly, "Hiss too thin." I was stunned. It can talk. Wait, I actually understood it? Is it snake language? It seems that after evolution, even the way of communication has been upgraded. But what does it mean that I am too thin? Does it think I am not fleshy enough to fill the gaps between its teeth? Before I could come to my senses, it sighed again. Well, it's better than nothing, hiss. After saying that, a layer of gray mist emanated from the extremely in-spirit snake, wrapping me completely. Oh no, it's using some shady tricks. My heart tightened, and I held my breath, trying to hold on until the fog dissipated. Unfortunately, how long can a snake like me hold its breath? In less than 2 minutes, my lungs began to protest. I finally couldn't hold it anymore and took a deep breath, sucking the strange gray fog into my body. Instantly, I felt my blood boiling, and some parts of my tail were burning hot. My breathing was rapid, and my whole body was hot, and it seemed like it would explode at any moment. The extremely in-spirit snake took advantage of the situation, swam to my side, and wrapped itself tightly around me with its huge body. It's over, it's really over now. I was completely desperate, my whole body was numb and weak, and I didn't even have the strength to struggle. My mind was blank, and my consciousness gradually blurred. Half an hour later, the extremely in-spirit snake slowly swam out of the cave, and a look of satisfaction appeared on the snake's face. I thought this little guy was no good, but he turned out to be quite interesting. It muttered to itself, and made a decision in its heart. When he grows up a little more, I will take him back to Snake Mountain to raise him. As I watched its figure gradually disappear into the distance, I collapsed to the ground, my whole body aching as if it was falling apart. I'm still alive? I lowered my head to check, and found that I was very weak but barely unharmed. The joy of surviving the catastrophe did not last for 2 seconds before the feeling of humiliation came over me. I am a snake, but I was actually bullied by a little female snake. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. I swore through gritted teeth. After this crisis, I finally understood that only strength is the absolute confidence. If I don't want to be suppressed again, I must become stronger. After calming down, I started thinking about the next step. What if the extremely in-spirit snake attacks again? I barely managed to hold on this time, but if it comes every day, I will be finished sooner or later. It's urgent to improve my strength. I made up my mind and comforted myself at the same time. At least, helping the little female snake out of her urgent need this time can be considered as doing one good deed a day, right? The next morning, as soon as the mist dissipated, I couldn't help but crawl out of the cave. After looking around and confirming that there was no potential danger, I skillfully locked onto a rolling demon, bit off its legs in a few bites, and dragged its head straight to the windwood grassland that I discovered yesterday. Arriving at the target location, I threw the head of the wind roller demon towards the wind grass without thinking. Swish! Sensing the movement, the wind grass instantly shot out a sharp grass blade, cutting the wind rolling demon into 2 halves. Taking advantage of the moment when the wind grass was distracted, I pounced forward, opened my mouth, swallowed the whole wind grass into my mouth, pulled it up with the roots, and then carefully put the roots aside for later use. Ding! You devoured the 2nd level wind grass. Evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 20 of 60. I still need 40 points, which means 4 wind grasses. I calculated silently and looked around. I found that there were 7 or 8 wind grasses nearby, which were enough for me to complete the evolution. Next, I used the same method to devour 4 wind grasses in succession until the evolution points were fully accumulated. Ding! You devoured the 2nd level wind grass. Evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 60 of 60. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Finally, that's enough. I dragged the spare windwood grass roots back to the cave, stacked them neatly, and then couldn't wait to choose evolution. Evolve! With a low roar, hot energy surged in the body, flowing through the blood. The bones became stronger and the muscles were as tight as steel ropes. The body length suddenly increased from 2.5 meters to 4 meters, and the thickness exceeded 40 centimeters. The whole snake exuded a sense of oppression. Ding! Evolution succeeded. Congratulations on your realm upgrade. You have gained a new ability. Tail blade. Tail blade. The tail turns into a sharp blade, which can release powerful slashes. I look back at my tail. The originally round snake tail had turned into a thick-backed machete. I swung the tail blade, and with just one strike, it created a deep crack on the cave wall. Pretty powerful. I was secretly proud of myself. With this tail blade, I would be able to achieve a surprise victory in battle. The benefits of evolution are far more than that. The map perception range has been expanded from 50 meters to 80 meters, and the field of vision has been greatly expanded. I was excitedly observing the map when I suddenly found a huge black eagle flying over the cave. It was holding a dying little snake in its sharp claws. Name: Black Feathered Demon Eagle. Level 4. Talent: Far-sighted Pupil. Spell: Wine Blade. Remarks: an ordinary little demon in the 10,000 Demons Mountain with decent strength. I held my breath and watched the demon eagle fly out of the map, feeling a little scared. If I had been exposed in the open, I would have become its prey in the next second. Sure enough, it's still too weak. I was filled with emotion. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only by becoming stronger can you be invincible. Back in the cave, I counted the materials needed to evolve the spirit snake. 10 eyeball fruits, 5 windwood grass roots, and the legs of the wind-rolling demon. All were ready. The only thing missing was the last thing: spirit snake blood. If only I could capture that extremely spirit snake. I muttered to myself, and the snake's tail involuntarily curled up. As long as I get the spirit snake's blood, my evolution will be able to go one step further. In the next few days, I hunted to accumulate evolution points while keeping a close eye on the movements of the black-feathered demon eagle. After 5 days, my evolution points accumulated to 55, but I had almost wiped out all the prey nearby. The wind roller and eye fruit were on the verge of extinction, and the windwood grass and power rabbit were nowhere to be seen. No, we have to go somewhere farther, I thought secretly, but was restrained by the black-feathered demon eagle circling from time to time, so I could only choose to proceed step by step. As for the extremely spirit snake, it has not appeared since its last visit. This made me feel relieved and secretly grateful. I really don't want to experience the feeling of being emptied a second time. However, the peaceful days did not last long, and my crow's mouth showed up again. Extremely spirit snake. When I was preparing to hunt, its figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the map. Here comes the snake. I was shocked and angry. I turned around and ran, hiding in the rabbit hole I found 2 days ago. This is my backup hiding place. I hope I can survive this crisis. But fate seemed unwilling to let me go. The extremely spirit snake first entered my nest, turned it upside down, then circled nearby, and finally stopped at the entrance of the powerful rabbit's cave. I can't hide anymore. I was frantic, and then I had an idea. I quickly used my tail to roll up a nearby hemp fruit, squeezed out the green juice, and smeared it around the hole. This is the secret method of driving away snakes I recently developed, and I hope it can fool it. As expected, the extremely spirit snake quickly came in. Its black pupils scanned the cave, and it spoke coldly. Hiss. How did you become so big and thick? What a vicious word. I was furious, but I stared at the extremely sinister snake in front of me calmly and remained silent. The next second, my snake pupils shrank slightly. The extremely spirit snake rolled up a dark blue fruit with its tail and gently placed it in front of me. Hiss. This is the yang-raising fruit. It can strengthen your physique. Eat it. I looked down and saw that the fruit was about the size of a fist, with a skin as blue as the night sky and a faint fragrance. I just took a sip and was refreshed. The system prompt instantly appeared in my mind. Name: yang-raising fruit. Quality: Level 4. Effect: greatly increases the essence and yang. Remarks: exclusive fruit for snakes with kidney deficiency. Wow, this is a real treasure. I was surprised and happy, but mixed emotions also came with it. But what's the trick of this extremely spirit snake? It asked me to replenish it beforehand. Does it look down on me, or is it deliberately humiliating me? Although his heart was in turmoil, he remained calm, took a bite of the yang-raising fruit, and swallowed it in a few bites. How could he miss the goodness that was already in his mouth? Ding! You swallowed the level 4 Yangsheng fruit. Evolution points plus 25. Current evolution points. 80 out of 80. Evolution conditions met. Do you want to start evolving? I almost glared at him. So much. But I quickly calmed down. Obviously, the Yangsheng fruit still has untapped potential. After the system points are full, they will not continue to accumulate. I was not in a hurry to choose evolution. The extremely Yin spirit snake was right in front of me. If she discovered this mysterious process, the consequences would be disastrous. When the extremely Yin spirit snake saw me finish eating the Xingyang fruit, a hint of satisfaction emerged in its pupils, as if it was certain that I could contribute more to her this time, and there was a hint of potential stock in its eyes. However, my silence puzzled her, and she even suspected that I was dumb. However, she obviously didn't intend to investigate further. The next second, the gray mist surged out of her body again, quickly covering the entire cave. It's coming. Let's end it quickly. I sighed helplessly and let the gray mist flow into my body. A heat current instantly surged into my mind, and my consciousness gradually blurred. In front of me, the huge body of the extremely Yin spirit snake approached me, and its cold and slippery snake scales wrapped around my body. When I woke up again, the cave was still familiar, but the extremely Yin spirit snake did not leave as before. Instead, it stared at me quietly, with a hint of joy on the snake's face. What's going on? Can't you really live without me? I muttered to myself, my head full of questions. Hiss, good recovery. She raised her snake head, and there was a bit more appreciation in her eyes. Then, she gently hooked her tail around my snakes and said coldly, "Come on, follow me back to Snake Mountain." Ah! My brain exploded instantly. You really want to support me? What's even more outrageous is that there was no hint of negotiation in her tone. The next second, she swung her tail and dragged me out of the cave. I was so weak after the ordeal that I was completely powerless to resist. It's over. Now I've really become the son-in-law of Snake Mountain? As I was being dragged, I felt sorry for the precious materials in the nest, but I could only comfort myself silently. Snake Mountain should not be far away, and I would find a way to get it back later. The extremely Yin spirit snake was so fast that I was dragged on the ground, twisted and distorted, and hurt all over. Just when I could no longer bear it, I suddenly noticed the danger signal on the map. A black-feathered demon eagle was swooping down from the sky. Shit! My heart instantly sank to the bottom. The demon eagle's target was obviously me, not keeping it for use like the extremely Yin spirit snake. In a hurry, I used my tail to pull the Jin spirit snake hard, indicating that danger was approaching. She looked back in confusion, and when she saw me pointing my tail to the sky, she raised her eyes and quickly locked onto the black-feathered demon eagle. Hiss! She snorted coldly, let go of me, and assumed a fighting stance, with her upper body upright, her mouth wide open, facing the enemy. The black-feathered demon eagle swooped over at high speed, its sharp claws like steel hooks going straight for the 7 inches of the extremely Yin spirit snake. At the critical moment, she spit out a thick gray Yin wind, which cut the demon eagle's skin like a blade, and blood splattered everywhere. The demon eagle screamed, but madness burst out of its eyes. It steadied its body, condensed a dazzling white light, and suddenly shot out a wind blade. Swish! The extremely Yin spirit snake swung its tail to meet the attack, but was blown away by the huge force. The snake's tail was covered in blood and was almost broken. This completely enraged her. She endured the severe pain, and her huge snake body suddenly wrapped around the demon eagle. The 2 demon beasts rolled on the ground, killing intent surging. I had already hidden far away, watching this thrilling battle, secretly rejoicing in my heart. Sure enough, I am still too weak. A single blow from these monsters can shatter my soul. This battle can be best described in one word: brutal. I hid far away, held my breath, and stared at the scene in front of me. The extreme Yin spirit snake and the black-feathered demon eagle were tangled in a fight, blood splattered, feathers and scales fluttered. A deep bloody hole was pecked out of the extreme Yin spirit snake's head, but it still clung to the black-feathered demon eagle, as if it was determined to drag the other to death together. The black-feathered demon eagle was in an even more miserable state, with its wings drooping and its vitality rapidly draining away. Finally, its head tilted and it died. I stared at the extreme Yin spirit snake and saw the system prompt appear. Name: Extreme means spirit snake. Status, dying. The opportunity has come. My heart is beating wildly, and I can't hide my excitement. As long as I get the blood of the spirit snake, I can evolve and transform into a powerful spirit snake, becoming the true overlord of this cave. I approached cautiously and poked its body with my tail to make sure it was unconscious. After a sigh of relief, I quickly raised my tail and chopped it down like a blade. While you are sick, I will kill you. Bang! The tail hit the top of the snake's head heavily, and with a crisp sound, its skull was instantly shattered. The system prompt was updated, and the status changed to death. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and rolled up the body of the extreme Een spirit snake, preparing to drag it back to the cave. But after trying several times, the body did not move at all. The extreme Een spirit snake was 8 meters long, and it was wrapped around the black, feathered demon eagle, so its weight was beyond imagination. In desperation, I opened the panel. Evolution points. 80/80ths. Evolution conditions met. Do you want to start evolving? Evolve! I gritted my teeth and made a decisive choice. Instantly, hot energy surged through my body, as if a torrent was raging in my body. I felt my body expanding rapidly for meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, until it stopped at 7 meters. The new emerald green scales sparkled in the sun, harder and more dazzling than before. So cool, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ding! Evolution succeeded. New ability gained. Explosion. Explosion. Squeeze potential in a short period of time, burst out with power beyond the body, but will fall into a weak state. Feeling the changes in my body, I rolled up the Een spirit snake again. Although it was difficult this time, I was finally able to move it. When I dragged it to the cave entrance, I was in trouble. The spirit snake and the demon eagle were entangled together and were too big to squeeze into the cave entrance. In desperation, I could only use the burst ability I had just acquired. Boom, boom, boom. My heartbeat was as deafening as a drum, and a large amount of blood and energy gushed out. I instantly burst out with amazing strength. I quickly separated the extreme Een spirit snake and the black feathered demon eagle, and dragged the spirit snake into the cave alone. Finally done! I collapsed in the cave, gasping for breath, full of joy. Although the body of the demon eagle was still outside the cave, the blood of the spirit snake was already in my hands, which was enough to satisfy me. However, before I could celebrate, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was a monster that looked like a vulture. It hooked the body of the black-feathered demon eagle with its claws and flew into the sky. The system prompt reappeared. Name, Rotten Bone Magic Vulture. Level 4. Talent, Corpse Search. Spell, Corrosive Saliva. Remarks, Magic Vulture that feeds on corpses. Very powerful. Old 6. I was so angry that my teeth itched, but there was nothing I could do. Facing this powerful flying monster, I was completely powerless to resist and could only watch it take away the spoils. Forget it. The spirit snake blood is still there. I sighed, adjusted my mentality, and put my attention back on the cave. The next step was the most critical moment. I found a few huge leaves and laid them on the bottom of the cave to prevent the snake blood from leaking out. Then I placed the eyeball fruit and the wind-rolling devil root one by one and began to prepare the medicinal materials. As time went by, the snake blood gradually became thicker and more shiny. I looked up at the sky outside the cave. It was almost noon. It's almost done. I opened my snake's mouth and swallowed the mixture mouthful by mouthful. A tingling sensation of coldness rushed straight into my mind, almost making my scalp numb. But that was not important. What was important was that a violent force suddenly erupted in my body. Is this the power of the spirit snake blood? I was extremely surprised. But the next second, my eyes went dark and I fainted. Chapter 11. Greenwood Snake. Hiss! Qing groaned and slowly woke up. After pondering for a while, he then remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. Ding! Congratulations on your successful evolution into the Greenwood Spirit Snake. Obtain the talent Wood Shadow Hide. Get talent and live forever. Obtain spell Green Vine Entanglement. Ding! Congratulations on your realm upgrade. Name Qing. Race Greenwood Snake. Attribute Status Healthy. Realm Level 5. Talent Wood Shadow Hide. Endless Life. Spell Green Ivy Entanglement. Abilities Binding and Strangulation. Temperature Control. Sprint Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution points 0/120. Note: a little snake that has just embarked on the path of becoming a demon. Yi Qing was delighted when he heard a series of system prompts ringing in his mind. How could he not know that he had successfully evolved into a spirit snake? Aoki Spirit Snake? That's a nice name. All right, talent. After evolving into the Greenwood Spirit Snake, he finally gained his talent. And there are two of them. He clicked on the talent details to check. Hide in the shadow of trees. You can hide yourself in plants. Endless life. The recovery speed of your consumed physical strength, spiritual energy, and injuries is accelerated. Looks pretty good. Both talents can greatly improve his survivability. The Wood Shadow Stealth talent allows him to hide his body with the help of plants. If you encounter danger, you can hide and avoid it. Needless to say, his talent of Endless Life is equivalent to having a powerful recovery buff of his own. Not only can it recover from injuries it has sustained, but it can also quickly restore physical strength in other conditions. In this world full of dangers, the most important thing is definitely to survive first. I just don't know what the specific effects of these two talents are. Yi Qing pondered, and I plan to find a suitable opportunity to try it. Know yourself well enough so that you can be confident when facing danger. Then, Yi Qing looked at the new spell he had acquired. Green Vine Entanglement. Consume your own spiritual energy. Summon tough green vines to entangle the enemy, restricting the enemy's movement. This is obviously a control spell, and it looks pretty good. Tie him up first, then use all your strength to attack him. It's really exciting to think about it. Yi Qing had even thought about how he was going to fight the enemy. First, use green vines to tie up the enemy. Then use your thick tail to whip the enemy wildly. I just want to ask you, who can resist it? He subconsciously looked at his tail. Only then did he realize that after his evolution and upgrade, his body size had become much larger again. The length has skyrocketed from more than 6 meters to the current 12 meters. The width is more than 1 meter. The hole that was originally enlarged by the extremely Yin spirit snake. It seemed extremely cramped at this moment. It was difficult for Yi Qing to even turn around, not to mention that there was also the corpse of an extremely Yin spirit snake in the cave. He opened his mouth wide and bit the head of the Jin spirit snake, intending to swallow it into his stomach. He can gain evolution points just by devouring. Of course, we cannot waste the corpse in front of us. A moment later, the entire body of the extremely Yin spirit snake entered his stomach. Ding! You devoured the level 4 extreme Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 40. Current evolution points, 40/120. Belch! Yi Qing burped comfortably. Not only did he fill his stomach, he also gained 40 evolution points. I can only say it's a huge profit. After the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake disappeared, Yi Qing still felt that the cave was very narrow. We need to move to a bigger place. He pondered inwardly. Although he had been drilling this hole for a long time, he had developed some feelings for it. But now the hole is small and he is big. It's difficult to go out, let alone live here for a long time. Besides, this is a dead end with no other exit. If you encounter a powerful enemy, like the Yin spirit snake again, stuck him in the hole, then he is dead. After all, not every enemy comes to rape you. But he had already visited most of the nearby places. No suitable cave was found. Now we can only venture to look further afield. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the map range of the searcher has been further expanded. Reached 200 meters. This was of great help to him in avoiding danger in advance, and he can easily find suitable caves around him. He glanced at the sky. I noticed it was still late in the morning outside. Without hesitation, he crawled straight out of the hole. After coming outside, he hesitated for a moment and then slowly groped his way towards the direction where the extremely Yin spirit snake left yesterday. Before the death of the extremely Yin spirit snake, it mentioned a place called Snake Mountain. It should be not far from here. He wanted to go and see. Perhaps there he could find a cave suitable for his habitation. But it hasn't gone far. He saw an acquaintance on the map. The rotten-boned demon vulture snatched the corpse of the black-feathered demon eagle from him. At this time, the bone vulture was circling in the sky nearby. Like searching for suitable prey, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, and he became furious when he thought of this rotten-boned demon vulture. You'll have to pay for what you've done, Yi Qing murmured. The hole can be found later, but if you don't take revenge, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Now that we have encountered it, let's kill the rotten bone vulture. With his current level 5 strength, killing a level 4 rotten bone vulture shouldn't be a big problem. The only problem is how to trick it down. After Yi Qing thought for a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. He looked carefully at the map. A moment later, a five-legged deer was spotted not far ahead. The limbs are normal, and the fifth leg grows in the middle of the hind legs. And they are obviously much thicker than normal legs. Name, 5 deer. Status, healthy. Realm, level 3. Weakness, head. Note, a 2-legged man cannot outrun a 5-legged deer. Running fast. Seeing the notes, Yi Qing understood instantly. But since they have 5 legs, it's normal for them to run fast. He glanced at the nearby terrain. Soon, I set my eyes on a tree over 20 meters tall not far from the 5 deer. There's a lot of green grass near the big tree. He approached quickly, keeping close to the ground. The moment the body approaches the big tree, Yi Qing's entire body merged into the trunk of the tree. From the outside, his body was not visible at all. But Yi Qing can see outside. How amazing! Is this the wood shadow hide? Yi Qing was very satisfied with this talent. Not only can you avoid danger, you can also hide and be the 6th one. Just like now, the 5-striped deer didn't notice his presence at all. At this time, it is approaching the big tree, wanting to eat the tender grass. Yi Qing subconsciously held his breath. When the 5 deer were close enough to the big tree, a thought occurred to him. A large number of green vines immediately grew out of the ground. These vines grow extremely fast, quickly climb up the thighs of the 5 deer. The 5 deer reacted and struggled hard to escape. But the green vine was very resilient, and he couldn't break free with his strength. The next second, he felt a pain in his butt. Look back. He found a big green snake biting his buttocks. I was anally raped? Chapter 12. Revenge First. The one biting you now is not a snake, but the future golden dragon. You should feel honored. Seeing the frightened look in the 5 deer's eyes, Yi Qing complained in his heart. He had intended to bite 5 deer necks, but was always facing him. He thought that he had become a snake. Then stop being pretentious. Let's kill 5 deer first. Achieving the goal is the most important thing. Then, he used his huge snake tail to climb up the bodies of the 5 deer. Strangled his neck. A huge force burst out from his body. Click! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The 5 deer's bodies went limp. He fell to the ground and quickly lost his breath. Seeing this, Yi Qing loosened his body. He climbed back into the tree, hid his body inside it, and disappeared. All that's left is waiting. Waiting for the bone vulture to come down from the sky to hunt for food. Don't you like to grab food? Then he would let the rotten bone vulture eat its fill. Yi Qing stared at the rotten bone vulture on the map, observing his movements. Wait patiently for the bone vulture to take the bait. While waiting, Yi Qing was not idle either. Instead, the search engine was opened. He is now a spirit snake. The subsequent evolution can be considered. After a moment of hesitation, he input his thoughts. What is the optimal evolutionary path from the greenwood snake to the 5-clawed golden dragon? Result: greenwood snake, windwood snake, 5-element snake, demonic python, Yinglong, golden dragon, 5-clawed golden dragon. Windwood spirit snake? Yi Qing murmured, then continued to input. What is the easiest way to evolve from a greenwood snake into a windwood snake? Result: the level reaches 10 extremely spirit snake gallbladders and 20 low-level wind spirit stones. Pour the above into water, boil it with 100-year-old extremely young wood, and then bathe in it for an hour. Cooking myself in an iron pot. Yi Qing was speechless when he saw the method of evolution. Stew for an hour? Is he just bones? But complaints are complaints. Although this method of evolution seems a bit unreliable. But his evolution into a spirit snake has proved that the evolution method provided by the searcher is useful. Moreover, this time the evolution method has an additional prerequisite. He needs to reach level 10. As for the things required for evolution, he only knew about the extreme spirit snake, and he had never seen anything else. It seems that I must go to Snake Mountain, Yi Qing said to himself. According to a speculation some time ago, the things needed for evolution were most likely nearby him. The place where the extreme spirit snake is most likely to exist should be where the extreme spirit snake lives. Snake Mountain. I don't know how many extremely spirit snakes there are on Snake Mountain. I don't know if I can withstand it with my current physical condition. Yi Qing was a little worried. At the same time, I also feel like I am not a human being. The extremely spirit snake just wanted to sleep with him and give him delicious fruits after that. The main focus is on consumption by wealthy women. But I was thinking about that person's courage. No, I'm not a human. Yi Qing suddenly reacted. He's a snake. Now that you've become a snake, just eat, eat, eat. Who cares what she is? Okay, no more psychological burden. The slight confusion that Yi Qing had originally felt in his heart completely disappeared. While he was thinking, the rotten bone vulture in the sky finally discovered the 5 deer on the ground. It lowered its altitude and hovered over the big trees. Observing the movements on the ground, you can see that he is very cautious. But Yi Qing was hiding in a big tree, so he couldn't be seen even if he stood in front of the tree. Not to mention in midair. After a while, the rotten bone vulture, not noticing any danger, lowered its altitude again. Then he suddenly rushed down from the sky. A pair of sturdy claws stretched out from under the belly and grabbed the 5 deer on the ground. Phew! The claws pierced the shoulder bones of 5 deer. The rotten bone vulture flapped its wings hard, trying to bring the 5 deer back to the sky and bring them back to its nest. But just at this moment, those seemingly ordinary green vines covering the 5 deer suddenly came alive. It grew rapidly and wrapped around the claws of the bone vulture. And it continues to stretch upwards. The rotten bone vulture realized something was wrong and loosened its claws in an attempt to break free. But it was too late. The green vine is extremely tough and has deep roots in the ground. It was difficult for him to break free quickly. Instead, he lost his balance and almost fell sideways. Fortunately, he flapped his wings quickly and regained his balance. Success! Yi Qing was delighted. After waiting for so long, the little devil, the rotten bone vulture, finally took the bait. He rushed out from the big tree and ended his stealth mode. Turn on sprint and burst at the same time. I saw a green shadow passing by. When he looked again, he was already in front of the rotten bone vulture. He swung his snake tail and smashed the bone vulture's head with the tail blade. Call! The tail cut through the air, making a sound. This time, he prepared for a long time, and he used all his strength every time he struck out. This was his first real, conscious experience of dealing with a demon, so he was very cautious. It is obvious that my level is higher than that of the rotten bone vulture, but he still chose to go all out. I'm just afraid of capsizing in the ditch. The tail was about to hit. The bone vulture also reacted. He quickly opened his mouth and spurted out a large amount of green liquid from the depths of his throat. As soon as the green liquid was exposed to the air, it gave off a pungent smell. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly changed the direction of the snake's tail, barely avoiding the green liquid. Bang! The snake's tail hit the bone vulture's neck heavily. The sharp snake tail cut a huge gash in his neck. A large amount of blood gushed out. Cry! I'm from Devil Vulture Ridge. Who are you to dare to hurt me? The rotten bone vulture let out a shrill scream, followed by a loud shout. The demonic vulture can speak? Yi Qing was stunned. But now is not the time to think about that. Now that we have started, we can only kill him. Who cares about this ridge or that ridge? Take revenge first. Moreover, things have come to this point. Can you stop? Therefore, he ignored the threat of the bone vulture. Take advantage of the moment when the rotten bone vulture loses its balance. He quickly wrapped his snake's tail around its neck and tightened it with all his strength. Puff! A soft sound. The rotten bone demon vulture already had a wound on its neck, and Yi Qing squeezed it hard. He actually strangled most of his neck. The body is separated. The head of the rotten bone vulture smashed towards the ground. Why? Doesn't he know about Devil Vulture Ridge? And why didn't he respond? Is he deaf? The rotten bone vulture never figured it out until his death. Why is this little green snake so cruel? He just eats some rotten corpses. As for just coming up and killing without saying anything, moreover, he told his own origins. How come it's of no use at all? Didn't the boss say that if we encounter enemies outside, would it be useful to mention Demon Vulture Ridge? Thoughts arrive here. His consciousness also completely disappeared, plunged into darkness. Chapter 13. Who? Yi Qing gasped heavily. It's not that I was scared, but he was too excited and excited. The pleasure of close combat made the blood flow faster throughout his body and made him very excited. It took him a long time to fully recover. Hiss! Suddenly, he felt a pain in his tail. Looking down, I found that a few drops of green liquid had splashed on it at some point. It was the liquid sprayed by the bone vulture. This stuff is extremely corrosive. Just a few drops were enough to corrode his tree branches and leave pits and holes like snake scales. Luckily, I didn't resist and dodge the corrosive saliva in the first place. Yi Qing felt a little scared. Although he is more powerful, he cannot underestimate the other monsters. To despise the enemy is to be irresponsible towards your own life. He controlled the snake's tail and rubbed it on the ground to wipe off the saliva. Fortunately, only his scales were corroded and his flesh was not corroded. It's not a big deal. The result is good. Yi Qing comforted himself. His goal was achieved, and he successfully hunted down the rotten bone vulture. He was in a good mood as he had avenged his great hatred. It immediately opened its mouth and bit the corpse of the rotten bone vulture. Start to devour. After evolving into a spirit snake, all aspects of his physical qualities have been greatly improved. I eat a lot faster too. It only took a few minutes to swallow the bone vulture. Of course, the 5-deer Yi Qing was not wasted either. Swallow it into the body as well. Ding! You devoured a level 4 rotten bone vulture. Evolution points plus 20. Ding! You devoured 5 level 3 deer. Evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 5120. Finish this. Yi Qing continued to slowly explore in the direction where the extreme Yin spirit snake left. On the way, he recalled the demon vulture ridge that the rotten bone vulture mentioned before his death. Judging from his tone, it seems that demon vulture ridge is a very powerful place. Ordinary demons are the kind that people dare not offend and will avoid when they hear their names. But at that time, the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he would have to kill the rotten bone vulture first. Besides, what would happen even if I killed him? He has already destroyed the rotten bone vulture. I guess the demon in Demon Vulture Ridge won't be able to find out that it was he who killed the rotten bone demon vulture. Let's put this matter behind us for now. A new doubt arose in Yi Qing's mind. That is, he could actually understand what the rotten bone vulture said. He was able to understand the words of the extremely Yin spirit snake at first, but he thought they were of the same species and were speaking snake language, so it was reasonable for him to understand it. But what's happening now? Can demons speak human language? What about him? He is now a spirit snake, which can be considered a kind of demon. Should he be able to speak, too? He opened his mouth and tried to speak. Fuck. Your mother. Fuck. It's true. After this try, Yi Qing discovered that he could really speak. His guess was correct. After evolving into a spirit snake, he can also speak. It's just that he has always assumed that he can't speak, so he hasn't made any attempts. This is also related to his habit of not liking to talk in his previous life. He likes to fuck, not use his mouth. If you can take action, don't talk too much. After practicing for a while, Yi Qing stopped when he felt he had mastered the speech. At this time, he had already left the cave nearly 1,000 meters. The time has come to the afternoon. Search for a while longer. If we still haven't found Snake Mountain, we'll go back first. Yi Qing planned in his mind. At night, a strange fog would rise outside. If you stay outside and accidentally inhale the strange fog, you will become stupid. Therefore, he needed to plan his time well and return to the cave before the strange fog rose. Yi Qing continued to explore forward. When he encounters some suitable prey, he will hunt it down and devour it to accumulate evolution points. After a moment, he suddenly stopped, because at the edge of the map, he saw a big snake. After getting closer, the information about the big snake also appeared in his mind. Name: Extreme Yin Spirit Snake. Status: Healthy. Realm: Level 5. Talent: Absorbing Yang and Yin. Spell: Vaginal Blow. Weaknesses: 1. 7 inches below the head. 2. After absorbing a large amount of essence in Yang, the body will become weak. Note: a small female snake that loves to suck the semen of male snakes often needs multiple partners to be satisfied. The information is similar to the one I killed. The only difference is that this snake is at a higher level, reaching level 5. This level is already the same as his. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and quickly approached. The extremely Yin snake likes male snakes. When he was at level 3, the extremely Yin spirit snake couldn't move when it saw him. Not to mention myself now. He is now much bigger and thicker than before. This little female snake will definitely come to him when she sees him. At that time, if he exudes a little of his masculine charm, he will be able to easily conquer her. Soon, he came near the extremely Yin spirit snake. He straightened up his lower body, which was his tail. Shake slightly to show your masculine strength. The moment the extremely Yin spirit snake saw him, its eyes seemed to be shining. It was like seeing some delicious food. Shinzi vomited even faster. What a flexible tongue. Yi Qing said in his heart. He just showed his tail like this. There was no intention to speak. He didn't know what style of communication the demons in this world used. It would be bad to say something inappropriate and ruin the atmosphere. Hiss, you're so big, I love it. The extremely mean spirit snake spoke, its tone full of admiration. Yi Qing. Is communication between demons always so direct? Start at 0 frame. There is no defense. But he likes this simple and direct way of communication. Want to rub it? Hiss. The extremely mean spirit snake came closer on its own initiative, wanting to get close to Yi Qing. Just rub it. Yi Qing did not refuse. He is also very direct. He took the initiative to greet him. Communicate your feelings first, then things will be easier to deal with later on. Yi Qing and the extreme mean spirit snake were entangled with each other. The body of the extreme mean spirit snake once again exudes black mist. But Yi Qing was prepared and held his breath in time, not affected by the black mist. After evolving into a spiritual snake, the time he can hold his breath is significantly improved. It's okay to hold on for more than 10 minutes. Asterisk. 10 minutes later, the extremely mean spirit snake crawled on the ground limply. All the strength in her body was drained. Yi Qing was not surprised by this. According to the search engine's prompts, the extremely mean spirit snake will become weak after absorbing a large amount of essence and yang. He himself didn't feel very tired. This has to do with his strong recovery ability. The extremely mean spirit snake spit out its tongue and sniffed Yi Qing's mouth. Expressing love for Yi Qing, will you come back to Snake Mountain with me? Seeing Yi Qing didn't say anything, she continued to ask. Snake Mountain? Yi Qing's heart moved. It looks like he found the right place. This is indeed Snake Mountain. Good. He nodded. Then, he had an idea. Thick green vines immediately emerged from the ground and climbed up the body of the extremely mean spirit snake. It was just at this time that she was exhausted, and she was not on guard against Yi Qing. She didn't react until the vines completely entangled her. But it was too late. What? What are you going to do? The extremely mean spirit snake sounded terrified. Can I borrow your snake gall? Chapter 14, New Lair. Can I borrow your snake gall? Yi Qing laughed strangely. Looks like a bad uncle. He waited for so long, one reason being to get information about Snake Mountain from the extremely mean spirit snake. The second is to weaken it and get a chance to hunt it. Now both goals have been achieved. He was too lazy to continue playing nice with the mean spirit snake. Kill it first and take out its gallbladder. You want my snake gall? The extremely mean spirit snake was shocked. She just wants some sperm. But the other party wants her courage. It was obvious that both parties were having a lot of fun and joy together. Why is the green snake in front of me so cruel? Hissing, please let me go. You can use me however you want, begged the extremely mean spirit snake. Her snake life had just begun, and she didn't want it to end so soon. If she died, what would happen to the snake pets in the cave? It will definitely be a bargain for those little idiots on the mountain. That was something she had accumulated with great difficulty. Therefore, she must not die. Hiss. Your greatest use to me is to become a part of my body. Yi Qing said lightly. Immediately afterwards, his thick tail stood up and slammed into the head of the extremely mean spirit snake. The extremely mean spirit snake saw that it was useless to beg for mercy. It also aroused her ferocity. She raised the snake's head with all her strength and blew a cold wind towards Yi Qing's tail that was smashing down. Yi Qing's heart moved. Decisive choice to avoid. He had seen the power of this cold wind. It can scrape off the skin and flesh. He dare not joke with his own body. His tail of the snake came with a changing direction kick. The target changed from the snake's head to the 7 inches. That is the location of the heart of the extremely mean spirit snake. Bang! A muffled sound. Yi Qing's tail blade directly cut through the scales and flesh at the 7-inch position. A lot of blood was flowing out. Yi Qing's tail was dyed red. Hiss! The extremely mean spirit snake cried out in pain. She struggled hard, but she was so exhausted that she couldn't break free from the green vine. He didn't even have the strength to exhale a second breath of cold wind. Hiss! My mother is the Snake King of Snake Mountain. If you kill me, you will die, she threatened. Yi Qing doesn't care about those. Don't eat soft ones, let alone hard ones. The last rotten bone vulture that threatened him was already in his stomach. After Yi Qing's tail struck the target, he did not stop at all. Smash it down like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. The tail fell down one after another. Like a snake pile driver. After being hit continuously for more than 10 times, the 7 inches of the Qing spirit snake was already smashed into a bloody mess. It was completely motionless, obviously dead. Huh. Yi Qing let out a long sigh and stopped. The second time he killed the demon, it was much easier for him. It wasn't like last time when the whole body became excited due to excessive exertion. Practice makes perfect. I will become more and more proficient. Yi Qing murmured. His eyes fell on the extremely Yin spirit snake. The snake opened its mouth wide, bit the belly of the extremely Yin spirit snake, and tore it apart. After a moment, he also successfully found the gallbladder of the extremely Yin spirit snake. Pull the snake gallbladder off and examine it closely. It is shaped like a water droplet, pitch black all over, and you can smell a slight smell of blood. It's about the size of an adult's fist. Yi Qing put it aside. Then it opened its mouth and began to devour the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake. The extremely Yin spirit snake was slightly smaller than him, but it was also more than 10 meters long. It's a bit difficult to swallow it whole. After thinking for a moment, he separated it from the 7-inch position. Swallow in 2 portions. A few minutes later, the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake also sank to the bottom of his stomach. Only some dried blood remained on the ground. Ding! You devoured a level 5 extreme Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 40. Current evolution points 9120. Only 30 points left before I can evolve and upgrade again. Yi Qing was extremely excited. He looked at the sky. I found that it had become much darker. It's too late to go back to the cave now. We must find a new cave in Snake Mountain before the strange fog rises. Yi Qing made a quick decision in his mind. He wrapped the snake gall with his tail and climbed up the Snake Mountain. There are many plants on Snake Mountain, including thick trees and various low shrubs and grasses. Looks very lively. It is much better than the environment at the foot of the mountain. Coming here is the right choice, Yi Qing said in his heart. Moreover, after entering Snake Mountain for such a long time, he didn't even find a single strange creature. This is very wrong. Could it be that all the evil here were killed by the snakes in the mountains? Ye vink gisutsekritli. This is the most likely reason. Snake Mountain is huge. Yi Qing climbed for a long time, but was still at the foot of the mountain. He climbed up a big tree and looked towards the mountain. The top of the mountain was found to be far away. Only a vague outline can be seen. He climbed down from the tree, continued searching for a suitable cave. After a while, before the sky darkened, he finally found a cave, and there are no powerful creatures in the cave. There were only 7 or 8 ordinary level 3 snakes and 1 level 4 spirit snake. Yi Qing did not hesitate and went straight into the spacious cave. The floor of the cave was very damp and covered with small green algae. There are small balls the size of glass beads on the algae. It emits a faint green fluorescence, providing some light to the cave. Name: green algae. Quality: none. Effect: glowing, filling hunger. Notes: a small bioluminescent algae that prefers humid environments. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze and continued to sink into it. Soon they arrived deep into the cave. There are more green algae here. The brightness is also higher. In front of him was a huge snake nest built with branches and weeds. In the snake den, there were several small snakes lying down, seemingly resting. Yi Qing approached slowly. The noise created woke one of the little snakes up, but he just glanced at Shi Yao and closed his eyes again. Huh? Ignoring me? What do you mean? Yi Qing was stunned. Information about several snakes appeared in his eyes. Name: Little White Snake. Status: weak. Realm: Level 3. Weakness: 7 inches. Notes: long-term loss of essence and yang, physical weakness, drowsiness, and lack of activity. Name: Little Green Snake. Status: weak. Name: Little Red Snake. Status: weak. Yi Qing was surprised to find that all these snakes were in a weak state. He was very familiar with this state, because he had it before. It was when he first encountered the extremely Yin spirit snake. But this is obviously not the first time for these brothers. It is a snake pet that has been kept by the extremely Yin spirit snake for a long time. No wonder I can't hold my head up. Turns out it doesn't work. Yi Qing's eyes rolled. The next second, he opened his mouth wide and bit directly at one of the little white snakes. Chapter 15: Green Ivy Parasite. Phew! Yi Qing's fangs accurately pierced the vital point of the little snake in front of him. The heart burst and blood flowed out. The little snake struggled for only a moment before it lost its breath. The sound of it struggling also completely woke up the other little snakes. But before they could make any move, Yi Qing opened his mouth again and bit them all to death. Finally, only the fourth-level spirit snake was left. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qing. He begged in a low voice, "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want me to do. Although I am a male snake, I am a water snake, very moist." As it spoke, the water snake stretched out the tip of its tail and moved towards Yi Qing's tail. "Oh my God!" Yi Qing was shocked. Where is the moral integrity of the snake? He is a serious snake. "Get out of here, you transvestite. Want to bend yourself?" It's impossible. If he didn't have something to ask, I would have killed him immediately. He took a deep breath in his heart. "Calm yourself down." Bang! He raised his snake's tail and knocked the water snake's tail away. Huh! The water snake was stunned. He looked at Yi Qing in surprise. There are 3 parts of grievance, 3 parts of confusion, 2 parts of fear, and 2 parts of excitement in his eyes. So strong. Feeling the pain of the tip of its tail being hit, the water snake's heartbeat quickened. "I ask, you answer," Yi Qing said lightly. He suddenly realized that not all snakes spoke in a hissing voice. Maybe this is like a human mantra? Yi Qing was daydreaming. Then he collected his thoughts and asked, "How many extremely mean spirit snakes are there on Snake Mountain?" "I don't know. Sister 10 never allows us to go out. But the 10th sister sometimes brings other sisters back to live with us. I've met the 9th sister and the 8th sister." The water snake answered carefully while recalling. Snakes are so playful. Yi Qing was surprised. This thing can still be together. Invincible, all right. Who is the 10th sister? Yi Qing continued to ask. "Sister 10 is our master. She just said she was going out to the foot of the mountain to relax. She should be back soon. She's about the same size as you. You may not be able to beat her. Why don't you run away first?" the water snake kindly reminded. "You have a pretty good heart." Yi Qing rolled his eyes in his heart. This 10th sister was most likely the one he had just killed. So he smelled the scent on his body in the cave. "She's dead." Yi Qing looked at the water snake with disdain. "10th sister is dead? Good death." The water snake was stunned for a moment, then spoke loudly in excitement. "You don't know what kind of life we lead. All we do every day is eat and contribute our essence. Several of our brothers have turned into dried snakes. You saved me, and from now on you will be my master." The water snake feels like it is the end of its life after the holidays. He wanted to get closer to Yi Qing to express his gratitude. But after seeing Yi Qing's stern eyes, he hesitated. "His tail still hurts now. I'm not your master. Don't try to get close to me. Let me ask you, how often do the 8th and 9th sisters come?" Yi Qing asked seriously. If the sisters of the extreme Een spirit snake found out that they had killed the 10th sister, then he would be miserable. After all, this is the territory of the extremely Een spirit snake. About 7 or 8 days? The last time you came here seemed to be 5 days ago. The water snake thought for a long time before giving an uncertain answer. Prolonged loss of semen. His memory is also a little impaired. Doesn't that mean that in 2 or 3 days, there will be other extremely Een spirit snakes coming here? Yi Qing was shocked. This was his opportunity, but it also presented danger. Because he didn't know the level and strength of the extremely Een spirit snake. If we can't defeat them, we'll be in trouble. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Are the 8th and 9th sisters older?" "Bigger than you, but not much." The water snake answered honestly. Now he has regarded Yi Qing as his new master. "Answer whatever you ask. Then there is still a chance," Yi Qing said in his heart. He is about to accumulate enough evolution points. If only I could upgrade once or twice before the extremely Een spirit snake arrives. Then he would be sure. Thinking of this, Yi Qing also had an idea in his mind. At the same time, I had a simple plan in my mind. Then he asked some more questions. The water snake also answered one by one. But there is not much useful information. The only useful thing was learning that the 10th sister and other extremely Een spirit snakes had a mother who was the king of the entire Snake Mountain. All the snakes on Snake Mountain must obey her orders. But how strong is it? The water snake didn't know. He had only heard 10th sister mention it a few times. Yi Qing glanced at the water snake, pointed his tail at a corner of the cave, and said, "Go and stay over there." "Okay, master." The water snake agreed quickly and acted quickly. He went straight to the corner that Yi Qing pointed at and lay down. But the next second, he found many green vines emerging from the ground. The vines quickly climbed up his body and tied him tightly. "Sir, what is this?" The water snake looked at Yi Qing in confusion. "Don't ask. Just stay where I told you to." Yi Qing glared at him. If it weren't for keeping the water snake, it would be of some use. He would not go to so much trouble and would choose to kill it directly. The water snake shrank its head in fear and dared not look at Yi Qing again. Seeing this, Yi Qing no longer paid attention to the water snake. He has more important things to do. After retracting his gaze, he opened his mouth and began to devour the few small snakes that had just died in front of him. They are not big in size. Yi Qing also found it easy to eat. Ding, you devoured a level 3 little white snake. Evolution points plus 10. Ding, you devoured a level 3 little green snake. Evolution points plus 10. Ding, you devoured a level 3 purple snake. Evolution points plus 10. Evolution points 120 to 120. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? He only ate 3 and accumulated enough evolution points. But Yi Qing did not choose to evolve immediately. He came to the water snake. Raise your tail under its flattering gaze. Bang! A muffled sound. The water snake had no ability to resist and was hit on the head. He swallowed the letter and fainted. After finishing this, Yi Qing returned to the snake's nest. He said in his heart, "Evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of heat surged out of his body. These heat currents made him feel very comfortable. It's like soaking in a hot spring. After a moment, the warm feeling disappeared. His body size also grew again. It is 15 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The scales on its body are also smoother, and it looks like snake scales are covered with a layer of transparent keratin. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Green Ivy Parasite. Green Vine Parasitism. Consume spiritual energy to summon green vine seeds that can grow quickly. The seeds can be planted into the target's body to allow it to quickly absorb the target's power and grow. Name, Yi Qing. Race, green wood snake. Attribute, status, healthy. Realm, level 6. Talent, wood shadow hide, endless life. Spell, green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism. Abilities, binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint, energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points, 0/140. Note, a greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of a demon and is gifted in some aspects. After becoming a spirit snake, can I gain new spells by leveling up again? Yi Qing was delighted. Chapter 16, Spiritual Land. Yi Qing's mind moved. Release the green ivy parasite spell. The next second, a dozen oval green seeds appeared in front of him. The seeds are very small, only the size of a fingernail. He glanced at the dead snake on the ground. Immediately afterwards, green seeds flew out. Puff, puff, puff. A series of noises were heard. The seeds crushed the snake's scales and embedded themselves in its flesh. Growth! Yi Qing shouted in his heart. As soon as the words fell, the seeds sprouted and took root in the flesh and blood. The vines above are growing rapidly. Only a dozen seconds passed. The little snake's flesh and blood became shriveled, and its body became dry, turning into a mummy snake. The green vines that grew were exceptionally tall and exuded a strong breath of life. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. If he wanted, the green vine parasite could summon more green vine seeds. This is related to the amount of spiritual energy he consumes. In addition, the seeds are in a latent state after parasitism. Only his control can make it grow. There's a lot of flexibility. Yi Qing looked at the water snake in the corner, his eyes rolling. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. He called forth the seed again. They planted it on the unconscious water snake. In this case, if the water snake is disobedient, then he would let the seeds germinate and suck the water snake to death. It can also be considered a means of controlling water snakes. After doing this, he returned to the vicinity of the nest. It swallowed the remaining 4 little snakes into its stomach. Ding! You devoured a level 3 little yellow snake. Evolution points plus 5. Ding! You devoured a level 3 little red snake. Evolution points plus 5. Current evolution points 20 of 140. As expected, after upgrading, he devoured monsters of the same level, and the gains from evolutionary points decreased again. Yi Qing had expected this and was not surprised. He lay in the snake's nest, taking a short rest while checking the surrounding environment on the map. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. His eyes fell on the outside of the cave. Where's the strange fog? It should be dark at this time. Yi Qing was shocked. At this time, it was dim outside and visibility was not high. But compared to the pitch-black darkness when the strange fog rose, it was much better. Moreover, when he looked outside, there was no message prompt about the strange fog. This means that there is no strange fog on Snake Mountain at all. Is there something special about this place? Yi Qing wondered. Then he opened the search engine. Type in the search box. Why is there no strange fog on Snake Mountain? Result. Snake Mountain is a small spiritual place with low-level spiritual veins underground. The spiritual veins emit spiritual energy that can dispel the strange fog. Small spiritual land? Spiritual vein? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that he no longer has to fear the strange fog and can go out to find food at night? He then searched for a few more questions. I also thoroughly understood what spiritual lands and spiritual veins are. Spiritual veins are divided into low, medium, high, and top-grade spiritual veins, and the corresponding levels of spiritual lands are small spiritual lands, medium spiritual lands, large spiritual lands, and heavenly spiritual lands. The larger the spiritual vein, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy it emits. The more conducive it is for demons to practice. Therefore, spiritual veins are often occupied by powerful demons. In addition, spiritual stones can also be mined from spiritual veins. Spirit stones contain a large amount of spiritual power. Absorbing the spiritual power from spirit stones for cultivation will have better effects than simply absorbing spiritual energy. The low-level spirit stones he needed to evolve the wind with spirit snake were produced by low-level spirit veins. Thinking of this, Yi Qing looked deep into the ground, trying to find the location of the spiritual vein. But after searching for a long time, there was no trace of the spiritual vein. After he upgraded to level 6, the range of the map had reached 300 meters. It is not visible on the map for two reasons. First, there was no spiritual vein where he was, as the spiritual vein was deeper in Snake Mountain. The second reason is that the map has not been explored deeply enough, and the spiritual veins are in deeper places. There's no rush for this. We can take our time, Yi Qing murmured. Anyway, there must be a spiritual vein under Snake Mountain, and the spiritual vein will not grow legs and run away on its own. Be patient. You will find it. The top priority is to improve our strength as quickly as possible, to deal with the 8th sister and 9th sister who might arrive at any time. Suddenly, Yi Qing was stunned. Turn around and look deeper into the cave. There was actually a hidden cave. If he didn't have a 3D map that allowed him to view all the nearby places in 360 degrees, he might not have noticed it. Because the entrance is blocked. From the outside, there is no obvious difference from other places on the ground. Yi Qing moved closer. It was discovered that there was a huge stone slab above the cave entrance. After confirming that there was no danger in the cave, he lifted his tail and pushed the slab away. A passage that leaks out from under the stone slab and extends diagonally downward. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and went straight in. The passage is not long, only about 30 meters in length. He successfully reached the cave without much effort. The cave floor is less than 100 meters in size and has an irregular shape, with many stone spikes protruding from the ground. Only the ground on the west side is slightly flat. There are still some black snake scales left on it. Is this the place where the extremely Yin spirit snake practices? Yi Qing had a guess in his mind. Next to the ground, he saw a stone pit with many fruits piled in it. Among them was the Xingyang fruit that he was familiar with. What a good thing! Yi Qing was happy. In his eyes, these things are all evolutionary points. Name, young fruit. Quality, level 4. Effect, greatly increased sperm. Note, this fruit is exclusive to snakes with kidney deficiency. Asterisk, name, Yin fruit. Quality, level 5. Effect, long-term consumption can give your spiritual power an Yin and cold attribute. Note, a rare spiritual fruit that grows in dark and humid places. Asterisk, Yi Qing looked at all the spiritual fruits and confirmed that they were non-toxic. He also started eating. He stuffed spiritual fruits of various colors and sizes into his stomach. Ding, you swallowed the 4th level Yangsheng fruit, evolution points plus 5. Ding, you devoured a level 5 Yin fruit, evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 120 of 140. By the time he stopped, his evolution points had reached 120. Only 20 points left to evolve and upgrade again. Yi Qing was so happy that he could hardly stop smiling. This surprise came too suddenly. I just ate too much Xinjiang fruit. My tail feels swollen and a bit uncomfortable. But he didn't care. Just be patient with this. We can't let him go outside to look for water snakes, can we? They are all male snakes. He can't do that. Huh? What's that smell? After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Qing suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance. He followed the smell. Finally, his eyes fell on a small stone pit in the corner of the cave. The stone pit is only as big as a basketball. There is some milky white liquid in it. That fragrance comes from the liquid inside. Name: Lingru. Quality low. Effect: taking it directly can increase your spiritual power by a small amount. Note: the spiritual energy emitted from the spiritual vein combines with the moisture in the rock over a long period of time. The older it is, the more spiritual energy it contains, and the better the effect of increasing spiritual power. Chapter 17: Swallowing Spiritual Milk. Spiritual milk? Can it increase spiritual power? If I eat it, it should also increase my evolution points, right? Yi Qing looked at the spiritual milk in the small pit in front of him and felt happy. He took a tentative sip. It tastes sweet, like milk. Ding. You swallowed low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points +5. Current evolution points 125/140. Grass. Just a small bite increased that much? Yi Qing was immediately shocked. This is equivalent to the level 3 snake he just swallowed. This is just one bite. There are more in the stone pit. It means he can get more evolution points. Yi Qing looked at the remaining spiritual milk in front of him, his eyes shining. He stuck his mouth directly into the stone pit and drank from it in big gulps. Gulp! Gulp! Ding! You swallowed low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points +5. Ding! You swallowed low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points +5. Ding! You swallowed low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points +5. Evolution points 140/140. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? After taking a few bites, Yi Qing received a hint that he could evolve. He stopped, and there was still a small amount of spiritual milk left in the stone pit. Evolution, Yi Qing said in a deep voice in his heart. The next second, a strong heat surged out of his body, nourishing his body, bones, flesh, and blood. Click, click, his size grew again. By the time the heat flow disappeared, his body length had reached 20 meters. The width is also 2 meters. The scales on the body became crystal clear like jade. There is a transparent cuticle outside the scales, which looks very hard. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell. Qingmujia. Greenwood armor. Consume spiritual energy to generate greenwood armor on the body surface to protect oneself. Name: Yi Qing. Race: greenwood snake. Attribute: status: healthy. Realm: level 7. Talent: wood shadow hide, endless life. Spells: green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, greenwood armor. Abilities: binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint, energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points 0/160. Note: a greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of becoming a demon and has some strength. It is gifted in some aspects. Whoosh whoosh. The surge of power in his body made Yi Qing feel excited. He looked at a conical stone pillar protruding from the ground next to him. The tail slammed towards that side. Bang! A muffled sound. The stone pillar shattered and was smashed into pieces. Yi Qing's tail was intact. He couldn't even feel any pain. The strength and physique are much stronger than before. Then he had an idea. Rich spiritual energy surged out of his body and quickly gathered and took shape on his body surface. In an instant, a layer of scales made of green would appear on his body. It was like he had an extra layer of scale armor for protection. Moreover, this greenwood armor fits his body perfectly and is very flexible, and does not affect his own movements. The sense of security is full, and yes, Yi Qing was very satisfied with this spell. He dispersed the spell, then continued to drink the spiritual milk. Ding! You swallowed low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points +3. After drinking up the spiritual milk, he accumulated another 9 evolution points. If only there were more spiritual milk. Yi Qing licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. He looked up at a stalactite protruding above the stone pit. The spiritual milk drips from it, but the speed is very slow. It will take a lot of time to fill the stone pit again. Yi Qing reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He checked the cave carefully again. After confirming that there are no other omissions, he came to the entrance of the cave and recovered the stone slab above. Then returned to the cave again and climbed up the stone platform. Soon, sleepiness came over him, and Yi Qing, who had been busy all day, slowly closed his eyes. Asterisk. The next day, early morning, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. I just feel refreshed. In the past, he lived in an underground cave, which was small and damp. In the past, even when I fell asleep, I was always worried and tense in my dreams. Worried about the weird things that might enter the cave at any time. Where is the cave? It's comfortable here. Moreover, the cave is well hidden, so he can rest in peace. This was the best resting night for him since he came into this world. If only it could always be like this. Yi Qing sighed in his heart. I also know that this is only temporary. There are still dangers out there. My strength is still too weak. Yi Qing felt a sense of urgency. Only strong power can maintain this hard-earned peace. He took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts. Then climb out of the cave and come to the cave above. At this time, the water snake had woken up. Hearing the noise, he looked towards the exit of the cave. Seeing Yi Qing, who had grown much bigger, he opened his mouth in surprise. There was a human look of shock in his eyes. Master, why are you so rough? Get out! I told you I'm not your master. Yi Qing gave him a cold look. He only likes females to call him master. I always feel something is weird when Xiong calls him that. He wasn't very adaptable. There was a look of grievance in the water snake's eyes. She looks just like a young wife who has been wronged. He was just asking, why did I get scolded? Master, you are so fierce. The water snake looked like it was about to cry. Tears welled up in my eyes. Yi Qing felt a toothache when he saw this. How could he meet such a sissy snake? Shut up. If you call me master again, I'll eat you. Yi Qing said viciously. The water snake shrank its neck in fear. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Qing carefully and whispered, Then what should I call you? Look at the cautious look of the water snake. Yi Qing sighed heavily in his heart. He frowned and said, Call me boss. Okay, boss. Boss, my name is Xiao Shui. The water snake said happily. Yi Qing was helpless. He always felt that there was something wrong with the water snake's brain. It feels a bit unintelligent. Could it be that this kid has inhaled strange fog and his IQ has dropped? Shaked his head. Yi Qing looked at the water snake and threatened it. I have poisoned your body. You must obey my orders completely from now on, or I will kill you. Do you understand? Okay, boss. The water snake agreed happily. He didn't realize at all that he was poisoned. Aren't you afraid? Yi Qing stared. Boss, you saved me. So my life belongs to you. The water snake said happily, spitting out its tongue. It's just like a pug trying to please its owner. Seeing the water snake like this, Yi Qing couldn't bear to continue threatening him. Don't hit a smiling dog. I had no choice but to remind him. Don't ever mention what happened yesterday again. If the 8th and 9th sisters come over in a few days, don't say a word and let me handle them. Do you understand? The purpose of keeping Xiao Shui was to dispel the vigilance of the other two extremely mean spirit snakes. This is to prevent them from becoming alert and making it difficult to deal with them. Don't worry, boss. I understand. The water snake nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The attitude is impeccable. Yi Qing felt a little relieved when he saw this. No matter what, just be obedient. Chapter 18, Easy to Win. 2 days later, Yi Qing looked at the water snake in front of him with a flattering look on his face and nodded with satisfaction. After 2 days of observation, he was sure. The water snake has a bit of a masochistic personality. The harsher I am to him, the happier he is, and the more obedient he will be. For this reason, he has beaten the water snake many times in the past 2 days. Conquer it completely. The water spirit snake now obeys his every word. Did you remember everything I told you? Yi Qing said in a serious voice. Remember, don't worry, boss. I will never do anything bad. The water snake almost patted its chest to make the promise. Yeah. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked towards the entrance of the cave. There, 2 huge snakes crawled in side by side from outside. She also wore a wreath of woven flowers on her head. Name, Extreme Een Spirit Snake. Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 6. Asterisk. Name, Extreme Een Spirit Snake. Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 7. One is level 6, the other is level 7. There's a chance. Yi Qing was delighted. Yi Qing is determined to get the gallbladders of these two extremely mean spirit snakes. When the two extremely mean spirit snakes saw Yi Qing lying on the nest, they both showed doubt in their eyes. After just over a week of not seeing each other, where did their 10th sister find such a thick and big green snake? This is much larger than their own pet snake. Such a big green snake must have plenty of sperm, right? The two snakes looked at each other and saw greed in each other's eyes. Inba turned around, looked at Yi Qing, and asked in confusion, where did the 10th sister go? The three sisters agreed to share their pet snake every 8 days. Today, it is 10th sister's turn. Logically speaking, it should be waiting for them in the nest. But not now. 8th sister, 9th sister, 10th sister went out to look for spiritual fruit this morning and has not returned yet. But she reminded us before she left and mentioned that you would come. Let the two of us entertain you for now. She will be back later. Yi Qing answered politely. He also stretched out his snake tail and pointed at the water snake beside him. The water snake nodded vigorously in cooperation. Okay, let's get started. Inba chuckled and nodded. Then it twisted its snake body and came closer. What the hell? Yi Qing was shocked. What's going on? Is it so direct? It still starts at 0 frames. He was prepared for any possible situation. But it took 2 full days to prepare. I even rehearsed it with Xiao Shui more than a dozen times. Now they're all useless. I've been overthinking it. The demon's thoughts seem to be quite simple, completely different from those of humans. Yi Qing reflected. Next time he encounters this situation, he will be able to deal with it better. But this is also a good thing. It can reduce trouble and accidents. In Jiu, who was behind, looked at Inba with envy, then crawled towards the water snake with disgust. Although the water snake is not bad, it is much worse than the green snake. But it's better than nothing. It's good to absorb some essence first. When 8th sister is almost done, she will go look for the big green snake. There's still plenty of time anyway. It doesn't matter what time it takes. And judging from the big green snake's sturdy body, it should be able to hold on for a long time. If the water spirit snake knew what Injio was thinking, I guess he would crawl into the ground out of shame. Injio stopped in front of the water snake. The next second, black mist emerged from his body and covered the water snake. The water snake was affected, its body temperature rose, and its eyes became hot. When Injio saw this, he knew that the time was almost right. Also entered the black fog. Soon, the loud sound of snake scales rubbing against each other was heard from inside. On the other side, Inba, who was close to Shi Yao, stretched out his snake tail and gently hooked Yi Qing's tail. The moment he touched Yi Qing, he was very surprised. They, a clan of extremely mean spirit snakes, are extremely sensitive to the essence of demons. The essence contained in the body of the big green snake in front of her was something she had never seen before. If she could practice with the big green snake for a long time, she would definitely be able to break through quickly and improve her realm. I can discuss it with my 10th sister later and borrow her for a few days. At worst, I can give her some benefits in exchange. Inba thought to himself. The value of a large green snake is even greater than the sum of all the pet snakes in her nest. The next second, black mist emanated from her body and surrounded Yi Qing. Yi Qing held his breath to prevent the black mist from affecting him, but on the surface he still pretended to be hit in order to confuse Inba. Inba had no doubts and eagerly dived into the black fog. Over time, it's just a few minutes, the water snake gradually couldn't hold on any longer. After all, he is only level 4, which is a huge gap from Injio's level. It couldn't withstand Injio's absorption at all. Finally, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Waste. Injio felt very unhappy when he saw the fainted water spirit snake. The water snake was even more terrible than she had imagined. What is not waste? When 10th sister comes back, let her kill this garbage snake. Injio was filled with resentment. Then she looked up at Yi Qing. It twisted its snake body and came closer. Yi Qing was speechless when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the water spirit snake could capture one of the extremely mean spirit snakes and make it lose its combat effectiveness. But I didn't expect it to be so unbearable. Not only could he not hold on, he even fainted. He lives up to the name of Sissy Snake that I gave him. Fortunately, he has great talent. Endless Life can continuously restore his physical strength, replenish his physical losses, keep him in a good condition at all times. Otherwise, he wanted to take advantage of the Qing spirit snake's weakness to dig out its gallbladder. The level of danger will increase significantly. With the joining of Ninth Sister, Qing also began to concentrate and respond. Asterisk. Time passes quickly. An hour later, Qing looked at the two extremely Qing spirit snakes that had fainted in front of him and felt a little surprised. He knows he is strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Normally, the extremely Qing spirit snake would only become weak after absorbing the essence of Yang. The current situation is because the two of them are over-demanding. I'm full and still want more. It's like a child who has encountered a delicious meal and wants to eat a few more bites. Now, he ate too much and couldn't bear it, so he fainted. This saves a lot of trouble. Qing was satisfied. At this moment, in his eyes, the two extremely Qing spirit snakes were in a state of unconsciousness. The next second, he opened his mouth and bit towards Eighth Sister's vital spot. Phew! The sharp snake fangs pierced into Eighth Sister's heart. A large amount of blood gushed out. After his body twitched a few times, he completely lost his breath. He died very peacefully. Next, Qing followed the same method and bit another extremely Qing spirit snake to death. Let them die in happiness. It can be considered as doing one good deed a day. Qing licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and murmured in his heart. Chapter 19, An Accident Happened. Boss is so awesome. The water spirit snake that woke up nearby was filled with admiration when it saw Qing fighting two extremely Qing spirit snakes alone and knocking them out and killing them. Only such a strong man is worthy of being the boss of his little group. Qing looked at the corpse of the extremely Qing spirit snake in front of him and hesitated for a moment. It stretched out its tail, wrapped around the two women's bodies, and dragged them toward the entrance to the underground cave. Crash! The corpse pressed against the ground, driving up the gravel and leaving a clear mark on the ground. Soon, Qing arrived at the entrance of the cave. After removing the stone slab on the entrance, he also successfully entered the underground cave with the corpse. Don't forget to cover the stone slab again. After all, this is the territory of the extremely Qing spirit snake. Other snakes could come in at any time. It is better to hide inside the cave and not be easily discovered. Even if other snakes come in, he will have time to react. Inside the cave, Qing skillfully bit through the belly of the extremely Qing spirit snake and took out the snake's gallbladder. Then, biting the snake gall, he carefully went to the depths of the cave, hide it in a deep pit dug in advance. Now, he has collected 3 snake gallbladders, which brings him one step closer to evolution. After doing this, he returned to the body. The snake opened its mouth wide, bit the head of an extremely Qing spirit snake, and swallowed it into its body. Real snake kiss. His sharp fangs hooked onto the flesh and blood, speeding up the process of devouring it into his body. In just 2 minutes, an extremely evil spirit snake entered his stomach. Ding! You devoured the 6th level extreme Qing spirit snake. Evolution points plus 30. Current evolution points 39 to 160. Without pausing, he continued to devour another extremely Qing spirit snake. Still the same way. Eat from scratch. However, this extremely Qing spirit snake is only level 7 and is relatively large in size, so it is a bit difficult to eat. It will take a bit longer. 2 minutes later, Qing only swallowed half of it. At this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. He looked at the edge of the map with a little surprise. There actually appeared a gigantic and extremely evil spirit snake. It twisted its tail and moved quickly through the woods. Looking at the direction it was moving, it seemed to be the direction of the cave where he was. Qing suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. It can't be such a coincidence, right? He had just killed 2 extremely Qing spirit snakes when other extremely Qing spirit snakes came. Isn't his luck so bad? If he finds out what you were doing, find yourself. Then he is in danger. Before he devoured the corpse of the extremely Qing spirit snake in front of him, his fighting power was greatly affected. Although the extremely Qing spirit snake outside was only level 7, the same level as him. But in his current state, he is most likely no match for his opponent. What you fear is bound to come true. Now, he could only pray that the extremely evil spirit snake outside would come in slowly. A minute later, the extremely Qing spirit snake crawled into the cave. At this time, Shiryao still had 1/4 of the body to devour. Give me another minute, and it will be devoured in 1 minute. Qing was feeling uneasy. Inside the cave, Inchi looked at the bloodstains in the cave nest and frowned. He looked at the water spirit snake beside him and asked, "Where's the 10th sister? Where did she go? Also, what's with the blood on the ground?" The water snake secretly glanced at Inchi. He did not answer. The boss said that we cannot talk to the extremely Een spirit snake today. He has to be obedient. When Inchi saw the appearance of the water snake, his eyes became fierce. He asked, "I'm asking you a question? Answer me." The water snake huddled in the corner, still silent. He couldn't speak without the boss's order. Inchi was confused and didn't understand what happened to the water snake. Is it a stupid snake? Inchi guessed in his heart. On Snake Mountain, some snakes came up from the foot of the mountain. Before entering Snake Mountain, they had all inhaled some strange fog, and their consciousness might have been affected. By observing the water snake's expression, she felt that this was most likely the case. After realizing that the snake in front of him was mentally ill, she was too lazy to argue with it. Instead, he looked at the bloodstains next to the snake's nest. She lowered her head and moved closer to sniff. My heart trembled. This is actually the blood of their extremely Een spirit snake. Could it be that 10th sister is injured? Inchi thought secretly. She continued to look around and soon found traces of dragging on the ground. Following the traces, she found the entrance to the cave. 10th sister, are you hurt? Inchi asked loudly. But after waiting for a long time, no sound came from inside. Worried about her sister, she lifted her snake's tail to lift the stone slab and go in to check. But at this moment, a translucent rope wrapped around her body. Inchi looked over subconsciously. It turned out to be the water rope thrown by the water snake. At this time, the water snake was biting the water rope with its mouth, trying to drag her away from the cave. "What are you doing?" Inchi asked sternly. She didn't understand the water snake's behavior, but her inquiry was doomed to receive no response. Because without Yi Qing's order, the water snake would not speak. Seeing that the water spirit snake still didn't speak, Inchi completely lost his patience. She lifted the snake's tail and smashed it on the water rope. Puff! With a slight sound, the water rope broke directly. The inertia of the broken water rope caused the water snake to crash backwards. It can be seen how much effort he put in, but Inchi didn't even look at the water spirit snake. The tail of the snake continued to fall. With a bang, the slab was lifted. She didn't hesitate. She just lowered her head and went in. The water snake behind shook its head and straightened its upper body again. Seeing Inchi enter the cave, he suddenly became anxious. The boss is still down there. Moreover, the boss specifically reminded us yesterday not to let anyone enter that cave. He would stop it even if he died. The water snake opened its mouth and spit out water rope again, wrapping around Inchi's still exposed tail. Bang! But under Inchi's tremendous strength, the water rope was stretched straight and broken. The water snake's teeth were broken and blood was oozing from its mouth. But even so, he still didn't give up. He swallowed the water rope again and tried to pull Inchi. But due to the huge gap in strength, it was too late. Inchi successfully drilled into the entrance of the cave. The water snake also rushed in desperation. Yi Qing, who was in the cave, saw everything on the map. It's really stupid. Seeing the water snake's actions, Yi Qing sighed. He squeezed his jaw hard and swallowed the corpse completely into his stomach. If it weren't for the time wasted by the water snake, it's possible that he won't be able to finish eating the corpse. Ding! You devoured the 7th level extremely Een spirit snake. Evolution points plus 60. Licked the corner of his mouth. Yi Qing's mind moved, and the green wooden armor immediately covered his entire body. Then he swam quickly to the entrance of the cave and waited. The extremely Een spirit snake outside has already discovered some traces. In order to keep the secret from being exposed, he had no choice but to kill this extremely evil spirit snake. Estimating the time in my mind, at the moment when the head of the extremely Een spirit snake was about to emerge from the cave, Yi Qing activated his explosive ability, squeezed himself, and his strength skyrocketed in an instant. He raised his tail, and the tail blade smashed down directly. Swish! The tail blade cut through the air and slashed towards the snake head that had just emerged from the hole. Chapter 20, Leaf Bag. Inchi was shocked when he heard the sound of breaking air. Quickly looked towards where the sound came from. A thick green tail quickly enlarged before her eyes. She only had time to avoid the vital points before she was hit hard. Bang! Her body trembled and blood flowed from her mouth. The internal organs suffered serious injuries. The scales of the hip part were shattered and bloody. But she also took this opportunity to enter the cave completely. She immediately took a defensive stance and looked at the large green snake that attacked her. He asked coldly, "Who are you? Where is my 10th sister?" But obviously, the other party had no intention of explaining, but continued to attack. A large number of green vines emerged from under her and were about to climb up her body. This also made her shocked and angry. This is the territory of the extremely spirit snakes. How dare the other party? How dare you attack her? Aren't you afraid of being discovered and killed here? Could it be another stupid snake outside that inhaled the strange fog? She thought to herself. But now is not the time to think about that. She quickly swung her body away from the green vines. At the same time, he looked at the big green snake rushing towards him, took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and exhaled. Rustle. A large amount of cold wind flew out of her mouth and rolled towards the big green snake that was rushing towards her. Seeing that the big green snake did not dodge, a cold light appeared in her eyes. She was very clear about the power of her own spells. Even the hardest rocks can be blown away by the cold wind, not to mention the flesh and blood of demons. She could already foresee the scene of the big green snake in front of her having a layer of flesh and blood scraped off. What a stupid snake, she thought to herself. I became a little more certain about my guess just now. The result was just as she expected. The green scales on the big green snake were scraped off. Then, the jade-like snake scales underneath were revealed. Why is there another layer of snake scales? Second layer of skin? In-Chi was surprised. This was completely different from what she expected, but it's still shocking. Her reaction was not slow either. He suddenly raised his tail and smashed it towards the big green snake. The snake's tail turned into a black shadow and smashed down at an incredible speed. Bang! It collided heavily with the big green snake's tail. Her body trembled. Puff! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were damaged again, and his injuries worsened. The big green snake's strength was much greater than hers. Although she didn't want to admit it, the big green snake was indeed stronger than her. She subconsciously looked towards the cave exit, looking for an opportunity to escape. If she continues to stay here, she will probably die here. She doesn't want to die yet. But at this moment, the big green snake rushed towards her again. During the process, more than a dozen green objects that looked like stones were shot at her. She dared not neglect it. Blow out the cold wind again to resist. Rustle. Most of the green stones were blown away. Cough. But at this moment, she felt a sweet taste in her throat and a trace of blood flowed out, and the spell was forced to be interrupted. The continuous use of spells affected the injuries in her body. Phew! 2 green stones directly broke through her snake scales and embedded into her flesh, causing blood to flow out. But she couldn't care less, because the big green snake had already rushed in front of her. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! In-Chi raised his snake's tail and collided violently with the big green snake. Her injuries became more serious. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Bang! After another collision, she took the opportunity to distance herself. Suddenly, her heart sank. He looked at the 2 green stones that had just been embedded in his flesh. At this time, the stone has broken open and green vine seedlings have grown out of it. She could feel that the roots of these 2 little creatures had taken root in her flesh and were sucking her blood. This is not a stone at all. It's clearly green vine seeds. If this continues, all her blood will be sucked dry. She turned her head suddenly, opened her snake mouth, and bit the green vine seeds, trying to tear them off her body. Phew! She bit the green vine seed and pulled it off with force, bringing out a large piece of flesh and blood wrapped in the roots. 2 huge bloody holes appeared on her body. Bang! At this moment, a green shadow hit her head heavily. A huge wound appeared on her snake head and blood gushed out. It dyed her eyes red. Her vision became blurry. This drove her completely crazy. He opened his mouth and blew out the cold wind again. Bang! But the next second, she felt a pain in her head again, and her consciousness came to an abrupt end, completely plunged into darkness. Qing looked at the extremely spirit snake that was completely motionless on the ground. At this point, her state had turned into death. Call! He exhaled slowly, dispersing the explosion, although the explosive ability can greatly enhance his strength. But there will be a period of weakness and recovery afterwards. With his current strength, he can probably maintain the explosive state for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you will enter a weak state. Moreover, the burst cannot be used a second time within a short period of time. Therefore, when we first attacked the extremely Yin spirit snake, his plan was to end the battle quickly and decisively. But to his surprise, the extremely Yin spirit snake couldn't even last 2 minutes. Just died. Is she too weak? Or am I too strong? Yi Qing shook his head, not knowing whose problem it was. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that he won. The other person is dead. Boss, are you okay? The water snake came out of the cave late and saw the blood on Yi Qing's body and asked with concern. Yi Qing glanced at him. This time, there was no scolding. Although the water snake was a little stupid. But this time it really helped him. Boss, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? The water spirit snake was a little confused when he saw Yi Qing like this. Did he get hurt in the brain and become stupid? Yi Qing's its taichet. Resist the urge to kill the water snake on the spot. He took a deep breath and ordered, I'm fine. Go out and clean up the traces outside. Oh, okay, boss. When the water snake heard Yi Qing speak, it felt relieved. The boss is still the familiar boss. He turned and crawled back into the hole, heading back toward the cave above. After sending the water snake away, Yi Qing set his eyes on the corpse in front of him. Look at the small green bag under its belly. The bag was only the size of 2 human palms and was tied to the snake's body with a rope, making it inconspicuous on the corpse. If he hadn't observed carefully, he might not have been able to see it. Name, leaf bag. Quality low. Effect, store items. Note, the leaves of the leaf demon are tough and not easily damaged. In addition, they have a small space inside that can isolate the outside world to a certain extent and are often used by demons to carry items. Good stuff. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. With this leaf bag, he can carry his things with him, instead of digging holes and burying them everywhere. There's also the issue of corruption to worry about. Wanting this, he quickly took off the leaf bag. He opened the string that tied the bag tightly and poured out everything inside. Chapter 21. Greenwood Spikes. Crash. The contents of the leaf bag fell to the ground. Yang ising fruit, extramin fruit. There are about a dozen kinds of spiritual fruits. In addition, there are 2 walnut-sized translucent stones. There's a faint white light flowing inside the stone, which looks a bit mysterious. Name, Wind Spirit Stone. Quality low. Effect, greatly increased spiritual power. Note, a kind of mineral containing spiritual power in the spiritual land, which is of great help to the cultivation of demons. Is this thing the Spirit Stone? Yi Qing rolled up the Spirit Stone and looked at it carefully. The Spirit Stone is icy cool and feels pretty good to the touch. Moreover, he could sense the flow of spiritual energy inside. Low-level wind spirit stones are the materials needed to evolve the windwood spirit snake. He originally wanted to find the spiritual vein on Snake Mountain by himself and dig it secretly. I didn't expect to get the spirit stone in advance in this way. But there are only 2 pieces, which is not enough. But he is not in a hurry. There are level requirements for evolving the windwood snake. He needs to upgrade to level 10 first. He is only level 7 at the moment, so he has plenty of time to collect. Gathering his thoughts, he looked inside the leaf bag. He found that the space inside was not as big as he had imagined. That is the size of a square. But for him, it is barely enough for the time being. He went deep into the cave, took out the snake gall, and stored it in a bile bag. Then he returned to the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake. Bite through the belly of the extremely Yin spirit snake and take out its gallbladder. Also put it into the leaf bag. Then tie the bag tightly and tie it around yourself. 4. Yi Qing patted the leaf bag on his chest, feeling somewhat proud. In just 2 or 3 days, he collected so many snake galls. To be honest, he was very satisfied with his performance. He looked at the map and found no danger in the area. He set his eyes on the corpse of the Jin spirit snake, opened his mouth, bit the Jin spirit snake's head, and began to devour it. Now he has killed 4 extremely Yin spirit snakes. Sooner or later, the truth will be revealed. Before exposing himself, he must increase his strength as much as possible to deal with possible dangers. For minutes later, the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake also completely entered his stomach. Ding! You devoured the 7th level extremely Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 60. Current evolution points 159/160. Fuck! How come it's just this close? Yi Qing cursed in his heart. This is too disgusting, snake. If I hadn't just poured out some spiritual fruits from the leaf bag. He really broke through? Who understands the pain of being just a little bit short of leveling up? He rolled up the young rising fruit beside him with his tail. Swallow it into your stomach. Ding, you swallowed the third level Yangsheng fruit. Evolution points +2. Evolution points 160/160. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Evolution, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. The next moment, the familiar heat flow appeared again, nourishing his flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs. Click, click. His bones became thicker and heavier. Muscles become tougher and stronger. After a moment, the heat flow disappeared. His body also suddenly expanded from 20 meters to 30 meters. The body width reaches 3 meters. At this moment, he was coiled there, like a small mound of earth more than 10 meters high. Bang! The rocks beneath him could not withstand his strength and were crushed directly. In addition to the changes in body shape, the scales on his body also became more crystal clear and thicker. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Greenwood Ground Spike. Greenwood Spikes. Consume spiritual energy to summon greenwood spikes from the ground to attack the enemy. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Greenwood Snake. Attribute, status, healthy. Realm, level 8. Talent, Wood Shadow Hide, Endless Life. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Thorns. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution points, 0/180. Note, a greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of becoming a demon and has some strength. Aoki Ground Spike? Yi Qing's heart moved. Look at the ground not far away. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, more than a dozen spikes pierced through the rock and emerged from the ground without warning. This power? Yi Qing was a little surprised. With such power, it should be easy to pierce the snake scales. Moreover, the instantaneous fluctuation when this spell is released is very small and difficult to detect, making it very suitable for sneak attacks. He tried to release the greenwood ground spikes several times and became thoroughly familiar with the use of this spell. Yi Qing stopped. Then he ate all the remaining spiritual fruits on the ground. Ding! You swallowed the level 5 extreme Yin fruit. Evolution points +5. Ding! You swallowed a level 5 Songyang fruit. Evolution points +5. After eating all the spiritual fruits, he gained another 30 evolution points. At this time, there were only 2 low-level wind spirit stones left on the ground. He had 2 choices. One was to keep the spirit stone for use during evolution. The second is to eat the spirit stones now to improve your strength and collect them later. Yi Qing pondered for a moment and decided to eat the spirit stone first. After all, to evolve the Windwood Spirit Snake, he needs to reach level 10 first. So for now, upgrading is still a priority. In addition, after his strength increases, it will be easier to obtain these things. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit stone into his stomach. The spirit stone is icy cold and has no taste. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points +20. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points +20. Current evolution points 7180. 20 o'clock? Yi Qing was stunned. This number is a bit too much. The evolution points provided by the 3 spirit stones are equivalent to the 7th level extremely Yin spirit snake just now. It would be great if we could find the spiritual stone vein under Snake Mountain. Yi Qing was thinking in his heart. Having gained the benefit, he once again set his sights on the spiritual vein. This spirit stone is so fragrant. If he could get a large amount of spirit stones, he would definitely be able to quickly improve his realm and reach level 10 in a short period of time. But how to find the spiritual vein is a problem. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he came to the stone pit where the spiritual milk was stored. Spiritual milk is formed over a long period of time after the spiritual energy emitted from the spiritual vein combines with the moisture in the rock. This means that the source of the spiritual milk must be near the spiritual vein. So he planned to investigate in the direction where the spiritual milk was flowing. He focused his consciousness on the map and began to look upwards. After he upgraded, the range of the searcher map was expanded again. Reached 600 meters. Everything within a 600-meter radius with him, as the center, is clearly displayed on the map. He could clearly see the cracks in the rocks through which the spiritual milk flowed. The gap extends all the way to the edge of the map and is still there. It seems that we have to go out to the mountains to look for it. Yi Qing murmured. The gap on the map extends towards the top of the mountain. Therefore, he guessed that the spiritual vein was most likely at the top of the mountain. After roughly determining the location of the spiritual vein, he did not act immediately. Because it will be dark soon, some things are easier to do after dark. Chapter 22, Discovering the Spiritual Vein. It's getting dark. At the entrance of the cave, a green snake head emerged and crawled quickly towards the top of the mountain. It's Yi Qing. He had already explored the atmosphere within 600 meters on the map, so he could travel quickly and safely. He didn't slow down until he reached an area he hadn't explored. He searched upwards in the opposite direction of the flow of the spiritual milk underground. On the way, he took advantage of the night and carefully avoided some nearby snake holes. He walked forward and finally stopped at a place halfway up the mountain. Finally found it! Yi Qing suppressed the excitement in his heart. Deep underground, he successfully discovered the source of the spiritual milk. And about a few dozen meters away from the spiritual milk is the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein looks like a stone pillar, about 2 or 3 meters thick at the end. What he found should be the edge of the spiritual vein, and he could see that the spiritual vein was still extending towards the top of the mountain. How do we dig out the spirit stone? The spiritual vein was found, but Yi Qing was worried about how to dig the spiritual stones out of the ground. The depth of the spiritual vein is at least 200 meters. There was no way he could dig at such a deep place. After Yi Qing pondered for a moment, he began to move near the spirit vein. I want to find a place closer to the spiritual vein. Suddenly he stopped, looking towards a cave not far away. According to his investigation, there was actually a hollow mezzanine in this cave. After entering the mezzanine, one was very close to the spiritual vein. Yi Qing concentrated his mind and looked inside the cave. Everything else in there can be ignored. But deep in the cave, there is a gigantic and extremely mean spirit snake. There are more than a dozen black snake eggs on her body. Hatching eggs? Yi Qing was stunned. Name: Extreme Een Spirit Snake. Status: Weak. Realm: Level 9. Talent: Absorbing Yang and Een. Spells: Een Feng, Windblade. Weaknesses: 1. 7 inches below the head. 2. After absorbing a large amount of essence in Yang, the body will become weak. Note: during pregnancy, the extremely Een snake becomes weak, sensitive, irritable, and hates the opposite sex. Do not provoke it easily. Level 9? And there's an additional spell, Windblade. After Yi Qing saw the information about the extreme Een spirit snake, he felt a little heavy in his heart. This was the first time he saw the extremely Een spirit snake with 2 spells. Moreover, the level of this extremely Een spirit snake is 1 level higher than his. It's not so easy to kill it. But the spiritual vein is right in front of him. Why would he just give up? He was not very willing. In addition, this extremely Een spirit snake must have laid eggs not long ago and is still in a weak period. If he really takes action, he is not completely without a chance. Fortune comes from risk. Take a chance, and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Yi Qing was furious. He glanced at a big green tree next to the cave, and a plan instantly emerged in his mind. Then he returned to his cave and called out the water snake. Take him with you to the outside of the cave of the extremely Een spirit snake. Boss, what are we doing here? Asked the water snake curiously. He rested well in the cave, enjoying the rare time when he was not exhausted. I was suddenly pulled here by the boss. Shut up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ye Vink scolded. Then he raised his tail and pointed at the entrance of the cave and ordered, There is a spirit snake in here. Go over and throw stones at it. If it chases you, run away. Run to this big tree. Boss, why? After seeing Yi Qing's stern look, the water snake wisely did not continue asking. Boss, then I'll go. Roll. Okay. The water snake twisted its tail happily and crawled into the cave. I feel so happy in my heart. The harsher the boss scolds, the more he likes him. He must perform well and not let the boss down. After a moment, he also saw the extremely Een spirit snake in the cave at a glance. The moment he saw her, the water snake felt his body trembling subconsciously. This is too big. If I provoke her, won't I be eaten? Don't shake. We still have to run soon. He shouted in his heart, trying to calm himself down. Don't be afraid, Xiao Shui. The boss is outside. We just need to lead her out. Xiao Shui needs to be more masculine. She needs to be like the boss and conquer all the female snakes. The water snake encouraged itself in its heart. After looking at the extremely mean spirit snake again, he suddenly found that he was not so scared anymore. He stopped about 70 or 80 meters away from the extremely mean spirit snake. It found a small stone nearby and wrapped it around its tail. Then throw it out with force. Snup, tulp. The stone fell in front of the extremely mean spirit snake and rolled twice before stopping. The extremely mean spirit snake slowly opened its eyes and looked at the stone in front of it. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. After glancing at the water snake, he said softly, "Get lost." Then he closed his eyes again. Huh. The water spirit snake was a little surprised when it saw that the extreme mean spirit snake did not react. But this won't work. The boss asked him to lure out the extremely evil spirit snake. So, he threw another stone. This stone is much bigger than the previous one. Snap! Snap! After rolling twice, it hit the scales of the extremely mean spirit snake and stopped. The extremely mean spirit snake quickly opened its eyes. He stood up straight and glared at the water snake. "Do you want to die?" She just wanted to have a good rest, but the little snake in front of her kept disturbing her. She decided to give him one last chance. "Otherwise, I will eat it myself. I don't want to die." The water snake shook its head honestly. "Then get out." The anger in the extremely mean spirit snake's eyes eased a little. "No, if you have the guts, chase me." The water snake threw another stone. Tongue. The anger in the extremely mean spirit snake's heart was immediately ignited. "You're looking for death." She shouted angrily, jumped out of the snake's den, and quickly chased after the water snake. The water snake was startled. Turn around and run. In order to avoid death, he used all his strength. She chased, he ran away. Finally, he rushed out of the cave. But the extremely evil spirit snake behind him also caught up with him, opened its mouth wide, and bit his tail. "It's over, boss. See you in the next life." The only regret of the water snake was that he failed to complete the task assigned by the boss. At this moment, a green vine beside the cave wrapped around his body and pulled him hard. Escape this fatal blow. The water snake was startled, but quickly reacted and continued to rush towards the big tree in front. He had seen this green vine before. It was the boss's magic. "Boss, you saved me." The water snake was so moved that it almost cried. Bang! He hit his head hard on the tree and successfully completed the task. But by this point, the last bit of his strength was completely exhausted. The snake's tail began to twitch from the excessive force. "Run! Why aren't you running?" The extremely mean spirit snake spit out its tongue and came in front of the water spirit snake. Then she opened her mouth again, ready to bite to death the little snake that had disturbed her rest. But just when she made a move, suddenly, the green vines on the ground moved and entangled her body. "What is that?" The extremely mean spirit snake was startled. I turned around subconsciously to check. Feeling the green vines getting tighter and tighter, she knew something was wrong. He opened his mouth and spurted out a wind blade. Bang! A muffled sound. The green vines were cut off at the roots. But just when she was trying to break free, the ground beneath her suddenly rose. A dozen sharp spikes emerged and pierced into her soft abdomen. Puff, puff, hiss, ah! The severe pain in her abdomen almost drove her crazy. An unprecedented force burst out from his body, breaking the green vine apart. But doing so also made the wound on her abdomen bigger. A large amount of blood flowed out and seeped into the rocks and soil, dyeing them dark red. Chapter 23, Don't Be Too Nice to Me. Looking at the extremely mean spirit snake that has fallen into madness. Hiding in a big tree nearby, Qing, who was controlling everything, no longer hesitated. Suddenly emerged from the big tree. The sharp-tailed blade smashed towards the head of the extremely mean spirit snake with all its strength. Rustling, the tail blade cuts through the air, very fast. It was a deliberate act, and the extremely mean spirit snake had now lost its mind. This time, it hit the extremely mean spirit snake hard on the head. Bang! The tail blade passed by. Phew! The face of the extremely mean spirit snake was cut open, revealing the skull inside. One of its eyes was even cut in half, with a red and white mixture pouring out of it. This caused the extremely mean spirit snake to suffer even more pain. She opened her mouth almost instinctively and blew out a breath of cold wind in Qing's direction. Wherever it passed, vines on the ground broke and bark of trees flew everywhere. The green wooden armor on Qing's body was also shattered by the cold wind. It's so powerful. Yi Qing was shocked. Moreover, this is the extremely Yin spirit snake in a weak state. It is hard to imagine how powerful this spell is when the extreme Yin spirit snake is in its prime. But that's all. Yi Qing murmured. The severely injured Ji-Yin spirit snake obviously lacked stamina. The gloomy wind did not last long and was forced to stop. Yi Qing seized the opportunity and sprinted to the side of the extremely Yin spirit snake. That is the side where the eyes are blind. Through the blind spots in vision, he bit the extremely Yin spirit snake's vital point. Phew! The sharp and pointed snake teeth bit through the scales and pierced the flesh. It was firmly embedded in the body of the extremely Yin spirit snake, inserted into the heart of the extremely Yin spirit snake. Yi Qing has killed several extremely Yin spirit snakes and is very familiar with their vital points. This is the only way to hit the target with one shot. The extremely Yin spirit snake, whose heart was pierced, struggled hard, but soon its strength became weaker and weaker. Finally, he stopped moving completely. The demon's vitality is so strong, Yi Qing said in his heart. If it were an ordinary creature, if it was bitten through the heart, it would probably die in a few seconds. But the extremely Yin spirit snake just now struggled for more than a minute. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. The top priority now is to deal with the scene properly. He entangled the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake and dragged it into the depths of the cave. Then he returned and worked with the water snake to deal with the remaining traces of battle and blood outside the cave. At this time, the water snake played a role. He can spray water to clean up nearby blood. Wait until the two of them get everything ready. It's almost dawn. Let's go back to the cave first, Yi Qing ordered. Take the water spirit snake and drill into the cave of the extremely Yin spirit snake. Oh no, it's his hole now. Xiao Shui, go over there and rest for a while. After entering the cave, Yi Qing pointed to a corner and wanted Xiao Shui to rest for a while. Although the water snake is a bit weak, it can still be useful if used well. Just like this time, being a bait was very successful. Boss, could you please not be so nice to me? I'm not used to it. The water snake didn't move and lowered its head. The boss just rescued him again. Now it's time for him to rest. This made him feel very insecure. Yi Qing. What a bastard. He lifted his tail. Bang! Hit the water snake on the head. Don't waste time. Just go over there. Hey, all right, boss. The water snake responded happily. Twisting his snake tail, he quickly laid down in the corner. See the appearance of the water snake. It also made Yi Qing give up the idea of being nice to the water snake. This thing is a cheap thing. Being nice to him isn't going to help. He ignored the water snake. He came to the corpse of the extremely Yin spirit snake. After looking at the map and finding no potential danger nearby, he raised the snake's tail and chopped at the middle of the body. Since it would take too long to swallow the whole thing, just cut it into pieces before eating. In this way, even if there is danger during the swallowing process, there is also time to cope. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. In the end, he chopped the body into 4 pieces. After doing this, he began to devour, swallowing pieces of snake carcasses into his stomach. Ding! You devoured the 9th level extreme Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 140. Current evolution points 180, 180. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Fuck! So many. Yi Qing was shocked. He knew that a 9th level demon would provide a lot of evolution points, but he didn't expect it to be so many. He is so heartbroken. There are 30 extra evolution points, which are all wasted. But it's no use regretting now. I have finished eating. If there is a chance, we should hunt down higher level monsters, Yi Qing said in his heart. Although the risk is high, the returns are also really high. I wonder what spells I'll get this time. Evolution. Yi Qing was somewhat expectant. As soon as the words fell, the familiar heat flow appeared again, strengthening his bones and flesh. His body swelled again. 30 meters, 35 meters, 40 meters. The width also increased accordingly, reaching about 4 meters. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell. Wooden Blade. Wooden Blade. Consume spiritual power to summon a sharp wooden blade to attack the enemy. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Green Wood Snake. Attribute, Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 9. Talent, Wood Shadow Hide, Endless Life. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Spikes, Wooden Blade. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, temperature control, sprint, energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points 0/200. Note, a greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of becoming a demon and has some strength. Wooden blade? Yi Qing's mind moved. The next second, spiritual energy gathered in front of him. A crescent-shaped emerald green wooden blade quickly emerged. The wooden blade has sharp edges on both the inside and outside. The length is about 5 meters, and it's thick and looks very sturdy. This is the largest wooden blade he can currently condense. However, as his level increases, the power of his spells will increase accordingly. He looked at the stone wall beside him. With a whoosh, the wooden blade chopped out and hit the stone wall heavily. Bang! The stone wall collapsed. Debris was scattered everywhere, leaking out a cavity behind the stone wall. This is the place Yi Qing saw on the map, the closest to the spiritual vein. Chapter 24, Extreme Snake King. Yi Qing crawled into the cavity through the crack in the broken stone wall. The cavity is more like a crack formed when the rock cracks. The gap is about 6 meters high and extends into the mountain. There is a small stream of water flowing slowly on the ground. Then it seeps into the cracks in the rocks and disappears. Yi Qing lightly touched the water flow with his snake's tail. It feels icy cool and very comfortable. He simply moved forward in the water towards the depths of the crevice. The gaps are winding, and there is occasionally gravel blocking the way. It took Yi Qing a long time to reach the deep end of the crevice. Deep inside the gap is an irregular oval hole. Diagonally above Yi Qing, there is a narrow hole, and the water flows out from this hole. He just took a look and didn't pay any further attention. Instead, he came to a stone wall on the left. The source of the spiritual milk is behind this stone wall, about 50 meters away in a straight line. Another 20 or 30 meters inside is the edge of the spiritual vein. Yi Qing's mind moved. The wooden blades quickly gathered in front of him. The moment it took shape, it chopped towards the stone wall. Bang! The wooden blade slashed heavily on the stone wall. Crash! Debris falling. Yi Qing looked again and saw a huge knife mark on the stone wall. The depth is about 2 meters and the width is more than 1 meter. Yi Qing was quite satisfied with the result. Next, he continued to control the wooden blade to chop the stone wall. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. With the continuous attack of the wooden blade, the gap in front of Yi Qing became bigger and bigger. But after half an hour, he had to stop. Maintaining the wooden blade for a long time, his internal strength was quickly consumed. Even with the talent of eternal life, he was unable to replenish and recover quickly. Now, his strength has not yet reached its limit, but he didn't plan to continue. Otherwise, with all his strength depleted, he would have no choice but to wait for death when he encountered the enemy. However, the results he achieved in this half hour were also very obvious. At this time, the gap in front of him had expanded to 4 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. Just do it 3 or 4 more times, and you will almost reach the source of the spiritual milk. Boom! At this moment, Yi Qing suddenly heard a loud noise. Is that the sound outside? Yi Qing was stunned. He hurriedly checked the map, but couldn't find where the sound came from. All I saw were a few spirit snakes coming out of the cave, looking up at the sky. Is it in the sky? Yi Qing was suspicious. Bang! Boom! The noise outside is still going on, and it's getting more and more intense. After hesitating for a moment, he crawled out of the gap and came out of the cave again. Look up towards the sky. I could see where the sound came from at a glance. I saw 2 huge monsters entangled and fighting each other in midair. Every collision between them would create a loud noise. But because the distance was quite far, Yi Qing could only barely see clearly that one of them was a black snake with wings on its back, and the other was a black eagle. The 2 fought fiercely. From time to time, you can see blood falling from the sky, but their strengths seemed to be about the same. After fighting for a long time, there was no winner. Finally, the black hawk flew away from the air. The double-winged black snake did not chase after him, but fell from midair towards the top of the mountain. As it lowered its altitude, it entered the coverage area of Yi Qing's map. He zoomed in and finally saw the black snake clearly. Its scales are completely black, without a single color, and they reflect bright light in the sun. However, some parts were cut by the black hawk's sharp claws, revealing the bright red flesh and blood inside. She has a flat head, black eyes with golden vertical pupils, and a look of indifference. The fleshy wings are also covered with scales. Finally, Yi Qing's eyes fell on her tail. Its tail is long and slender, with a sharp protrusion at the end. It looks like the tip of a large gun. Name: Extreme Winged Snake King. Condition good. Realm: Level 14. Talents: Absorbing Yang and Een, Wind Spiritual Power Perception. Spells: Wind Blow, Wind Blade, Flying Sand and Stone, Wind Spirit Shield. Weaknesses: 1. 7 inches below the head. 2. After absorbing a large amount of essence and yang, the body will become weak. 3. Under the wings. Note: a small female snake that absorbed the essence of thousands of male snakes, and after practicing for 100 years, finally became the Snake King. This is the Snake King. After reading the message, Qing was surprised. The Snake King turned out to be a 14th level demon. In addition, the Snake King has 2 talents and 4 spells, which are simply incomparable to those of ordinary, extremely spirit snakes. I wonder how much stronger this strength is than the current one. I am definitely not his opponent at the moment. Even if the Snake King did not attack him, but just absorbed his essence, he probably couldn't bear it. It's like a small well that uses a large pump from a reservoir to draw water. Wouldn't that be drained in minutes? Qing shuddered. I didn't think about it any further. At this time, the Snake King had already flown back to the top of the mountain and disappeared. He turned and went back to the cave. I feel more eager to improve my strength. I need to eat more, Qing said secretly. He entered the crevice again and began to chop the stone wall with a wooden blade to enlarge the entrance. One day later, Qing looked at the pile of rubble in front of him and had to stop. As he dug deeper and deeper, more and more stones piled up in the cave. It has affected his ability to continue digging forward. The rocks must be cleared outside first. Qing thought in his heart. After making a plan in his mind, he rested on the spot and used the map to check the nearby movements. Nothing unusual was found. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the water snake in the cave. I don't even know when it was upgraded. Name: Water Snake. Status: Healthy. Realm: Level 5. Talents: Water Control, Water Spirit Perception. Spells: Water Rope, Water Spray. Weakness: 7 inches. Notes: a snake with some talent. He actually has 2 talents? Qing was very surprised. You know, the Snake King only has 2 talents. Does Xiao Shui have the potential to become the Snake King? Was he delayed by the extremely spirit snake before? This is very possible. After all, Xiao Shui is being sucked dry by the extremely spirit snake every day. It is normal to not have the energy to practice. Now that he is no longer under the oppression of the extreme spirit snake, his talent is gradually revealed. But that's not the point. The point is the boss is digging a hole here, and this kid is actually sleeping there. How ridiculous. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. The more Qing thought about it, the angrier he became. He came to Xiao Shui outside. He raised his tail and slapped Xiao Shui in the face. Bang! It was startled and woke up instantly. Xiao Shui exclaimed, Who dares to hit this snake? There was a questioning tone in his voice. However, after seeing that it was Qing, he immediately put on a smiling face. Boss, it's you. It's my blessing to be woken up by the boss. Chapter 25. Finally obtaining spiritual milk. Get out! Qing looked at Xiao Shui, who was moving closer while talking, and immediately shouted at her to stop her. Okay, boss. Xiao Shui stopped without any displeasure, still looking at Qing flatteringly, almost wagging his tail. Otherwise, it really looks like a pug. Follow me. Qing waved his snake tail. The water snake immediately followed. He and the water snake crawled into the gap and came to the excavated cave. He ordered, Find a way to get these rubbles out. Looking at the piles of rubble in front of it, the water snake was stunned at first. Then I encouraged myself in my heart. The boss asked me to work to show his recognition of me. I must do my best. Boss, just look at me. After he responded, he rushed into the rubble without saying a word. Throw a water rope out of your mouth. Wrap it around the gravel and pull it out. But after pulling it more than 10 times, the water snake's movements became noticeably slower. He paused and fixed his eyes on the stream of water flowing from the stone wall. The next second, he opened his mouth and sucked in the water. The water suddenly changed direction and shot into his mouth. As he drank more water, his stomach gradually grew bigger. It's almost swelled into a ball. Just at this moment, the water snake finally stopped. Then, he opened his mouth towards the cave. A thick column of water spurted out from it. Shoot directly into the cave. The huge impact force pushed most of the stones inside over. Only some particularly heavy stones remain in the cave. Yi Qing, who was standing by, was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. It's over. The water snake actually has a brain. It can think independently. This water snake is not completely stupid. After the water snake used the water spraying technique several times, most of the rocks in the cave had been washed out. The remaining few pieces are all very large stones. With the power of the water snake, it is impossible to do it. In order not to waste time, Yi Qing stepped forward, wrapped his tail around the boulder, and pulled it out of the cave. After a few strokes, the stones in the cave had been almost cleared. "Boss, you are so strong." The water snake at the side saw the strength Yi Qing displayed and praised him. "Roll!" "Okay." Yi Qing heard a homosexual say this to him. "It's so disgusting." Even the snake scales almost exploded. He breathed a sigh of relief only after the water snake obediently moved away. He summoned the wooden blade again, expanding the cave. One day later, with the cooperation between him and the water snake, the cave was finally almost dug. Now, we are only 20 centimeters away from the source of the spiritual milk. At this distance, the wooden blade is no longer useful. He raised his tail and poked it fiercely towards the stone wall in front of him. Bang! The sharp tail blade pierced through the stone wall and embedded deeply into it. When pulling it out again, a rich and refreshing fragrance suddenly emanated from inside. Yi Qing was naturally familiar with this taste. It tastes exactly like spiritual milk. He hit the stone wall with his tail a few more times to expand the entrance of the cave. Then he couldn't wait to get in. The moment he entered, he saw a big hole in the crevice of the stone in front of him. It is filled with spiritual milk. A slight shake would cause the spiritual milk to overflow and flow downwards. Yi Qing did not hesitate. He stuck his snake head into the stone pit and began to suck the food with big gulps. Gulp! Gulp! Ding! You swallowed a large amount of low-level spiritual milk, evolution points plus 120. Current evolution points 120/200. By the time Yi Qing stopped, the spiritual milk in front of him had been drunk up. Comfortable. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes happily. This spiritual milk tastes like sweet milk and is very delicious. Most importantly, he gained another 120 evolution points. The next evolution is not far away. Yi Qing retracted his head from the hole. Continue to chop the stone wall with the wooden blade. It's only a dozen meters away from the edge of the spiritual vein. As long as you dig there, you can see the spirit stone. But before he had dug for a while, he was interrupted by Xiao Shui's surprised voice behind him. "Boss, what is this? It smells so good. Do you want to try it?" Yi Qing heard the voice and turned around to look. I found that the water snake was stretching out its tongue and licking white liquid on a stone. Isn't that the stone that just held the spiritual milk? The white liquid above is the spiritual milk. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by a water snake and started to be eaten. Yi Qing really wanted to tell the water spirit snake that those were the leftovers from his meal. But after thinking about it, it is better to have less trouble than more. Otherwise, the water snake might do something disgusting to him. "You eat it," Yi Qing said lightly. Then he turned around and continued digging. Half a day later, Yi Qing was overjoyed when he saw a 3-meter-wide shallow, white spirit stone vein on the stone wall in front of him. After working so hard for so long, he finally found the spiritual vein. "Spirit stone, here I come," Yi Qing murmured. He couldn't wait to chop at the spirit stone vein with a wooden blade. Bang! After a muffled sound, Yi Qing looked towards the spiritual vein. It was found that there was only a 1 centimeter deep mark on it. So hard! Yi Qing was surprised and his heart sank. The spirit stone veins are not all spirit stones, but mostly the associated stone mines outside. Only by crushing the associated stone mine can you dig out the spiritual stones contained inside. But now, he can only leave tiny traces on the associated stone mines. Keep digging at this pace. It would take him at least several months to dig up spirit stones. No, it's too slow. Yi Qing shook his head in his heart. He killed several extremely evil spirit snakes in Snake Mountain, all of which were descendants of the Snake King. If you stay there for too long, you will be discovered by the Snake King, and it will be dangerous. The spiritual stones must be dug up as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, he opened the search engine and searched. The easiest way to break open the spiritual stone associated or result. the spiritual stone associated or has been eroded by spiritual energy for a long time and has a high resistance to spells. In the process of mining spiritual stones, physical methods are often used to break the spiritual stone associated or high resistance to spells. Yi Qing was stunned. I still don't understand where the problem just occurred. It turns out that this spiritual stone associated mineral can only be mined by physical methods. This is easy to handle. He raised his tail and used the tail blade to smash the spirit stone associated ore. Bang! A crisp sound. The associated mineral indeed cracked. Although it is not big, it is much more effective than the wooden blade. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Yi Qing repeated the mechanical movements. The gap created by the smash is getting bigger and bigger. Click! The spiritual vein finally couldn't bear the force and was broken directly. 3 pale, white stones the size of walnuts fell out from the broken part. It's the spirit stone? Yi Qing raised his tail and rolled up the spirit stone. Throw it directly into your mouth. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points plus 15. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points plus 15. Current evolution points 165/200. Eat 3 more spirit stones, and you can evolve and level up. Yi Qing looked at the spiritual vein in front of him with shining eyes. He wished he could eat up all the spirit stones inside immediately. Chapter 26. Returning Spirit Seed. The next day, Yi Qing looked at the 28 spirit stones in front of him. My heart is flying with joy. This was the result of him and Xiao Shui's hard work for a whole day. When he was tired, Xiao Shui continued to dig. Although compared to his speed, Xiao Shui was a little slow. But several spirit stones were also dug up. Boss, you should eat all these spirit stones. Xiao Shui stared at the spirit stone in her eyes, her saliva almost flowing out, but she still suppressed the desire in her heart and pushed all the spirit stones to Yi Qing. In his heart, the boss is the biggest. So sensible? Yi Qing was surprised. This made him feel a little guilty as he had originally wanted to take all the spirit stones. He is just like that. He responds to soft words but not hard ones. After thinking about it, he picked up a spirit stone and threw it to the water snake. He said forcefully, "This is a reward for you. Take it and go over there to practice." "Okay, boss." "Thank you, boss." Although there was only one, he was already very grateful in his heart. He carefully held the spirit stone in his mouth and crawled to the corner to practice. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to the water snake. The next second, he opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit stone in front of him into his stomach. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points plus 15. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone. Evolution points plus 15. Current evolution points 200/200. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? After swallowing 3 spirit stones, he had accumulated enough evolution points again. Without hesitation, choose evolution directly. Boom! A large amount of heat surged out of his body, quickly moving through his bones and flesh, strengthening his body. Make him bigger again. 40 meters, 45 meters, and finally stopped at 50 meters. A huge aura emanated from him. Xiao Shui in the corner felt Yi Qing's breath, and her eyes were full of admiration. I was shocked in my heart. Boss is so strong. I really want to be a spirit snake like you. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade, obtaining new spells, and recovering soul seeds. Restoration seeds. You can store 3 restoration seeds in your body to quickly replenish lost spiritual power. Restoring spiritual seeds? Can they replenish lost spiritual energy? Yi Qing was surprised after reading the introduction of the new spell. With the spiritual power he has now, if he casts spells more than a dozen times, his spiritual power will be exhausted. After having the soul-restoring seed spell, this means he can cast spells more times. That means he can last longer in a fight. His mind moved, and his spiritual energy was rapidly consumed, slowly forming a green seed in his body. The green seeds are about the size of a fist, right near his heart. Condensing a soul-restoring seed consumed almost all of my spiritual power. Yi Qing murmured. Then, he absorbed the soul-restoring seed, and the lost spiritual power returned to his body. Exactly the same as at the beginning. Doesn't this mean that I have 3 more full mana tubes? Yi Qing was shocked. In this way, it would be difficult for him to use up all his spiritual power. His talent of eternal life can quickly restore his lost spiritual power. He only needs to return half of his spirit each time. Then he can continue to recover his spiritual power. Among the demons of the same level, there shouldn't be anyone who can outlast me, right? After figuring out the effect of this spell, Qing was very satisfied. He immediately consumed his magical power and condensed a soul-restoring seed in his body. Anyway, this thing can be returned to itself at any time, so there is no such thing as waste. However, the remaining soul-restoring seeds can only be condensed later. He doesn't have enough spiritual power now. He fixed his eyes on the remaining spirit stones on the ground, opened his mouth, and continued to devour them. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone, evolution points plus 10. Ding! You swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone, evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 200/300. After reaching level 10, the evolution points required for the next evolution increased to 300 points. The remaining 20 spirit stones provided him with 200 evolution points. That is to say, if I eat 10 more spirit stones, I can evolve again. Qing was delighted. Keep evolving and have fun. Now he is full of energy. He immediately went into the cave again and began to dig for the spiritual stones in the spiritual veins. Asterisk. In the evening inside the cave, bang! Bang, bang, bang. The water snake is working hard to dig the spirit vein. Qing sat cross-legged on a large rock outside to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes. Call! Qing let out a breath, murmuring. The 3 soul-restoring seeds have all condensed. When he was mining, he used his physical strength. Spiritual power was hardly used. This is the only way to condense the soul-restoring seeds so quickly. Suddenly, Qing's expression changed. Look outside from the map. I saw a large group of black-feathered demon eagles appear in the air at some point. These evil eagles are completely black, and under the cover of night, they are difficult to spot if you don't look carefully. Qing's heart sank. In the middle of the night, the black-feathered demon eagle came to Snake Mountain stealthily. It was obvious that it was not a good thing. What's more, the Snake King had just fought with another demon eagle 2 days ago. He wasn't worried about what would happen to the Snake King. Instead, he just wanted to mine and eat spirit stones quietly and didn't want to be disturbed. The black-feathered demon eagle must have been prepared for this surprise attack. What if the Snake King can't resist? These snakes living on Snake Mountain are in a miserable situation. There will be no good ending. By then, let alone digging spiritual stones, it will be difficult to even stay on Snake Mountain. And, just as he was thinking, the black-feathered demon eagle outside has already started to take action. They swooped down from midair and entered the cave. He pecked off the heads of the big snakes and pulled their bodies out of the caves. The huge noise also woke up some of the snakes. But as soon as they came out of the cave, they were attacked by a black-feathered demon eagle that suddenly appeared. Only a few lucky ones were able to avoid dying immediately. The tragic scene outside made Qing feel depressed. Overall, the spirit snakes on Snake Mountain are no match for the demon eagle. It's almost a one-sided situation. We can't wait any longer. We have to leave. Qing made a decision. Snake Mountain is too dangerous now. In a battle of this scale, there was only so much he could do. Anyway, the spirit stone vein is here. If the Snake King wins by then, Snake Mountain will be defended. He'll just find another chance to come back. But what about Xiao Shui? Qing looked at Xiao Shui, who was working hard, and pondered in his heart. To be honest, Xiao Shui is a good subordinate. He is obedient, hardworking, and very loyal to himself. If he had not risked his life to stop the extremely evil spirit snake, he might have died. But let Xiao Shui follow me. To be honest, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone Xiao Shui. Chapter 27. No Way Out. In the end, Qing decided to take Xiao Shui away. He couldn't just leave Xiao Shui here to die. If we meet a demon eagle that we can't defeat outside, the worst that can happen is that we die together. Xiao Shui, stop doing this and leave here with me. Qing greeted. Okay, boss. Xiao Shui stopped and quickly crawled in front of Qing. Placed the 2 spirit stones just dug out on the ground. He didn't even ask Qing why he wanted to leave. Qing looked at the 23 spirit stones on the ground. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed 10 pills. Ding, you swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone, evolution points plus 10. Ding, you swallowed a low-level wind spirit stone, Evolution points plus 10. Current evolution points 300 of 300. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Before going out, he planned to upgrade his level. Improve your own strength. This way, when you encounter enemies outside, your ability to protect yourself will be stronger. Evolution. The next second, heat surged out of his body again. Under the influence of the heat flow, his body grew bigger and thicker again. It finally stopped when it reached 60 meters. The width reaches 6 meters. The gap where he could originally move barely became a little crowded. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and gaining a new ability, the soul burning technique. Spirit burning technique. Burns one's own spiritual power to make the spell more powerful, but this technique causes great damage to the meridians, and it takes time to recover after use. Name, Qing. Race, greenwood snake. Attribute, status, healthy. Realm, level 11. Talent, wood shadow hide, endless life. Spells, green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, greenwood armor, greenwood ground spikes, wooden blade, soul returning seed, soul burning technique. Abilities, binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points, 0/400. Note, a greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of becoming a demon and has some strength. Boss, how come you've grown bigger again? Xiao Shui exclaimed in surprise. In just a few breaths, the eldest brother grew a lot bigger, becoming stronger too fast. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Qing rolled his eyes at him. He didn't have time to talk to Xiao Shui about this now. He put the remaining dozen spirit stones into the leaf bag on his body, climbed outside with Xiao Shui. He doesn't plan to eat these spirit stones for the time being, because even if you eat it, you can't upgrade again. It's better to keep it and use it when upgrading your bloodline. After reaching level 11, the map range of the searcher is further expanded, reaching a range of 1,200 meters. Therefore, he can detect most of the dangers nearby in advance. Now, 3 demon eagles have entered the entrance of his cave. Fortunately, the strength of these 3 magic eagles is not very strong. 1 level 8 and 2 level 7s. With his current strength, he can deal with it easily. He crawled out of the gap and came to the cave outside. At this time, there were only a nest of a dozen snake eggs left in the cave. Qing just took a look and passed over the snake eggs. Climbed quickly out of the cave. Xiao Shui followed closely behind him. Soon, Qing saw the 3 demon eagles. When the 3 demon eagles saw Qing, they were all stunned. Run, brothers! Among them, the level 8 demon eagle reacted the fastest. After giving a warning, he turned around and ran away. The snake in front of me is too big. They are no match at all. The best way is to escape and call for help. The other 2 demon eagles also reacted after being reminded. Turn around and run away. But at this moment, a sound of breaking air passed by their ears. Bang! There was a loud bang. Their eagle heads exploded. Blood and flesh splattered. The 2 magic eagles died instantly. Qing's eyes were cold, and he ignored the corpse on the ground. Instead, he looked at the escaping demon eagle. A thought occurred to him. More than a dozen green vines immediately emerged from the stone walls of the cave. The green vine seemed to have life and entangled the demon eagle that was about to escape to the entrance of the cave and spread its wings to fly into the sky. Pull it back alive. Cry. Save me. The demon eagle screamed in fear. The sharp eagle cry echoed far away in the darkness. But the next second, it came to an abrupt stop. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. There, a thick snake tail was inserted deeply into. The blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Then his consciousness fell into complete darkness. Puff! Qing retracted the snake's tail. He looked up into the air with a slightly solemn gaze. The cry of the demon eagle just now still attracted the attention of several other demon eagles circling in the air. They're coming towards him now. He had to leave as soon as possible. Qing raised the snake tail and wrapped Xiao Shui's body around it. Rush out of the cave and swim quickly down the mountain. But as time goes by, his heart was sinking more and more. He was targeted by a level 12 demon eagle. No matter which direction he ran, the demon eagle followed him closely. And the distance is getting closer. In terms of speed, he still couldn't compare with the flying demon eagle. What's more, he brought Xiao Shui with him. We are almost at the foot of the mountain. I hope that once we enter the strange fog, the demon eagle will stop chasing us. Yi Qing said in his heart. If possible, he still didn't want to confront the demon eagle in the sky head-on. After all, his level is one level higher than his. It's very dangerous to confront them rashly. With this thought in mind, he continued to move forward, etc. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. Because it is in the air at the foot of the mountain, he discovered dozens of rotten bone vultures. These magic vultures circled in the air, blocking all the spirit snakes that were fleeing down the mountain and hunting them down. In other words, he has a map and can see the situation ahead in advance. Otherwise, if he rushed in rashly, he would definitely die a miserable death. What surprised him was how the rotten bone demon vulture and the black-feathered demon eagle could join forces. In this case, the Snake King is definitely in great danger. It was the right decision for him to escape immediately. But obviously, it was still a step too slow. Now that Snake Mountain is surrounded, it would be very difficult for him to sneak out. There's no escape. Yi Qing was a little angry. We finally found a vein of spiritual stone, but within a few days, we encountered this kind of thing. It would be strange if he could be in a good mood. Not to mention that there was a demon eagle chasing him from behind. Damn it, since you won't give me a chance to live, let's see who is more powerful. Between life and death, the cruelty in Yi Qing's heart completely erupted. He threw the water snake aside. Then he turned around and looked at the demon eagle swooping down from midair. Name, Black Feathered Eagle. Status, healthy. Realm, level 12. Talents, far pupil, wind spiritual power perception. Spells, wind blade, wind walk, wind claw. Weaknesses, head wings. Note, a little demon in the Wanyao Mountain with decent strength. Seeing Yi Qing stopped, the black-feathered demon eagle folded its wings and immediately swooped down from midair. The speed is incredibly fast. When he was about to approach Yi Qing, the claws under the belly extend out. Bang! An illusory eagle claw formed by wind spiritual power appeared on his claws. It was like an enlarged version of his own claws. Then he suddenly grabbed Yi Qing below. Chapter 28. Reversal of the situation. Yi Qing, who was well prepared, summoned a wooden blade to resist. The nearly 10-meter-long wooden blade struck upwards. Boom! A muffled sound. Yi Qing's body trembled slightly, and he moved back several meters. On the other hand, the situation is similar for the demon eagle. After flapping its wings several times, it finally stabilized its body in midair. He looked at Yi Qing with interest. Playful. I didn't realize you had some strength. But that's all. Don't even think about escaping from my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed down from midair again. This time it's even faster. As he approached, he opened his mouth and spurted out several wind blades. It spun and rushed towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing felt heavy-hearted. The demon eagle in midair is inherently invincible. He was on the ground, only to be beaten. We must find a way to lure him down from midair, Yi Qing said in his heart. On the ground, his advantages can be fully brought into play. After making up your mind, Yi Qing summoned the wooden blade and smashed it at the wind blade in the air again. Bang! The two collided in midair and exploded. This time, Yi Qing deliberately retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. He made himself look very embarrassed. If this is all your strength, then wait for death. The demon eagle in the air sneered when it saw Yi Qing's appearance. Yi Qing didn't say anything, but condensed the wooden blade again and attacked the demon eagle. When the demon eagle saw Yi Qing still struggling, he sneered in his heart. He was ruthless in his attack. Wind blades slashed towards Yi Qing from midair. Over time, Yi Qing became more and more embarrassed. He was even accidentally cut several times, causing the scales on his body to break and several cuts to appear. Blood was flowing out. It looks like the end of the road. At this moment, Yi Qing suddenly entered a nearby cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he changed his depressed state. There was a gleam in his eyes. He quickly came to the depths of the cave, summoned green vines in front of him, then hid behind them, pretending to be dying. He deliberately showed weakness to his enemy. The purpose is to lure the demon eagle to the ground. Now he looks seriously injured. Now that the demon eagle has the upper hand, it will definitely enter the cave to kill him. Then, it will be his chance to fight back. On the map, the demon eagle was indeed falling from midair towards the cave. But in front of him, a white figure entered the cave faster. It's Xiao Shui. He had been following Yi Qing until he saw that Yi Qing was defeated. He entered the cave as soon as possible to protect Yi Qing. However, his speed was obviously not as fast as the demon eagle. The demon eagle that followed into the cave soon discovered Xiao Shui. His eyes were cold, and he opened his mouth and spit out a wind blade, slashing towards Xiao Shui. The speed was so fast that even if Yi Qing took action now, it would be too late. Phew! There was a loud bang. Xiao Shui was hit hard by the wind blade. His body was like a kite with a broken string, falling rapidly towards the depths of the cave. Before he hit the ground, a large amount of blood was spilled. Bang! Xiao Shui fell heavily in front of Yi Qing. The entire back was almost cut open by the wind blade. Yi Qing could even see his exposed bones. Boss, let me protect you. Xiao Shui raised her head with difficulty, squirmed her body, and stood in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. He said angrily, "You idiot! Get out of here! I haven't fallen to the point where I need you to save me." He lifted up the snake's tail, gently wrapped around Xiao Shui, and placed her behind him. "Haha, what a deep brotherly love! I will grant your wish and let you die here together." The demon eagle looked at the scene in front of him and sneered. "You talk too much nonsense," Yi Qing said coldly. The demon eagle's eyes narrowed. "Since you are so anxious to die, I will satisfy you." As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle claws under his belly moved, and he took a few steps closer to Yi Qing. He opened his mouth and spit out a wind blade that hit Yi Qing. Bang! Yi Qing dodged with difficulty and narrowly avoided the attack. The wind blade hit the ground. Large pieces of gravel were splashed. Queen Yi Qing's song retreated. "Is all you know how to do is hide? Trash!" The demon eagle sneered. He spit out several wind blades again and slashed towards Yi Qing. But Yi Qing just happened to avoid them all. At this time, he was already feeling a little impatient. The big green snake in front of him was clearly at a disadvantage, but it was like a loach, slippery and impossible to kill. The continuous wind blade attacks have exhausted all the spiritual power in his body. Seeing the seriously injured big green snake, he no longer hesitated. Take a few quick steps forward. Use your sharp eagle claws to grab the big green snake's vital point. He used these eagle claws to catch and kill countless snakes. The movements are extremely skillful. He was confident that the big green snake would not be able to dodge this attack. But at this moment, he met the gaze of the big green snake. The panic disappeared. Instead, there was a kind of banter. He was startled and realized something was wrong. But I couldn't figure out what went wrong. Suddenly, he felt a touch on the eagle's claws where he stood. A thick green vine was climbing up quickly along his eagle claws. "Is this your backup plan?" When he saw Lu Tung, he felt relieved. By the time the green vines wrapped around his body, the big green snake had already died under his eagle claws. But the next second, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because he was determined to win with this blow. It was actually dodged. He grabbed nothing. How is this possible? He looked at the big green snake beside him. At this moment, the big green snake didn't look injured at all. The aura on his body seems to be even stronger than before he was injured. "You're all pretending?" The demon eagle was furious. He was actually fooled. The big green snake is so powerful, but it pretends to be defeated. How shameless! After realizing that he had been deceived, his reaction was equally fast. While retracting its eagle claws, it flapped its wings violently, trying to break free from the green vines. Bang! The green vine is tense. It seemed like it would be torn apart in the next second. But this green vine was surprisingly tough, and even with his strength, he was unable to break free quickly. And the green vine was still growing towards his body. On the other side, the big green snake also summoned a wooden blade and slashed at his head. "We can't delay any longer," he thought to himself. The next second, he raised his claws and grabbed the green vine. Tear! The eagle's claws tore at the green vine, tearing it into pieces. After regaining his freedom, he immediately raised his wings to block the wooden blade. Phew! A muffled sound. The sharp wooden blade sliced through his feathers and cut into his flesh, nearly severing his wing bone. Boom! His huge body lost balance and hit the stone wall heavily. The stone wall cracked like a spider web. There was a look of disbelief in the demon eagle's eyes. The power of the big green snake spell was much stronger than before. Before he could think about it, he suddenly felt a pain in his body again. I saw a dozen green seeds piercing into his lower abdomen at some point. He could clearly feel that the roots of the seeds were growing rapidly in his body. It was madly absorbing his flesh and blood. Chapter 29. My dad is the black-browed eagle king. What the hell is this? The demon eagle was shocked and angry. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the young shoots that grew from the seeds. Pull hard. Phew. The seeds and roots were pulled out along with large pieces of flesh and blood. Several blood holes suddenly appeared on his body. The heart-wrenching pain eroded his nerves. It almost drove him crazy. Qing looked at the seriously injured demon eagle in front of him with cold eyes. He had endured for so long, and at this moment, the situation was finally reversed. Under the effect of the soul-burning technique, the power of the spells he cast was increased by at least half. It is no longer something that the current demon eagle can resist. Moreover, the spiritual power in his body was refilled with the help of the soul-restoring seeds. A thought occurred to him. The ground where the demon eagle stood was bulging, and more than 20 sharp green wooden spikes protruded from it. Phew! It pierced through the demon eagle's claws and stabbed into his thigh. The demon eagle fell uncontrollably. A large amount of blood flowed out from under his body like a waterfall. But before he could react, countless green vines emerged from the ground again and quickly wrapped around the body of the demon eagle. The demon eagle struggled hard. However, he had been hit hard one after another, and his spiritual power was exhausted, so he did not have the extra strength to break free. It could only use its eagle beak to tear the green vines madly. But the speed is not as fast as the growth of green vines. Qing raised his tail, then smashed it down heavily. I saw a green shadow flash by. The tail hit the demon eagle's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The flesh on the demon eagle's head was smashed open, and a large amount of blood flowed out, staining his eyes red. It also gave the demon eagle a moment of clarity. He looked at Qing. He shouted sternly, "My father is the black-eyebrowed eagle king. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go. If you let me go now, I can decide to let you leave Snake Mountain." Qing frowned. It was the first time he had seen someone begging for mercy so stubbornly. It seems that I need to make him realize the situation. He summoned a wooden blade and slashed at the demon eagle. The demon eagle was now completely tied up by green vines and had no chance to resist. The only thing he could do was to shake his head to avoid the vital parts. Phew! The wooden blade scratched the demon eagle's wings and almost cut off its entire wing. Ah! Lie! The pain of broken arm made the demon eagle let out a shrill scream. There was also a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Qing. He said urgently, "Stop. If you kill me, you will die too. Aren't you afraid of death?" "I'm afraid, but you will die before me," Qing said lightly. Then he summoned the wooden blade again and shot it out. Phew! The other wing of the demon eagle was also destroyed. Now he could only lie on the ground, without even the strength to move. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Qing. He never expected that he would encounter a snake that was not afraid of death. His life is much more valuable than the cheap snake in front of him. He is the son of the black-browed eagle king, and there is a small sacred land in his family that he will inherit. So, he can't die. A strong desire to survive burst out in his heart. He spoke again. "Stop fighting. Tell me what you want. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything for you." Qing's heart moved slightly. He asked, "Why did you, the black-feathered demon eagles, join forces with the rotten-boned demon vulture to fight against the Snake King?" The demon eagle felt relieved. Since the big green snake in front of him stopped attacking him, he had hope of survival. The entire Snake Mountain is populated by his people, and it is only a matter of time before they discover him. After a moment's silence, he replied, "Silver Moon Wolf King will soon celebrate his 500th birthday. All the small spiritual places near the 10,000 Monsters Mountain need to bring congratulatory gifts to see him. My father heard that Lord Silver Moon Wolf King was refining the 5 poison pills, so he wanted to capture the extreme Snake King and present it to Lord Silver Moon Wolf King as a gift." Having said this, he took a breath. He took a peek at Qing. Seeing that he had no reaction, he continued hesitantly, "But the extreme Snake King is also quite powerful. My father did not catch it a few days ago." Later, when the rotten-boned eagle king heard about this, he offered to help. "So tonight, we attack Snake Mountain together. The Snake King belongs to us, and the corpses of the other spirit snakes belong to the rotten-boned vulture king." Qing suddenly realized. After listening to what the demon eagle said, He roughly understood the whole picture of the matter, but he still had doubts in his mind. For example, where is the Wan Yao Mountain? Who is the Silver Moon Wolf King? Why can he make elixirs? But these have nothing to do with his current situation. In order to avoid further complications, he decided not to ask any further questions. He glanced at the demon eagle coldly. Then he suddenly raised his tail and smashed it towards the demon eagle. The demon eagle's expression changed drastically. He was waiting for the big green snake to continue asking questions. Why didn't he ask? The demon eagle was about to cry in his heart. Is this big green snake crazy? Without saying a word, he just started to act. Kill me and you'll die. The demon eagle let out a final, unwilling roar. But what responded to him was Yi Qing's tail blade. Phew! The tail blade accurately hit the demon eagle's head. The man was hit so hard that his skull exploded. Red and white splattered everywhere. The demon eagle's body twitched a few times on the ground and then became completely motionless. Yi Qing turned around and looked at Xiao Shui behind him. He is now in a coma, but he still had a breath, and although his heart was beating very weakly, at least he was still alive. I just don't know if it can persist. Yi Qing had no way to deal with this. He does not treat injuries. We can only rely on Xiao Shui himself and see if he can make it through. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Shui, Yi Qing suddenly blurted out, "Fuck! Stupid!" After cursing, Yi Qing began to think about his current situation. It is unlikely that he will be able to leave now. After all, there are so many magic vultures at the foot of the mountain, and the magic vultures are in the sky with a wide view. Even if he had a map, it would be difficult to escape the sight of the demon vulture. Maybe we can continue to stay in Snake Mountain and wait for Eagle King and his men to take the Snake King away. Yi Qing murmured. The Eagle King's target is the Snake King. After catching the Snake King, they will leave. I'll come out by myself when the time comes. The only trouble is how to avoid the searches of the mountain by the demon eagles and magic vultures. The demon vulture king has a different target from the Eagle King. His target is the spirit snake on Snake Mountain. Every snake hole will be searched. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qing looked at a dense forest on the map, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Why is he hiding in the cave? With his would shadow hide ability, wouldn't it be better for him to hide in a tree? He had just escaped in such a hurry that he had forgotten about it. As for Xiao Shui, it's easy to deal with. Just dig a hole in a tree and put him in. After all, it is still unknown whether he can survive. Yi Qing didn't find that the demon eagle was paying attention to this place on the map. He no longer hesitated, opened his mouth wide, and bit towards the body of the demon eagle. The demon eagle is a 12th level demon. It will definitely provide him with a large number of evolution points. Of course, he won't give up. Even if there are risks, it is still worth it compared to the benefits. Chapter 30 Search. Ding! You devoured the 12th level black-feathered demon eagle. Evolution points plus 220. Current evolution points 220 of 400. After spending several minutes, Yi Qing finally swallowed the demon eagle into his stomach. So many evolution points. Yi Qing was overjoyed when he heard the system's prompt. A full 220 evolution points. 2 level 12 demon eagles can provide enough evolution points for him to upgrade. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. The crisis has not been resolved yet, so it is not the time to be happy. He looked outside and saw no danger. He carefully rolled up the small water. Take him and leave the cave. Sneak into the dense forest on the left, in order to avoid being discovered by the evil eagle in the sky. So Yi Qing moved very slowly. He dared to move only when the demon eagle left his vicinity. So until it was almost dawn, he finally managed to reach the dense forest. He dug a hole in the tree trunk, stuffed the small water into it, and then covered the outside of the hole. Unless you stand in front of the tree trunk, it is difficult to find that there is a tree hole here. After doing all this, Yi Qing found a big tree nearby and hid in it, observing the surrounding situation. Over time, the sky was also completely bright. The demon eagle in the sky showed no intention of leaving and continued circling in the air. From time to time, it swoops down, rushes to the ground, and hunts down spirit snakes. And among them, there are also some more figures of magic vultures. Have they already started clearing out the spirit snakes? Yi Qing murmured. This was within his expectations. Next, just wait patiently. When you have killed most of the demon eagles, they should leave. Suddenly, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. At the edge of the dense forest, an extremely sinister snake slithered in at incredible speed. Behind her, There were two demon eagles chasing after her. Can you die farther away? Yi Qing felt a little helpless. The extremely mean spirit snake had no choice but to run towards him. What if he was accidentally discovered by the demon eagle during the process? Then you will be trapped by it. There is no way for him to change his position now. It's easier to be spotted that way. Now he could only hope that the demon eagle could quickly catch the extremely mean spirit snake and prevent it from going any deeper. But the opposite happened. In the dense forest, the demon eagle's air advantage was limited. After trying several times, it failed to catch the extremely mean spirit snake. What a pair of rubbish! Yi Qing was angry. And just at this moment, the extremely sinister spirit snake discovered the tree hole where Xiao Shui was. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly tore open the tree hole. The little water inside suddenly leaked out. The next second, she rolled up Xiao Shui and threw her towards the demon eagle behind her. Grass! Seeing this scene, Yi Qing was completely furious. This damn, extremely mean spirit snake not only lured the demon eagle here, but using Xiao Shui to actively attract the demon eagle is too much. Yi Qing glanced at the two demon eagles. Both were only level 9. He looked around and saw that there were no other demon eagles paying attention to this place. Act decisively. He emerged from the tree, quickly stretched out his snake tail, caught the falling water, and gently put it on the ground. Then start the soul-burning technique. The demon eagle was diving downwards and was almost frightened to death when it saw Yi Qing suddenly appear. He flapped his wings hurriedly, trying to fly back into the air. But they were chasing too fast just now, and it was difficult to change direction quickly. And it was delayed for just a moment. A green shadow flashed by, and the neck of one of the demon eagles was tightly entangled, being pulled from the air to the ground. The other one was even more frightened when he saw this. He flapped his wings desperately, trying to escape. But at this moment, a huge wooden blade flew out from below. It hit hard where his neck and chest met. Phew! A muffled sound. His neck was cut straight off. The severed head spun and flew out. Boom! The huge corpse of the demon eagle fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, it became completely motionless. The other demon eagle, whose neck was entangled by Yi Qing, had its neck broken and lost its breath. Yi Qing's movements were very quick. It only took a dozen seconds from start to finish. After doing this, he looked up at the sky again. After confirming that no demon eagle is paying attention to this place for the time being, he turned and looked at the extremely mean spirit snake. He had already stopped when he made his move. No more running away. Seeing Yi Qing looking over, she immediately thanked him. Master Qing Snake, thank you for saving me. Although she had never seen the big green snake in front of her at Snake Mountain. But since it was on Snake Mountain and was of the same species as her, it saved her. She would naturally thank him. Moreover, the big green snake in front of him was quite strong, and it was a male snake. My mother now needs a lot of essence and yang to heal her wounds. Thinking of this, she continued, Lord Green Snake, my mother, the Snake King, was seriously injured by the insidious Eagle King and is now recovering in the underground snake cave. Why don't you come with me and heal my mother? As long as you can survive this disaster, Mother will definitely reward you. Besides, it's not safe outside either. It's hard for the demon eagles and devil vultures to get into the underground snake cave. Master Qing Snake, you don't want to die outside, do you? The extremely mean spirit snake was talking to itself and didn't notice the change in Yi Qing's expression at all. Yi Qing was unmoved when he heard the words of the extremely mean spirit snake. The extreme mean snake king was being watched by the Eagle King and the Demon Vulture King. If you go there alone, you will be putting yourself in the most dangerous place. You would be a fool to do that. Where is the underground snake cave you mentioned? Yi Qing asked. Lord Green Snake, there are many entrances to the snake cave on the mountain, and the closest one is underground over there. Hearing Yi Qing's question, the Jiyin spirit snake was delighted and quickly pointed in a direction. As long as the big green snake in front of her can go back with her, maybe Mother's injuries can be recovered. Oh, I see. Je ving repied indiferente. Immediately afterwards, when the Jiyin spirit snake wanted to reply again, he decisively summoned green vines to wrap around his body. Lord Green Snake, what are you doing? The extremely mean spirit snake struggled hard, but with her strength, she was completely unable to break free. Phew! The next second, thick green wooden spikes emerged from the ground and pierced directly through the body of the extremely mean spirit snake. The position was exactly her vital point. A look of doubt appeared in the eyes of the extremely Qing spirit snake. She didn't understand why the big green snake wanted to kill her. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze from him. Then, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the bodies of the two demon eagles into his stomach. Ding! You devoured the 9th level black-feathered demon eagle. Evolution points plus 60. Ding! You devoured the 9th level black-feathered demon eagle. Evolution points plus 60. Current evolution points 340 to 400. The two demon eagles were not big in size, and it only took him a dozen seconds to swallow them both. Then he turned around and bit through the belly of the extremely Qing spirit snake, took out the snake gall, and put it into the bile bag. So far, he has collected 5 snake gallbladders. Finish this. He opened his mouth and swallowed the extremely Qing spirit snake into his stomach. Chapter 31 Wood Therapy. Ding! You devoured the 9th level extreme Qing spirit snake. Evolution points plus 60. Current evolution points 400/400. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Evolution, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. The next moment, a strong heat surged out of his body, strengthened his flesh, blood, and bones again. After a moment, the heat flow disappeared. His body also grew bigger again. It reached a length of 70 meters. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Wood Healing. Wood Healing Technique. Consumes a large amount of one's own spiritual power, absorbs the vitality of nearby plants, and uses it to heal the target's injuries. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Greenwood Snake. Attribute, status, healthy. Realm, level 12. Talent, Wood Shadow Hide, Endless Life. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Spikes, Wooden Blades, Soul Returning Seeds, Soul Burning Technique, Wood Healing Technique. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint, Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution points, 0/500. Note, a Greenwood snake that has just embarked on the path of demons and has some strength. Wood Healing. After reading the introduction to the spell, Yi Qing was delighted. Xiao Shui is saved. His heart moved. Suddenly, faint green spots appeared among the nearby plants. These light spots slowly gathered in front of him, forming a ball the size of a football. Yi Qing controlled the green ball and placed it on Xiao Shui. The moment he touched Xiao Shui's body, he was integrated into it. The huge wound on Xiao Shui's back began to heal slowly. The originally weak breath gradually stabilized. Originally, Xiao Shui was in a dying state. Now it has become weak. It looks like he won't die. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiao Shui has not recovered to normal health, it is a good result just like this now. At this time, Xiao Shui still hasn't woken up. But now Yi Qing is no longer worried about his safety. At worst, I can perform wood therapy on him a few more times later. But the energy consumption of wood therapy is quite high. Yi Qing felt the spiritual power in his body and murmured. After performing the wood healing technique once, most of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. And he looked at the trees, flowers, and plants around him that were withering due to loss of vitality. Even if he recovered his spiritual power, this place would not be suitable for performing wood healing techniques. While shaking his head, Yi Qing twisted his body and left here, found a big tree in the dense forest again, and hid himself and Xiao Shui under it. The next day, it was just dawn. Yi Qing was awakened by the cry of an angry eagle. Screech! Whoever killed my son, I will make him die. He looked up in the direction of a cave not far away. At the entrance to the cave stood 3 black-feathered demon eagles. The one in the middle stands out exceptionally. It is more than 40 meters tall and covered with black feathers. Under the refraction of sunlight, it reflects a dark metallic luster and looks very hard. In addition, his 2 eagle eyebrows were exceptionally black, like thick ink. Name, Black Feather Eagle King. Status, healthy. Realm, level 14. Talents, insight, wind, spiritual power, perception. Spells, wind blade, wind walk, storm blade feather. Weaknesses, head wings. Note, a demon king with some strength in the Wan Yao Mountain. Black-browed eagle king. Yi Qing's heart moved, and the words of the 12th level demon eagle before its death came to his mind. He guessed that this eagle king was his father. In addition, The place where he was standing was the cave where he killed the evil eagle. This also indirectly confirmed his guess. He stared at the black-browed Eagle King's movements, observing his every move. It stood there for a while, and then left the cave entrance. The black-browed Eagle King did not fly into the air. Instead, he just lay on the ground, head down, as if looking for something. Search and move at the same time. At first, Qing was also very curious about his behavior. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. The direction that the black-browed Eagle King was searching was actually towards him. Qing reacted and looked again. He discovered that the black-browed Eagle King was following the traces he left behind and was heading towards him. His size is there. As it crawls, it is inevitable that traces will be left behind. There's nothing we can do about this. Realizing this, Qing now faced two choices. The first thing is to escape immediately regardless of being exposed. The second is a gamble. He is betting that the black-browed Eagle King cannot find his hiding place, and that Wood's shadow hiding talent is strong enough. But Qing glanced at the tree hole where Xiaoshui was. I can gamble, but if Xiaoshui is discovered, she will definitely die. But if you run away, where can you go? Oh right, the snake cave. Suddenly, Qing's eyes lit up as he remembered what the extremely evil spirit snake had said before it died. The Snake King is in the underground snake cave, which will definitely be the focus of the demon eagles and magic vultures. He originally just wanted to hide and wait until the demon eagle found the Snake King and left Snake Mountain. But it's no longer possible now. Now he can no longer hide. Entering the snake cave became his only choice now. After making a decision in your heart, Qing no longer hesitated. He immediately appeared from the big tree and pulled Xiaoshui out of the tree hole with his tail. Then he quickly rushed towards the direction of the snake cave entrance that the extremely mean spirit snake had pointed out just now. Rustle. Trees, flowers, and plants quickly retreated in Qing's eyes. He used all his speed just to reach the entrance of the snake cave as quickly as possible. But just as he rushed out of the dense forest, the demon eagle in the sky discovered him. He immediately shouted loudly, "Master Eagle King, a green snake demon was found here." The black-browed Eagle King, who was searching for traces, stopped immediately when he heard the sound. He spread his wide wings and flew into the air, quickly rushing towards where Qing was. The speed was so fast that Qing was shocked. In just a dozen seconds, it had arrived above his head. Then, swooped down towards him. Before he got close, a wind blade slashed down as soon as he opened his mouth. Bang! The huge wind blade hit Qing's side. Suddenly, the trees broke, the soil flew, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Qing's heart beat faster, and he felt extremely scared. If he had not predicted the landing point of the wind blade in advance and accelerated by sprinting, he would have avoided the attack. He is now seriously injured. The power of the black-browed Eagle King's wind blade is incomparable to that of the little black-feathered demon eagle. It's not just a little bit stronger. After dodging the attack, Qing quickly adjusted himself and continued to rush forward. At the edge of the map, he had discovered the entrance to the snake cave near the top of the mountain. The straight-line distance to him is about 1,300 meters. At his speed, it would only take him half a minute at most to get there. Chapter 32, Life and Death. Looking at the big green snake below that dodged his wind blade attack, the black-browed Eagle King was slightly stunned. Originally, the wind blade was sure to hit the big green snake, who knew that it seemed as if it had eyes on its back, and at the critical moment, it rushed forward and dodged. I wonder where you can escape to. The black-browed Eagle King looked angry. He felt the breath of his son on the big green snake. The murderer who killed his son must be the big green snake in front of him. He spread his wings and flew back into the air, then dived down again. This time, he was even faster. The moment he approached the ground, 3 wind blades burst out from his mouth at the same time. Cover all the space for the big green snake to dodge. As long as it continues to move forward, it will be hit. Bang! The facts were just as he expected. One of the wind blades hit the big green snake's back heavily, cut his back, and then a layer of snake scales was revealed underneath. The black-browed Eagle King looked at it carefully. He discovered that what he had cut through was not snake scales, but just a piece of wooden armor of the big green snake. At this time, the big green snake was still rushing forward. Damn it! Realizing that he had been tricked, the black-browed Eagle King suddenly became furious. He quickly flew in front of the big green snake, then spread his wings and hovered in the air. The moment the big green snake rushed over, he flapped his wings rapidly. Call! The air currents caused by the storm broke trees and even uprooted grass. Immediately afterwards, dozens of black feathers fell from his body. Wrapped in white light, it shot towards the big green snake. The base and edges of the feathers flashed with a cold light. Looks very sharp. Seeing this, Yi Qing below felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He did not dare to delay and immediately performed the soul-burning technique. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy surged through his meridians. Then, Yi Qing raised the snake's head and opened its mouth wide. A huge wooden blade swept out. Then the second, the third. After shooting 5 in a row, Yi Qing had to stop when his spiritual power was almost exhausted. The next second, the soul-restoring seeds in his body dissipated, and a large amount of spiritual power filled his body again. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The wooden blade and the black feather collided in midair. Boom! Then explode. Most of the black feathers were blocked by the wooden blades. But there are still 2 that slipped through the net. Phew! Phew! The black feathers pierced through the green wooden armor, pierced through his scales, and penetrated into his flesh. Hiss! Yi Qing cried out in pain subconsciously. The power of this black feather was beyond his expectations. Even after having some of his strength weakened by Aoki armor, he was still able to hurt him. Fortunately, the wound was not deep and did not injure his muscles, bones, and internal organs. There was no time to think about it. In the moment when the black-browed Eagle King was stunned, he swung his snake tail vigorously and rushed past him. The black-browed Eagle King reacted and chased after him again. It's almost there. Yi Qing looked at the entrance of the snake cave in front of him and murmured in his heart, if he just holds on a little longer, he will survive. Faced with life and death, his potential erupted again, and his speed became even faster. The black-browed Eagle King in the back was chasing closely. From time to time, he would use wind blades to slash at him. Although he had the Qingmu armor to block it, he still suffered many injuries. But most of them are flesh wounds. It hasn't yet affected his actions. However, just when he thought that the matter was over, a rotten bone vulture actually flew over from a distance. It is huge in size, almost the same size as the black-browed Eagle King. Name: Rotten Bone Vulture King. Status: Healthy. Realm: Level 14. Talents: Corpse Hunt, Iron Beak. Spells: Corrosive Saliva, Flying Sand, Stone Bending. Weaknesses: Head, Abdomen. Note: a powerful demon vulture king who likes to eat carrion and corpses. Eagle King. Yi Qing's heart sank to the bottom. A black-browed Eagle King is so difficult to deal with. If 2 of them come together, it will be hard for him to withstand it. But now that things have come to this, we have to resist even if we don't want to. You can't just wait to die, right? Damn it, if I survive today, I will kill you sooner or later. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and became ruthless. The rotten bone vulture blocked his way. The moment he rushed over, he opened his mouth and spurted out a large amount of green liquid. As soon as it appeared, a foul smell filled the air. The trees splashed by the green water quickly rotted and disappeared. Although Yi Qing tried his best to dodge, there was too much green water, and the Eagle King was in a dominant position, blocking almost all the places for him to dodge. He could only try his best to avoid the vital points. Sizzle. White smoke came out of the green wooden armor, and large holes were easily corroded by the green water. Then it continued to drip onto his snake scales. Squeak! The snake scales were corroded the moment they came into contact. The heart-wrenching pain eroded Yi Qing's nerves. He nearly broke his teeth. It hurts so much. Yi Qing cursed in his heart. This kind of continuous, burning pain is much more severe than the wind blade. Yi Qing passed the Eagle King. Keep moving forward. In just a few seconds at most, he would be able to enter the snake cave. Victory is in sight. At least, that's what he thought. But the next second, the black-browed Eagle King blocked his way again. And this time, the black-browed Eagle King actually landed directly on the ground. Obviously, in his opinion, Yi Qing is now at the end of his strength and can be easily controlled. Yi Qing kept moving forward. You can't stop either. Once the bone vulture comes down, he will be really dead. Looking at the black-browed Eagle King in front of him, he had an idea. In an instant, the ground rose. A large number of green vines emerged, climbing quickly upwards and entwining along the black-browed Eagle King's claws. At the same time, A dozen green wooden spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed at the claws of the black-browed Eagle King. Call! The black-browed Eagle King flapped his wings, broke free from the green vines, and stretched out his claws to tear the thorns apart. At this moment, Yi Qing also rushed to Heimei. There was a moment of eye contact with him. Then, Yi Qing felt a pain in his body. A huge bloody hole appeared on the back third of his body. A trickle of hot blood gushed out. That was pecked out by the black-browed Eagle King with his sharp eagle beak. The speed was too fast, and he had no time to react. But at this moment, Yi Qing could no longer care about so many things. He rushed forward with all his might and finally got into a secret cave in front of him. This is the entrance to the Snake Cave. Chapter 33 Young Wood. The black-browed Eagle King looked at the blood extending from outside the cave to inside. His eyes were as gloomy as water. He and the Eagle King couldn't even stop a green snake and let it escape. Brothering, the green snake was seriously injured. Even if it escaped, it probably wouldn't live long. Don't take it too seriously. The Eagle King flew over from not far away, landed beside the black-browed Eagle King, and spoke. The black-feathered Eagle King glanced at him. I don't agree with it. The one who died was not the Eagle King's son, so of course he didn't care. But he didn't say much. In his opinion, the big green snake really wouldn't live long. After all, he had just pierced his body. Brothering, I think the direction of this cave entrance should also lead to the snake cave. If Brothering is worried about the green snake, we just need to open up the entrance to the snake cave on the top of the mountain. By then, we will be able to capture both the Snake King and the green snake. Seeing that the black-browed Eagle King didn't say anything, the Eagle King continued. When the black-eyebrow Eagle King heard this, he raised his eyebrows and nodded. Brother Eagle is right. Then he looked at the entrance to the snake cave in front of him, summoned several wind blades, and slashed downwards. Boom! At the entrance, the rocks broke and a large amount of rubble fell and blocked the cave entrance. After doing all this, the black-browed Eagle King spread his wings and flew into the air, heading towards the top of the mountain. Asterisk. After entering the entrance of the snake cave, Yi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense spirit relaxed a little. He endured the pain in his body and crawled towards the depths of the cave. But gradually, he felt that he was losing strength, and it was getting darker and darker. He knew this was a sign of his coma. He tried to keep his eyelids under control, but his injuries were too severe. After a short while, he completely passed out. I don't know how much time has passed. In a daze, Yi Qing felt something patting his head. There was still a voice ringing in my ears. Boss, are you dead? Wow, woo, boss. What will happen to Xiao Shui if you die? Boss, wake up. Huh. Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was Xiao Shui, who looked sad. Ye vink fronet, he said weakly. I'm not dead yet. Ah, boss, you are still alive? Xiao Shui's expression froze when he saw Yi Qing speak, and he said happily, What? You want me to die? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. No. I just hope the boss doesn't die. Xiao Shui hurriedly explained. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze, too lazy to argue with him. He looked at himself. I found that some of my minor injuries have almost recovered. The only thing to worry about was the bloody hole near his abdomen. At this time, a scab had formed inside the blood hole. But recovery may not be possible in a short period of time. And maybe it was because he lost too much blood, but he felt very weak and had no strength. But he was already content to be alive, under the influence of the talent Eternal Life. Injuries can be recovered sooner or later. If worst comes to worst, you can still use with therapy. Black-browed Eagle King, Vulture King, wait until I recover from my injuries, and then you can wait to die. Yi Qing felt the pain in his body, and his hatred towards the two of them surged up again. If he hadn't been so strong and fearless this time, it would have been difficult for him to escape. But since he escaped, the other two can only wait for death. He rested there for a while. After regaining some strength, he stood up and crawled down. The stone walls inside the cave are not smooth, but have many sharp edges and corners. Every time Yi Qing moved his body, he would feel more intense pain. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Boss, there's a big hole ahead. At this moment, Xiao Shui in front suddenly turned back to remind him. Could it be that we have arrived at the snake cave? Yi Qing's heart moved, and he crossed the stream and came to the front. Soon he saw a different scenery. In front of him, a huge hole appeared, at least 400 or 500 meters high. The overall cavity is oval in shape, with a lush golden giant tree growing in the center. Not only are the branches of the giant tree golden yellow, but the leaves are also the same color. And it is very huge, occupying almost half of the space below. In other directions of the cave, there are entrances similar to the cave where Yi Qing is. Is this the snake cave? Ye Ving murmuret. The information about the giant tree also appeared in his mind. Name: Centennial Sun Tree. Quality: Level 9. Effect: there is abundant yang energy around the Jiang tree, which is very beneficial for the cultivation of demons that like yang energy. Note: the Jiang tree blooms every 20 years and bears fruit every 20 years. The Jiyang fruit it produces can improve the physical fitness of monsters. The extreme yang tree. Yi Qing's heart moved. Among the things he needed to evolve the wind wood spirit snake. One of them is extremely yang wood. I didn't expect that he would foresee it here. Who are you? Just as he was thinking, a huge, extremely Yin spirit snake emerged from under the extremely yang tree, stared at Yi Qing, and asked in confusion. Although this extremely Yin spirit snake is large in size, it is only level 10. Compared with Yi Qing, it is far worse. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, then said casually, I am Qing Yi. I was being chased by the black-browed Eagle King outside, and I luckily escaped here. Qing Yi. There was a look of doubt in the extremely Yin spirit snake's eyes. Obviously, he has never heard of Yi Qing's name. Lure, let him come over. Just when he was about to say something, a very feminine voice sounded behind him. Yi Qing's gaze passed the extremely Yin spirit snake and looked back, his pupils shrank. It was a giant snake covered with dense black scales, with a flat head, golden vertical pupils, and wings on its back. However, one of its wings had been broken, forming an abnormal arc. In addition, the back of its tail was broken, and a small half of it was missing. In addition, there were some scars of varying sizes on his body. The extreme Yin Snake King. Yevink murmuret. I recognized it immediately. However, the current state of the extreme Yin Snake King can only be described as miserable. After the extreme Yin Snake King opened her mouth, more than a dozen giant snakes appeared behind her one after another. There are extremely Yin spirit snakes, and there are also other species of spirit snakes. At this time, these spirit snakes were all looking at Yi Qing. Its mother, Yin Lu, moved aside after hearing the Snake King's order. Yi Qing crawled out of the cave and came in front of the extreme Yin Snake King. Xiaoshui puffed out her chest and followed Yi Qing. He glanced around at the snakes that were much bigger than him, not afraid at all, and even looked a little proud. After seeing Yi Qing's complete body, the Snake Queen narrowed her eyes slightly. She had never seen such a big green snake before in the Snake Mountain that she was in charge of. In other words, it is very likely to be foreign. She pondered for a moment and introduced herself. Brother Qing, I am Ji Yin, and I'm the boss here now. Since you were also chased here by the Black-Eyed Eagle King, you should also know that the entire Snake Mountain is blocked, and it is extremely difficult to escape. I wonder what your plans are next? Chapter 34, Asking for Benefits. Are you testing me? Yi Qing's heart moved slightly. After a brief thought, he replied in a deep voice. Right now, I want to heal my injuries first, and then find a way to escape from Snake Mountain. This is the judgment a normal demon should make when encountering danger. As he finished speaking, he kept observing Ji Yin's expression. But to his disappointment, there was no change on his face. I have the same idea, Yi Yin nodded. But then he sighed. But the demon eagle outside won't leave. As long as we go out, we will definitely be discovered. Going out is to die. There is no way to escape. What if we hide here and wait for the demon eagle to leave? Ye vink sepok tentativity. Those evil eagles are coming for us. They won't leave until they kill us. They are digging in the mountains outside now, and they will dig to our place soon. By then, everyone will die. The person who was speaking was a big red snake behind Ji Yin. There are raised horny areas on its head and wide fleshy wings on both sides of its head. It looks a bit ferocious. His level is the same as Yi Qing's, also level 12. Then can we only wait to die? Ye vink fronet. The situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. But this is normal, according to the information he received. The black-browed Eagle King came to Snake Mountain this time just to capture the Snake King as a gift. Naturally, they will not leave easily without catching the Snake King. Not really. If my injuries can be recovered, I can help you resist the Eagle King and the Vulture King. Then you can take the opportunity to escape. Yin replied, "Have you shown your chicken feet?" Yi Qing sneered in his heart. After saying so much, don't you just want him to help? I guess she's greedy for his semen? He would not put his life and death in the hands of a demon he met for the first time. If the Snake King runs away after recovering, won't he become a clown? However, it's not impossible to ask him to help the Snake King, but there should at least be some benefits, right? You can't get it for free. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. On the surface, he remained calm. He even deliberately asked, "If that's the case, aren't you in danger?" The thoughts and ideas of these demons cannot be hidden at all. Compared with humans, there is a huge gap. For them, I am willing to do this, but my injury is too severe and I can't recover in a short time. Unless... Jean looked embarrassed. Unless what? The injuries on the Demon King's body require a large amount of yang energy to be absorbed at once in order to recover. But if we add ourselves together, there's still a gap. But if we add Brother Qing, maybe we can make it. The red snake behind Jean answered first. What a good supporting actor. Yi Qing sneered in his heart. He showed a dilemma. I would like to help you, but I'm also seriously injured now. How about I ask my brother to help? Yi Qing looked at Xiao Shui beside him. Xiao Shui, who was still puffing out her chest, was startled. He never expected Yi Qing to mention him suddenly. He was not prepared at all. It's just quite sudden, but since the boss said so, he couldn't be timid no matter what. At worst, he would just make a sacrifice. If necessary, I can do it too, Xiao Shui said seriously. Jean's eyelids twitched slightly, and he did not expect Yi Qing to say that. If she hadn't seen the serious look in Yi Qing's eyes, she would have almost thought he was playing a joke on her. The size of the little white snake was of no use to her at all, so she ignored it. He just looked at Yi Qing and said, I wonder how long it will take for Brother Qing to recover from his injuries? According to my estimation, the Eagle King outside will dig through the top of the mountain and find us in 5 days at most. My injuries are very serious, and I can't recover in a short time. Yi Qing answered in a thoughtful manner. Upon hearing this, Ji Yin's expression immediately turned gloomy. But then, Yi Qing changed the subject. But if there is a spiritual fruit or something else that can heal my injuries, I should be able to recover a little. Then you can try to help the Demon King recover from his injuries. The extremely Yin complexion eased slightly. She glanced at the bloody hole on Yi Qing's tail. The injuries are indeed severe. I do have some things here for recovering from injuries. They can only help me a little. You can use them. I'll give you 3 days. No matter how you recover from your injuries, you have to help me recover. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to leave here. Jean took out 3 things from the leaf bag on his body and placed them in front of Yi Qing. His face was extremely serious and his tone was slightly strong. Okay, Ye Ving nodded. Seeing Yi Qing agreed, Ji Yin nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and went back to the Jiang tree. The other spirit snakes also returned one after another after looking at Yi Qing. After a while, only Yi Qing and Xiao Shui were left there. Yi Qing's eyes fell on the 3 things in front of him. A golden spiritual fruit the size of a human head. A long, narrow green leaf, like a gigantic willow leaf. The last one was a glowing white stone. Name, Extreme Sun Fruit. Quality, Level 8. Effect, improve chi and blood, strengthen physical fitness. Note, the fruit of the extremely young tree. Asterisk, name, Leaves of the Spiritual Source Tree. Quality, Level 9. Effect, contains a large amount of wood attributes spiritual energy, which is helpful for recovering from injuries. Note, the Lingyuan tree only produces 9 leaves in its lifetime. Asterisk, name, Spiritual Essence. Quality low. Effect, contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which can repair damaged meridians. Note, produced from low-level spirit veins, the quantity is extremely small. They're all pretty good. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. The next second, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Jiyang fruit, spiritual marrow, and leaves of the Lingyuan tree in front of him into his stomach. Ding, you swallowed the 8th level extreme yang fruit, evolution points plus 60. Ding, you devoured the leaves of the 9th level spiritual source tree, evolution points plus 80. Ding, you devoured low-level spiritual essence, evolution points plus 200. Current evolution points 340/500. This spiritual essence provides too many evolutionary points, right? Yi Qing was surprised. It would be great if I could get one more. Yi Qing looked at the extreme Snake King vaguely and murmured in his heart, "Get one more, and he'll level up." At level 13, he has enough strength to protect himself even when facing the Eagle King. But the Qing Snake King had just given him the thing, and he immediately went forward to ask for it, which inevitably made Qing suspect that he had other ideas. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing finally decided to wait a little longer. 2 days later, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. "Turn your head and look behind you." The few superficial injuries on his body have fully recovered. New flesh and blood has grown from the bloody hole on the tail. I think in a few days, new snake scales will grow and the snake will be back to normal. Almost. Yi Qing looked at Jin not far away and murmured in his heart. Then he twisted his body and moved closer to Jin. Chapter 35, Dagger Appears. Jin heard the noise, opened his eyes, and looked at Yi Qing. After seeing that Yi Qing's tail injury recovered so quickly, she felt a little confused. With such a big blood hole, even for her, it would take a long time to recover. Qingye in front of me had almost recovered in just 2 days. This is a good thing for me, she thought to herself. Then he asked to confirm, "Brother Qing, have you almost recovered from your injuries?" Alas, a trace of sadness appeared on Yi Qing's face. "Brother Qing, what's wrong?" Ji-in frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Yi Qing pretended to hesitate. Just before Ji-in was about to lose his temper, he spoke. "In order to help the Demon King as soon as possible, I have been concentrating on recovering from my injuries these past 2 days. But maybe I was too impatient, causing the meridians in my body that were repaired by the spiritual marrow to rupture again, adding insult to injury. Maybe I can't help Master Demon King." "What?" Jean's expression immediately turned gloomy. She waited for 2 days. How could this be the result? "Are you unwilling to help? Or do you not want to help?" Jean asked. "My Lord Demon King was willing to face the Eagle King and the Vulture King alone in order to give us a chance to survive. I can't thank you enough. So how could I not be willing to help?" Yi Qing's attitude is sincere. Then he gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision. "Well, give me 5 more spiritual essences to help me temporarily suppress my injuries. If I die from my injuries while helping you recover, I will accept it." Ji Yin's expression relaxed. She doesn't care whether Qingye lives or dies. She just wanted to recover from her injuries as soon as possible. Moreover, the method to help her requires all the essence of these male snakes. By then, all these male snakes will die. Now all I have to do is coax Qingye into agreeing. By the time they help me recover from my injuries, they will no longer have any say over what to do. But Qingye really dares to ask for 5 spiritual essences. Ji-in sneered in his heart. She opened the leaf bag beside her, took out 3 spiritual essences, and threw them to Yi Qing. He said in a deep voice, "This is all my spiritual essence. You can use it. I'll wait for you here tonight." "Okay." Ye ving no detaavide. After picking up the spiritual marrow, he turned and left. In fact, he only needs 1 spiritual essence to upgrade, and saying 5 means he just wants more. Now that he has obtained 3, it has already exceeded his original expectations. After climbing far enough, Yi Qing did not hesitate and immediately took out a spiritual marrow and stuffed it into his mouth. Ding! You swallowed a low-level spiritual essence, evolution points plus 200. Current evolution points, 500 out of 500. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Asterisk. Evening. Yi Qing, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Shui beside him, and said, "Wait for me to come back." "Don't worry, boss. I'll stay here and not go anywhere." Xiao Shui nodded and promised. Yi Qing didn't say anything else, but twisted his body and crawled towards the Jiyang tree. Soon, he saw Ji-in waiting for him under the Jiyang tree. "You're here. Let's go." Ji-in glanced at Yi Qing, turned around, and crawled into a big hole under the Jiyang tree behind him. Yi Qing was not surprised by this. With the map, he knew everything here clearly. There is a cave under the Jiyang tree. This cave should be a very dark place for rest. The cave is generally circular in shape and is very large inside, about 100 meters long. The cave is surrounded by the roots of the Jiyang tree, and in the center is a huge Jiyang tree. At this time, 6 spirit snakes of different colors were lying on it. The lowest level of these spirit snakes is only level 8, and the highest is the level 12 red spirit snake. Yi Qing followed Ji-in into the cave. Together with it, climb onto the big bed made of extremely young wood. What surprised Yi Qing was that this extremely yang would actually had temperature. Touching the scales feels like taking a sauna. Very comfortable. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, said in a very gloomy voice. Okay, Master Demon King, whatever you say, we will follow your instructions. The red snake was the first to speak in agreement. Yes, Master Demon King, just follow your orders. The other spirit snakes also spoke up. Ji nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, this time, I need a lot of essence to recover from my injuries, and I need your full cooperation during this period. As she spoke, the broken tail behind her raised up. I don't know where the 7 golden roots came from. This is the root of the Jiang tree. Insert it into your abdomen first. Jean ordered. The 6 of them, including the red snake, took the roots and did the same. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing also rolled his roots over. To be honest, he has helped the Ji-in spirit snake several times. But this is the first time for him to do it in this way. Maybe the methods of training and recovery are different? Yi Qing thought in his heart. He carefully examined the roots of the Jiyang tree and found that there was nothing special about it, except that it was hollow in the middle. After seeing that all 7 spirit snakes, including Yi Qing, were inserted, Ji-in nodded with satisfaction. Then he inserted all 7 roots into his abdomen. After doing all this, she said in a deep voice, I am about to start. You must hold on during the process, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Well, Lord Demon King, don't worry. I should be able to hold on. My Lord Demon King, I'm ready. Let's get started. The spirit snakes all made promises. You can tell at first glance that he is an old snake licker. Seeing this, Ji-in did not delay any longer. The spiritual energy in the body circulates. The next second, a suction force was transmitted from the roots of the Jiang wood to Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing keenly sensed that his essence was slowly draining away. He could totally accept the speed, but as time went on, the speed became faster and faster. One day later, the lowest level 8 spirit snake was the first to give up and fainted. Another half day has passed. Except for Yi Qing and the red spirit snake, the other 4 couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Yi Qing glanced at the several unconscious snakes. I discovered that essence was still flowing in the roots of their bodies. This, Jean is not going to suck them to death, right? What about me? Yi Qing suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Things didn't seem as simple as he thought at first. Chapter 36, Killing Jean. Brother Qing, hold on. The red snake gave Yi Qing an encouraging look. Yi Qing couldn't hold it in any longer. What's going on with this red snake? You're about to be sucked dry, and you're still talking to him like this? Is this what it means to be so smart as to count money for others even after being sold? Yi Qing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Yi Qing realized something was wrong, turned to look at Ji-in and asked tentatively, Master Demon King, how long will it take for you to recover? I can't hold on any longer. Haha, it's almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Ji-in answered with a smile, a look of enjoyment on his face. As long as she sucks all the spirit snakes in front of her dry, she can successfully break through to level 15. By then, both the Eagle King and the Vulture King will die. That's right, she wasn't trying to recover from her injuries from the beginning, but it is to use the essence of these spirit snakes to break through the realm. At this moment, she was very close to breaking through the bottleneck. Just a little bit. Hearing the perfunctory tone in Ji Yin's words, Yi Qing's intuition of danger became even stronger. He said in a deep voice, Master Demon King, my injuries are only temporarily suppressed. With my current physical condition, I can only hold on for 2 hours at most. After that, I will not be able to help you anymore. Ji-in was unhappy. She looked at Yi Qing deeply and nodded. Okay. The underground cave fell into silence again. But as time goes by, gradually, the red snake could no longer hold on. An hour and a half later, he also successfully fainted. Now, only Yi Qing is left. Yi Qing glanced at the first few snakes that were unconscious. They found that their entire bodies had shrunk. The snakeskin hung loosely on his body. We can't wait any longer. Yi Qing made the decision in his heart. This extremely mean snake king obviously has no good intentions. If he continues like this, he will become more passive. He glanced at his own panel. He said in his heart, begin to evolve. After he accumulated enough evolution points, he did not choose to evolve immediately. He was afraid that Ji-in would discover something abnormal about him. But now there is no need to pretend. Ji-in wanted to suck him to death. but he had to protect himself no matter what. Boom! A large amount of heat surged out of his body and flowed through his entire body in the blink of an eye. His meridians became thicker and tougher. The white hard layer covering the scales is thicker and tougher. At the same time, his body grew bigger again. It reached a length of 80 meters. The width is also 8 meters. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell. Wood controlling spell. Wood control technique. Consume spiritual energy to control plants. Yi Qing completed the entire process of evolution almost in an instant. Then he looked at Ji-in, who had a shocked look on his face. Since Ji-in has no moral principles, he wants to suck him dry. Then don't blame him. He wrapped his tail around the roots of the Jiang tree on his abdomen and tried to pull them out with force. But what surprised him was, this root seemed like a part of his body. It's impossible to pull it. What's going on? Yi Qing showed a look of surprise on his face. With his strength, let alone this tiny root, even a big tree can be torn down. At this time, Ji-in had already reacted. She was full of doubts and didn't understand why Yi Qing suddenly grew bigger. And the aura on his body has become stronger. Isn't he injured? How can I break through at this time? When he saw Yi Qing was about to pull off the roots on his body, Ji-yin's face darkened. She was about to break through. No accidents are allowed to happen. She sneered and said, although I don't know how you broke through, it's wishful thinking for you to pull out the roots. The moment we connected, the essence of yang in your body was already connected to the extreme yin in my body. They cannot be separated by brute force. I advise you not to struggle. Once I break through the realm, I will naturally let you go. Of course, I can also knock you out right now. It's definitely not for recovering from injuries. Yi Qing said in his heart, faced with extremely yin and naked threats. He sneered in his heart. Don't believe anything he says at all. Without hesitation, he took action. Wood control technique. Yi Qing used his consciousness to hit the roots on his abdomen. The next second, he felt that he had established a direct connection with the roots. And then, under his control, the roots that were originally impossible to pull out now easily detached from his body. How is it possible? Ji Yin's expression remained unchanged. She never expected that the roots would be pulled out. How could she break through without the green snake's huge supply of essence and yang? When she realized this, she instantly went crazy. She raised her broken tail and smashed it down. Call! The thick snake tail brought out bursts of air-breaking sounds, smashed towards Yi Qing's head. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged as he activated the soul-burning technique. The body was instantly covered with green wood armor. At the same time, use the tail blade to block. Bang! There was a loud sound of flesh and blood colliding. The green wooden armor on Yi Qing's tail shattered instantly, and his huge body shook, but returned to normal in an instant. Although Ji Yin's realm is higher than his, he was injured after all, and his strength was affected. The power of this attack is equivalent to his. In this way, he felt more confident. Boom! The next second, Yi Qing's heart began to beat violently. An endless power surged out of his body. He actually started the outburst. Then, he used the tail blade again. A green light flashed by. It smashed towards Ji-in with a loud bang. Boom! The tail blade hit Ji-in, but was blocked by a layer of translucent light shield on his body. Snap! The light shield was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter in the next second. Snort! Ji-in groaned, and his huge body was knocked backwards. This made her extremely angry. If her injuries had not healed yet, how could she have fought so miserably? She opened her mouth and spurted out several wind blades that slashed towards Yi Qing. Bang! The wind blade cut through the air and spun towards Yi Qing. Bang! It collided with the wooden blade summoned by Yi Qing in midair, exploded, and both were annihilated. Ji Yin's body shook, his breath stagnated slightly, and his movements paused for a moment. Yi Qing took this opportunity to summon the green wood ground spike. The ground beneath Ji Yin's body bulged. Thick and sharp spikes emerged from the ground. Phew! Pierced the relatively soft abdomen of Ji Yin. Suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed out. The intense pain drove Ji Yin crazy. She opened her mouth wide, and a fierce cold wind blew towards Yi Qing. The cold wind was like a knife, scraping Yi Qing's body. The green wooden armor on his body did not last long before it shattered and collapsed. Then, the scales on his body were lifted up, revealing a large area of bright red flesh underneath. Yi Qing endured the severe pain and urged his spiritual power. The next second, the roots of the jiang trees around the cave came alive. Drill out of the ground and head towards Ji-in. No! Ji-in roared unwillingly. The wind spirit shield appeared on her body again, blocking the tree roots outside. But there were too many roots. Soon she was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. The huge pressure caused the wind spirit shield to shatter directly. Phew! The next second, a huge wind blade flashed by and cut off Jean's head. Chapter 37. Prepared. Yi Qing was breathing heavily. It took a long time for my body to recover from the excitement. His body was weakened by the release of the soul-burning technique and the brief outburst. That was a close call. Looking at the extremely gloomy corpse on the ground, Yi Qing was still frightened. At this moment, large scales on his body were blown off, and he was covered in blood. In some places, even the flesh and blood were blown away by the cold wind. The feeling just now was like being tortured to death. He almost couldn't hold on. Ignoring Ji Yin's corpse, he immediately performed wood healing techniques. He was extremely weak at this moment. If other extremely Yin spirit snakes outside heard the noise and came in, he is in danger. Soon, tiny dots of green light emerged from the jiang tree and gathered into a ball in front of Yi Qing. After accumulating to a diameter of 4 or 5 meters, Yi Qing swallowed it in one gulp. Gentle life energy quickly flowed through his body, healing his injuries. In just a moment, the bleeding on his body stopped, but he was too badly injured. To fully recover, you may need to perform wood therapy several times. Yi Qing rested for a while. Then he cast wood healing twice in succession to heal himself. At this time, the flesh on his body had scabbed over and fallen off, revealing the still tender snake scales underneath. By the time he got here, most of his injuries had healed. The rest can be recovered passively with his own powerful recovery ability. He looked up at the jiang tree above his head. The leaves of the once robust jiang tree had long since turned yellow and fallen off, and the bark had also become dry, making it look like a dead tree. But Yi Qing could still feel some faint breath of life on it. The jiang tree is not completely dead. Give him enough time, maybe he can recover. Mother, are you okay in there? Just then a sound was heard outside. Yi Qing frowned. Looking at the map, there were 5 extremely evil spirit snakes lying at the entrance of the cave. The levels of these 5 extremely Yin spirit snakes are mostly at level 10 or 11, and their strength is not that strong. After waiting for a while, without getting a reply from Ji-in, the 5 of them looked at each other. One of them entered the entrance and headed underground. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish, Yi Qing murmured. Soon, the head of the extremely Yin spirit snake drilled into the cave. But just as she appeared, a green light flashed before her eyes. Bang! A muffled sound. Her head was hit hard. The entire skull was cracked and blood was dripping. She tried hard to control herself and fight back. But before she could make any move, a wooden blade shot out. Phew! Cut off the entire snake head. A large amount of blood spurted out from the broken neck. It splashed all over Yi Qing. In addition, the ground was almost filled with snake corpses. Make him look like an executioner, a snake killer. He glanced upward. Then he twisted his body and crawled upwards. After a few breaths, Yi Qing crawled out of the cave and came to the ground. The remaining 4 extremely Yin spirit snakes all looked at him vigilantly. The 11th level extreme Yin spirit snake asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where are my mother and sister?" Yi Qing's eyes turned cold. These extremely sinister snakes are used to taking advantage of the power of the Snake King to bully others. I no longer know how to respect the strong. I'm obviously much stronger than them, yet they talk to me like this. How dare they? The next second his mind moved. Boom! Countless green vines suddenly emerged from the ground, and these vines grew at an astonishing speed. Quickly climb onto the bodies of these extremely Yin spirit snakes in front of you. You dare to attack us? My mother won't let you go. You are so brave. Several extremely evil spirit snakes roared angrily. They all tried to break free from the vines. Don't you want to find your mother? I'm helping you, so that you can be reunited sooner. Yi Qing chuckled. The levels of these 4 are not as good as his. On his own initiative, in just a few moments they were killed one by one. When he came to the corpse, Yi Qing first took out the snake gallbladder and then swallowed the corpse into his stomach. Ding! you devoured a level 10 extreme Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 60. Ding, you devoured a level 10 extreme Yin spirit snake. Evolution points plus 60. Finish this. Yi Qing returned to the cave and dealt with the corpse underground. Ding, you devoured the 14th level extreme Yin snake king. Evolution points plus 260. Ding, you devoured the 12th level red spirit snake. Evolution points plus 140. Current evolution points 820/1000. Are you almost accumulating enough evolution points again? Yi Qing was slightly surprised. This time his harvest was really huge. Then, he used the snake's tail to roll up the 8 leaf bags he had obtained and came outside. He found Xiao Shui and told her, "Take out everything here, sort it out, and put the same things together." "Okay, boss." Xiao Shui looked at the dried blood on Yi Qing's body. She felt no fear at all, but full of joy. He saw the battle under the Jiyang tree just now. The boss's ferocious figure was still lingering in his mind. That's all the enemy's blood. The boss is really awesome. Xiao Shui sighed in her heart. Yeah. Yi Qing nodded slightly, turned around, and crawled towards an underground river in the snake cave. The blood on his body was sticky and made him feel uncomfortable. He planned to clean it first. The underground river is about 30 meters wide and flows through the snake cave all the way down the mountain. Yi Qing crawled into it. The river water was cold, washing away the dirt on his body and also bringing him a sense of clarity. When he emerged from the river, all the dirt on his body had disappeared. He returned to the Jiyang tree. I saw Xiao Shui had already divided the things in the leaf bag. The most common of them are the low-level Jiyang fruits. In addition, there are low-level wind spirit stones. There are more than 40 pieces in total. The rest are some other spiritual fruits, but their levels are not very high. Things to improve bloodline seem to be enough. Yi Qing murmured, recalling the conditions for evolving the wind wood spirit snake in my mind. Level 10, 10 extremely Yin snake gallbladders, 20 low-level wind spirit stones. Pour the above into water, boil it with 100-year-old extremely young wood, and then bathe in it for an hour. Now, it seems all he needs is a pot big enough. Chapter 38 Windwood Snake. One day later, Yi Qing looked at the huge stone pot with a diameter of 30 meters that he had dug out in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The stone pot is full of potholes both outside and inside and looks very rough. But this is the result of Yi Qing's best efforts. First, he had no suitable tools, and second, he had no hands. Making things is somewhat inconvenient. At this time, a large amount of extremely young would have been placed under the stone pot. That's right, the withered Jiyang tree had been chopped down by him, with only a root left there. Xiao Shui, go get some water from the river over there. Yi Qing called Xiao Shui over and gave him instructions. Okay, boss. Xiao Shui, who was carrying several leaf bags on his back, agreed and immediately crawled towards the underground river. A moment later, he returned with a bulging belly. Spray the river water stored in the body into the stone pot. But the amount of water is too little? Yi Qing was a little speechless. At Xiao Shui's speed, even if the Eagle King outside dug through the top of the mountain, he would still not be able to fill the stone pot. With no other options, Yi Qing had to do it himself. He made a large wooden basin using the trunk of an extremely young wood. Used the snake's tail to wrap the wooden basin to hold water. With the efforts of him and Xiao Shui, the stone pot was soon filled with water. Then he threw all the snake gall and spirit stones into the pot. He crawled into the stone pot with his huge body, then looked at Xiao Shui below and ordered, Xiao Shui, light the fire. Boss, are you serious? Xiao Shui asked a little uncertainly. He was a little confused by his boss's behavior. Won't you really cook yourself this way? Don't waste time. Hurry up. Yi Qing's eyes became fierce. I'm in a hurry to improve my bloodline. Okay. Xiao Shui shrank his head and responded softly. Then he threw the prepared fire into the pile of extremely young wood. As the light blue, smoke rises. The extremely young wood also began to burn, and it's getting more and more prosperous. Gurgle. The water in the stone pot soon began to boil. But Yi Qing didn't feel the heat. On the contrary, it is very comfortable, just like taking a hot spring bath. This went on for an hour. The system prompt sound also appeared in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! Congratulations on your successful evolution into a wind-wood spirit snake. Gain the talent Wind Spiritual Power Perception. Get the talent Wind Shadow. Obtain spell Violent Wind Blade. Ding, congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Extreme Wind Wings. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Windwood Snake. Attributes, Woodwind. Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 15. Talents, Wood Shadow Hide. Endless Life. Wind, Spiritual Power Perception. Wind Shadow. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Spikes, Wooden Blades, Soul Returning Seeds, Soul Burning Technique, Wood Healing Technique, Wood Control Technique, Violent Wind Blade, Extreme Wind Wings. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint, Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution Points, 0/3000. Note, a Windwood Spirit Snake that has just begun to show its might. Oh my god, I got promoted twice in a row. Yi Qing was delighted. Originally, he was only level 13, but after upgrading his bloodline, his level was directly raised to level 15. The increase in level brings him great power. His body also grew to 100 meters. When it is rolled up, it looks as huge as a small hill. A white line appeared on the originally green snake scales on the body, from his head, along his back to his tail. In addition, there are many fine pores under the snake scales on the left and right sides of his abdomen. These pores can keenly sense the fluctuations of wind spiritual power in the surroundings. This is the change brought about by his talent. Then he clicked on the talent details to check. Wind spiritual power perception. The perception of wind spiritual power is very sharp, and the control of wind spiritual power is more handy. The power of casting wind spells is increased, and the spiritual power consumption is slightly reduced. Wind shadow. You can use the power of wind to make yourself faster. Wind spiritual power perception. Yi Qing sensed his surroundings and found many white spots floating nearby. Are these the so-called wind spiritual powers? Ye vink murmuret. The next second his heart moved. The wind spiritual power immediately moved according to his thoughts. This kind of control. Yi Qing was slightly surprised. Having this talent means that when casting wind spells, he does not have to use entirely the spiritual power in his body, but can also control the wind spiritual power outside for his own use. He also understood the specific effects of wind spiritual power perception. Afterwards, he tested the wind shadow talent again. This talent simply increases his crawling speed. The improvement is a bit large. According to his own estimation, if he didn't have the wind shadow talent, his speed would be at least twice as slow. He likes this talent very much. It is very useful whether you are escaping or chasing the enemy. In a word, speed means taking the initiative. Then, he clicked on the spell details to view them. Violent Wind Blade. Consumes a large amount of spiritual energy to form a large wind blade to attack the target range. Extreme Wind Wings. Consumes spiritual power to condense into wind wings, which can be used for flying. But during the flight, you need to continue to consume spiritual power to maintain it. Furious Wind Blade is an offensive spell. After reading the introduction of Jai Fenjai, Yi Qing's body was shaking with excitement. With the extreme wind wings, it means he can fly too. Thinking back to the time when he killed the black-feathered demon eagle, he could only think of a way to lure it down. He was so angry. If he encounters the black-feathered demon eagle again now, he can fly into the air and kill it directly. It's so much more convenient. And now that he can fly, he can go to more places. A thought occurred to him. The spiritual power in his body was immediately mobilized and quickly gathered towards his back. After 5 breaths, 4 huge, translucent wind wings appeared on his back. The shape of the wind wing is similar to a swan wing. The 2 in front are larger and are 80 meters long when unfolded. The 2 behind are slightly smaller, but still about 50 meters long. The consumption is a bit high. He simply condensed the extreme wind wings, and half of the spiritual power in his body disappeared. Moreover, after being condensed, the gale wings continued to consume spiritual energy. According to his estimation, the remaining spiritual power could only last about half an hour. If he were to fly, he would probably be able to last even shorter. But it doesn't matter. I have the soul resurrection seed. Yi Qing thought. He can condense 3 soul-restoring seeds and add his own spiritual power. Enough to support him to fly. Even if they were fighting in the air, it would be no problem for a short period of time. Bossy, you cooked the wings? Xiao Shui below was shocked when she saw Yi Qing suddenly grow wings. He looked at himself. Do you feel like you also want to be cooked in the stone pot? After all, the boss looks a little bit good-looking. Chapter 39. Killing the Eagle King. Yi Qing glanced at Xiao Shui and ignored him. This kid's train of thought is so strange. If I take it seriously, I will lose. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from above the snake cave. Yi Qing looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that a big hole had been dug out on the top of Snake Mountain. There was less than 50 meters left to his location. The sound just now was made by the demon vulture Qing using the stone control technique to move a huge rock out of the dug hole. It is estimated that the top of the snake cave will be hollowed out in half a day at most. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could even go and settle the score with the black-browed Eagle King and the other two, they had already come to him and were seeking death. Wait for me here. The huge body swam and drilled into the exit of the snake cave above. Boom! Yi Qing's huge body swam in the cave, making a huge noise, like a giant creature crashing into it. Bang! He pushed aside the rubble at the cave entrance and reappeared outside. Then he summoned his swift wind wings and flapped them. Call! A large amount of airflow emerged under his wings, blowing away the debris around him. It also provided him with a huge lift. He quickly took off. At first, he was not very skilled in flying and did not dare to use too much force. But as time went on, he flew more and more smoothly and skillfully. You can even perform some difficult tumbling moves. His huge body was soon discovered by the demon eagle and magic vulture in the sky. They immediately screamed and notified the two black-browed eagle kings who were still digging the hole. Yi Qing did not stop him. Just flap your wings and fly towards the top of the mountain. The trees on the ground quickly retreated in his eyes. When he reached the top of the mountain, the two black-browed eagle kings just came out of the cave. The first time they saw Yi Qing, they all looked surprised and confused. They didn't recognize Yi Qing at first. Brother Demon, I wonder what business you have with us? We are subordinates of Lord Silver Moon Wolf King from the 10,000 Demons Mountain, asked the black-browed eagle king politely. He sensed an aura from the snake demon in front of him that was more powerful than his own. Ha, you don't recognize me so quickly? I'm here to kill you. Yi Qing chuckled, and the next second, he started the soul-burning technique. Last time, the black-browed eagle king and the eagle king almost killed him. He couldn't sleep well until he avenged them. Now that I have a chance, I will never let them leave. The moment the soul-burning technique was activated, the spiritual energy in Yi Qing's body began to boil. As his mind moved, huge wind blades appeared in front of him. In an instant, the number reached hundreds, covering most of the area in front of him. It's you! The black-browed eagle king recognized Yi Qing immediately when he heard his voice. His eyes were extremely solemn. After seeing Yi Qing cast a spell, he immediately cast his strongest spell, Storm Blade Feather, without saying a word. The demon vulture king was behind the black-browed eagle king and was a beat slow to react. He flapped his wings, releasing a large amount of fine, flying sand. These flying sands are like fine needles with very sharp tips. It shot towards Yi Qing like a flood. Call out! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blade on Yi Qing's body cut through the air and slashed towards the two black-browed eagle kings in front of him. Soon it collided with the blade feathers of the black-browed eagle king in midair. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted at the moment of collision. The blade feathers were shattered by the continuous cuts. The wind blade paused for only a moment before continuing to slash towards the black-browed eagle king. In terms of spell power, the black-browed eagle king is not as good as Yi Qing. Yi Qing was not surprised by this. He was originally of a higher level than the black-browed eagle king, and he used the soul-burning technique to increase the power of his spells. If the black-browed eagle king could beat him, that would be a problem. The spell was broken, and the black-browed eagle king groaned, his body feeling as if he had been hit by a heavy punch. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. He flapped his wings to try to dodge the incoming wind blades. But Yi Qing had hundreds of wind blades covering the sky and the earth. There is nowhere to hide even if you want to. In desperation, he could only try his best to avoid the vital points. Puff, puff, puff. There was a series of sounds of wind blades sinking into flesh and blood. The body of the black-browed eagle king was blown away by the huge force of the wind blade. The pitch-black feathers were covered in blood. Ah! The black-browed eagle king let out a strange cry. The body fell rapidly toward the ground. He was seriously injured, his wings were broken, and he could no longer maintain the flying state. There was fear and confusion in his eyes. horrified at the strength of the big green snake. I wonder why the big green snake not only didn't die after just 3 days of not seeing it, but also gained such powerful strength. Suddenly, his falling speed slowed down and he was floating in the air. Four demon eagles grabbed his body from 4 directions and flapped their wings desperately to prevent him from falling. He looked at Yi Qing deeply, then hurriedly ordered the 4 people, "Take me away from here and return to Yingshan." With one blow, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. "If you continue to stay, you will be seeking death." At this time, he had already forgotten about the extreme Snake King. The only thought in my mind was to get out of here as soon as possible. Stay away from that big green snake. He doesn't want to die. When he returns, tell Lord Silver Moon Wolf King about this. If it knew that there was a stronger snake here, they will definitely send other demon kings over, and then he will be able to kill the big green snake without having to do anything. Far away, Yi Qing flapped the wind wings behind him and nimbly dodged the flying sand spell of the demon vulture king. Then he summoned several wooden blades and smashed them at the demon vulture king. The demon vulture king didn't dare to take it head-on, also dodged, but his speed was obviously not as fast as Yi Qing's, and he was still hit in the thigh under the abdomen by a wooden blade. The demon vulture king endured the pain, and fear rose in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the black-browed eagle king running away. He completely gave up the idea of fighting, immediately flew in another direction. He and the black-browed eagle king are just partners. Naturally, I won't risk my life for it. When flying away, he did not forget to apply eye drops to the black-browed eagle king. "Brother Yao, I'm not the one who wants to kill you. It's that black eyebrow. If you want revenge, go find him. It has nothing to do with me." After saying this, he flew away without looking back. He was afraid that if he was a little slower, Yi Qing would continue to attack him. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, then turned around and chased after the black-browed eagle king. It's not that he wants to let the demon vulture king go. It's just that the seriously injured black-browed eagle king is easier to kill. Just kill the black-browed eagle king yourself, and then go after the demon vulture king. Both of them must die. The black-browed eagle king was seriously injured and was being held by 4 demon eagles while flying, so he couldn't fly fast at all. It only took Yi Qing half a minute to catch up with him. Saw Yi Qing chasing after him. The 4 evil eagles immediately loosened their claws in fear, leaving the black-browed eagle king behind, and fled in all directions. "Waste! Come back!" The black-browed eagle king roared angrily. But the 4 demon eagles flew even faster. Chapter 47, Colored Demonic Python. Yi Qing looked at the falling black-browed eagle king. "No more nonsense, just get started." He raised his tail and slammed it down rapidly. I saw a green shadow flash by. By the time the green shadow stopped, it had already hit Black Eyebrow. Bang! A muffled sound. There was a big gash on the back of the black-browed eagle king, covered in blood and flesh. Puff! The black-browed eagle king opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, he couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Qing opened his mouth and spit out a wooden blade. The wooden blade accurately cut the black-browed eagle king's neck. Phew! A muffled sound. The black-browed eagle king's neck was broken, and his head was separated from his body and thrown out in a spin. It only took him a few seconds to do all this. He ignored the falling corpse and quickly turned around to chase after the demon vulture king. In just a short while, the demon vulture king had already run very far away. Yi Qing could only see a very small black dot. Fortunately, after he upgraded, the scope of the map was further expanded. The radius reaches 2,000 meters, although he couldn't see the situation ahead clearly with his naked eyes. But on the map, even the fear in the eyes of the demon vulture king could be seen clearly. It flapped its wings frantically while running away, while constantly looking back. He was obviously frightened by himself. Yi Qing flapped all 4 wings at the same time, quickly closing the distance between himself and the demon vulture king. But at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked diagonally forward. There, more than 30 rotten bone vultures were flying towards him. After a few breaths, he blocked his way. "Stop him and protect the demon king." The leading few rotten-boned demon vultures shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, these rotten-boned demon vultures opened their mouths and spewed out large amounts of wind and sand. The range of the wind and sand spell was already quite large, and it was released together with more than 30 magic vultures. It immediately blocked Yi Qing's way completely. Dense needles of sand shot towards him like an overwhelming force. Yi Qing was slightly surprised. These demon vultures are really loyal and not afraid of death. But if you want to stop me, then be prepared to die. A thought occurred to him. A rich with spiritual energy immediately emerged from his body, and in an instant it gathered into a green wooden armor. The next second, he rushed directly into the flying sand. Bang, bang, bang. The sand needles hit the green wooden armor, making a dull sound. But its power is limited, and at most it can leave some marks on the Qing armor. Can't even penetrate it. Yi Qing easily passed through the flying sand. In midair, the huge snake tail smashed towards the two nearest magic vultures. With his speed, these demon vultures had no chance to dodge. Got hit directly by the snake's tail. Phew! The tail blade swept past, cutting off the neck of one demon vulture and leaving a huge gap in the abdomen of another one, causing the internal organs to pour out and fall out uncontrollably. Cry! The two demon vultures let out mournful cries, and their bodies fell rapidly downwards. But Yi Qing didn't even look at them, as its huge body moved among the flock of magic vultures. One magic vulture after another was killed. In the sky, the corpses of the magic vultures fell like dumplings. 3 minutes later, the magic vultures in the sky disappeared. Only Yi Qing, covered in blood, was left. Yi Qing removed the spell of the green wood armor on his body, and the blood on it began to slide off. He looked into the distance. The figure of the demon vulture king could no longer be seen there. There is no trace of him on the map. Yi Qing was unwilling to give up and chased forward for tens of thousands meters. But still no trace of the demon vulture king was found. It was like the guy just disappeared. With no other choice, Yi Qing had to return to Snake Mountain. Snake Mountain, next to a rock, Yi Qing's huge body fell down. He raised his head and looked at the smashed body of the demon vulture in front of him. Falling from a height of 1,000 meters, the huge impact force shattered their bodies into pieces, and it was no longer possible to recognize what they looked like when they were alive. Yi Qing didn't mind either. The snake opened its mouth and swallowed it into its stomach. These are all evolution points. For him, enhancing his own strength is the most important thing. As for the rest, he chose to ignore it. It's already a snake. What's there to be disgusted about? Ding! You devoured a level 10 rotten bone demon vulture. Evolution points plus 40. Ding! You devoured a level 10 rotten bone demon vulture. Evolution points plus 40. Current evolution points 1320/3000. After Yi Qing ate all the corpses of the rotten bone demon vultures around him, he successfully obtained more than 1,300 evolution points. Then, he found the body of the black-browed eagle king. Swallow it as well. Ding! You devoured the 14th level black feather eagle king. Evolution points plus 200. Having done this, he returned to the snake cave. He threw the leaf bags he had taken off the corpses to Xiao Shui and ordered, "Sort out the things in here." Okay, boss." Xiao Shui was so excited that she could hardly speak. There are more than 20 leaf bags. How many good things must be inside? Wait a minute. How many demons did you kill, boss? Xiao Shui was stunned and realized the crux of the problem. The boss is too fierce. He thought foolishly. Yi Qing dived into the underground river and soaked in the cool water. The muscle tension caused by intense fighting gradually disappeared under such circumstances. He narrowed his eyes and began to think about what to do next. The biggest trouble is that the demon vulture king escaped back. The silver moon wolf king of Wanyao Mountain needed a spirit snake to refine the 5-poison pill. If I didn't bring back the extreme snake king, he would most likely target me and send other demons to capture me. Since the demon vulture king already knows his strength, the demon that comes to capture him must be a stronger one. He's very hard to beat, unless he can quickly break through the realm in a short period of time. 3 days at most. After 3 days, or even shorter, there may be new demons coming to Snake Mountain to capture me. Yi Qing guessed in his heart. The first time the black-browed eagle king came to capture the extreme snake king, he failed. The second time I came, the time interval was 3 days. In such a short period of time, the most he could do was to break through one realm. Moreover, even if he could break through, he had no guarantee that he could stop the demons that might arrive. Because he knew nothing about the strength of Wanyao Mountain. "We must leave here as soon as possible," Yi Qing said in his heart. If he continues to stay in Snake Mountain, the demons from 10,000 Demons Mountain will come and surround him. It would be difficult for him to escape. As for the possibility that the demon vulture king would not report his affairs to the 10,000 Demons Mountain, he simply ignored this low-probability event. He could not risk his life at the mercy or negligence of his enemies. The demon vulture king was almost beaten to death by himself, so he must hate him to the core. It is a normal reaction for him to try every means to kill him. After making the decision in his heart, Qing stopped thinking about it. Open the search engine instead. After evolving into a windwood spirit snake, he was one step closer to becoming a 5-clawed golden dragon. It's time to know the next bloodline evolution target. After pondering for a moment, Qing input his thoughts. What is the optimal evolutionary path from the windwood spirit snake to the 5-clawed golden dragon? Result: wind and wood snake, 5-element snake, demonic python, Long, golden dragon, 5-clawed golden dragon. Is it still a spirit snake? Qing murmured. If this continues, he will need 2 more bloodline evolutions if he wants to evolve into a monster. It's a bit too slow. Qing was not very satisfied. In the past, he might not have thought so. But with a powerful potential enemy that could appear at any time, he was a little anxious. And after going through so much, he has understood, in this world, it is impossible to improve your strength safely and steadily, because there are always all kinds of troubles that will come to you. The most important thing is how to quickly enhance your strength, rather than stable. He typed again. What is the fastest evolutionary path from the windwood spirit snake to the 5-clawed golden dragon? Result: windwood spirit snake, 7-colored demonic python, Long, golden dragon, 5-clawed golden dragon, 7-colored demonic python. Qing's heart moved. Hurry to search for the bloodline that provides the easiest conditions for evolving into a 7-colored demon python. And got the results quickly. Result: the level reaches 15. The skin of the golden toad, the head of the red fire centipede, the tail of the black earth gecko, and the scorpion hook of the thunder scorpion. The level of the above monsters needs to be no less than level 15, and the above items are subdued with triple heavy water. 5 poisons. Qing was stunned. Chapter 41, Leaving. Toad, centipede, gecko, scorpion. Wouldn't the missing poisonous snake make up the 5 poisonous creatures? Could it be? Qing suddenly had some guesses in his mind. According to previous experience of bloodline evolution, these things must be nearby. And the only thing he had come into contact with recently was related to the 5 poisons. It's the 5 poison pill that the Silver Moon Wolf King wants to refine. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that these things are all in Wan Yao Mountain, in the hands of the Silver Moon Wolf King? After going around in circles, do I still have to go to Wan Yao Mountain to collect these things? These things are what the Silver Moon Wolf King uses to refine the 5 poison pills. How could he get it? Take the initiative to go to Wan Yao Mountain to rob? Isn't that walking into a trap? All this is just my guess. Maybe these things are near Snake Mountain. Qing murmured. At the same time, he had a doubt in his mind. Isn't it about refining the 5 poison pill? What we need should be a poisonous snake, but the extreme Snake King is not poisonous. It's a bit unreasonable for the black-browed Eagle King to capture the extreme Snake King as a birthday gift. Or does it mean that the 5 poison pill only requires 5 corresponding demons, and it doesn't matter whether it is poisonous or not? This is very possible. After all, the black-browed Eagle King would not waste his energy on useless work and bring back a useless snake. This is not patting the wolves, but patting the wolf's balls. Shaking his head, Qing didn't think about it any further. No matter what, the top priority now is to leave Snake Mountain. Crash! He emerged from the river with his huge body and came to the shore to find Xiao Shui. At this time, Xiao Shui had almost sorted out the things in the leaf bag. Qing took a look and pushed aside some of the more valuable things. You can deal with the rest yourself, Qing ordered. The rest was of little use to him. Even if he ate it, it would only increase his evolution points by 1 or 2. It would be better to leave it to Xiao Shui and let him improve his strength. This way, you won't be holding yourself back in the future. Boss, isn't this a bit bad? Or I'll carry it for you, and you can take it out when you want to use it. To Qing's surprise, Xiao Shui didn't want it. Qing frowned. I suddenly remembered that Xiao Shui was a bitch. Being too nice to him won't do any good. Thinking of this, he immediately added in a cold voice. These things are given to you so that you can use them for cultivation. You are so weak and pitiful, and the gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't make a breakthrough in a short time, get out. Boss, you don't want me anymore? Xiao Shui burst into tears and looked at Yi Qing in disbelief. If you can't catch up with me, then you don't deserve to continue following me, Yi Qing said lightly. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Shui. Only one of them was left standing there. It took a long time for Xiao Shui to come back to her senses. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, don't worry. I will practice hard." Next to the extremely sunny tree, Yi Qing poured out the contents of the leaf bag. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it all. Ding! You swallowed a large amount of low-level wind spirit stones. Evolution points plus 742. Ding! You devoured a large amount of low-level spiritual fruits. Evolution points plus 452. Ding! You swallowed a lot of low-level spiritual milk. Evolution points plus 121. Ding! You swallowed a small amount of rare metals. Evolution points plus 220. Evolution points 3,000/3000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Evolution, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of heat surged out from every part of his body in an instant. Then it was absorbed by his flesh, blood, meridians, and bones. His body grew larger again. It stopped only when it reached 110 meters. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Wind Arrow. Swift Wind Arrow. Concentrate spiritual power and shoot out extremely fast wind arrows. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Windwood Snake. Attributes, Woodwind. Status, healthy. Realm, level 16. Talents, Wood Shadow Hide, Endless Life, Wind Spiritual Power Perception, Wind Shadow. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Spikes, Wooden Blades, Soul Recovery Seeds, Soul Burning Technique, Wood Healing Technique, Wood Control Technique, Violent Wind Blade, Extreme Wind Wings, Gust of Wind Arrows. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution Points, 0/4000. Note, a slightly majestic Windwood Spirit Snake. Wind Arrow. Yi Qing's expression changed. The spiritual energy in the body surged rapidly. The next second, a translucent arrow more than 20 meters long appeared in front of him. Then, shoot out violently. With a whoosh sound, the arrow disappeared where it lay. Then, it slammed into the stone wall beside it. Boom! There was a loud bang. A big hole was shot out of the stone wall. The entire body of the Gale arrow sank into the stone wall and stopped after penetrating nearly 50 meters. It's so powerful. Yi Qing was delighted. It was just an ordinary attack from him. If the soul burning technique is used, the power of the wind arrow will be even stronger. He withdrew his gaze from the stone wall and looked at the sky. It was already dark outside. If we leave Snake Mountain at this time, we will enter the strange fog outside, which is obviously not suitable for leaving. But he didn't mind one more night. Even if the demons from Wanyao Mountain come, they won't be that fast. Asterisk. The next day was just dawn. Yi Qing opened his eyes. He left the spot, found Xiao Shui, and ordered, "Pack up, let's get out of here." "Boss, I don't have anything to pack. Everything is ready." Xiao Shui agreed and patted the several leaf bags hanging on his body with his snake tail in response. He was afraid that Yi Qing would dislike him and abandon him, so he packed all his things in advance. "Well, let's go." Yi Qing nodded. He took Xiao Shui out of the snake cave. After coming outside, he let Xiao Shui curl up his tail. Then his mind moved, and suddenly 4 huge, translucent wind wings appeared behind him. Yi Qing flapped his wings, and his huge body suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the air, leaving in the opposite direction of the demon Vulture King's escape yesterday. Chapter 42, Silver Moon Wolf King. One day later at noon, Yi Qing, who was on his way, suddenly frowned and looked at the edge of the map. A huge silver wolf with black wings on its back appeared there. The pair of black wings were huge and covered with densely packed tiny black eyeballs. The eyeballs are black and the pupils are white. The blinking looks very strange. Name, Silver Moon Wolf King. Status, Weird Symbiosis/Mental Abnormality. Realm, Level 20. Talents, Extreme Speed, Wind Spiritual Sensing, Moon Attraction. Spells, Wind Blade, Wind Shield, Wind Wall, Wind Bind, Storm Chain. Weaknesses, Waist Abdomen Wings. Note, one of the 12 great demon kings in Wanyao Mountain, He coexists with the treacherous hundred-eyed black feather and can borrow some of the hundred-eyed black feather's power. What is coming has finally come. Yi Qing sighed in his heart. The next second, his body fell rapidly downwards. The moment he landed, he threw Xiao Shui out with force. He shouted, "Get out of here!" Then, he shot away into the distance without looking back. The Silver Moon Wolf King's level is too high, and he is likely to be in great danger this time. I abandoned Xiao Shui in advance, because I didn't want to harm him. Although Xiao Shui is silly, she always listens to him, and it saved his life. I can't harm him. Yi Qing's figure shuttled quickly among the trees. At the same time, he was observing the Silver Moon Wolf King in the air on the map. As the Silver Moon Wolf King dived downward, he actually lowered his flying altitude, and it flew towards him with a clear goal. Yi Qing's heart also sank to the bottom. That little bit of luck was gone. The Silver Moon Wolf King was able to find him so accurately. There must be some method that he didn't know about to lock onto his location. Therefore, it is useless to hide in the same place. You can only run. He activated Burst and rushed forward at his fastest speed. But the Silver Moon Wolf King is faster. The distance between them was rapidly closing. After a moment, Yi Qing stopped helplessly. He looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was blocking him. The Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes were dark red, and there was a hint of madness in the look he gave Yi Qing. He stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his lips, and said to himself excitedly, "Hey, it really is a top-grade spirit snake. I can finally refine my 5 poison pills." Then he looked at Yi Qing. "Little snake, come back with me." As soon as he finished speaking, several translucent chains appeared in front of him and came towards Yi Qing to tie him up. The speed was so fast that Yi Qing only saw a flash of white light, and the chain was already in front of him. Yi Qing, who had already activated the soul-burning technique, summoned a violent wind blade without saying a word. Hundreds of wind blades spun and slashed towards the spirit lock. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The seemingly powerful wind blade collapsed the moment it hit the spirit lock. It just slowed down the speed of the spirit lock for a moment. So strong? Yi Qing was shocked. It seemed that the spiritual chain was about to wrap around his body. A thought occurred to him. The ground beneath the feet of the Silver Moon Wolf King bulged, and more than a dozen huge green wooden spikes emerged from it. Since he couldn't stop the attack of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he would just attack and save him. But to his disappointment, the Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to have sensed it in advance and moved his body sideways, directly avoiding the green wooden spikes. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. It was too late for him to cast other spells. In desperation, he raised the thick snake tail behind him. The tail blade hit the spirit lock. Boom! There was a loud bang. This time he used all his strength. The spirit lock indeed stopped, and several cracks slowly appeared where it was hit. "Hey, the little snake is quite powerful, but if you meet me, you won't be able to escape. Just come back with me, and you'll suffer less. You are lucky to be part of the 5 poison pill." The Silver Moon Wolf King's dark red eyes revealed excitement and agitation. This time, he will definitely be able to successfully refine the 5 poison pill. Then, he had an idea. The cracks on the spirit lock disappeared, returning to its original shape and continuing to wrap around Yi Qing. A trace of despair arose in Yi Qing's heart. The Silver Moon Wolf King is terrifyingly powerful. It was obvious that he was no match for the opponent because he hadn't used his full strength yet. It is hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he used his full strength. As he retreated, he summoned a gale arrow and shot it at the spirit lock. Bang! The gale arrow hit the spirit lock accurately. The arrow sank into the spirit lock, creating numerous cracks around it. Bang! The spirit lock finally couldn't hold on and broke. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and he saw a glimmer of hope for life. But the next second, a silver moon shadow crashed heavily in front of him. His huge body was like being hit head-on by a train and was shot backwards. The trees, flowers, and plants along the way were broken. Boom! After hitting countless trees, his body finally stopped. Puff! He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a spot of scales on his abdomen that was shattered and bloody. What's more serious is that some of his internal organs were displaced and he suffered internal injuries. He struggled to get up, but the next second, the huge body of the Silver Moon Wolf King appeared before his eyes. It spread its large jet-black wings. The strange eyes on the wings blinked. Yi Qing suddenly felt dizzy and passed out uncontrollably. The Silver Moon Wolf King looked at the unconscious Yi Qing. summon the spirit chain again, and tie it up. Then bite one end of the spirit lock. The black wings behind it flapped, and the huge body suddenly soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the clouds. Boss! On the ground, Xiao Shui roared as he looked at Yi Qing, who was captured. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He blames himself for being too weak and unable to do anything. Asterisk. I don't know how much time has passed. Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. Huh? I'm not dead yet, he asked in surprise. We're not dead yet, but we will be dead soon. In 7 days, it will be that old man's birthday party. After the birthday party, it will be our death. Just then, a voice beside him answered. Yi Qing looked in the direction of the sound. It was discovered that it was a huge golden toad. Its skin is golden and covered with raised golden bumps. One of his eyes was blind for some reason, and the other was tightly closed. The exposed eye was also golden. At this time, his limbs and head were all tied up with spiritual chains, and he was in close contact with the ground in a strange posture. Yi Qing looked at himself again. He found that his condition was not much better. His huge snake body was broken into several pieces and was also tied up with spiritual chains. He tried to use force to break free from the spiritual lock, but he found that the spiritual lock was very tough and could not be broken free. Don't waste your energy. This is a wind spirit binding, which can automatically replenish wind's spiritual power. If you don't have the strength to break free in one breath, it will be useless no matter how many times you try. The golden toad reminded. He was once like the big green snake in front of him, unwilling to give up. But only when you try it, you will know how desperate it is. The feeling of counting the days and waiting for death tortured him and almost drove him crazy. Is that so? After hearing this, Yi Qing stopped struggling. He has tried it. The binding force of the wind spirit binding will not lose its strength because of his struggle. Moreover, this thing could actually restrain his spiritual power, making it impossible for him to mobilize it. You can only break free with physical strength. But obviously, with his current strength, he still can't break free. I don't know what Brother Yao's name is. Yi Qing looked at the golden toad and asked. I plan to build a relationship with him first and find out more about the situation here. In fact, besides him and the golden toad, there are also red fire centipedes, black earth geckos, and thunder scorpions deeper in the cave. This is what he saw on the map. It's just that the three were quite far away from him, so he couldn't even see them, let alone talk to them. Hi, my name is Jin Shui. Actually, the name doesn't matter anymore. We're gonna die anyway. The golden toad laughed at himself. Brother Jin, I'm Qing Ye. Yi Qing introduced himself. It can be seen that Jin Shui is very negative and is already in a state of waiting to die. Brother Jin, I don't know what you just said, that we will die after the birthday party. What do you mean? Chapter 43, Corrupted Demonic Fruit. Of course it's after the birthday banquet. The old man will refine the 5 poison pills. We will all be used as medicine then. Jin Shui said as a matter of course. We could have lived a little longer, but you came. At this point, Jin Shui's tone had a hint of complaint. Yi Qing was a little embarrassed. He understood what Jin Shui meant. What he meant was that if he hadn't been caught, the 5 poisons wouldn't be complete, and naturally Jin Shui and the others would still be alive. Now that the 5 poisonous creatures have gathered together, it's time for them to die. I don't want to be caught either. Yi Qing was speechless. If he could make his own decision, why would he come here? However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. He had just confirmed that everything he needed to evolve the bloodline of the 7-colored monster, except heavy water, was in this cave. If I could find heavy water and eat all of Jin Shui and the others, I might be able to evolve into a colorful monster. By then, there may be a chance to fight the Silver Moon Wolf King. Yi Qing found it difficult to respond to Jin Shui's words. I can only laugh it off. Then he asked a question in his heart. Brother Jin, doesn't the 5 poison pill require 5 kinds of poison? Why did the Wolf King capture me when I don't have any poison in me? I was not poisonous originally, but later I became poisonous. Jin Shui said in an inexplicable tone. What? If he hadn't been close to her, Yi Qing would have almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. Can poison appear out of thin air? You'll know in a few days. Jin Shui didn't continue talking. He looked a little tired and closed his eyes. Although Yi Qing was confused, but he didn't intend to say it. Even if he continued to ask, it would be useless and might even cause Jin Shui's disgust. It's better to wait a few days, as Jin Shui said. Maybe the answer will emerge. Yi Qing also closed his eyes. But he did not rest, but looked at everything around him through the map. Where he was a huge cave. There are 8 more caves like his in the entire mountain. The 9 caves are of different sizes, and the one in the middle is the largest. The other 8 small caves are in various directions, connected to the large cave in the center. In the small cave, there are demons like him imprisoned. There are also some weird-looking ones. In the large cave in the center, there are many wooden shelves, on which are placed some spiritual fruits and some strange remains of corpses. The most eye-catching thing is a huge, 3-legged bronze furnace in the center of the cave. There are animal ears on both sides of the copper furnace, and simple patterns are engraved on the 3 feet below. There are still some ashes on the ground. Considering the blackened area under the copper furnace, Qing guessed that this thing should be the furnace used by the Silver Moon Wolf King to refine pills. Name: 3-legged copper furnace. Quality low. Function: mainly used for cooking food. Note: it can also be used for making elixirs. After reading the introduction, Qing's guess became more certain. In a few days, they will be thrown into the copper furnace to be refined into the 5 poison pills. Qing withdrew his gaze and continued to look elsewhere. Outside the cave is a lush forest. From time to time, you can see some silver moon demon wolves inside. However, these demon wolves do not have wings. Very different from the Silver Moon Wolf King. In addition, there are some other monsters in the mountain, but their numbers are not large. Qing observed for a while, and when he found nothing new, he looked away. Start thinking about how to escape. The first thing that needs to be dealt with is the wind spirit binding on your body. With the wind spirit binding restricting his movements, he couldn't do anything he wanted to do. However, he did not use his full strength in the attempt just now. He glanced at Jin Shui beside him and confirmed that he still had his eyes closed. Qing's mind moved, and his explosive ability was instantly activated. Rumble. The energy and blood in his body rushed rapidly through his veins, giving him even more powerful strength. Drink. Qing shouted in his heart and exerted force instantly. Creak. The wind spirit binding tightened and cracks slowly appeared on it. But at this moment, Qing seemed to sense something and looked at the entrance of the cave. Then he stopped trying. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Shortly after he did this, the huge body of the Silver Moon Wolf King crawled into the cave. Jin Shui opened his eyes when he heard the noise, but when he saw it was the Silver Moon Wolf King, he closed his eyes even faster. The Silver Moon Wolf King came to Qing and stretched out his wolf claws to press on Qing's head. Old man wants to kill me? Qing was shocked and subconsciously opened his eyes to avoid it. But he was tied up and couldn't move at all. The next second, his head was pressed to the stone ground. The huge force pressed him so hard that he couldn't move. Little snake, be obedient and don't move, said the Silver Moon Wolf King. Immediately afterwards, before Qing could react, the black wings behind him split open as if they had life, separating into a thin black filament. A black fruit with a fishy smell was rolled up on the filament. Name: corrupted magic fruit. Quality: level 18. Effect: after eating, you will become infected with powerful corrosive toxins. Note: a demon that is not strong enough may be poisoned to death after swallowing it. Poisonous fruit? Qing was stunned. The next second, Shishi forcefully stuffed the poisonous fruit into his mouth. A strong stench quickly filled his mouth and almost made him vomit. But under the power of filaments, the poisonous fruit was still stuffed into his stomach. After doing this, the Dark Moon Wolf King loosened his claws, turned around, and left the cave. Qing was about to cry. It took a long time to recover. Ding, you swallowed the 18th level poisonous fruit. Evolution points plus 800. Current evolution points 1325/4000. Now, Qing finally understood what Jin Shui had just said. No wonder the Silver Moon Wolf King doesn't care whether he is a poisonous snake or not. No matter whether it is poisonous or not, it will be poisonous if you eat the poisonous fruit. But it was of no use to him. He can devour everything, including this corrupt and poisonous devil fruit. To him, everything is just a point of evolution. The effects of spiritual fruits or magic fruits themselves have no effect on him. Hey, now you know what I mean, right? After seeing the Silver Moon Wolf King leave, Jin Shui looked at Qing and chuckled. He was treated the same way at first. Now I see Qing Ye in front of me has also eaten the disgusting poisonous fruit. He actually felt a lot better. Qing nodded and said nothing. I don't know what Jin Shui is thinking. There was a hint of gloating in his tone. Is the situation better than mine? It's still the same. Sooner or later you will be thrown into that copper furnace. Become a handful of gray. Chapter 44. Alchemy in Advance. Yi Qing lay in the cave with his eyes closed. But in his mind, he was always staring at the Silver Moon Wolf King. After the Silver Moon Wolf King left him, he went to the big cave in the center. He was fiddling around in there, and no one knew what he was doing. There was no intention of leaving. This made him want to try to break free from the wind spirit binding again, but he never had the chance to do so. Norus. Jin Shui said that the Silver Moon Wolf King's 500th birthday will be in a few days. There is still a chance during this period. Yi Qing told himself to stay calm. But just at this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly walked out of the cave, came to the cave entrance, and called over 4 or 5 Silver Moon demon wolves. After explaining a few things, he returned to the cave again. Although Yi Qing could see their movements, he could not hear any sound. Therefore, I don't know what the Silver Moon Wolf King said. However, after returning to the cave, the Silver Moon Wolf King actually opened the lid of the copper furnace. Then he opened his mouth and blew a deep breath into it. Blow a little dust out of it. After doing this, he squatted on the ground and closed his eyes. It's like he's closing his eyes to rest. This situation did not last long. The cave was broken after more than a dozen demon wolves entered. Without exception, these demon wolves all had trees with thick roots in their mouths. They placed the tree under the copper furnace and left. His movements were very skillful, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. The Wolf King wants to make an elixir? Yi Qing suddenly became alert. He wanted to take a good look at how the demons made the elixir. The Wolf King stood up, went to another cave, caught the thunder scorpion inside, and threw it next to the copper furnace. Next came the red fire centipede and the black earth gecko. What the hell? No way. When Yi Qing saw this scene, he understood clearly that the Silver Moon Wolf King was definitely trying to refine the elixir. But what he was refining was the 5 poison pill. How come this is ahead of schedule? Jin Shui is too unreliable. Immediately afterwards, the Silver Moon Wolf King came to the cave where they were and took out Jin Shui and Yi Qing, who had dazed faces. The 5 poisonous creatures were thrown beside the copper furnace. The thunder scorpions all looked like they were waiting to die, not even struggling. Obviously, they knew there was no hope of survival. Yi Qing's eyes rolled around, trying to find a chance to escape. But the Wolf King was right in front of him. Even if he could break free from the wind spirit binding, he could not escape the Wolf King's claws. The gap in strength between him and the Wolf King is still quite large. The Wolf King on the other side had no idea what Yi Qing was thinking. He lit the wood fire beneath the copper stove. The blazing flames burned the copper furnace, causing its temperature to rise rapidly. Perhaps the temperature was about right. The Wolf King picked up a large black jar beside him and poured the black liquid inside into the copper furnace. Zura. The moment the liquid came into contact with the copper furnace, a large amount of black smoke came out. This time, I will definitely succeed. There was madness in the Wolf King's eyes as he stared at the copper furnace. After a while, the black wings behind him split into thin threads again, trapped Yi Qing and the other 4, and threw them into the copper furnace. Bang! After throwing Yi Qing and the other 4 in, he simply closed the stove lid. Yi Qing and the other 4 fell into the bottom of the furnace one after another. Yi Qing held his breath immediately to prevent himself from absorbing the black gas. The black liquid is the soul-losing liquid. The black gas that evaporates from it will cause one to lose their sanity after inhaling it. But Jin, Shui, and the other 3 didn't know. After absorbing the black air, their eyes became fierce and they looked at each other with their teeth bared. And just at this moment, the furnace cover opened. A basin of blue liquid fell from the sky and poured over them. Name: Heavy Water. Quality: Level 19. Effect: Water attributed spiritual material, often used to refine pills. Note: generally found in cool underground river water. Heavy water. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Everything he needs to evolve his bloodline is in the copper furnace. As long as I can swallow all of these things into my stomach, evolve into a colorful monster, maybe he can break out of the copper furnace and escape. Thinking of this, he immediately used his strength to try to break free from the wind spirit binding. But at this moment, the wind spirit binding on his body disappeared by itself. Yi Qing was startled and looked at Jin Shui and the other 3. It was discovered that all 4 of them had also regained their freedom. But the 4 of them had completely lost their minds at this point. The moment they lost their restraints, they started attacking each other. Among them, Jin Shui set his sights on Yi Qing. He opened his mouth wide, and a long scarlet tongue gushed out. It is covered with barbs, and if you get licked by it, you will probably lose a layer of skin. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold. He couldn't defeat the Silver Moon Wolf King, but he had no problem defeating Goldwater. He activated the soul-burning technique, and the spiritual energy in his body instantly boiled over. The next second, a gale arrow appeared in front of him. It shot out with a whoosh. Phew! Jin Shui's tongue was pierced in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the gale arrow continued to shoot into his mouth and pierced the back of his head. The level 15 Jin Shui died instantly. Yi Qing was not surprised by this. Jin Shui and the other three had already lost their minds and could only attack based on instinct. It would be good if you can display half of your strength. It's normal that you can't beat him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Qing followed the same method and killed the red fire centipede, thunder scorpion, and black earth gecko one by one. After doing this, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed them one by one, and then drank up all the heavy water in the copper furnace. Boom! The moment you drink heavy water, Yi Qing felt as if his body was burning. A large amount of heat flowed out from every part of his body. His body quickly expanded like a balloon, 110 meters, 130 meters, and finally at 150 meters, the change stopped. The green snake skin on his body had already been stretched to pieces. The emerald green snake scales disappeared, replaced by colorful snake scales. The snake scales are extremely smooth, with a faint colorful glow on them, which looks very cool. In addition, Yi Qing discovered that there were 2 small bulges in his lower abdomen. Ding! Congratulations on your successful evolution into a 7-colored monster. Gain the talent, Mouth of the Abyss. Get the talent, Poisonous Body. Gain talent, Colorful Rays of Light. Original talent, Wind Spiritual Power Perception, upgraded and evolved to obtain. Obtain spell, 7-color Poison Cloud. Ding! Congratulations on your realm upgrade. You have obtained a new spell, the Lightning Gun. Name, Yi Qing. Race, Colorful Monster. Attributes, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Thunder. Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 18. Talents, Wood Shadow, Endless Life, Wind Shadow, Abyss Mouth, Venomous Body, Colorful Rays. Spells, Green Vine Entanglement, Green Vine Parasitism, Greenwood Armor, Greenwood Ground Spikes, Wooden Blades, Soul Recovery Seeds, Soul Burning Technique, Wood Healing Technique, Wood Control Technique, Violent Wind Blade, Extreme Wind Wings, Gust of Wind Arrows, 7-color Poisonous Cloud, Lightning Gun. Abilities, Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution Points, 0/6000. Note, a 7-colored monster with decent strength. Call. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Qing took a deep breath. Then click on the talents and spells to view the details. Abyss Mouth. You are gifted and can swallow objects no larger than 3 times your size. Poisonous Body. Your body is full of poison, so most poisons have no effect on you. Colorful Rays of Light. You are very sensitive to the 7 spirits, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, and Thunder. The power of the corresponding spells is increased, and the spiritual power consumed is reduced. In addition, your body will emit colorful rays of light. The power of the spells related to the 7 spirits will be affected and weakened after entering the range of the colorful rays of light. 7-colored Poisonous Cloud consumes spiritual power, spews out the poison in the body, and forms a large-scale 7-colored poisonous cloud. This poison is extremely powerful. Lightning Gun. Consume a large amount of spiritual power, condense the lightning gun to attack the enemy. After taking a quick look at the details, Yi Qing gained a new understanding of his own strength. But he is not out of danger yet, and this is not the time to try to study his innate spells. He looked through the copper furnace and looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King outside. The next thing to consider is how to escape from the copper furnace. Chapter 45 Accident. When the Silver Moon Wolf King heard the noise in the copper furnace, his eyes became even more crazy. It's done! It's done! It's almost done! He whispered to himself. He obtained the recipe for the 5 poisons elixir from a relic, but he didn't recognize any of the words on it. We can only try to guess based on the dozen or so pictures above. Over the past 20 years, he has tried dozens of times, but all ended in failure. But he also accumulated a lot of useful experience, just one step away from success. The first step in making the elixir is to make the 5 poisons in the furnace go crazy and devour each other, forming the 5 elements of spiritual poison. Then use a large amount of spiritual materials to neutralize the 5 elements spiritual poison and transform the toxicity into medicinal power. By then, it will be time to make the elixir. He stared at the copper furnace until he found that there was no movement inside. He picked up the spiritual materials that had been prepared on the side. He opened a secret compartment on top of the copper furnace and threw the spiritual materials into it one by one in order. The moment he opened the secret compartment, he saw colorful clouds filling it. The Silver Moon Wolf King was startled. This was a scene he had never seen before in his dozens of alchemy attempts. Have I been wrong all along, and am only right this time? The Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes widened. I felt that I had found the correct method of refining the elixir. He was so happy that he added spiritual materials much faster. But at this moment, it seemed that the spiritual material he added stirred up the colorful clouds in the copper furnace. A stream of colorful mist suddenly rose up and dissipated from the secret compartment in large quantities. The Dark Moon Wolf King was delighted. He narrowed his eyes, stuck out his nose, and took a deep breath. These are all danchi, very helpful for practice. Why is it a little bit wrong? At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly felt an itchy nose, followed by a burning pain. He subconsciously stretched out his claws and scratched his nose. It turned out that he grabbed off a large piece of sticky flesh and fur. Inside, the nose can no longer be seen in its original shape. How so? Why is this happening? The Silver Moon Wolf King roared, as if he was crazy. Compared to the physical damage, what he couldn't accept was the failure of making the elixir. Could it be that the 5-element spiritual poison has not been neutralized yet? Yes, that must be it. As long as we refine it for a few more days, it should be fine. The Silver Moon Wolf King muttered to himself, and soon found a reasonable explanation for himself. Over the past 20 years, he has been obsessed with refining the 5-poison elixir. Becoming the elixir has become his obsession. Thinking of this, he began to walk around the copper furnace, waiting anxiously. But at this moment, he suddenly fell to the ground in pain, and a low growl erupted from his throat. Puff! The next second, he opened his mouth and spurted out a large piece of meat. Those were his own internal organs. Inside the copper furnace, Qing was also shocked when he saw the state of the Silver Moon Wolf King. The power of the 7-colored poisonous cloud is too great, exceeded his expectations. At this time, the temperature in the copper furnace was getting higher and higher, and his demon body could hardly bear it. He no longer hesitated and swung his tail vigorously. It slammed hard on the copper furnace lid. Bang! A muffled sound. The lid was blown away and embedded in the rock wall in midair. Qing's huge body emerged from the copper furnace and headed straight for the Silver Moon Wolf King. Before it got close, another large cloud of colorful poisonous cloud spewed out. When the Silver Moon Wolf King heard the noise from the copper furnace, he looked over immediately. But he was seriously injured at this time, and his reaction was slow. The only thing you can do is retreat instinctively. He dodged most of the poisonous cloud, but a small part of it still sprayed on his face. Ah! The Silver Moon Wolf King roared in pain. The wolf skin on his face had all fallen off, and his flesh was rapidly rotting. In some places, you can even see skulls. The worst thing is that his eyes were also hit. The 2 eyeballs were rotten by the poison and turned into 2 large pustules. He lost his eyesight. Severe pain coupled with the fear of going blind, and the blow of failing to refine the elixir again. It made the Silver Moon Wolf King completely crazy. A wolf howled. 2 thick translucent chains appeared out of thin air around him. The chain is very long, and the wind's spiritual power on it is very strong. The moment it appeared, it started smashing around randomly and frantically. Knock the copper furnace away. The spiritual material shells are broken up. The flames on the ground were also blown away, igniting other things in the cave. The entire cave was suddenly filled with thick smoke. In the thick smoke, Qing hid in a corner and let the Wolf King go crazy. In fact, his best choice now is to leave directly. In the Wolf King's current state, it is impossible to catch up with him. But the thought of the Wolf King capturing him to make elixir, he just couldn't swallow this. I was so frustrated as a human being in my previous life. Now that I've become a demon in this life, I must live like a demon Yi Qing murmured, his eyes instantly becoming firm. Boom! The next second, a thick lightning spear condensed in front of him. The lightning spear is nearly 50 meters long and is made entirely of lightning. Flashing silver-white lightning. Go! Yi Qing shouted in his heart. Swish! As soon as the words fell, the lightning spear shot out instantly. Almost in an instant, it reached the waist of the Silver Moon Wolf King. A head of steel and a waist of tofu. That's his weak spot. In the current state of the Silver Moon Wolf King, it is impossible to stop it. But at this moment, the black wings on his back moved. As he flapped his wings, the Mad Wolf King dodged the attack. Then he rushed towards the cave entrance with the Wolf King. Yi Qing was slightly surprised, but I soon understood it. The Wolf King went crazy, but there was still a tricky creature on his body. That tricky creature named White Eyes and Black Curly Feathers was not crazy yet. Sensing danger at this time, he actually took the initiative to run away. There was no way Yi Qing would let him leave. The soul-burning technique is instantly activated. Then 2 more lightning guns were fired. Just once, the lightning gun is more powerful and faster. The white-eyed Black Curl had no time to dodge. The only thing he could do was to raise his 2 wings and flap towards the lightning gun at the same time. Bang! Sizzle. The sound of electricity flowing through flesh and blood could be heard. This was followed by the smell of burnt flesh and blood. Black wings instantly collapsed, drooping on both sides of the Silver Moon Wolf King's body, losing its vitality. Seeing this, Yi Qing was about to take action again to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Just at this moment, the black wings suddenly opened its densely packed, attentive white, and painful eyes and looked at Yi Qing. Boom! Yi Qing's head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and he was dizzy for a moment. He was knocked unconscious by these eyes last time. This is not what he wanted, but he still wants to repeat the same old trick. But now his strength is different from before. I just felt dizzy, not unconscious. It returned to normal almost instantly. There was just some pain in his head, but it didn't affect his actions. He swung his tail and rushed out of the cave, chasing the Silver Moon Wolf King. The black wings behind the Silver Moon Wolf King recovered and carried him into the air, rushing towards the distance. Yi Qing summoned the extreme wind wings, and 4 huge wind wings carried him quickly into the air, chasing after the Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King and the Guejue on his body were both seriously injured. The speed simply can't be increased. In just 3 or 5 breaths, Yi Qing caught up with them. Without thinking, he immediately condensed a large wind blade and smashed it towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. Blocked all the dodging space of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The Wolf King had no way to avoid it and could only fight hard. The wolf's hair was cut off, the flesh was cut open, and a large amount of blood spilled onto the ground. He himself was also knocked to the ground by this great force. Boom! A loud bang. The Wolf King's body smashed into the ground, splashing up large pieces of rubble. Yi Qing fell from midair and came in front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, who had been seriously injured one after another, was now unable to move. He just lay in the big pit, twitching constantly. That weirdo looks like he's going to die too. It just moves its wings occasionally to prove that it is still alive. Seeing this, Yi Qing was about to take action again to end their lives. But at this moment, a woman's delicate cry suddenly came from the air. Stop! Chapter 46, Canary King. Yi Qing raised his eyes and looked at the demon rushing towards him in the air. It was a huge bird with a golden body and 3 golden feathers on its head. Name, Canary King. Status, healthy. Realm, level 20. Talents, extreme speed. Wind, spiritual power, perception, music. Spells, golden sword, golden spirit shield, golden thorn of storm, soul bewitching bird sound, sky breaking feather. Weaknesses, abdomen, head, wings. Note, one of the 12 great demon kings in Wanyao Mountain, with decent strength. The great demon king? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, he withdrew his gaze, and a huge wooden blade condensed in front of him. Swish! The wooden blade cut through the air and instantly arrived in front of the Silver Moon Wolf King. At this time, he was blind, seriously injured and unable to move. Phew! The wooden blade hit his neck, cutting him in half, separating his head from his body. A large amount of blood gushed out from its severed head. Dyed the ground bright red. Then, Yi Qing turned around again and looked at the Canary King who had fallen to the ground. He said lightly, "What did you just say?" I didn't hear it clearly. The Canary King stared at Yi Qing with his golden eyes. When he heard Yi Qing's words, he almost couldn't help cursing out loud. Her voice was so loud. How could the demon in front of him not hear it? Moreover, he even glanced at himself. He is obviously lying on purpose. But she glanced at the body of the silver moon wolf in the pit. I feel a little apprehensive. The strength of this silver moon demon wolf is slightly stronger than hers. He was easily killed here. The demon python in front of him was not even injured. If she were to face the demon python, she would probably not be its match. Besides, the relationship between him and the silver moon wolf king was not very good to begin with. And now that he was dead, there was no need for him to stand up for him. Thinking of this, she had already made a decision in her heart. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, we were too far away just now, so it's normal that Brother Yao didn't hear it. I wonder which demon lord you work for, Brother Yao? But you know that the Wolf King is a subordinate of my king Jin Jiao. If you kill him like this, my king will be unhappy." Huh. Yi Qing was startled. In fact, he was already prepared to fight the Canary King. But contrary to his expectations, he did not take direct action, but instead began to inquire about his background. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "This Wolf King wanted to kill me, but he didn't seem to be that strong, so I killed him. As for what your king thinks, that's his business and has nothing to do with me." Yi Qing simply avoided talking about his identity. He doesn't have any demon lord to back him up. He's been alone all the way. If the Golden Bird King knew that he was a lone snake, things might be troublesome. The Canary King's eyelids twitched. When the python talked about killing the Wolf King, its tone was understated. It seemed like he was just doing something extremely ordinary. This kind of confidence should come from its own strength, right? But this demon doesn't look like an outsider. It gave her the feeling of being ownerless. She looked at Yi Qing carefully. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he spoke. "Brother Yao, you are the ownerless one, right? If the demon python in front of him came from somewhere else, it would definitely bring out its backers to intimidate him first." He deliberately didn't say it, probably because it has no owner. Sure enough, after he asked this question, the demon in front of him was obviously stunned. He has no idea what ownerless means. It's even more impossible that it came from somewhere else. What do you mean? Yi Qing's heart sank. The spiritual power accumulated in the body keeps it in a state where it can be used at any time. Haha, it seems Brother Yao doesn't know what the ownerless person means. In our area, being ownerless means that there is no demon master above you to govern you. They are demons that were born and raised in our Wan Yao mountain, not from other places. Canary stepped back and explained. Yi Qing frowned, realizing that his identity had been exposed. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" The canary neither attacked him nor let him leave. "What does it mean?" "Brother Demon, don't get excited," the Golden Sparrow King soothed. "In fact, the Silver Moon Wolf King and I are both among the 12 demon kings under the command of the Golden Horn King. I came here today on the orders of the king to find the Silver Moon Wolf King to do something. But now he's dead. Brother Yao, guess what will happen to you if I go back and tell the king about this? Are you threatening me?" Yi Qing's eyes were slightly cold. There was a hint of murderous intent in his body. The next second, he said calmly, "I will kill you here, and he won't know." "Wait a minute." The Canary King was startled and hurriedly stopped Yi Qing, who was about to take action. "Why does this evil python attack when it doesn't agree with something? Are you mentally ill? If you say another word of nonsense, I will kill you." Ye vink varnet kolde. Call. The Golden Sparrow King breathed a sigh of relief. Communicating with this evil python was really a test for her. This matter that the king has entrusted to me is extremely important. If I fail to accomplish it, I will inevitably be blamed when I return. Of course, Brother Yao will also be angered. The only way now is for Brother Yao to come with me to accomplish that task. As long as Brother Yao agrees, I can conceal the fact that you killed the Silver Moon Wolf King for Brother Yao and take credit for you in front of the king, so that the king can reward you. I wonder what Brother Yao thinks. The Canary King spoke the truth. After saying this, she looked at Yi Qing vigilantly, ready to respond if he attacked at any time. As soon as he makes a move, run away immediately. Although she might not be a match for the demon python, with her speed and her determination to run, she didn't think the demon python could stop her. After hearing what the Canary King said, Yi Qing frowned even more tightly. The strength of King Jinjiao must be stronger than his. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the master of the Canary King. It would be really troublesome if he hated me. He was still frightened by the last time the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't think he could escape the pursuit of the more powerful king of the Golden Horn. But what if the Canary King lied and just wanted to lure him to the lair of the Golden Horn King? By then, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? For a moment, Yi Qing hesitated. It seems that no matter what you do, there are risks. He glanced at the Canary King. But if the Canary King is killed, the Golden Horn King will not know these things. That way, you'll be fine. Thinking of this, the power accumulated in his body suddenly burst out. Two huge silver-white lightning spears appeared out of thin air in front of him. Shoot fiercely at the Canary King. Chapter 47 Forced to Cooperate. Madman! The Canary King cursed inwardly. I was very confused about Yi Qing's behavior. She had already made it very clear. So why did the other party still take action? It's simply unreasonable. Could it be that he has inhaled the strange fog and has a problem with his brain? Apart from this, she couldn't think of any other reason. Seeing Yi Qing taking action, she immediately flapped her wings as she was prepared. The golden body rose from the ground and rushed into the air almost instantly. Boom! Two lightning guns bombarded Canary's feet, blasting the grass and trees on the ground into pieces. Seeing the Canary King react so quickly, Yi Qing was also slightly surprised. But he also reacted quickly. Just half a breath behind, Ji Fingy appeared above him. It took him up into the air and rushed towards the canary. After the breakthrough, his speed became even faster, almost 10 times more than before. But to his surprise, the Canary King was actually a little faster than him. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't catch up. Yi Qing stopped helplessly. His speed was not as good as the Canary King, so there was little point in continuing to chase him. The Canary King in front also stopped upon seeing this and turned to look at Yi Qing. His tone was a little angry. I told you the truth. Why did you hit me? She really didn't understand. And also, very angry. Yi Qing heard this, but he disagreed. He just replied calmly. I just wanted to test your strength. Now it seems that your strength is pretty good. Now tell me, what did King Goldenhorn ask you to do? He couldn't catch up with the Canary King, and since the Canary King was already alert, he couldn't kill it at this moment. At this time, the only option left is cooperation. Moreover, judging from the Canary King's reaction, it didn't seem like he was going to harm him. After all, with her speed, she could just run away and go to King Goldenhorn to complain, instead of wasting your time arguing with him here. Seeing Yi Qing's attitude, the Canary King took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. If she didn't know the Golden Horn King's preferences very well, she wouldn't have said so much to the python here. Instead, I will go back and tell the truth. But the King of the Golden Horn always only looks at the results, not the process. So any excuse was useless. When it came to King Goldenhorn, it would be her fault. If she fails to complete the task, she will definitely be punished. When she thought of the methods of King Goldenhorn, she shuddered unconsciously. Having experienced that kind of pain once, you never want to experience it a second time. I can tell you what it is, but if you listen, you must go with me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Canary said in a serious voice. You say, Yi Qing said lightly. I was undecided. How could he guarantee anything until he was sure what it was? After hearing Yi Qing's answer, the Canary King thought that he had agreed. After a moment of silence, he said, the mission is very simple. It is to go to a valley near the 10,000 Demons Mountain, find a strange creature called the Dead Soul Tree, and then kill it. Just killing Guejue? Yi Qing pondered for a moment. If that were the case, it would not be unacceptable. Anyway, the Canary King is going with me. If there is any danger, I can just retreat behind the Canary King. But out of caution, he still asked a question in return. Is this guile very powerful? Can't you handle it yourself? It's impossible to accurately measure the strength of the Guejue because they have some special abilities. Even some weak Guejue can fall into our trap if we're not careful, explained the Canary King. As for the strength of this Dead Soul Tree, I'm not very clear about it either. I can only confirm it when I get there. Ye Hing nodded. I quite agree with what the Canary King said. After all, he had seen strange creatures before and had some understanding of their abilities. I'll go with you, but I hope you can keep your promise to me. Also, if this Dead Soul Tree is too powerful, I won't die with you. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Seeing Yi Qing finally agreed, she also breathed a sigh of relief. He then urged, then shall we leave now? Wait a minute, Yi Qing said lightly. Then he came to the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King and took off the leaf bag on its body. Then it opened its mouth wide and bit the wolf king's body. With his talent of the abyss mouth, he swallowed it easily. Ding! You devoured the level 20 Silver Moon Wolf King. Evolution points plus 2,000. Current evolution points 2,400/6,000. With the spiritual materials he consumed in the copper furnace, plus the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he easily accumulated a small half of the required evolution points. Then he turned and entered the Wolf King's cave. Searched all the things inside. He did not miss anything that could provide evolutionary points and swallowed them all. Ding! You have devoured a large amount of spiritual materials and magic materials. Evolution points plus 843. Ding! You swallowed a small amount of guile. Evolution points plus 352. Ding! You swallowed a small amount of spirit stones. Evolution points plus 242. Ding! You swallowed a small amount of metal or evolution points plus 113. Current evolution points 3950/6,000. Finally, he set his eyes on the only remaining copper furnace. This thing is extremely huge, hundreds of meters high, and nearly 80 meters wide. With his current body size of 150 meters, he could swallow it into his stomach, but it was somewhat difficult. He thought about it again and again, and finally decided to give up. The Canary King was outside, so he had better be cautious. Having made his decision, he climbed out of the cave. Then he summoned a wind blade and slashed towards the cave entrance. Boom! The stone at the entrance of the cave fell off. Finally, the hole was completely sealed. Looking at his masterpiece, Qing nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the copper furnace placed here will not be easily discovered. When I have the chance to come back later, I will swallow it. Let's go! He looked at the Canary King in front of him and gave the order. Okay, the Canary King nodded. She flapped her wings and flew into the air, rushing away into the distance. Qing summoned the swift wind wings and also flew into the air, flying side by side with the Canary King, keeping a certain distance between them. The two of them are just partners, so naturally they have to be on guard against each other. To prevent accidents, Qing and Canary are both extremely fast. In an instant, it flew thousands of meters away. On the way, the Canary King was the first to break the silence and asked, "By the way, Brother Yao, my name is Ling. I don't know how to address you." Ye ving answered Jesuali. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion, Ling, since I killed the Wolf King, why didn't you go find other great demon kings, but chose to cooperate with me instead? Under normal circumstances, even if the Wolf King died, Ling should have cooperated with a demon that he was familiar with. It's a bit unreliable to look for this strange snake demon like me. Chapter 48. Black and White Bird. There was a slightly unnatural look in Ling's eyes. Naturally, she also wanted to seek help from other great demon kings. But they are all big demons who will not do anything without profit, and seeking their help will cost a huge price. Besides, if they knew about this, they might often use it to threaten me in the future and complain to the king. That's why she wanted to cooperate with Qing. In this way, both problems can be solved perfectly. As for the death of the Silver Moon Wolf King, she didn't care at all. The 12 demon kings were originally in a competitive relationship, so it would be better if they died. She thought for a moment and replied, "The other great demon kings also have their own things to do, so there is not enough time." Qing was confused. Even if something happened, it's impossible that all the remaining 10 big monsters would be in trouble, right? There must be something he doesn't know. But Ling was obviously unwilling to say. Qing saw through it, but didn't say anything. 3 days later, "Brother Qing, this is it." Ling looked at the valley below, which was covered by clouds and mist, and spoke. "Yeah." Qing nodded and looked down. But because the clouds over the valley were so thick, only a rough outline of the shape could be seen. The entire valley is shaped like a spindle, wide in the middle and thin on both sides. It is surrounded by mountains. "Let's go down." Ling said hello and flew down first. Qing hesitated for a moment, then followed behind him. As the altitude decreased, he found that the white fog below was getting thicker and thicker, and visibility was very limited. With his eyesight, he could only see less than 20 meters. At a distance, it will gradually become blurry and unclear. Qing and the other one landed at the tip of the spindle in the valley, one after another. The strange thing is that after falling to the ground, the white mist became much thinner. Qing can therefore see farther. You can see things clearly within about 100 meters, but not anything farther away. Name, White Miasma. Note: if you stay in a miasma released by the dead soul tree for a long time, you will cause hallucinations and coma. You can block most of the miasma by holding your breath, but a small amount of miasma can still enter the body through the skin. After seeing Bai Wu's introduction, Yi Qing held his breath to avoid being tricked. Then he looked at Jin Ling. Brother Qing, inhaling too much of this white miasma will cause mental confusion. Remember to hold your breath. Jin Ling happened to look over at this time, and she reminded him. Yes. Yi Qing nodded. What should we do now? Let's go into the valley together. Don't be too far away from each other to avoid getting lost. Let's find the location of the dead soul tree first. Jin Ling replied. As she spoke, she took the lead and walked towards the valley ahead. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, then followed with his tail wagging. But keep a distance of about 100 meters from it. They went into the valley quickly, one on the left and one on the right. There are many plants in the valley, but most of them are shrubs that do not grow very tall. Occasionally you can see a few of them, but I didn't see any demons. But this is normal. This is not a spiritual place and is not suitable for demons to survive. In addition, the valley is full of white miasma, and you will easily get infected if you're not careful. Even if there were demons here before, they are probably all dead now. Yi Qing and the other two had no intention of wasting time on those low-level monsters. Just go right past them. This white miasma can affect his body not only through breathing, but also through the skin. Staying in the valley for a long time will inevitably be affected. Therefore, it is better to achieve the goal quickly and leave. Wait a moment. At this moment, Jin Ling suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, as if he had discovered something. Yi Qing followed her gaze. All I could see was a vast expanse of white miasma, and nothing else unusual. The next second, white miasma suddenly rolled up. Puff! A dozen strange blackbirds flew out from there. Their beaks were sharp like awls, and their eyes were grayish-white. They looked very weird. The moment it rushed out of the white miasma, it attacked him and Jin Ling. Name: Black and White Bird. Status: Healthy. Realm: Level 15. Weakness: Eyeballs. Note: a special kind of strange bird that lives in the white miasma. It has a sharp beak, and looking into its eyes will cause temporary blindness. Yi Qing suddenly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at the strange black and white bird to avoid affecting his own vision. But Jin Ling was not so lucky. The first thing she noticed was the strange black and white bird, and she looked at it for a long time. At this point, you've already been infected. I can't see. There was some panic in Jin Ling's tone. Her eyesight was excellent, and it was always something she was proud of. To suddenly lose it now is like a person who has been using crutches for years suddenly losing his crutches. There was a terrifying feeling of floating in my heart, especially when there was danger in front of her. She was hesitant, wondering whether or not to take action and when to take action. But at this moment, a steady voice sounded beside her. Stay still and don't look it in the eyes. Ye vink remindet vinlink. The huge body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already intercepted the black and white strange bird. These strange birds are only level 15, so it would not be easy for him to deal with them after he knew their special abilities in advance. He used the corner of his eye to confirm the approximate location of these strange birds. Then hundreds of wind blades appeared in front of him. Cover all locations where the strange bird is located. Since the range of the violent wind blade spell is large enough, he only needs to know a rough range. The wind blades spun and slashed out, and in an instant they arrived in front of the black and white strange birds, and before they could react, they had already slashed their bodies. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The black and white strange bird was hit by the wind blade. With their physical strength, they're simply unable to resist the wind blades. It was cut directly in half. For a moment, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and feathers flying everywhere, and it began to rain blood. Cry! A bird that escaped the net rushed in front of Yi Qing. The sharp bird beak pierced Yi Qing's head. But at this moment, a green shadow flashed by. Bang! The black and white strange bird was hit by a huge force and exploded in the air. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Not even a piece of intact meat was left. Yi Qing retracted his tail and frowned slightly. I reflected, I'll have to use less strength next time. I can't even eat like this. After saying that, he swam to the front. It swallowed some relatively intact black and white strange birds on the ground. Ding! You devoured the level 15 weird black and white bird. Evolution points plus 180. Ding! You devoured the level 14 weird black and white bird. Evolution points plus 120. Current evolution points 5450/6000. It's almost done. I can continue upgrading soon. Yi Qing was delighted. Turn around and look at Jin Ling. He found that his eyesight had been restored, and he was looking at him in surprise. See him looking over here. Jin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thanked her solemnly. Thank you, Brother Qing, for your help. Brother Qing, rest assured, when we return to the 10,000 Monsters Mountain this time, I will speak well of you in front of the king and persuade him to give you a sacred land. Chapter 49, Dead Soul Tree. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. But if Jin Ling knew that I just wanted to kill her, I wonder if she would still speak well of me. The moment Jin Ling lost his sight, the thought of killing Jin Ling flashed through his mind. After all, as long as Jin Ling was dead, he wouldn't have to worry about his killing of the Wolf King being discovered. There is no need to continue taking risks to find the Dead Soul Tree. Just leave the valley directly. But in the end, he gave up the idea. Although Jin Ling is blind, his strength is still there. If his sneak attack fails and he escapes, there will be no turning back for me. Even if you take action, you must be absolutely sure. Yi Qing just listened casually to what Jin Ling said. Some things count not only when you say them, but when you do them. Since we have decided to cooperate, we naturally have to help each other. Yi Qing chuckled and laughed. Then he reminded, it's getting late. Let's continue looking for the Dead Soul Tree. The longer they stay in the white miasma, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Okay. Jin Ling nodded. Of course she agreed with this. But after what happened just now, her progress slowed down significantly, became much more cautious. Yi Qing was still the same as at the beginning, about 100 meters to the left of Jin Ling, moving at the same speed as him. Here, his map vision was also greatly limited. Many places seemed to be marked with white codes and were very blurry. In this way, the two of them continued to go deeper into the valley. About half an hour passed. Jin Ling stopped again and reminded in a deep voice, Brother Qing, the Dead Soul Tree is just ahead. Be careful. Ye Ping nodded. With his eyesight, he couldn't see the location of the Dead Soul Tree at all. We can only make vague guesses based on the map vision. It was probably about 300 or 400 meters in front of them. The two of them continued to move closer. But before they had taken a few steps, some strange noises came from the white miasma. There were birds singing, beasts roaring, and some other strange noises of unknown meaning. Brother Qing, be careful. These things are probably soul puppets controlled by the Dead Soul Tree. Their bodies are very strong and very difficult to deal with. Jin Ling obviously knew something about the Dead Soul Tree and immediately spoke out to remind him when he saw this. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Dozens of demons and monsters of various sizes emerged from the white fog. There was a gigantic demon bull and a weird-looking smiling falcon. They were rushing towards the two of them. These things look no different from normal monsters. If I have to say something, it's only their cracked brows. Red plant-like roots can be seen inside. Yi Qing looked at the most conspicuous demon bull among them. Name, Earth Demon Bull. Status, Lost Soul, The Walking Dead. Realm, Level 20. Weaknesses, Ajna, Spiritual Fire. Note, his brain was sucked away by the Dead Soul Tree, causing him to lose consciousness. He is currently being parasitized and controlled by the roots of the Dead Soul Tree. Rumble. Every step the Earth Demon Bull takes leaves a huge footprint on the ground. They were getting closer and closer to Yi Qing and the other two. Brother Qing, I'll deal with this Demon Bull, and I'll leave the rest to you. Jin Ling spoke first, and at the same time, he spread his wings and flew into the air to meet him. Yi Qing nodded secretly. This golden spirit took the initiative to deal with the strongest demon bull, which can be regarded as a sign of sincerity in cooperation. Except for this demon bull, the levels of the other soul puppets are not high. With his strength, he can handle it easily. Mid-air, a thick golden spike quickly took shape in front of Jin Ling. The moment of formation, it shot out with a whoosh. The golden thorn pierced through the air and arrived in front of the demon bull almost instantly. The demon bull stopped and opened its mouth. Roar! A deafening sound wave was heard. It actually shattered the golden thorns. But the next second, a huge golden knife fell from the sky and slashed directly on his neck. Bang! A muffled sound. The skin and flesh on the back of the demon bull's neck was cut, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Only the red roots inside, which looked like blood vessels, were exposed. It was quite weird. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze. With Jin Ling's strength, it should not be a problem to deal with the demon bull. He looked at the dozens of soul puppets that had rushed in front of him. While straightening its upper body, the snake's mouth opened wide. A cloud of colorful mist suddenly gushed out of his mouth. As soon as the colorful clouds appeared, they squeezed the white miasma aside, covering all the space in front of Yi Qing. Those soul puppets are fearless and only know how to attack. All of them rushed into the colorful poisonous cloud. In the first second, the fur on their bodies began to fall off. In the second, the flesh and blood rotted, revealing the tangled red roots underneath. In the fifth second, the color of the roots began to change from red to black. In the sixth second, the roots became shriveled like a dead tree. In the seventh second, the dead wood rotted and broke. In just 7 seconds, all the soul puppets that entered the colorful poisonous cloud died. Only black ash remained on the ground. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction, not surprised at all. Even the silver moon wolf Qing couldn't withstand his 7-colored poisonous cloud. Not to mention the treacherous low-level demons in front of us. His 7-colored poison cloud is not an ordinary poison, but a spiritual poison. It is extremely toxic and no ordinary demon can resist it. After easily dealing with the soul puppet in front of him, Yi Qing's gaze once again fell on the fight between Jin Ling and the demon bull. Every attack of Jin Ling can cause damage to the demon bull. But the demon bull has thick skin and flesh, and the red roots in its body make it difficult to kill. Jin Ling wants to completely get rid of the demon bull, but it cannot be done in a short period of time. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing decided to take action. On the surface, they're still in a cooperative relationship. It would not be justified to stand aside and watch. A thought occurred to him. The next second, large green vines emerged from under the earth demon bull. Quickly climb up its limbs. Climb along the limbs towards the upper part of its body. The earth demon bull's movements were immediately restricted, and he wanted to break free. But a large number of green vines are entangled together and are very tough. It's not something he can break free from in a short period of time. Hurry up! Yi Qing looked at the golden spirit in the air and urged. He has to take action, but he has the final say on how much effort he uses. If you can be lazy and save spiritual energy, you should naturally be lazy. In midair, Jin Ling was extremely shocked when he saw Yi Qing easily deal with the other soul puppets. Although she could also deal with those soul puppets, she definitely couldn't do it as quickly as Yi Qing. At this time, Yi Qing easily restricted the actions of the demon bull. It seems that it was a very wise choice not to confront him directly at the beginning. She gritted her teeth, and the spiritual energy in her body quickly disappeared. One of the 3 golden feathers on her head suddenly shot out from her head. Like a ray of golden light, it instantly reached the center of the demon bull's eyebrows. With a bang, his eyebrows were pierced directly, and the golden light shot out from the back of his head without slowing down. Clang! Then there was another crisp sound of metal bursting, which rang out inside the body of the demon bull. In an instant, brilliant golden light burst out from his body. With a loud bang, the huge body of the demon bull was dismembered in an instant, turning into countless tiny pieces. Falling quickly to the ground again, it's like a bloody rain. Chapter 50, Millennium Soul Core. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Jin Ling still has some strength. It was the right decision for him not to take action just now. Huh? After Jin Ling gasped violently twice, his breathing became slightly stable. The natal feathers on her head are extremely powerful, but their consumption is equally great. After each release, it takes a long time to cultivate it back again. Moreover, with her current strength, she can only condense 3 fundamental life feathers at most. Just use one up. Brother Qing, now we have dealt with these soul puppets. The dead soul tree no longer has any helpers. It will be much easier to deal with it next time. Jin Ling spoke, his tone much more relaxed. Well, let's go and take a look. Yi Qing nodded, without commenting. Isn't the Earth Demon Bull also a level 20 monster? The result is that he became a soul puppet. Therefore, he didn't really believe Jin Ling's words. The two of them walked forward carefully. Soon they arrived at a position 100 meters away from the dead soul tree. Yi Qing did not take action immediately, but looked up and down at the dead soul tree. It is 400 to 500 meters tall, with a thick scarlet trunk and slender branches with white bulging objects at the ends. Like a living thing, breathing rhythmically. Every time you exhale, a large amount of white miasma will be sprayed out. Obviously, the white miasma in the valley was caused by these things on the branches. Below the dead soul tree is a sunken pond. The water in the pond was murky and overgrown with weeds, and it was hard to tell how deep it was. Nin, dead soul tree king. Status, healthy. Realm, level 20. Abilities, soul guardian, soul bewitching, white miasma, rapid growth, ground spikes, stab, and strangle. Weakness, fire. Note, a dead soul tree that has lived for 1,000 years. The dead soul tree core in its body can greatly increase the demon's power. The 1,000-year soul core under the roots of the tree can coexist perfectly with the demon. Brother Qing, let's do it. Kill the dead soul tree and get the tree core. Then we can leave. Seeing the dead soul tree, Jean Ling suddenly became a little anxious. As long as she gets the core of the dead soul tree, she can go back and report. Okay, Yi Qing nodded. They had been in the white miasma long enough. It is better to kill the dead soul tree as soon as possible and leave. However, Jean Ling's target was actually just the tree core, and he seemed to know nothing about the 1,000-year soul core. If that's the case, maybe I can get this thing. But the prerequisite is to kill the dead soul tree first. Jean Ling flew into the air and took the lead, condensing several golden thorns and shooting them at the dead soul tree. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. In the pond below the dead soul tree, several thick red roots emerged from it and blocked the golden thorns. The two collided in midair, making a dull sound. Jean Ling's face darkened, and he summoned out the golden sword to continue attacking. Although her attack was sharp, it was still difficult to break through the defense of the dead soul tree, unless you use the extremely powerful feathers to attack. While the golden spirit was restraining the dead soul tree, Yi Qing also took action. As his mind moved, the spiritual power in his body quickly disappeared, and hundreds of wind blades appeared in front of him. Then, it pierced the air and shot towards the dead soul tree opposite. Boom! In the pond, under the soul dead tree, a thick red root suddenly emerged. There is a red light lingering above the roots, which looks very extraordinary. As it swung its sword, it shattered the wind blades one after another. But there were too many wind blades, and dozens of them still penetrated the root's defense. A solid hit on the tree trunk. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound with a slight hint of metallic collision was heard. Yi Qing looked carefully and found that there were only some small dents where the dead soul tree was attacked, and the wind blade did not cause any fatal damage to it. You know, his wind blade can even cut rocks into pieces. But now, even the bark of the dead soul tree has not been broken. The defense of this dead soul tree is too strong. Realizing this, Yi Qing understood that there was little point in continuing to attack like this. It would only waste their spiritual energy. He looked at Jean Ling in midair and said in a deep voice, Jean Ling, use your real skills. We can't keep wasting time like this. The dead soul tree can be consumed, but they cannot. Jean Ling, who was attacking hard, gritted his teeth and nodded. She opened her beak. Chirp, chirp. The clear sound of bird song came out of her mouth. Extremely penetrating power. Although it was not directed at Yi Qing still felt a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, the dead soul tree seemed to be drunk under the sound of bird song, and the roots around it reacted slowly. Seeing this, Yi Qing no longer hesitated. With a thought, several white wind arrows appeared in front of him. With a whoosh sound, it shot out. The speed of the gale arrow is extremely fast. The dead soul tree was unable to react at all at this time. Bang, bang, bang. The gale arrow pierced the tree trunk accurately, with half of the arrow body embedded in it, and the tail of the arrow was still vibrating at the moment of penetration. Fresh red blood flowed from the wound. Hiss! A hideous human face roaring in pain appeared on the trunk of the dead soul tree. Its facial features are distorted and it looks extremely ugly. The look he gave Yi Qing was filled with resentment. Boom! The next second, countless red roots emerged from the pond and looked at Yi Qing like poisonous snakes. Then, he stabbed Yi Qing fiercely. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged. In his eyes, the speed of these roots was as slow as a turtle's. They were nothing to be afraid of. He pondered for a moment and opened his snake mouth. A colorful poisonous cloud gushed out. Sizzle! The moment the red roots came into contact with the poisonous cloud, they began to quickly turn black and rot. In just 2 breaths, it turned into black and gray mud. But these red roots seemed to be endless. After the front part of the root rots into ashes, it immediately grows out again. Yi Qing frowned. The next second, a silver-white lightning gun appeared in front of him. He raised his tail and wrapped around the lightning gun. Then the tail swung it out with force. Swish! Under Yi Qing's great strength, the lightning gun was faster than usual. Almost in the blink of an eye, it hit the face of the ugly man on the dead soul tree. Boom! There was a loud roar. Bang! The dead soul tree exploded with the human face as its center. Large pieces of wood were scattered in all directions. The red roots that were attacking Yi Qing suddenly lost their strength and fell to the ground. In midair, the golden spirit stopped chirping upon seeing this. There was joy in her eyes. With a flap of its wings, it arrived in front of the dead soul tree. He stretched out his claws and grabbed a red core sticking out from the tree trunk. The core of the tree is dark red all over. The material looks a bit like amber, and the surface is very smooth. It seemed that Jin Ling was about to grab the core of the tree. But at this moment, the human face appeared again on the remaining tree trunk under the dead soul tree. He opened his mouth, and a long scarlet tongue pierced towards Jin Ling like a sharp sword. This time the speed was extremely fast. In addition, Jin Ling was diving downwards at this time and could not change his force in time. In a hurry, she could only use her claws to block the long tongue. But she caught nothing. The long tongue looks real, but it is actually illusory. Jin Ling was stunned. Just at the moment she was stunned, the long tongue pierced into her body. Jin Ling's huge body was struck by lightning, and he instantly lost his strength. Boom! The huge body smashed into the pond, splashing a large amount of water, and then quickly floated to the surface. His eyes were closed, and he didn't move. Yi Qing looked at Jin Ling. At this moment, his condition suddenly turned into a coma. Chapter 51 Symbiosis. Yi Qing was not surprised by the sudden change. The reason why he didn't attack at the same time as Jin Ling just now was because the state of the dead soul tree was not dead. He didn't stop Jin Ling simply because he didn't want to take any risks. He was right to be cautious. Even he would have been hit by the attack from the dead soul tree just now if he was not prepared. But now he already knew how the dead soul tree attacked. Ignored the unconscious Jin Ling. He condensed the lightning spear again and shot it out. Swish! The lightning gun flashed and disappeared. It hit the broken trunk of the dead soul tree again. With a loud bang, the remaining trunk of the dead soul tree exploded, and the part above the ground disappeared. The original tree core was also blown away. Yi Qing's expression changed, and he quickly stretched out his tail to wrap around the core of the tree. This thing is so hard. It was surprisingly intact under the attack of the lightning gun. Stuffed the tree core into the leaf bag. Yi Qing raised his head and looked at the dead soul tree again. At this point, its state has become dying. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing carefully dived into the pond. Everywhere you look, there are red roots as dense as a spider web. His huge body swam, breaking all the roots. Soon we arrived right under the tree roots. A faint red light was found near the tree roots and the bottom of the pond. The red light was tightly wrapped by the roots. There was only a tiny glimmer of light seeping in from a tiny gap. If he hadn't been so close, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Yi Qing raised his tail and smashed it towards the roots. Bang! A muffled sound. Cracks appeared on the roots, and they split. The red light was completely exposed in Yi Qing's eyes. It was a small red stamen. The petals around are slender, while the petals in the center are relatively wide and bulge inward to form a circle. Name Millennium Soul. Quality growth. Effect. It can absorb and refine demons and strange souls into pure soul power to nourish itself. Note, a very rare symbiotic weirdness. 1,000-year-old soul. Symbiosis is bizarre. Yi Qing's expression changed. The first time I saw a symbiotic creature, it was the black wings on the back of the silver moon wolf king, a creature called the 100-eyed black curl feather. At the time, he was impressed by this uncanny ability. When the silver moon wolf king was chasing him, he just looked at Baiyin Black Feather once and then passed out. Later, when he was dealing with the silver moon wolf king, if it weren't for the 100-eyed Black Feather's help, he would have killed the wolf king even faster. From this, we can see how much the wolf king's strength has been improved with the help of 100-eyed Black Feather. But the wolf king's mental state, he didn't know if it was due to some strange influence. After thinking for a moment, he opened the search engine and searched. What are the methods of symbiosis with the Millennium Soul Core and the side effects after symbiosis? Symbiosis method. Cut the center of the eyebrows, bring the Millennium Soul Core closer, and it will automatically merge into the body of the symbiotic host. Side effects. The Millennium Soul Core has no will of its own and no side effects. No side effects? Yi Qing was a little tempted. You can gain powerful abilities without any side effects. He hesitated for just a moment before deciding to coexist. In this dangerous world, of course we must improve our strength as much as possible to protect ourselves. Don't give up any opportunity to become stronger. He raised his tail and used the tail blade to cut his forehead. Then he lowered his head and moved closer to the soul core. Call! The soul core seemed to be blown by the wind and swayed slightly. Then, it turned into a red light and sank into Yi Qing's brows. Yi Qing only felt a chill between his brows. Subconsciously looking at myself through the map, I saw that the cut between his eyebrows had healed. And beneath his snake scales, the shadow of soul core appeared and disappeared from time to time. It made him look a little more weird. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment arose in his heart. Learn about Han Rue's current abilities. First of all, the soul core can absorb the souls of dead demons and strange creatures and purify them into pure soul power. He can absorb this soul power to enhance his own soul strength. In addition, he can also use the power of the soul core to enslave demons or strange creatures. The prerequisite is that the other party does not resist and is willing to be enslaved. Because the soul core is a growing symbiotic entity, it may gain other new abilities as it grows. After understanding this, Yi Qing crawled out of the pond and came to the unconscious Jin Ling. Originally, he wanted to kill Jin Ling directly and then leave. But after gaining new powers, he changed his mind. After all, Jin Ling is a level 20 monster. If he can enslave it, he will have a helper when fighting the enemy. In addition, you can also get some information about Wan Yao Mountain through Jin Ling. Of course, the prerequisite is that Jin Ling is willing to be controlled by him. He first summoned a large number of green vines to bind his entire body. Then he condensed a lightning spear and hung it above Jin Ling's head. As long as Jin Ling made the slightest movement, the lightning spear would instantly pierce her head. After everything was ready, Yi Qing lifted the snake's tail and poked the golden spirit a few times to wake it up. As soon as Jin Ling opened his eyes, he saw a huge lightning gun that was about to poke into his eyes. She was startled and subconsciously tried to dodge. But he found that his whole body was wrapped like a dumpling by green vines, and he couldn't move at all. If you don't want to die, stop struggling, Yi Qing said lightly. Jin Ling looked up and happened to meet Yi Qing's indifferent snake eyes. I instantly understood my current situation. Brother Qing, what do you mean by doing this? Jin Ling asked in a deep voice. You can't ask me. Now I'll give you two choices. The first one is to be killed by me. Second, become my subordinate, and I will spare your life. Yi Qing replied calmly. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. Jin Ling's pupils shrank. Although she could not sense any murderous intent from Yi Qing, she did not doubt Yi Qing's words at all. Brother Qing, is there any misunderstanding here? Didn't we already agree to cooperate? Don't you trust me? Jin Ling spoke, trying to persuade Yi Qing. 8 breaths left. Yi Qing ignored him. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Jin Ling thought and continued. Brother Qing, King Jinjiao's strength is unfathomable. If you kill me, the king will definitely avenge me. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. 5 inhalations. There was murderous intent on his body, and the lightning spear was ready to strike down at any time. Brother Qing, do you have any other options? One suck. Okay, I agreed to be your subordinate. Jin Ling took a deep breath and said in disappointment. She admitted that she was afraid of death. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Whether she follows King Jin Ling or Yi Qing, it makes little difference to her. Moreover, this is just a verbal promise. As long as Yi Qing lets her go and lets her find an opportunity, she will run away at the first opportunity. Chapter 52, Dragon. Yi Qing stretched out his tail, grasped the lightning gun, and pressed it down. There was only a tiny gap between him and Jin Ling's eyes. As long as he exerted a little force, he could pierce through its head. Brother Qing, I've already promised you. Jin Ling's eyelids twitched. It's better this way, Yi Qing said lightly. Then, the shadow of the soul core emerged in the center of his eyebrows. A strand of red thread emerged from between his eyebrows and sank into the center of Jin Ling's head. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned. He felt Jin Ling's resistance. Open your body and let me in. Ye Ving shouted. He is almost losing his patience. Jin Ling's heart trembled, knowing that I have no choice. With a bitter look on her face, she slowly opened up her mind. She just thought it was too simple. Yi Qing dared to recruit her as his subordinate because he had already taken into account the possibility that she might betray him. As Jin Ling gave up resistance, Yi Qing successfully established contact with him. Now, through this connection, he can know all of Jin Ling's thoughts. He could even crush and kill Golden Spirit's soul with just a thought. Completely controlled everything of Jin Ling. Yi Qing dispersed the green vines, allowing Jin Ling to regain his freedom. Jin Ling lowered his head, not daring to look at Yi Qing. Whispered, "My king." At this moment, her life is in Yi Qing's hands. Whether she is willing or not, she has to give in. Looking at Jin Ling, who was lowering his head in front of him, Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. But he didn't like this title very much. "I thought of some nice names from my previous life." Yi Qing corrected him, "Call me Master." Jin Ling was stunned. She was very unfamiliar with this name and didn't know its specific meaning. "Huh? You don't want to?" Yi Qing said in an unhappy tone. "No." Master. It was the first time that Jin Ling called out, and he was still a little uncomfortable. "Well, let's get out of here first." Yi Qing nodded, summoned the wind wings, and flew out of the valley. Although the dead soul tree is dead, the white miasma is still there. It's still somewhat dangerous to stay here. It's the master. One day later, on an unknown mountain, Yi Qing looked at Jin Ling, who was standing opposite him, and said in a deep voice, "Linger, you said that King Jinjiao is a dragon?" "Yes, master." Jin Ling nodded. After a day, she became more and more proficient in calling out. Yi Qing's heart sank as he looked at the information the search engine had just found. What is the fastest evolutionary path from a 7-colored demon python to a 5-clawed golden dragon? Result: 7-colored demonic python, 7-colored sky-swallowing dragon, Inglong, 5-clawed golden dragon. Below are the conditions for the bloodline to evolve into a 7-colored sky-swallowing dragon. When the level reaches 25, mix the heart of the dragon, the eyes of the strange multi-eyed beast, the stomach of the strange swallowing demon toad, the tentacles of the strange ghost jellyfish with the underground magma, and drink it. The first thing needed to evolve bloodline is the dragon heart. Originally, he didn't want to go back to Wanyao Mountain. After all, the Golden Horn King is very powerful, and if he goes there, he will inevitably have to live under his protection. It would be better for him to find a spiritual place outside to practice on his own. But now, unless he lies down, he will have to go to the 10,000 Demons Mountain sooner or later. It is impossible to lie down flat, not in this lifetime. In this dangerous world, lying down means waiting to die. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Linger, tell me about the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Okay, master. The Wanyao Mountain stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles from north to south, with thousands of hills inside. More than 200 of them are small spiritual places. Apart from the small spiritual places, there is the Wanyao Peak, the core of the Wanyao Mountain. Jin Jiao lives in the Tianqi on the top of the Wanyao Peak. Golden Horn subordinates include the 4 Dharma protectors and our 12 demon kings. In addition, there are a large number of little demons. Jin Ling nodded and told everything he knew. Well, how strong are the Dharma protectors King Kong and Golden Horn? Yi Qing continued to ask. Master, according to my estimation, the Dharma protector King Kong's strength should be around level 25. As for the Golden Horn, I have never seen him take action. Jin Ling spoke after some hesitation. Is that so? Yi Qing frowned. The Guardian Vajra is already level 25, so the strength of Golden Horn will only be stronger. With his current strength, going against him would be suicide. There's no rush. I can collect other materials first. Yi Qing murmured in his heart. Bloodline evolution requires being above level 25, so he still has time to prepare. Even if all the materials were placed in front of him now, he couldn't use them. He lifted the snake's tail, took out the tree core from the leaf bag on his chest, and threw it to Jin Ling. He said calmly, "Let's go back to Wanyao Mountain." Master, aren't we going to leave Wanyao Mountain and go somewhere else? Jin Ling asked in surprise. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. All you need to do is obey. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Yi Qing gave him a cold look. I feel that I need to train Jin Ling properly. The first rule I set for you is no asking questions. Jean Ling lowered his head, feeling a little aggrieved. But she was already a mature demon and quickly adjusted her mentality. Okay, Master. Linger will remember this. That's good. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. Then he summoned the wind wings and flew into the air. However, he did not fly straight to Wanyao Mountain, but made a circle. Half a day later, Yi Qing hovered above a forest, sensing everything below through the map. It was here that he was caught by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Now he came back just to see if Xiao Shui was still here and whether he was still alive. But to his disappointment, he did not find Xiao Shui here. The body was not found either. He guessed that it might have left here. Yi Qing expanded the search range and continued searching. Jean Ling was very curious about Yi Qing's behavior and wanted to know what he was looking for. I want to ask, but I don't dare to ask. I can only suppress my doubts in my heart, which is very uncomfortable. Let's go. At this moment, Yi Qing's voice sounded beside Jean Ling. He still didn't see Xiao Shui. In that case, he wouldn't force it, and following him might not necessarily be a good thing. Maybe Xiao Shui will have her own chance. 2 days later, Master, ahead is Baichao Peak where I live. Jean Ling looked at the mountains in front of him and said happily. Yi Qing followed his gaze. The mountains are thousands of meters high and are covered with lush greenery and tall green trees everywhere. At the top of the mountain, a green tree hundreds of meters tall is very conspicuous. The main stem is thick, and at the upper third, it splits into 4 branches extending upward. The leaves above, shaped like duck feet, block out a large area of sunlight. In the center of the 4 branches is a bird's nest built with branches and soft grass. In addition to this ancient sycamore tree, there are many slightly smaller ancient trees around it. There is a bird's nest every few of these trees. There are demons resting in many bird nests. Yi Qing retracted his gaze. Well, be careful to conceal my identity in front of other demons. He planned to find a place in Baichao Peak to practice in seclusion first. As for his identity, he is a little demon king under Jean Ling. A big demon king like Jean Ling has more than a dozen small demon kings under him, so adding one more will not attract any attention. This was what he and Jean Ling had agreed on the way back. I understand, Master. Jean Ling nodded. At this moment, the demons on the top of the mountain seemed to have discovered the golden spirit. They flew out from the nest and quickly flew towards the golden spirit. And it stopped in midair hundreds of meters in front of Jean Ling. All of them said in unison, Your subordinates respectfully welcome the Demon King back to the mountain. Chapter 53 Conflict. Is the card so big? Yi Qing wanted to laugh when he saw this scene. Do demons also know how to flatter? Yeah, Jean Ling nodded. Then he looked at Yi Qing beside him and introduced him. His name is Yi Qing, and he is the new Demon King who joined our Baichao Peak. If I am not on the peak in the future, all demons must obey Yi Qing's orders. As soon as Jean Ling said this, the demons leading the way looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Their great demon king only brought back a python demon. After all, it has been done before. But why should a newly arrived python demon be the leader among their little demon kings? They all looked at the huge and handsome golden eagle in the center. That is the boss among their current little demon kings, Ingwu. When Jean Ling is not in the peak, he has the final say. Eagle Crow raised his eagle eyebrows and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, My Lord Demon King, this demon just joined my Baichao Peak and became the boss among our little demon kings. Isn't that not good? Do you have any objections to my arrangement? Jean Ling's aura became a little more solemn. Ingwu was panicked, but he thought that he was about to lose his position. He still gritted his teeth and continued, I dare not question the decision of the Demon King, but our Baichao Peak has always recruited flying demons. If a green snake like him joins our Baichao Peak, it will inevitably make the brothers below think too much. Jean Ling frowned and looked at the other demons in front of him. These demons didn't dare to look Jean Ling in the eye. But when he lowered his head, he was still mumbling softly, expressing his worry or dissatisfaction. I have the final say on this matter. Anyone who has any objections can leave Baichao Peak. Jean Ling said coldly and left with Yi Qing. Only the Eagle Crow, with an extremely ugly complexion, was left. Your prestige on Baichao Peak doesn't seem to be that good. Yi Qing chuckled. In fact, he just wanted to be an ordinary little demon king. Unexpectedly, Jean Ling wanted him to be the boss among the little demon kings. But it doesn't matter. It's all the same to him. With his strength, he is more than qualified to be the boss of those little demon kings. Jean Ling felt embarrassed, but she forced a smile and responded, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, master." She was indeed lax in her control over the demons under her on a daily basis, which was why Yingwu dared to talk back. Jean Ling brought Yi Qing and landed in front of a cave near the top of the mountain. He asked tentatively, "Master, this is a cave where spiritual materials are stored. Can you live here temporarily?" Jean Ling was feeling uneasy. She and the other demons on the peak live in a lair on the top of the peak. There are very few caves near the peak, and most of them are used to store spiritual materials and fruits. The one in front of you is the largest one. If Yi Qing was not satisfied, she could only order her men to open up a new cave. Yi Qing went into the cave and took a look around. It's quite clean inside. He didn't have high requirements for accommodation, so he nodded and said, "Here it is." "Okay, master." Jean Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, "Master, I will go to Wan Yao Peak in a while and bring the tree core to Jin Jiao." "Well, go ahead." Yi Qing went into the cave and wagged his tail. Seeing this, Jean Ling flapped his wings and quickly left the cave. She had been out long enough this time. If it drags on too long, it will inevitably make Jin Jiao unhappy. The cave is generally circular in shape. It's like an upside-down round bowl. Some low-level spiritual materials were placed in the corner. There is nothing else besides this. Yi Qingpan was in the center of the cave. Then he took out the Silver Moon Wolf King's leaf bag and opened it. He poured out everything inside. In addition to some spiritual materials, there are also a large number of low-level spiritual stones. The number is at least thousands. Yi Qing didn't care about these things. He set his sights on 3 wooden boxes and a pornographic book. Opening the wooden box on the far left, there lies a huge ginseng inside. The ginseng emits a faint golden light all over, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary thing. Name: Corpse of the Ginseng Spirit. Quality: Level 20. Effect: Contains a large amount of essence. After taking it, you can obtain a lot of essence, strengthen your physical constitution and blood, and become as strong as a dragon. Note: It is a very tonic food, but if you have a weak constitution, you may not be able to absorb the tonic and may explode and die. Good stuff. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. If this thing was introduced in the previous life, it would be much more powerful than sildenafil. Next, he opened the remaining 2 boxes. There are still precious spiritual materials inside, and the quality is similar to that of ginseng essence. Yi Qing finally looked at the book with a yellow cover. The cover looked like some kind of animal hide. He stretched out his snake tail and flipped the cover. There were 4 ancient symbols on the first page, which he could not understand, but it doesn't matter. He has a searcher. Direct online translation. 5 spirits pill recipe. After translation, it becomes these 4 words. Pill recipe. Yi Qing was stunned. The first thing that came to mind was the 5 poison pills refined by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Could it be that he refined the 5 poison pills based on this pill book? Yi Qing guessed in his heart. Keep flipping. Following is the method of refining the 5 spirit pill with illustrations. Finally, there is also a set of alchemy methods for circulating qi. Only by using this method can you refine the 5 spirit pill. The 5 spirit pill is actually made by fusing and refining 5 spiritual creatures: centipede, toad, spirit snake, scorpion, and gecko, with other spiritual materials to finally produce the 5 spirit pill. The effect of the 5 spirit pill is very simple. It is to widen the meridians and speed up the cultivation process. The Silver Moon Wolf King must have mistaken the 5 spirit pill for the 5 poison pill, so he was never able to refine it and even drove himself insane. Ye vink murmurit. However, even if the Silver Moon Wolf King understood the recipe, he would not be able to refine it, because the method of moving qi during alchemy is practiced by humans. Given the direction of their demonic meridians, there is no way for them to practice. Naturally, the 5 spirit pill could not be refined. I don't know where the Silver Moon Wolf King found this recipe. Confused and shaking his head, Yi Qing put the recipe back into his pocket bag. The Silver Moon Wolf King's leaf pouch is much larger than his original one. He simply stuffed everything into this leaf bag. After doing this, he subconsciously checked the surrounding situation through the map. This is also a habit of his. Whenever I arrive at a place, I first look at the surrounding terrain. After the upgrade, the map range can already cover a spherical space with a radius of 4 kilometers. The entire Baijiao Peak was shrouded in it. Suddenly, Yi Qing's expression changed, and he came to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. There, three little demon kings, led by Eagle Crow, were flying towards him quickly. Chapter 54. Strong Suppression and Killing. The three eagles folded their wings and landed at the entrance of the cave. He looked at Yi Qing with his golden eyes and said calmly, "Brother Qing, none of the demons in our Baichao peak welcome you. Please leave here immediately." Huh? Yi Qing was slightly surprised. Are demons always so direct when causing trouble? But then his face turned cold. Do you think he is easy to bully? Who are you? Are you qualified to teach me how to do things? If I remember correctly, just now the spirit, Demon King, said that if she is not here, I have the final say in Baichao Peak. Ye vink sepulkolde. If the three demons in front of him were ignorant, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson on behalf of Jinling. Lord Demon King is confused for a moment and is bewitched by you. After you leave, she will figure it out. Eagle Black's golden vertical pupil shrank slightly, and he spoke calmly. Yes, the Demon King must have been bewitched by you. Otherwise, why would he let you, a python demon, be our boss? Go away. We don't welcome you at Baichao Peak. The other two demons spoke in agreement, a tone that showed great disdain for Yi Qing. Yi Qing frowned. His patience was almost reaching its limit. He took a deep breath and said, "If you have any objections, wait until the Demon King comes back and tell her." No need. Boss Yingwu will soon be the Demon King's demon partner. What he says is what the Demon King says. You can just do as he says. On the right side of Yingwu, a demon that looked like a vulture raised its head and said, a commanding, matter-of-fact tone. Yingwu looked a little unnatural, but it disappeared in a flash. He had expressed his feelings to the Demon King, but the Demon King rejected him, disliked him for being too weak. However, he did not correct his subordinates' words. Now he just wanted to get Yi Qing away. You guys are so annoying. Yi Qing finally became impatient. I originally wanted to send the three monsters away and let Jinling deal with it later. But the three monsters before him had no intention of leaving and seemed to be determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. It doesn't matter if he is weak, but the three monsters in front of him are one level 18 and two level 16. Why? Are they barking in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qing opened his mouth and instantly spewed out a colorful poisonous cloud. When Yi Qing opened his mouth, Yingwu was already alert. Seeing Yi Qing spewing out poisonous cloud, he immediately flapped his wings and flew out of the cave into the air. But his two men were not so lucky. Directly covered by the colorful poisonous cloud, the feathers on the body quickly turned black and rotted, followed by the head, flesh, and bones. It only takes a few breaths. The two monsters turned into a pool of blood. This scene made Yingwu terrified. But before he could react, Yi Qing's huge figure emerged from the poisonous cloud. Hundreds of wind blades slashed towards him, blocked all his space for dodging. Yingwu's heart sank and he fought back decisively. A wall of golden light quickly formed in front of him. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The wind blade hit it, making a dull sound. Each time, Eagle Crow's body would move backwards. And as the number of wind blade bombardments increased, more and more cracks appeared on the golden wall. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The remaining wind blades flashed and immediately slashed at Eagle Crow. Puff! As his body flew backwards, he spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth. He was horrified and saw Yi Qing was about to rush over. He hurriedly shouted, "Yi Qing has gone mad and killed Tu Lin and Jioshan. All the demons in Baichao Peak, listen to my order and surround and kill Yi Qing." The eagle's voice is extremely loud. It spread throughout the entire Baichao Peak. Suddenly, hundreds of figures flew out from the top of the mountain, flying towards where they were. Seeing this, Yingwu felt relieved. He just didn't believe that with so many demons, they couldn't kill Yi Qing. As long as Yi Qing dies, with so many demons testifying afterwards, even if the Demon King comes back, he won't be able to do anything to him. Big idiot. Yi Qing sneered in his heart. He flapped his gust wings on his back and almost instantly arrived 100 meters in front of Yingwu. Then, he smashed down with the lightning spear wrapped around his tail. The speed of this attack was extremely fast. Yingwu only had time to use the golden wall to resist again, but this time it only blocked it for a moment. They were directly blasted to pieces by the lightning gun. The lightning spear continued to move forward with great force and pierced Eagle Crow's chest with a loud bang. Then, explode. Boom! Sizzle. The entire lightning spear pierced through Eagle Crow's chest and exploded. Along with it, Eagle Crow's body also exploded. His body was broken into dozens of pieces and fell towards the mountain. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eagle eyes. He couldn't understand how he, a great 18th level demon, couldn't even block Yi Qing's 2 moves. His consciousness ended there, and he instantly fell into darkness. The soul core in Yi Qingmei's heart flickered slightly, and a thin blue thread emerged, quickly sank into Eagle Crow's falling head, and then quickly retracted. He glanced coldly at the scattered body parts, then looked away. Look at the hundreds of demons rushing over from the top of the mountain. All these demons were suppressed by Yi Qing's thundering methods. The look he gave Yi Qing was full of fear. The moment Yi Qing looked over, they all lowered their heads or avoided his gaze, not daring to look Yi Qing in the eye. They are afraid that they will be the next to die. The air just became quiet. Only the slight sound of flapping wings remained. In this strange atmosphere, a demon that looked like a starling whispered, "Eagle Crow attacked Boss Yi for no reason, so he deserved to die. Don't you think so?" As soon as these words were spoken, the demons reacted instantly. They all spoke up in agreement. Eagle Crow always bullies us because of his strength. He is also very bold. I have disliked him for a long time. Yes, Boss Yi did a good job in killing us. He avenged our anger. Boss Yi, you tell us what to do, and we'll listen to you. Yi Qing looked at the demons in front of him. Suddenly, I remembered a sentence. As long as you are strong enough, bad guys will become good guys in front of you. Now, this is the situation. The demons that originally wanted to attack him were now all scrambling to show their goodwill to him. He was afraid that he would get angry and kill them all. He was too lazy to continue paying attention to these monsters. Just said lightly, "There won't be a next time." After saying this, he flapped his wind wings and returned to the cave. Only the body parts on the mountain explained what had just happened. In the air, the demons were eerily quiet. Only after Yi Qing had completely entered the cave did he dare to leave quietly and return to the top of the mountain. Yi Qing did not continue to pay attention to what was happening outside. He took out some low-level spiritual materials and fruits from the leaf bag. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the whole thing into its stomach. He is only a few hundred evolution points away from evolving and upgrading again. He wanted to use these things to accumulate enough evolution points. What a pity, Yi Qing murmured with a slightly regretful tone. He used a bit too much force just now. Otherwise, leaving the bodies of Eagle Crow and a few others will be enough for the evolution points. Be careful next time. Yi Qing reflected on himself. However, he did not expect that Eagle Crow would be so weak that it could not withstand it at all. Ding! You devoured a large amount of low-level spiritual materials. Evolution points plus 521. Current evolution points 6,000/6,000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Chapter 55, Weird Tide. Evolution. Yi Qing didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of heat surged out of his body. His body grew rapidly. 150 meters, 160 meters, 170 meters. His body grew another 20 meters. The width also changes accordingly. Ding! Evolution successful. Ding! Congratulations on your realm upgrade. You have obtained a new spell, the Breath Stealth spell. Breath Concealment Technique. Consume a small amount of spiritual energy to control your own breath so that it does not leak out. Name: Yi Qing. Race: colorful demonic python. Attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Status: healthy. Symbiotic tricks: 1,000-year soul core, purifying soul, controlling soul. Realm: level 19. Talents: wood shadow, endless life, wind shadow, abyss mouth, venomous body, colorful rays. Spells: green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, greenwood armor, greenwood ground spikes, wooden blades, soul recovery seeds, soul burning technique, wood healing technique, wood control technique, violent wind blade, extreme wind wings, gust of wind arrows, 7-color poisonous cloud, lightning gun, breath hiding technique. Abilities: binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint, energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points: 0/7,000. Note: a 7-colored monster with decent strength. Brise conseillère technique. Yi Qing's expression changed. Try out your newly acquired spells immediately. As the spiritual power in his body disappeared, He also successfully performed the breath-hiding technique. In an instant, the powerful aura that emanated from him all the time suddenly subsided a lot. Not bad. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. This way, if he hides, he shouldn't be easily discovered. He asked Jin Ling on the way back. When demons track enemies, the most commonly used method is breath tracking. The demon's aura is always emanating and lingering in the air. As long as you remember the breath of the demon, you can find the target based on the traces of the breath. Of course, this is not something that ordinary demons can do. Only demons above the level of Great Demon King have this strength. If he had learned the art of stealth earlier, the Silver Moon Wolf King probably wouldn't have been able to find him. But it was a blessing in disguise for him. Not only did he not die, he also successfully completed the bloodline evolution, and his strength was further improved. Afterwards, Yi Qing looked inward at the soul core between his eyebrows. This thing sucked out the soul of Eagle Crow when it killed it. Now, the slightly illusory soul of Eagle Crow is floating in the center of the soul core. Tiny red rays of light emanated from the center of the soul core. It was like roasting the soul of Eagle Crow. Above Eagle Crow's soul, two light blue gas columns like smoke emerged. One was absorbed by the soul core, and the other entered his mind and penetrated into his soul. It made his soul feel cool and refreshed. Mental fatigue disappeared instantly. Is this soul power? Ye Vink murmured. He understood that this was the soul core, exerting its ability to purify the soul, transforming it into pure soul power to nourish his soul. As time went by, Eagle Crow's soul completely disappeared. The soul power was divided between Yi Qing and Han Rue. Yi Qing could clearly feel that his soul had become a little stronger. His five senses are more sensitive than before, and his perception is much sharper. Suddenly, Yi Qing's expression changed, and he looked towards the entrance of the cave. The next second, Jin Ling's huge body fell down. There was a hint of doubt in Jin Ling's eyes. She couldn't even sense Yi Qing's breath. If I hadn't seen Yi Qing in the cave with my own eyes, she almost thought that Yi Qing had left and was no longer in the cave. Is there something wrong with my perception? Jin Ling doubted himself a little. It's not your problem, Yi Qing said lightly. He could see Jin Ling's every thought, so naturally he knew what was in her mind. However, he did not intend to explain, and just asked Jin Ling, did the meeting with Jin Jiao go smoothly this time? Speaking of business, Jin Ling suppressed his curiosity, and his expression became more serious. He responded, Master, the process went smoothly. Jin Jiao only asked me about the fact that Silver Moon Wolf King didn't come. I answered according to what my master taught me, except that when I went to look for the Silver Moon Wolf King, he was already dead, and I got the tree core myself. Jin Jiao had no doubts about this, and simply asked the four Vajra to choose a new Great Demon King to replace Silver Moon Wolf King. In addition, Jin Jiao also gave me 10 spirit stones as a reward. Jin Ling said this and took out the spirit stone from the leaf bag. Yi Qing looked and found that these spirit stones were actually mid-level water spirit stones. According to his understanding, only the medium spiritual land can produce medium-level spirit stones. From this point of view, there should be at least one medium-grade spiritual vein under the Wanyao Peak. But this is normal. As the only demon lord in Wanyao Mountain, the place occupied by Jin Ling must be the best place in the entire Wanyao Mountain. Yi Qing took all the spirit stones without hesitation. Of course, this kind of thing should be enjoyed by the owner first. Otherwise, what are you going to do with your subordinates? Although Jin Ling saw it, he did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction in his heart. Her life is in Yi Qing's hands. Why should she fight for such little cultivation resources? Do you think your life is too long? Master, besides this matter, there is one more thing. What's up? A strange tide broke out in Baiwa Ridge, which is adjacent to the east of Wanyao Mountain. Jin Ling said in a deep voice, his tone somewhat serious. Strange tide? What is that? Yi Qing asked in confusion. Master, although we have many spiritual places in Wanyao Mountain, all the spiritual places added together only occupy less than a quarter of the area of Wanyao Mountain. The rest are all treacherous places, just like the Valley of the Dead Soul Trees we went to. Jin Ling explained. Ye Hing nodded. He knew this. We demons can absorb the weird to enhance our cultivation, and the weird can also devour our flesh and blood to become stronger. So we are natural enemies. That's why every once in a while, a powerful monster will appear, bringing a large number of monsters to launch a monster wave and attack the spiritual land where our monsters are. Every attack will cause a large number of monsters to be killed or injured. After saying all this in one breath, Jean Ling added, "The scale of the strange tide that broke out in Wailing this time is very large. I heard that many demons have died. So that's it. This is actually easy to understand, but he has never been exposed to it before, so he doesn't understand it. To put it simply, it is nothing more than two races competing for cultivation resources. But the strange tide broke out in Baiwa Ridge. What does it have to do with our Wanyao Mountain?" Yi Qing asked in confusion. "The demons in Wailing can't hold on any longer and are asking us for help. Golden Horn has agreed to help." Chapter 56 Complaint. Jin Jiao ordered his 2 Dharma protectors to bring half of the great demon kings and thousands of demons to go to Wailing to help. Jin Ling said in a deep voice, "You are not among these half of the great demon kings, right?" Yi Qing listened to Jin Ling's tone and had a bad feeling in his heart. "Master, I'm here," Jin Ling said somewhat awkwardly. "How could this happen?" Yi Qing frowned and asked in confusion, "Didn't you just come back from a mission? Logically, you should have rested for a while. Are the other great demon kings very busy?" This question made Jin Ling even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and whispered, "Master, the other great demon kings are similar to me and are not very busy." "Then why?" Yi Qing was really confused. "My relationship with other great demon kings is not very good, and I am excluded by them." Jin Ling told the truth helplessly. "That's why I preferred to cooperate with my master to kill the soul tree instead of looking for other great demon kings." Hearing this, Yi Qing immediately understood. It seems that Jin Ling is not doing very well in Wanyao Mountain. So all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous work fell on her. This Jin Ling is a great demon king after all. His fate is too miserable, isn't it? When do we set off? Yi Qing asked. Things have come to this point and cannot be reversed. Jin Ling can only go to Wailing 3 days later. By then, I will lead most of the demons on the peak away. Jin Ling replied. Then he asked, "Master, will you go with me?" Yi Qing thought for a moment and did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "What are the strange things about this strange tide, and how strong are they?" According to the news from Wailing, the scale of this ghost tide is very large. The ghost leader is a kind of ghost called the Devouring Heaven Demon Toad. It is very powerful. Even the demon master of Wailing has not been able to defeat it. In addition, there are many other strange things, such as the smiling eagle and the white-bone kite. Jin Ling said many strange names, but Yi Qing's attention always stayed on the sky-swallowing demon toad. One of the materials for the evolution of his bloodline is the stomach of this sky-devouring demon toad. In addition to this, there are 2 other strange creatures, the multi-eyed beast and the ghost jellyfish. Based on the experience accumulated from the previous few times of collecting materials, these things should all be nearby. The sky-devouring demonic toad is in the strange tide, and the other 2 are likely to be there as well. "I'll go with you," Yi Qing said in a deep voice. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He came to Wanyao Mountain to collect materials for bloodline evolution. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, we must seize it. Moreover, there are a lot of weirdness in the weird tide, and these are all evolution points. It was his chance to become stronger. "Okay, Master," Jin Ling said happily. The Master is stronger than her, so she is more confident that she can come back alive. After all, in previous strange tides, the death of several great demon kings, or even the guardian Vajra, was not a surprising thing. "Well, go get ready, and call me when you're leaving." After learning the information he wanted, Yi Qing did not keep Jin Ling any longer. However, just when Jin Ling was about to leave, more than a dozen demons flew in from outside and blocked the entrance of Yi Qing's cave. There are even 3 little demon kings among them. A demon that looked like a lion with wings on its back cried out the moment it saw Jin Ling. "Master Demon King, you are finally back. If you don't come back, our Baichao Peak will be gone." Jin Ling was stunned, not understanding what could happen if she just left for a while. Besides, what would it look like if his subordinates were crying? "Why are you crying? If you have something to say, just say it." "My lord, you don't know that not long after you left, Ingwu, Mangu, and Chi would die. The demon who killed him is Yi Qing behind you." The lion demon raised his claws and pointed at Yi Qing. Jin Ling's heart skipped a beat. "I thought to myself, I don't even dare to point at him. How dare you? Don't get me involved if you want to die. She already hated Crazy Lion in her heart. These idiots don't even consider the time when they are looking for death. Her face turned serious, and she scolded. What nonsense. I personally found Yi Qing. How could he kill Yingwu and the others at random? It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. Just 2 hits. Yi Qing killed Yingwu in 2 hits. Yes, Master Demon King, you must take charge of the matter for us. Yi Qing doesn't take you seriously at all. As soon as you left, he took the initiative to cause trouble. Among the other demons that came along, a few spoke up to agree with the Crazy Lion. Twice. Jean Ling's eyelids jumped. These idiots knew that the eagle was killed in just 2 hits, yet they still dared to come to me to complain. Do you think you can avenge them? She can't even protect herself. How can she take care of these subordinates? Okay, I know about this matter. You guys go back. I will handle it. Jin Yu winked at Guangshi and others, wanting them to leave first. Otherwise, if Yi Qing is angered, no one will be happy. But obviously, the Crazy Lion and other demons did not understand what she meant. Or perhaps, she was usually too kind to her subordinates, so the demons didn't really listen to her. My Lord Demon King, Yi Qing is too hateful. Please kill him. If you don't kill him, then we will stay here and not leave. Yes, I'm not leaving. As long as Yi Qing is on the peak, we won't be able to sleep well. We don't have much to do in Baichao Peak on weekdays, but Yi Qing killed 3 Yingwis as soon as he arrived. He is a troublemaker and must be killed. The demons at the entrance of the cave were shouting at each other. He looked like he would not give up until Yi Qing was killed. Jin Ling turned around and glanced at Yi Qing. After finding that Yi Qing had no reaction for the time being, she felt slightly relieved. Then he turned around and released his own powerful aura, shocking the dozen demons in front of him. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. If you don't leave here, get out of Baichao Peak. Faced with the serious Jin Ling, Guangshi and the others were a little scared. There was silence for a moment. But when he thought of Jin Ling's weak attitude towards him on weekdays, Guangshi felt that Jin Ling would not really do that. Besides, it doesn't matter even if Jin Ling drives them out of Baichao Peak. Everyone knows that Beichafing is the worst among the 12 great demon kings. They feel embarrassed when they go out. If it weren't for the fact that Baichao Peak is a little freer than other great demon kings' places, they have already gone to work for other great demon kings. He gritted his teeth in his heart and did not retreat. Instead, he said forcefully, even if the demon king drives us away, we must say that Yi Qing is the root of trouble and must be killed. Jin Lingqi was not in a good mood and opened his mouth to say something else. But just then, a voice sounded behind her. I don't understand. You are so weak. Why do you have the courage to provoke me? Do I look like an easy target? Do you still think I'm easy to talk to? Chapter 57 Departure. Yi Qing opened his eyes, and the huge snake head raised up and emerged from the side of Jin Ling's neck, looking at the mad lion and other monsters in front of him. Feeling Yi Qing's breath, Jin Ling's body stiffened. There are only 2 words in my heart. It's over. The mad lion paused for a moment, but when he thought of Jin Ling standing between him and Yi Qing, he was no longer afraid. He said with a stiff neck, why should I be afraid of you? You killed Yingwu, so you are right. Strength is the truth. Ye vink sepok lightly. The next second, more than a dozen wind arrows appeared in front of him and then shot out. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow pierced through the air and instantly appeared in front of the Crazy Lion and his group of demons. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Fast. Too fast. There are only these 2 voices in the mad lion's heart. He was very scared and looked at Jin Ling for help. But he found that Jin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. There is no intention to take action at all. What's wrong with Lord Demon King? She wasn't like this before. The mad lion roared in his heart. Puff! A slight sound. The arrow pierced his forehead and exited from the back of his head. Why? Why on earth? The mad lion closed his eyes unwillingly. Boom! The huge body fell straight down on the rocky ground. The remaining demons were not spared either. All died from arrows shot between the eyebrows. Bright red blood flowed from their brows, dyeing the ground at the entrance of the cave red. Jin Ling felt a little regretful. She had saved the mad lions several times, but they insisted on seeking death. I can't even stop it myself. Master, can I take the body away and deal with it? Jin Ling asked tentatively. No need. Ye ving griped indifferently. These are evolution points and cannot be wasted. You go back. Okay, master. Jean Ling responded quickly. He flapped his wings and fled away from the cave. She was afraid that she would be implicated. The master is really moody. He starts to attack if he doesn't agree with something. Jean Ling felt a little scared. It was the same when she first met Yi Qing. He was fine 1 second, and then suddenly he attacked her. Don't ever provoke the master. Jean Ling warned himself in his heart. Inside the cave, he found it somewhat funny when he heard Jean Ling's inner thoughts. I couldn't help but ask myself, am I that terrible? No, I'm not scary. It's just that this world has made me a little more hideous. After complaining, Yi Qing opened his mouth and swallowed all the corpses of the demons in front of him into his stomach. Ding, you devoured a small amount of demon corpses. Evolution points plus 2,140. There were more than a dozen demons, each of which provided him with more than 100 evolutionary points. In addition, the soul core also pulled out the demon's soul and was absorbing and refining it. As it was refined, pure soul power continuously flowed into his mind, nourishing his soul. He suddenly felt that having more demons who took the initiative to cause trouble was not a bad thing. Just think of it as a delivery man delivering food. That's fine too. 3 days later, early morning, Yi Qing, who was resting in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. He moved his body and came to the entrance of the cave. Master, it's time to set off. At the entrance of the cave, the golden spirit hovering in the air reminded. Good. Ye Ping nodded. Extreme wind wings quickly appeared on both sides of his body. All 4 wings flapped together. His huge body immediately soared into the sky. At this time, a large number of flying monsters had gathered in the air. Yi Qing made a rough count and found that there were only more than 100 demons, and their strength doesn't seem to be that good. Including him, there are only 3 little demon kings above level 14. The rest are mostly low-level demons below level 14. This is too little. These were not the only monsters he saw on the top of the mountain 3 days ago. Even if Ingwu and the others died, there would be more left than what we see now. He was confused, but this is not a good time to ask. I can only put this matter in my heart for the time being and ask again when there is no one around. Jean Ling flew in front of the demons and said, I have already told you what we are going to do this time. Let's go now. After saying that, she turned and flew towards the east. Behind her were Yi Qing and 2 other little demon kings, and behind them were more than 100 low-level demons. Because we have to take care of the relatively weak monsters in the team, so the team's overall flying speed is not fast. Yi Qing was chatting with the 2 little demon kings beside him. Basically, he was the one asking the questions, and the other 2 were answering them. Both of them seemed a little afraid of him and spoke timidly. This made him very strange, as he had just met the 2 of them. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't do this. But he just thought that these 2 little demon kings were a little shy and didn't think much about it. And so they continued on their way. At noon of the next day, they finally arrived at the agreed starting point, a vast plain. At this time, a large number of demons had gathered on the plain. These demons are vaguely divided into 5 groups. The number of demons in each group ranges from hundreds to thousands. In comparison, the number of monsters on Jean Ling's side is pitifully small. Suddenly, Yi Qing focused his gaze and looked at one of the groups of demons. Most of the monsters, there are actually silver moon wolves. Among the leading little demon kings, there is a figure that he is very familiar with, the Rotten Bone Eagle King, the demon that escaped from Snake Mountain. If he hadn't reported it to the Silver Moon Wolf King, he wouldn't have been caught. Naturally, he did not intend to let go the culprit who almost killed him. But not now. There are too many demons here now. If he kills the Rotten Bone Eagle King for no reason, he will definitely get into trouble. There are plenty of opportunities, and he is not in a hurry. He retracted his gaze and looked at a figure in front of the Rotten Bone Eagle King. Its body is covered with long white hair. Its tail and limbs are short and thick, and its 2 front teeth protrude like door panels. Its eyes are blood red, and there are 2 long ears on its head. Bloodthirsty demon rabbit? Yi Qing was also a little surprised after seeing the information in his mind. It's not about the rabbit becoming a spirit, but the rabbit can actually become the leader of the wolf pack. This is really going against the will of heaven. Let's go down. The golden spirit flying in front turned around, gave an order, and then fell to the ground. The demons behind him also followed. As soon as he landed, a huge golden tiger monster appeared in front of Jean Ling. The tiger demon had a majestic look on its face, with golden, fleshy wings growing on its back and two sharp fangs exposed in its mouth, making it look very ferocious. Jinling and all the monsters from Baichao Peak come to pay homage to Lord Tiger King Kong. Seeing this monster, Jinling hurriedly paid his respects. "Well, get up," Huli said lightly. After glancing at the demons behind Jinling, he frowned and said, "Why are there so few demons you brought with you? I remember you had more than a dozen little demon kings under your command. How come only 3 are here?" "Jinling, you are so bold now that you even start to disregard the orders of King Jinjiao." By the end of his speech, Huli's tone had turned into a question. Chapter 58 Difficulties. Faced with the questioning, Jinling looked grim. She also wanted to bring more demons with her. But a few days ago, Yi Qing killed 6 little demon kings in one day. When the remaining few heard that they were going to fight against the strange tide, they were frightened and actually ran away in the middle of the night with a small group of demons. In the end, the only ones left were Yi Qing and the 2 little demon kings that she had cultivated herself. The demons behind her are almost all the remaining demons on Baichao Peak. Jinling took a deep breath and explained, "Master Hu Jingang, I naturally dare not disobey the order of King Jinjiao, but a few days ago, something happened in my Baichao Peak, causing some demons to leave. Now, the demons I brought with me are almost all of my Baichao Peak. If you don't believe me, you can come to my Baichao Peak and check it out yourself." At this point, she could only grit her teeth and fight back. Huli was very displeased with Jinling's tone. It's already time to set off. How could he possibly go back to Baichao Peak to confirm now? He snorted coldly. "Humph, this is your problem. When assigning tasks, I won't show favoritism to you just because you brought fewer men with you. Everyone's tasks are the same. You'd better be mentally prepared for this. In addition, I will tell the king the truth about what happened today." After saying that, Huli was about to turn around and leave. Jinling pursed her lips, feeling very unwilling. They only have so few demons. How can they compare with those who have thousands of demons? To undertake the same task, isn't this just asking them to die? She wanted to stop Huli and persuade him, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. But at this moment, a colorful light passed by her, blocked in front of Huli. It's Yi Qing. Originally, he didn't intend to take care of these things. But if left alone, the demons in Baichao Peak will inevitably face tremendous pressure, and so will he. How's the wrong start? "Lord Hu Jingang, can we talk for a moment?" Yi Qing looked at Huli and gave him a look. Huli hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I went to an empty space with Yi Qing. Tell me, what's the matter?" Huli said lightly. "Master Tiger King Kong, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Yi Qing took out a wooden box from his leaf bag and showed it to Huli. Huli looked at Yi Qing in surprise and said calmly, "What do you mean?" Yi Qing did not answer directly, but just opened the box. Inside was the ginseng spirit. He introduced, "Master Tiger King Kong, this is mountain ginseng essence, which can replenish a lot of lost energy in the body." Ginseng spirit. Huli's eyes lit up. He stretched out his claws and snatched the box away. "This is good stuff." With this thing, the dozen or so female white tigers in his cave were completely subdued by him. Ever since he took in those dozen female white tigers, his health has been getting worse day by day. This tonic is urgently needed. But then, a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. He asked, "How do you know there's something wrong with me?" Facing Hu Jingyang's questioning, Yi Qing showed a slightly obscene smile and explained slowly, "Master Hu Jingyang, we are all in the same boat. The first step to building closer relationships is, of course, to find a common, shameful hobby. After all wolf friends in the world are one family." Huli was stunned, but after seeing Yi Qing's expression, he understood instantly. He chuckled, patted Yi Qing on the back and praised, "You are a good boy. Just my taste. Why don't you just work beside me from now on? I'll go talk to Jinling. I don't think she would dare to say no." Yi Qing. His purpose is not to follow Huli. "My lord, the Golden Spirit Demon King has done me a favor, and I promised her that I would help her for 3 years. I cannot be a demon that goes back on its word. My lord, please wait for me for 3 years. After 3 years, I will serve under you." Yi Qing started to act like a big liar. Believe it or not is up to Huli. Is that so? Huli felt a little regretful, but didn't care too much. It was only 3 years, and it passed very quickly for him. "Then I will wait for you for 3 years. You must come find me when the time comes." Of course, of course." Yi Qing agreed repeatedly. Afterwards, he exchanged some professional knowledge with Hu Li, taught him many new moves. This completely opened Hu Li's eyes. Is this even possible? Is this possible? I must try it when I get back. Brother Yi is really proficient in this. Hu Li praised repeatedly. What about White Tiger sitting on Lotus, Golden Tiger climbing mountain? He has never heard of it. These are just some basics. When we return to Wanyao Mountain, I will have a good discussion with Big Brother. Yi Qing chuckled. In just a short while, he and Hu Li have already started to become brothers. Good, 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 good. Hu Li praised repeatedly. From now on, I will protect you, Yi Qing. If anyone causes trouble for you, just mention me. You are really my good brother. Brother, I am following the Golden Spirit Demon King now. Can you please take good care of me? Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Qing also spoke tentatively. If the Golden Spirit begs me, I will naturally not care. But don't worry, Brother Yi. I will never let you die. Hu Li, who was in high spirits, waved his claws and promised. Then thank you, brother. Yi Qing smiled. After the matter was settled, Yi Qing chatted with Hu Li for a few more words and then returned to Jinling. Jinling was very confused when she saw Yi Qing returning. I don't know what he just did. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, Yi Qing, what did you do just now? I asked Brother Hu for mercy. He sympathizes with us at Baichao Peak and will try his best to arrange easy tasks for us. Yi Qing replied with a chuckle. Brother Hu? Jinling was shocked. It's only been a short while. Hu Li has become Yi Qing's big brother? How is this done? Moreover, they persuaded Hu Li to stop targeting them. Happiness comes so suddenly. What she thought was an extremely difficult matter was easily solved by Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing's image suddenly became taller in her heart. She began to accept this master from the bottom of her heart. Hearing Jinling's thoughts, Yi Qing smiled in his heart. He leaned close to Jinling's ear and whispered, How about I say I'm your master? Am I right? Jinling's body shook, and he slowly lowered his head. Master is right. So good. Ha ha ha. Chapter 59 Reception. Jinling was the last one to arrive at the departure point. Logically speaking, the monsters on Baichao Peak are all flying monsters, and they should arrive faster than other monsters. But the fact is, Baichao Peak is the farthest from the starting point, and with the low-level demons holding them back, they naturally became the last one. Not long after they arrived, the entire demon army started moving, quickly advancing towards Baihua Ridge in the east. 2 days later, Yi Qing and his team finally stopped. Below him was a range of towering mountains that stretched for at least hundreds of thousands of miles. The mountains are covered with low shrubs and colorful flowers. Occasionally, one can see gigantic demons hovering over the mountains. We've arrived at Baihua Ridge, Jinling, who was flying in front, reminded. He swooped down with the other monsters and landed on a flat mountain top above Baihua Ridge. On the top of the mountain, the two Dharma protectors Hu Li and Lu Li, who had arrived earlier, were talking to a dozen powerful demons on Baihua Ridge. Jinling and his men were waiting on the side and had no intention of going over. As time went by, some non-flying monsters at the foot of the mountain also climbed onto the platform one after another. It seems that all the discoveries have been made. Hu Li, who was talking to the demons of Baiwailing, turned around and came to the demons of Wanyao Mountain. He ordered, All the big demon kings and small demon kings, follow me. The other demons, wait where you are and don't move around at will. Crash. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 great demon kings and more than 60 little demon kings immediately jumped out from the group of demons. Yi Qing is no exception. He and the other 2 little demon kings from Baichao Peak followed Jinling and flew forward. Led by the Baiwailing demon, they went deeper into Baiwailing. After a while, they finally stopped after reaching a valley deep in Baihua Ridge. The valley is oval in shape as a whole, with a length and width of at least tens of thousands of meters. Except for a long strip of open space in the center of the valley, the rest of the place is full of flowers of various colors. In the open space in the center, there were dozens of demons with powerful auras, standing on both sides of the open space. One of the demons was relatively short, only about 2 meters tall, but he stood in the very center of the open space. It was hard for Yi Qing not to notice her. This monster has a bee face and a human body. It is tall and slender. It is thin where it should be thin, and huge where it should be big. The garden is simply decorated with flower petals. With every move, an invisible charm is released. Gulp. Yi Qing swallowed his saliva. I must be really hungry. I actually feel that a bee demon is so charming and sexy. Did I accidentally inhale the strange fog? Yi Qing was a little cautious. As for the idea that I was born a pervert, that is absolutely impossible. Name, Queen Bee. Condition good. Realm, level 30. Talents, swarm control, honey making, phantom sound, flower sound sense, venom sting. Spells, wind blade, wind shield, wind wall, flower needle. Weaknesses, waste head. Note, the current demon lord of Bywailing has practiced for thousands of years and has tens of thousands of demons at his command. Is this the demon lord? Ye King's pupil shrank. Comparing the strength of the Queen of Flowers Bee, Jin Jiao is also a demon master, so there won't be much difference between the two. With his current strength of level 19, it is still too difficult for him to deal with this half-transformed demon. But he was mentally prepared for this. After all, Huli, as the guardian Vajra, has the strength of level 25. How could Jin Jiao, as Huli's master, be weak? Tiger power and deer power from the 10,000 demon peaks lead the other demons to meet the demon lord of 100 flowers. Huli and the other two came before the queen bee of flowers and knelt down on the ground. The big demon king and the little demon king behind them also followed suit. Yi Qing didn't need to kneel. He had no legs at all, only two small bulges under his abdomen. Well, get up. You have worked hard along the way. Take a seat and have something to eat first. The queen bee of flowers spoke, with an inexplicable majesty in her voice. Just listening to it makes people want to obey. Yes, Master Demon. The tiger power monsters stood up one after another and sat down at the stone table at the edge of the open space. The stone table was filled with various spiritual fruits and flowers, as well as some unknown liquids filled with flower petals. Everyone, please feel free to be polite and enjoy your meal, said the queen bee of flowers with a smile. He picked up a spiritual fruit in front of him and took a light bite. Seeing this, Huli looked at Lu Li, then picked up the spiritual fruit and started eating. Seeing that Huli had moved, Yi Qing didn't hesitate to show any respect. He directly ate a spiritual fruit on the table in front of him. Ding, you swallowed the level 20J bloodroot fruit. Evolution points plus 800. Current evolution points 2940/7000. The taste of the dragon fruit is like dragon fruit, soft and sweet. Then he drank the yellowish liquid in the petals. Ding, you swallowed a lot of nectar. Evolution points plus 1300. What a good stuff. Yi Qing licked the corner of his mouth, still feeling unsatisfied. But he also knew that it would not be easy to eat this thing a second time, because on each stone table, there is only such a small flower cup. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from a little demon master beside Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked over and found that he had made a breakthrough under such circumstances. And this seems to have set off a chain reaction. Boom! 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 Then, more than a dozen breaths were emitted. This means that with just this one meal, more than a dozen little demon lords successfully broke through to a higher level. These little demon lords who had made breakthroughs were naturally extremely happy. One of the fox demons rolled his eyes and immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you, Master Demon, for the spiritual fruit and spiritual honey you gave us. This has enabled us to successfully break through the bottleneck. The other little demon masters realized what was going on later and also knelt down to express their gratitude. Thank you, Master Demon, for helping us. No need to thank me. This is your own opportunity, said the queen bee of flowers with a smile. These demons were only here to help, and in order to get them to do their best, she had arranged today's banquet and allocated a lot of resources for this purpose. Now it seems that the effect is quite good. If that's the case, why not add more fuel to the fire? Everyone just enjoy. If it's not enough, I have more in Baiwa Ridge. The demon lord of Baiwa smiled. It's not that she is generous, but spiritual fruits are not to be eaten casually. If you are not strong enough and force yourself to eat a large amount of spiritual fruits, you will most likely burst. Except for Hu Li and Lu Li, the other demons present were just SOSO in strength. After hearing these words, the demons below were even happier. Lu Li even directly assured, "Thank you for your hospitality, Master Demon. We will do our best to resist the weirdness." He had a quick mind and naturally guessed what the 100 Flowers Demon Lord meant. We will do our best to resist the weirdness. The other demons also echoed loudly. It looks like both the host and the guests are having a great time. Just then, a slightly abrupt voice sounded. Do you have any more of this 100-flower honey? 3 more cups, please. Chapter 60. Blocking the Pass. The person who spoke was naturally Yi Qing. The demon lord of flowers clearly stated that refills were available. Why should he be so polite? Of course, they try their best to fleece the sheep. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demons looked at Yi Qing. They all just regarded it as a polite remark from the demon lord. How can I ask for food in front of so many monsters? Who is this monster? Why is he so rude? From Baichao Peak? That's fine. It's something that only the demons on their peak can do. Coming out with him is really a disgrace to us. The demons of 10,000 Demon Mountain. All the demons in Yao Mountain were dissatisfied with Yi Qing. Jinling was also a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Yi Qing to suddenly say such a thing. But that was her master. What could she say? I can only play deaf and dumb. Huli was also a little surprised. This younger brother he had just recognized was not stupid. How could he say such inappropriate words? Wouldn't this make the flower demon lord embarrassed? The 100 Flowers demon lord was slightly startled, but remained calm on the surface. He just smiled and said, since this little demon brother likes my Baiwailing honey so much, I will give him 3 more cups. I may not have anything else in Baiwailing, but this Baiwa honey is still plenty. After receiving the order, the demon from Baiwailing nearby immediately took out the nectar from the leaf bag and placed it on the stone table in front of Yi Qing. Ha! The demon lord is so generous. Yi Qing laughed loudly and drank all 3 cups of honey in front of him. Ding! You swallowed a lot of nectar. Evolution points plus 3,900. Current evolution points 7,000/7,000. Satisfy the evolution requirements. Do you want to start evolving? Awesome! Yi Qing growled in his heart. This evolution point came too easily. Everything that is easy seems like a dream. Sure enough, joining Yao Ridge was the right choice. Otherwise, he would never get access to such good stuff. He wanted to get some more, but now he had accumulated enough evolution points. There's no use eating anymore. I can only give up with regret. Little did they know that the demons from Baiwa Ridge who were present were so shocked when they saw Yi Qing drink 3 cups of 100-flower honey in one breath. Even some of the great demon kings among them could not drink 3 cups in one breath. You need to drink it slowly. 100-flower honey is made from the nectar of hundreds of magical flowers on Baiwa Ridge and the special method of magic bees. There's a lot of spiritual power contained inside. If you drink a large amount of honey from 100 flowers in one breath, your meridians may be broken at best, and you may die suddenly at worst. But this demon from Yao Mountain seemed to be fine, and it looks more energetic. This is unbelievable. The queen bee of flowers was also a little surprised. She smiled and said, the demons in the 10,000 Demon Mountain are indeed very powerful, as they were able to drink 3 cups of my 100-flower honey without falling. I'll have to trouble you all to deal with the strange tide this time. Ha, Master Demon, you are too polite. We will do our best. Luli chuckled and agreed. Hearing the praise, the other demons also puffed out their chests unconsciously. They completely forgot how they had just mocked Yi Qing. At the banquet, the monsters talked and laughed, and the banquet did not end until the afternoon. Yi Qing and other demons from Yao Mountain, led by the demons from Baiwa Ridge, came to the east side of Baiwa Ridge. The west side of Baiwailing is covered with a sea of flowers, like a paradise. That east side is hell. The ground was full of traces of the spell, broken trees, sunken ground, and a large number of body fragments. There are demonic ones, and also weird ones. Brother Tiger, Brother Deer, there are more than 30 checkpoints on the east side of our Baiwa Ridge that need to be defended, and there are 8 places with relatively weak defenses. Tonight, the Demon Brothers from Yao Mountain will help defend these 8 places. What do you 2 Demon Brothers think? A leading bee demon among the demons in Baiwa Ridge spoke. Ha, of course you can. Brother Feng, just tell me the locations of these 8 checkpoints, and we will make the subsequent arrangements. Okay, then I'll trouble you 2 Demon Brothers. The bee demon nodded in thanks. Then the location of the checkpoint and the current number of monsters will be informed. After obtaining the specific information, Yao Mountain began internal distribution. Under the orders of the 2 great King Kongs, Huli and Luli, the tasks were quickly divided. The 6 great demon kings plus the 2 Dharma protectors, Huli and Luli, are each responsible for a checkpoint. Thanks to Huli's help, Yi Qing's Baichao Peak was assigned to a checkpoint with the least pressure. And there is no need to send the demons under your command to other checkpoints. Like the demon wolves in Silver Moon Mountain, 500 of them were taken away by Hu Li. Yi Qing was very satisfied with the result. After all, there are so many eyes watching, and Hu Li can't be too partial. Afterwards, he secretly gave Hu Li 2 spiritual materials. After all, Hu Li really does the job. This good brother must be maintained. Half an hour later, in a small pass on the east side of Baiwailing, Yi Qing and other demons from Baichao Peak appeared here. They will be here tonight to help resist the invasion of the Strange Tide. The Strange Tide only attacks at night, and basically nothing happens during the day. This is also the reason why they were able to eat for most of the day, even when they encountered strange tides and Baiwailing. At this time, there is still at most a quarter of an hour before dark. When Jinling was communicating with the demons from Baiwailing at this pass about defending against strange matters, Yi Qing found a remote place. After confirming that no demons would come to where he was in the short term, he immediately opened the panel. In his heart, he said, "Begin to evolve." No one knows how powerful the strange things they encounter at night will be. Before that, of course, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar warmth flowed through his body again. His body swelled again. It reached 200 meters before it stopped. A huge force surged in his body. Yi Qing almost couldn't help but scream out loud. "Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Water Spirit Pupil Technique. Water Spirit Eye Technique. This technique can be performed by consuming a small amount of spiritual power and can see through some illusions. Water Spirit Eye Technique." Yi Qing subconsciously looked at his own eyes through the map perspective. I saw that his original eyes had turned into aqua blue, and there seemed to be ripples in the depths of his pupils. Looks very smart. He wanted to try out the effect of the Water Spirit Pupil Technique. But there is no suitable target in sight. He could only hold it back temporarily. Re-enter the level and find the Golden Spirit. "Master, have you reached a higher realm again?" Jin Ling whispered as he looked at Yi Qing, who had grown much bigger. "Yeah." Yi Qing nodded slightly without further explanation. After all, how could a master explain things to her maid? Chapter 61. The Raging Tide. As time passed, it finally got dark. Yi Qing, who was chatting with Jin Ling, suddenly changed his expression and looked at the dark fog rising outside the pass. Remind out loud. Here it comes. After the upgrade, the map range was expanded again, reaching a radius of 5 kilometers. At this moment, in the map view, a large number of strange creatures are gathering rapidly. Like a tide, it surged towards the checkpoint where he was. There are so many of them that there is no end in sight. So many. Yi Qing's heart sank. The danger of this strange tide quickly rose in his heart. Coming. Jin Ling was startled and looked into the strange fog. But he found nothing and could only see the strange fog that kept flowing. With her eyesight, she could vaguely see things 1,000 meters away in the strange fog. She didn't realize that the strange tide was probably 1,000 meters away. The master's perception is so powerful. Jin Ling was shocked. Everyone, pay attention. The strange tide is already 3,000 meters away from the pass. At this moment, a demon from Baiwailing rushed out from the strange fog in midair, shouting a warning. Yi Qing glanced at him. It was discovered that it was actually a demon that coexisted with the strange. Only this kind of demon can stay in the strange fog for a long time without being affected. Of course, if the demon is strong enough, it can also block the invasion of strange fog by releasing its spiritual power. Upon hearing the reminder, all the demons at the checkpoint moved, came to their respective positions, and waited attentively. The entire pass is more than 2,000 meters long and forms a huge V shape. The demons of Baichao Peak are stationed at the 2 tips of the V shape, mainly responsible for sniping the weird creatures coming from the sky. On the ground, the demons from Baiwailing are mainly responsible. The strange tide is already 1,000 meters away from the pass. Another demon rushed out from the strange fog and warned loudly. The atmosphere in the air became a little more depressing. In this atmosphere, the flow of time seems to slow down. Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake. There was a loud noise, and the sound is getting closer and louder. Finally, a strange creature with wings on its back and 2 monkey heads emerged from the strange fog. Then the second, the third. As soon as these strange creatures appeared, they immediately rushed towards the demons in front of them. It's a 2-headed monkey. Be careful of his claws. They are poisonous. Jean Ling reminded loudly. The demon from Baichao Peak in midair immediately rushed forward to meet them. Used various spells to attack the two-headed monkey from a distance. The two sides fought each other in an instant. These two-headed monkeys are only level 5, and the demons in the sky can easily deal with them. The moment they came into contact, hundreds of two-headed monkeys were killed or injured. But there are too many two-headed monkeys, and it is difficult to kill them all quickly. Yi Qing looked into the strange fog. Behind the two-headed monkey, there is an even more powerful monster. But they did not rush in with the two-headed monkey, but waited. These cunning creatures are quite intelligent. Ye vin conjudet. Obviously, this is some kind of cunning tactic. He took the time to look at the ground and found that the situation was similar. There are only some low-level monsters attacking the pass. These low-level monsters only have the advantage in numbers, and rushing forward would seem like they would be courting death. Seeking death? Yi Qing was stunned. I understood it instantly. To put it bluntly, these low-level creatures are cannon fodder. It should be just to consume the power of the demons in the pass. And obviously, the demons in the pass are also aware of the situation. Many higher-level demons have not taken any action and are also waiting. As time went on, some of the low-level demons on Yi Qing's side ran out of spiritual power and had to choose to engage in close combat with the opposing monster. Although the demon's body is also very strong. But a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. They are too cunning. Soon one of the demons was injured and had to retreat. But most of them didn't have time to escape and were killed by Gizi. You two go and help. Jean Ling felt a little distressed and turned around to order the two little demon kings from Baichao Peak to go and support. These demons who are willing to follow her can be said to be her direct descendants. It hurts every time someone dies. Although she knew that death was inevitable, she still wanted to try her best to let them go back alive. Yes, Demon King. The two little demon kings answered, flapped their wings, and flew into the air, joining the battle in an instant. Yi Qing glanced at Jean Ling and sighed slightly in his heart. With Jean Ling's soft-hearted nature, she might be a good general, but she would never be able to become a marshal who gives orders. It is too early to send the little demon king up now. Jean Ling still couldn't keep his composure. In the air, with the addition of two little demon kings, the demons on Baichao Peak finally had a chance to breathe. Several seriously injured ones began to retreat backwards. But there were also 3 demons that were only slightly injured and wanted to hide behind. Yi Qing's heart sank. Just now, these demons were under the treacherous attack and had no time to think about anything else. They could only fight back desperately. Now that there was a gap, they reacted and began to fear for death. If we don't stop them, more demons will escape. If it develops into a mass rout, the consequences will be disastrous. He summoned the extreme wind wings, flew into the air, and stopped the 3 demons. He said lightly, "Go back." When the 3 demons saw Yi Qing, they all showed a trace of fear on their faces. Yi Qing had only been at Baichao Peak for a few days when he killed 6 or 7 little demon kings. Naturally, they were deeply impressed. One of the eagle demons suppressed the fear in his heart, gritted his teeth, and said, "Master Demon King, we are injured and need to go down and rest for a while. There are too many treacherous creatures, and it is impossible to kill them all. If he stays, he will die sooner or later. He doesn't want to die. Go back, I don't want to say it for the 3rd time." Yi Qing glanced at him and released a little of his aura. Boom! The eagle demon's body was like being struck by lightning and almost fell from the air. His eyes were full of fear when he looked at Yi Qing. Without saying a word, he immediately flapped his wings and flew back. If he doesn't go back now, he will die soon. The other 2 did not hesitate and turned around to join the fight with Guizhou again. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. What allowed the 3 demons to overcome their fear was not courage, but encountering a more fearful version of themselves. It seems that having a terrifying reputation is not necessarily a bad thing. At least these monsters have become well-behaved and obedient. There is less trouble. Yi Qing squinted his eyes and talked to himself. Chapter 62, Big-Eyed Demon. Over time, faced with a large number of 2-headed monkeys, the 2 little demon kings in the air gradually became unable to hold on. There was fatigue on their faces, but we can only grit our teeth and hold on. At this moment, dozens of huge monsters suddenly rushed out from the strange fog. These strange creatures have no wings and look like a large silver-white fish with a flat body. Their mouths are long and pointed like spears. They were moving so fast that only blurry figures could be seen. The demons watched the silver fish rush towards them, but they had no time to react. Just as they were waiting to die, a wide wind blade came rushing towards them from behind. Bang! A muffled sound. The moment the wind blade collided with the silver fish, it cut its body in half. And there was not just one wind blade, but every silver fish in the air was hit by a wind blade. The body of the silver fish, broken into two pieces, fell to the ground. It was like silver rain. The demons who escaped death looked behind them and found that it was Qing who saved them. Qing's eyes were somewhat solemn. With the map in hand, he was the first to discover the movement in the strange fog. With the strength of these monsters in front of them, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties if they faced the silver strange fish. He had no choice but to take action. But the silver fish in front of us is just the beginning. The next second, more powerful monsters emerged from the strange fog and rushed towards them. With more than 100 demons in Baichao Peak, it is impossible to stop them. Jinling suddenly flew up from the top of the mountain and stopped them together with Qing. However, just as the two of them made a move, an even more powerful and strange aura appeared in the strange fog and rushed towards them, stopped them from helping other demons. The battle became intense almost instantly. Qing couldn't care less at this moment. His attention was all on the strange creature in front of him. This strange creature is round like a huge ball, and its body is red. The huge pale eyeball divided his body into two halves. There are 4 sharp claws under the body. Nen Böge Dimon. Status, healthy. Realm, level 20. Abilities, phantom spell, fire ring, ground burst, explosive fireball. Weakness, eyeball. Note, the illusions of the big-eyed demon are very realistic. It often confuses the target through illusions first, and then kills the target quickly. The moment Qing looked at the big-eyed demon, his pale eyes also stared at Qing. The moment their eyes met, Qing felt dazed for a moment. When he regained his vision, the big-eyed demon had disappeared from his sight. He found himself back at Baichao Peak. No, I'm in Baiwa Ridge, fighting against the strange tide. Although the scene before Qing's eyes has changed, his memory is still there. He immediately used the water spirit pupil technique. A coolness surged from his eyes, and the next second the scene in front of him disappeared like bubbles. Instead, there was a fireball that was rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. The temperature of the fireball was restrained, making him feel only a little warm. But there was a lot of fire boiling in his heart. Fortunately, the speed of the exploding fireball was not very fast. He flapped his wings and dodged to the side. The fireball was about to pass by him. Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The flames inside the fireball rolled more violently, suddenly breaking through the restraints and exploding. Boom! A loud noise. A large amount of flames splashed out. Qing was blown away by this great force. In midair, Qing stopped and looked at the big-eyed demon with a cold gaze. Although he used the Aoki armor and the colorful rays of light to block the fireball attack at the critical moment, but the big-eyed demon's actions still succeeded in angering him. In the past, he was the one who backstabbed others. The moment he steadied his body, more than a dozen huge wind arrows quickly appeared in front of him. Go! Qing's mind moved, and the gale arrow was shot out immediately. Seeing this, the big-eyed demon looked at Qing again, trying to use illusion to influence Qing. But at this time, Qing had been maintaining the water spirit pupil technique. The big-eyed demon's illusion was completely ineffective in front of him, and he was not disturbed at all. However, Qing still deliberately cooperated with the big-eyed demon and pretended to be hit. Control the wind arrow and slow it down. The big-eyed demon was fooled, and he condensed a fireball again and smashed it towards Qing. But just when he was condensing the fireball and unable to move, the speed of the wind arrow is restored instantly. Puff! Puff, puff, puff! More than a dozen gale arrows were all inserted into the body of the big-eyed demon. Make it lose its breath instantly. The fireball on its claws lost its power to maintain itself and quickly dissipated and disappeared. Qing rushed towards the big-eyed demon fiercely, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. Ding! You devoured a level 20 big-eyed demon. Evolution points plus 1,280. At the same time, the soul of the big-eyed demon was also extracted from the soul core and placed in the center of the petals for refining. These things sound slow, but in fact, from the time Qing faced the big-eyed demon to the time he killed it, it took less than half a minute. After swallowing the big-eyed demon into his stomach, Yi Qing scanned the battlefield to check the situation. At this time, Jin Ling was fighting back and forth with another strange creature, and it seemed that he would not be in danger in the short term. But the same cannot be said for other monsters in Baichao Peak. They had already expended a lot of energy before, and now they encountered even stronger tricks. In less than half a minute, more than 20 demons died. Most of the rest were also injured. If left alone, they will all die. Yi Qing frowned slightly, then looked at the ground. However, the situation on the ground does not seem very optimistic. A large number of strange creatures have been attacking the pass below, and the bi-wailing demons responsible for the defense below don't seem to be able to hold out for long. Something's wrong. Yi Qing became suspicious. If the strange tides a few days ago were of similar intensity to today's, the demons in bi-wailing alone would not have been able to hold out until now. This is just the smallest hurdle, and they should bear the least pressure. They're all like this, not to mention other checkpoints. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yi Qing's mind. In the end, he decided to help Jin Ling quickly deal with his opponent first. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him alone to stop all the strange things in the sky. He looked at Jin Ling's opponent. It was a large two-legged bird. Its entire body is made up of skeleton, without flesh, blood, or feathers. Only the flickering blue light in its eye sockets proved it was alive. This is also a level 20 monster, named Deadbone Bird. Behind Yi Qing, the lightning gun appeared automatically and was wrapped by the tail. At the moment when the golden spirit and the Deadbone Bird collided, and the Deadbone Bird lost its balance. His tail swung out violently. The lightning gun flashed and arrived in front of the Deadbone Bird. Bang! A muffled sound. The Deadbone Bird's head was pierced directly. The blue light in the eye sockets is like a light bulb with poor contact. After flickering a few times, it went out completely. The huge corpse fell rapidly to the ground. Chapter 63. The Multi-Eyed Beast, additional chapter for the very salty salted fish. Yi Qing flapped his extreme wind wings and quickly came above the Deadbone Bird. The tail rolled and pulled its falling body back. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it. Ding! You devoured a level 20 skeleton bird. Evolution points plus 1,280. Current evolution points 2560/8,000. Master. Jin Ling looked at Yi Qing, feeling extremely safe. She was so cunning that she was hard to deal with. But the master killed her with just one move. The gap between myself and my master has unknowingly grown bigger and bigger. Go help them. Noticing Jin Ling's gaze, Yi Qing turned his head and gave the order. Yes. Jin Ling nodded heavily, and his golden body swooped down. Join the battle with the demons at Baichao Peak below. With the addition of Jin Ling, the demons in Baichao Peak finally had a chance to breathe. A few active demons wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. But after looking at Yi Qing in the sky, they decisively stopped and rushed up again to fight with the strange creature in front of them. And he looks even more hardworking than before. It was like the strange thing in front of him had killed his father. Suddenly, Yi Qing's eyes fixed. Look below the pass. There, 3 gigantic bee demons, a butterfly demon, and a flower demon were fighting with the strange creatures in front of them. The strength of both sides was equal, and the fight was back and forth. But Yi Qing just took a look and then shifted his gaze to the depths of the strange fog. There, a huge monster was approaching quickly. Yi Qing zoomed in. I could see it more clearly. It turned out to be a giant 4-legged beast with no head or tail, only a pitch-black body. His body is covered with densely packed red eyeballs, even on his 4 feet. If someone with trypophobia sees it, he will probably faint on the spot. With every step he took, the earth shook. Name Multi-Eyed Beast. Status, Healthy. Realm, Level 25. Abilities, Brutal Charge, Great Strength, Thick Skin, Trampling, Concussion, Shock, Soul Hammer. Weakness, Armpits of all 4 legs. Note, be careful with the Soul Hammer. Many-Eyed Beast. Yi Qing's eyes focused. The good news is that he encountered a multi-eyed beast. The bad news is that this multi-eyed beast is level 25. A cunning being of such strength would be very dangerous to deal with at his current level. But the multi-eyed beast is what he needs to upgrade his bloodline. Now that you have encountered it, you must try it no matter what. Otherwise, he will be very unwilling. First, let the demons in bi-wailing below wear down the power of the multi-eyed beast. We can also use this opportunity to observe the multi-eyed beast's strength. Yi Qing murmured. He He did not choose to go down immediately. Although he believed he had some strength, he didn't want to kill the multi-eyed beast by himself. If you can use leverage, you should do so. The multi-eyed beast looks bulky, but it is actually very fast. In just a moment, they rushed to the checkpoint. The ground at the pass also began to shake due to the movement of the multi-eyed beast. This made the demons in Bi-wailing below very frightened. They attacked almost at the same time, knocking away the strange creature in front of them, and took the opportunity to look at the strange fog. Boom! A giant foot of the multi-eyed beast stepped out from the strange fog. Boom! Then came the second one, the third one, when a huge body of the multi-eyed beast emerged from the strange fog and was completely exposed to the eyes of the monsters. All the demons took a deep breath. The multi-eyed beast. Why is he here? Below, the bee demon couldn't control his emotions and asked in a lost voice. But obviously, no one could answer his question. Kill them all, the multi-eyed beast spoke in a muffled voice. His voice came from his stomach and sounded like words spoken inside a big drum. Very dull. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange creatures attacked the pass, even more frantically. The bee demon, butterfly demon, and flower demon all looked extremely ugly. The sudden accident caught them off guard. Go seek support, the bee demon roared. In an instant, several demons known for their speed rushed into the air, trying to pass on the message. But before they could fly far, dozens of strange creatures rushed out of the strange fog and stopped them. Boom! The multi-eyed beast launched an attack the moment the bee demon opened its mouth. The huge body rushed towards the pass quickly. Although the three great bee demon kings were afraid, they still gritted their teeth and charged forward. The flower demon summoned a large number of flower vines, which wrapped around the four legs of the multi-eyed beast. The butterfly demon flapped its wings, spreading a large amount of butterfly pollen and floating towards the multi-eyed beast. The bee monster was much more direct. The stinger on its tail grew several times larger and stabbed towards the multi-eyed beast's back. Humph! The multi-eyed beast snorted contemptuously. Facing the attacks of the three monsters, he did not dodge or evade. Bang! He tore the vine on his foot off with great force. Just as the butterfly powder was about to float onto his body, his stomach suddenly felt a series of vibrations. Bang! 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 Circles of sound wave ripples spread in all directions. The butterflies were all shaken back by this. The butterfly demon immediately fell into panic. Then, all the red eyeballs on his back looked towards the bee monster rushing towards him in the air. The bee monster, which was falling rapidly, suddenly lost its balance, as if it was drunk. Obviously, he was tricked. There was a hint of panic and struggle in his eyes. At this critical moment, the flower demon threw out two vines, trying to wrap around the bee demon and pull it back. But she just made a move. The multi-eyed beast below leaped up suddenly. The huge body crashed into the bee monster like a cannonball. The speed is outrageous. Bang! A muffled sound. The multi-eyed beast crashed heavily into the bee monster. The bee demon's strong body looks very fragile in front of the multi-eyed beast. It was actually broken into two halves right from the middle. The level 20 bee demon king couldn't even withstand the level 1 multi-eyed beast. Moreover, he killed the bee demon king while resisting the attacks of the three demons. This strength is a bit scary. The strength of this multi-eyed beast exceeded his expectations. It's better to protect yourself first. After the multi-eyed beast killed the bee monster, it continued to rush into the pass. The flower demon and the butterfly demon didn't dare to stop them at all. He could only flee with his demons. But their speed is not as fast as that of the multi-eyed beasts. Many low-level monsters were trampled to death by it. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, they would be overwhelmed by the treacherous army that followed closely behind. Master, let's retreat. We can't hold on here any longer. After killing a strange creature in front of him, Jin Ling came to Yi Qing and said urgently, all the demons in Bi-wailing have fled, and if they continue to stay here, they will be waiting for death. You've become smarter. Yi Qing looked at Jin Ling in surprise. Then he shook his head and looked towards the mountains on the left side of the pass. There, a huge figure was rushing towards them quickly. It was his good brother Huli. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle. Jin Ling followed Yi Qing's gaze. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Tiger King Kong. With Lord Tiger King Kong coming to support them, they really don't need to leave in a hurry. After all, Lord Tiger King Kong is the most powerful demon among the 4 guardian King Kongs of Wan Yao Mountain. Hu Li is extremely fast. From the time Yi Qing saw him to the time he rushed to the checkpoint, it only took him a few seconds. Hu Li used his huge body to block the multi-eyed beast and raised his tiger claws to attack without any hesitation. 5 golden sharp claws shot out. It was slashed at the multi-eyed beast almost instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, the multi-eyed beast rushed forward and smashed the claws. But it itself was also stopped. Dare to stop me? You're looking for death. The densely packed little eyes on the multi-eyed beast all looked at Hu Li, and a dull voice came from his stomach. Humph. Are you looking for death? We'll know after we fight you. The several large checkpoints in Bywailing did not encounter very powerful strange tides tonight. Those who came were just cannon fodder. This made some big monsters in Bywailing feel confused. Therefore, some forces were dispatched to other checkpoints to check the situation. He happened to be close to this checkpoint, so he came over to check. Sure enough, I found something abnormal. Then give it a try, the multi-eyed beast answered in a muffled voice. The next second, he moved on all fours and rushed towards Hu Li. Boom! The two of them started fighting almost instantly. When the multi-eyed beast stopped Hu Li, a large number of strange creatures behind him began to break through the pass and rushed into Baiwa Ridge. Stop them! Ye Vink shouted softly. The colorful body twisted and rushed rapidly downwards. With a tiger to deal with a multi-eyed beast, other tricks are nothing to be afraid of him. Hearing Yi Qing's instructions, Jin Ling, with the demons from Baichao Peak behind him, followed Yi Qing and rushed down. On the other side, the fleeing flower demon and butterfly demon also stopped after hearing the movement at the checkpoint behind them. They ran because they knew they could not defeat the multi-eyed beast and would die if they stayed. But now with Hu Li here, they don't have to be afraid of the multi-eyed beast. After hesitating for a moment, they gritted their teeth and rushed back to block the strange man who rushed in. The two sides collided violently again. The moment Yi Qing landed on the ground, his snake mouth opened wide and colorful poisonous clouds sprayed out from his mouth, sweeping towards the strangeness ahead. The moment Guejua touched the colorful poisonous cloud, it was as if he was splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. His body began to melt, and those with weak strength turned into blood in just a few breaths. Those who are strong will only have a skeleton left at most. With just this one move, Yi Qing killed at least hundreds of Guejua. Unfortunately, all these strange corpses are gone, so there is no way to gain evolution points. But their souls are still there. All of them were pulled into Yi Qing's brow by the soul core and refined. Strands of soul power surged into Yi Qing's mind, making him feel very comfortable, just when he wanted to continue doing the same thing. 2 treacherous creatures rushed towards him. A humanoid monster that is completely emerald green and looks like it is made of green vines, with twisting green vine tentacles all over its body. The other one was a huge stone man with flames all over his body. 2 strange creatures attacked him at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The tentacles on the green vine monster quickly stretched out and stabbed towards his abdomen. The flaming stone man rolled on the ground and rushed towards him with a loud bang. Faced with the pincer attack, Yi Qing did not give in and instantly activated the soul-burning technique. Boom! A large amount of spiritual energy was running rapidly in his body like waves, bringing him great power. The next second, hundreds of wind blades appeared in front of him and shot towards the green vine monster quickly. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The wind blades slashed on the tentacles of the green vine monster, cutting them off while bombarding its body. The tentacles on the green vine monster squirmed rapidly, forming a vine wall in front of it. The moment it took shape, the wind blade slashed up. The enormous force tore through the vine wall and slashed at the green vine monster, sending its body flying backwards. Dark green blood scattered from the air. With just one strike, the green vine monster was seriously injured. Then, Yi Qing looked at the flaming stone man that was already in front of him. As soon as he thought about it, countless green vines emerged from the ground and blocked his path. The moment the flaming stone man passed by, the green vines rolled up, wrapped around his entire body, and wrapped him into a big ball. The flaming stone man was forced to stop. Flames burst out from his body, instantly igniting the green vine and burning it to ashes. But just as it was about to continue the attack, a silver-white light flashed before his eyes. The nail pierced his forehead. Boom! The lightning gun pierced through the flaming stone man's forehead and exploded with a loud bang. Its head turned into countless burning pieces of rubble that splashed in all directions. Boom! Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The flame burning on my body gradually went out. Yi Qing glanced at the body of the stone man on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his snake mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. The strange shapes are bizarre. I just don't know if this stone body can increase evolution points. With the talent of Mouth of the Abyss, he can easily swallow creatures larger than him. It was naturally no problem for him to eat the Firestone man in front of him who was of the same level as him. Ding! You devoured a level 20 weird fire monster. Evolution points plus 1,280. Current evolution points 3840/8000. After hearing the system's prompt, Yi Qing felt relieved. Just get evolution points. It just doesn't taste that good. It's like eating burnt dirt. Then he turned his head and looked at the green vine monster not far away. Stones can add evolution points, so vines should be able to do the same, right? The green snake swung its tail and rushed towards the green vine monster quickly. The green vine monster turned around and ran without thinking. Neither of them was a match for the python in front of them, and now he was the only one left. How could they fight? You tell him how to fight? How to fight a dead end? But he obviously overestimated his escape speed. Before he could run far, Yi Qing caught up with him. More than a dozen gale arrows shot towards the green vine monster's back. The green vine monster had no choice but to stop and turn around to resist. If he continues to run at this time, he will only die faster. The green vines under his feet grew rapidly and burrowed into the ground. It's like I suddenly have roots. Then he quickly waved his tentacles. Smash at the incoming wind arrow. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The tentacle was pierced the moment it collided with the gale arrow. The gale arrow continued to shoot towards the green vine monster without slowing down. Puff! Puff, puff, puff! The gale arrow pierced the green vine monster's body, and a large amount of green liquid gushed out of the wound. But the next second, the tentacles on its body twisted and pulled out the gale arrow. The several large holes on his body were quickly filled with new green vines. Everything returned to normal in an instant. A hint of pride appeared on the green ivy monster's face. Although his strength is not that great, his recovery ability is extremely strong. It's not that easy to kill him. Chapter 65. The situation worsens. There's something, but not much. Yi Qing watched the green vine monster's body recover and commented in his heart. He glanced at the green vine monster's roots in the ground. I sneered slightly in my heart. The green vine monster has taken root underground, so it's a sitting duck. Even if its recovery ability is fast, what can it do? The next second, Yi Qingshi opened his mouth wide and spewed out colorful poison again, completely covering the green vine monster in front of him. The smile on the green ivy monster's face disappeared, replaced by horror. He had seen the power of this seven-colored poisonous cloud. He didn't think he could stop it, and now he was rooted in the ground again, unable to escape even if he wanted to. It's over. The green ivy monster felt desperate. A smile doesn't disappear, it just moves. After a moment, Yi Qing swallowed a big emerald green insect on the ground with a smile in his eyes. This is the true form of the green ivy monster. Those tentacles on the outside are just growing out of the body of this big insect. Ding! You devoured a level 20 green cherry insect. Evolution points plus 1,280. Current evolution points 5120/8000. It tastes good. Yi Qing commented after savoring the taste in his mouth. The taste of green cherry worms is a bit like exploding silkworm pupae and is slightly sweet. The next second, he summoned the extreme wind wings and flew into the air to check the current situation. Huli is still fighting with a multi-eyed beast, and it seems that Huli has the upper hand. It was basically Tiger Power who was beating up the multi-eyed beast, and it could only be forced to defend itself and occasionally fight back. But the multi-eyed beast had thick skin and flesh, and it was obviously impossible to kill it in a short time. Oh! Yi Qing sighed slightly in his heart. It would be great if Tiger Power could kill the multi-eyed beast. In that case, he might be able to pay some price and try to get the eyes of the multi-eyed beast. He took his eyes away from Hu Li. Yi Qing looked towards other places at the checkpoint. His heart sank. This time, Guejue had obviously made preparations in advance, with the aim of breaking through the checkpoint where they were. In this way, they can enter by whaling. Once you enter by whaling, The checkpoints in other places become meaningless and useless. Guejue can appear anywhere in Bywailing. At this time, most of the demons in Bywailing had died, and the rest were injured. Led by the butterfly demon and the flower demon, they fled in a panic towards the deeper parts of Baiwa Ridge. The monsters in Baichao Peak are relatively better because they are all in the sky. But it was only a little better. There were more than 100 demons, but less than half of them were left. With the help of Jin Ling, they were also retreating quickly. Yi Qing looked at the strange fog outside the pass. There are still dense and strange things inside, with no end in sight, which makes people feel desperate. I can't hold on anymore. Yi Qing murmured in his heart and had to accept the reality. He glanced at Hu Li, who was fighting more and more courageously below him, and shouted softly, "Brother Hu, we can't hold this place anymore, let's go." Hu Li, who was having a great time fighting, suddenly became clear-headed after hearing Yi Qing's words and glanced at the situation around him. With one grab, the multi-eyed beast was knocked away. Then he flashed to Yi Qing's side and shouted, "Go!" Hu Li is not a fool. If he continues to stay and be surrounded by the evil, he will be exhausted to death. He just came to help. There was no need to risk his life. As Yi Qing and the other two retreated, the entire pass was declared completely lost. The multi-eyed beast looked unwillingly at the flying tiger power and then withdrew its gaze. He can't fly, so you can't catch up with him. The trees, flowers, and plants under Yi Qing quickly retreated. Together with Hu Li, he quickly flew away from the lost pass. "Brother Hu, why is this strange tide so fierce?" Yi Qing looked at Hu Li on the side and asked. Hu Li shook his head. "I don't know. Logically speaking, with our help, they should be able to hold it." He is also very confused now. Even though they didn't come a few days ago, Bywailing was still able to be defended. How come we can't hold on once they arrive? It's just weird. No matter what, let's meet up with the demons in Bywailing first. Hu Li added. He now also wants to know what is going on. Seeing that Hu Li didn't know the specific situation, Yi Qing could only suppress the doubts in his heart. They galloped all the way and soon arrived at the Flower Valley deep in Bywailing, where they had their meals during the day. When we arrived here, we found that dozens of demon kings had gathered in the Flower Valley. Lu Li is here too. After Hu Li and Lu Li looked at each other, they both looked towards the demon Lord of Flowers who was standing in the center. After scanning the demons present, the 100 Flowers demon Lord sighed and said, "We miscalculated this time. Guejue caught us off guard. We have now lost 3 passes, and a large number of treacherous creatures have poured into the east of Baiwa Ridge. The east has lost its meaning of being defended. Now, have all the demons in the checkpoints withdraw and establish a second line of defense outside the 100 Flowers Valley." "Yes, Lord, Demon Lord." The demons responded loudly, then quickly dispersed and went to inform their subordinates. After all the monsters in Bywailing left, Lu Li hesitated for a moment and then warned, "Master Demon Lord, if you just keep defending like this, the evil tide will break through it sooner or later." The 100 Flowers Demon Lord glanced at Lu Li, a trace of sadness in his eyes. "I know that the easiest way to defeat the evil tide is to kill the evil master, that is, the sky-swallowing demon toad. But I fought with it a few days ago. It's still too difficult for me to kill it with my strength." This, Lu Li's eyes flickered, but in the end he didn't say anything else. He couldn't care less about the monsters on Baiwa Ridge, but he didn't want to fight to the death with Guejue here. If there is no way to resolve the strange tide, he will have to take his men back to Wanyao Peak. As if seeing through Lu Li's thoughts, the 100 Flowers Demon Lord added, "With the blessing of the strange fog at night, the strength of the strange will be enhanced. It is normal for us to be at a disadvantage. But now that they have stepped onto the spiritual land, they are suppressed by the spiritual energy and cannot fully exert their strength. This is our chance. I have decided to dispatch elite troops to surround and kill Guejue after daybreak. By then, I will have to trouble you too and the Monster King of 10,000 Monsters Mountain for help." Lu Li's eyes lit up. This is indeed a pretty good approach. With the strength of both sides increasing and decreasing, their chances of winning are very high. But before he could answer, the Flower Demon Lord took out 2 sealed flower cups from the leaf bag. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Yi Qing and took out another cup from the leaf bag, handed it to Lu Li, Hu Li, and Yi Qing respectively. "This is the Royal Bee Spirit Juice I brewed myself. It has a miraculous effect on the breakthrough of cultivation. I hope you will put in more effort in the counterattack during the day." If you can successfully disperse the strange tide, I will reward you handsomely." The Lord of Flowers demons looked at the three demons deeply and said in a deep voice. Luli smiled and reached out to put his cup into the pocket bag. He assured, "Don't worry, Master Monster. All the monsters in 10,000 Monster Mound will definitely do their best." Brother Lu is right. We will do our best. Huli smiled and put away the flower cup without hesitation. Yi Qing thought that he had made the right decision by following Huli. Otherwise, he will not be able to get the queen bee spirit juice. If you don't take advantage of something good, you'd be a bastard. Yi Qing rolled up her snake tail and collected the flower cup. He puffed out his chest and echoed, "Don't worry, Master Demon. It's just a trick. I will kill them all tomorrow." If he could gain benefits by saying nice things, he could bankrupt by wailing. The 100 Flowers Demon King was stunned, as if he didn't expect Yi Qing to be so arrogant. But this also made her feel a little relieved. She smiled. "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Chapter 66. Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique. Additional chapter for Brother Xinyu. Leave the Valley of Flowers. Yi Qing found Jin Ling on a mountain outside the Flower Valley. At this time, Jin Ling was closing his eyes and healing his wounds. Yi Qing checked her body and found that there was only a wound about 10 meters long under her abdomen. "Don't move," Yi Qing reminded in a low voice. He then used wood healing techniques to heal Jin Ling's injuries. As the rich vitality merged into the golden spirit's body, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jin Ling opened his eyes, feeling the tingling sensation of flesh growing on the wound, and felt joy in his heart. "Thank you, Master," Jin Ling said in a low voice. "Well, when it gets light, we the Demon Kings will take the initiative to surround and kill Guejue. You should settle them down first." Yi Qing nodded and looked at the demons on Baichao Peak on the other side. There were more than 100 demons coming out of Baichao Peak, but now there are only more than 40 left and all of them are injured. "Okay." Jin Ling nodded heavily and stood up to take care of his men. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze and left the mountain. In fact, he could use wood therapy to help these monsters recover from their injuries quickly. But he has no connection with these monsters, and there is no benefit for him. He would never do anything that would require effort but bring no benefit. He looked around on the map and found an uninhabited cave. Entering the cave, he opened the leaf bag and took out the queen bee spirit liquid he had just obtained. When the seal on the flower cup was opened, the spiritual juice inside, which was like liquid gold, immediately exuded a refreshing fragrance. Just one sniff, and Yi Qing was shocked. He couldn't wait to drink the spiritual juice. "It tastes really good." Yi Qing smacked his lips. This stuff is much more mellow than ordinary honey, and it also has a lot of floral scents in it, leaving a long aftertaste. "Ding, you swallowed a large amount of Queen Bee Spirit evolution points plus 3,500. Current evolution points 8,000/8,000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? It's a bit of a waste, but not much." Ye Vink murmuret. The extra 5 or 600 evolution points are wasted, but it's still acceptable. The top priority is to improve your strength as quickly as possible and protect yourself from the treacherous tide. This wasted evolution point can be recovered by eating a few weirdos. "Evolution," he said in a deep voice. The next second, a strong heat flowed through his whole body. Click, click. His bones became thicker, denser, and tougher. When the heat flow disappeared, its length had skyrocketed to 220 meters. It's gotten bigger. Yi Qing looked at his abdomen. The two small bulges there were obviously larger than before. "Ding, evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Heavenly Blade True Fire Spell. Heavenly Blade True Fire Technique. A magic spell that descends from the sky, extremely fast, powerful, and extremely consuming. Name, Yi Qing. Race, colorful demonic python. Attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Status, healthy. Symbiotic tricks, 1,000-year soul core, purifying soul, controlling soul. Realm, level 21. Talents, wood shadow, endless life, wind shadow, abyss mouth, venomous body, colorful rays. Spells, green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, greenwood armor, greenwood ground spikes, wooden blades, soul returning seeds, soul burning technique, wood healing technique, wood control technique, violent wind blade, extreme wind wings, gust of wind arrows, 7-color poisonous cloud, lightning gun, breath hiding technique, Water Spirit Pupil Technique. Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique. Abilities: Binding and Strangulation, Temperature Control, Sprint, Energetic Tail Blade Burst. Evolution Points: 0/9000. Note: he has some special talents and his abilities are pretty good. At this time, Yi Qing's attention was all on the newly acquired Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique. The description of this spell is extremely special. He actually used the word extremely 3 times in a row to describe it. This made him very curious about the power of this spell. He crawled out of the cave and looked at a hill in front of him. Then he thought about it and used the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique. Almost instantly, the spiritual power in his body surged out like a dam breaking. It's like using a high-powered water pump to pump water out quickly. His meridians became swollen and painful because of this. This made him feel a little difficult to adapt. After 2 breaths, the spiritual energy in his body was completely exhausted. Not a drop left. It was at this time that the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique was finally formed. High in the sky, a huge golden guillotine that was 500 meters long was quietly suspended there. There are no handles on either side. It's just a huge blade. Outside the golden blade, there was also a faint red true fire. The burning void was somewhat distorted. Is this the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique? Ye Vink murmuret. The next second he had an idea. The Heavenly Sword falls. Boom! A loud bang. The small mountain about 1,000 meters in front of it was actually split directly. Yi Qing's first feeling was speed. The Heavenly Sword landed on the small hill almost in the blink of an eye. He didn't even see it clearly. Another feeling is that it is extremely powerful. A 1,000-meter-high mountain can be split in half. What if there are demons or monsters underneath? Who can bear it? The only pity is that this technique consumes too much energy, and the release time is a bit long. It takes 2 breaths. It is impossible for the other party to wait for him to cast the spell. The consumption is still acceptable to me. The soul-restoring seeds may be able to replenish the spiritual power I have consumed. As for the casting time, I can cast the Heaven Sword True Fire Technique in advance. Let it stay in the sky, and then lure the enemy over. Yi Qing pondered, thinking about the scenarios that would be suitable for using the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique. This technique is so powerful that it can be used as his trump card and means of turning the tables. Yi Qing used the soul-restoring seed to restore his spiritual power. Then he used the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique again. Just like last time, he was sucked dry again. High in the sky, a huge heavenly sword quickly condensed. But Yi Qing did not let it fall immediately. Instead, it maintains its existence while slowly retreating into the distance. 600 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Not until he retreated 2 kilometers away did the mental connection between him and the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique become weak. He stopped and went back. The connection between mind and body was restored. Next, Yi Qing maintained the state. It lasted for half an hour before he could no longer hold on and took the initiative to let the Heavenly Sword True Fire Technique dissipate. Maintaining such a large-scale spell for a long time made his mind extremely tired, and continuing would harm his mind. But half an hour is enough. In actual combat, it is most likely not necessary to maintain such a long time, unless he is hiding and attacking someone. He returned to the cave, looked at the night outside, and quietly recovered his consumed magic power. There is still a tough battle during the day, and he needs to maintain his best condition. Chapter 67: Active Encirclement and Killing. The sky is finally bright. Yi Qing opened his eyes and crawled out of the cave. He came outside and summoned the extreme wind wings to fly into the air, and soon found the golden spirit outside the Flower Valley. At this time, all the monsters from Yao Mountain and Baihua Ridge had gathered outside the Flower Valley. Yi Qing landed next to Jinling and waited quietly for news. Since it was an encirclement and killing, it must have been planned and organized. Otherwise, if we fight each other, we will just die. Master, have you made another breakthrough? Jinling hesitated for a long time and finally asked. Yi Qing's changes were so obvious that it was hard for her not to notice. She thought back to the first time she met Yi Qing. At that time, his body was only about 100 meters long, right? Now, it is at least more than 200 meters. Most importantly, how long has it been? Half a month? This speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Well, I'm lucky. Je ving rapide indifférente. At the same time, he was slightly alert. His breakthrough was still too fast. The demons that had been with him for a long time would inevitably notice his abnormal speed of breakthrough. It would be very dangerous if his abnormality was noticed by a powerful demon. But he doesn't have a good solution now. He couldn't just not break through because of possible danger, right? That's too stupid. Hearing Yi Qing's answer, Jean Ling's eyes widened. Does she look foolish? Is she so gullible? The master is too perfunctory to her. Yi Qing heard Jean Ling's thoughts clearly. But he is the master. How could a master explain to a little maid? The opposite of Tiangang. All demon kings above level 18 come here. Just then, Huli suddenly appeared above them and shouted loudly. Here it comes. Yi Qing's expression changed. Jifeng flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. Jean Ling followed closely behind. The two remaining little demon kings at Baichao Peak are not high enough in level, so there is no need to go. Soon, 10 demon kings of the required levels gathered around Huli. Follow me. Seeing that everyone was present, Huli shouted softly and led the demons behind him to the south of the Flower Valley. They moved very fast and soon arrived at a mountain peak. The top of the mountain was already filled with the demon kings of Baiwailing who had been waiting there in advance. There are at least more than 20 of them. What surprised Yi Qing was that the 100 Flowers demon lord was also there. Is she going to take action herself? Yi Qing guessed in his heart. The Queen Bee of Flowers is a level 30 demon lord and is already half transformed. If such a powerful monster were to take action, it would surely be extremely terrifying. It's a good thing to be able to see him take action. Jin Jiao is also the demon lord, so I can understand the demon lord's methods in advance. Yi Qing murmured in his heart. At present, he only knows about the Golden Horn Dragon. The only way to upgrade the bloodline is to get the dragon heart from Jin Jiao. My lord demon lord, all the demon lords from our 10,000 demons mountain are here. Umbriali Raminda. Well, the goal this time is to kill the high-level Guile as quickly as possible. Form your own teams and take care of each other. I will follow you. If the sky-swallowing demon toad appears, I will stop it for you. The flower demon lord looked around and said in a deep voice, Yes, Lord Demon. All the demons responded in unison. Let's go. The demon lord of flowers waved his hand gently. The next second, the demon kings around rushed out together and quickly flew towards the east. Yi Qing didn't move, but looked at Uli, waiting for his orders. This is not the time to act recklessly. Holding on to someone's thighs is the wise choice. Brother Lu, how about you and I take 5 each? Uli looked at Lu Li and suggested. Okay, brother, who you choose first? Lu Li Nudda. Uli didn't hesitate and turned around and quickly pointed at the 5 demon kings. Obviously, he had already thought of the candidate in advance. Among them are Yi Qing and Jean Ling. In addition to them, there is also the bloodthirsty devil rabbit. The remaining 2 demon kings are a rat demon and a fox demon. Yi Qing had met him twice, but he was not familiar with him either time. All I know is that they're also great demon kings. Let's go. After Huli chose the demon king, he flapped his golden wings, soared into the sky, and quickly flew towards the east. Yi Qing and the other 4 followed closely behind. The difference is that Yi Qing and Jean Ling are flying in the sky, while the remaining 3 are running on the ground. After flying for a distance, Huli landed on the ground with Yi Qing and looked at the place in front of them that was occupied by the Guejue and said, The area ahead may be filled with Guejue at any time. You should explore carefully. If you find a stronger Guejue, call the nearby demon kings to attack together. Yes, Lord Tiger King Kong. Yi Qing and the other 5 nodded in agreement. Then each of them distanced themselves and slowly explored forward. Yi Qing did not fly back to the sky, but chose to move forward on the ground. The wider field of vision in the sky makes it easier to spot enemies, but also easier to be discovered. Yi Qing had a map, so he could easily check for dangers within a radius of 6 kilometers. There was no need to fly into the sky and risk being exposed. Soon, they set foot in the area occupied by the treacherous. As soon as he entered, Yi Qing discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy here was much lower than last night. Is it related to weirdness? Yi Qing's eyes flashed. The only difference between yesterday and today is that there is something more weird here. Could it be that Guejue has the ability to change the environment of spiritual lands? But now is not the time to think about that. He gathered his thoughts and used the breath-concealing technique to suppress his own aura to the lowest level. Then he swung his snake body and explored forward. With the map in hand, all the strange things nearby could not escape his sight. There weren't many tricks ahead of him, and most of them were of a relatively low level. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. Not far ahead of him, he spotted several huge, lizard-like creatures. These strange creatures are carrying strange corpses from far away and piling them together. What are you doing? Yi Qing was a little curious and couldn't help but observe for a while. After a moment, he finally figured out what these weirdos were doing. He discovered that those strange corpses would emit wisps of strange mist. These strange mists will dilute and squeeze out the spiritual energy around. It is estimated that Guizhue uses this method to erode the environment of the spiritual land bit by bit. What a waste! Yi Qing's eyes flashed. In his eyes, these corpses were the evolution points clearly laid out before him. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his body and rushed forward. He had already confirmed the situation around him, and there was nothing strange that could threaten him. When he arrived at the pile of corpses, he acted quickly and killed those lizard-like creatures. Then the snake opened its mouth wide, eagerly swallowing all the strange corpses in front of it. Ding! You devoured a large number of strange corpses. Evolution points plus 2,489. Current evolution point 2489/9000. Chapter 68. Red Rabbit's Awakening. Call. Yi Qing let out a long sigh and felt extremely relaxed. These are all picked up evolution points. In other words, it's free money. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked to the left. The bloodthirsty devil rabbit was leaping towards him at a crazy speed. His face was still very ferocious, and he looked behind him from time to time. Behind him, Yi Qing saw a huge monster that looked like shit yellow jelly. Every time it landed on the ground, the yellow jelly all over his body would tremble violently, and then bounce high up again. As he flew into the air and approached the bloodthirsty rabbit, countless yellow jellies shot out from his body and shot towards the bloodthirsty rabbit. What happened to the agreed encirclement and kill? Why did it turn into an escape? Yi Qing was speechless when he saw the miserable appearance of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. He thought for a moment, then flashed and hid in a big tree nearby to conceal his breath. The combination of wood shadow concealment and breath concealment technique allowed him to restrain his breath to the extreme at this moment. Even if a monster stood in front of the tree, it might not be able to find him. The bloodthirsty rabbit was moving very fast, and it was obvious that he was in a hurry. Where is the python? Red Rabbit was very anxious. He had just clearly seen the python moving around in this area. How come he couldn't find it after he came here? Didn't we agree to surround and kill together? He is the only one now. How can we kill him? He had just tried it, and it was impossible for him to kill the yellow mud monster behind him quickly with his strength. This monster's defense is terrifyingly strong. Damn it, where did that demon python go? I have delayed my work. I will definitely complain to Lord Tiger King Kong afterwards. Red Rabbit felt secretly resentful, seeing the yellow mud monster behind him getting closer and closer. If he couldn't find the python, he would have to face it alone. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something and looked at the yellow mud monster behind him. The yellow mud monster, which was originally full of energy, suddenly stopped where it was. It's like the pause button has been pressed. Then the next second, the pause disappears. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. I saw a large amount of blue electric light bursting out from the body of the yellow mud monster. Blue electric light burst out, propping up its body like a ball. Then it exploded violently. Yellow mud flew in all directions. This is... Red Rabbit widened her eyes. The disappeared python reappeared at some point and swallowed a golden stone left by the yellow mud monster in one bite. Has he been waiting here for a long time? I'm the bait. Red Rabbit was a little angry, but couldn't get angry. This demonic python killed the yellow mud monster in one move. I am definitely no match for it. It is a very unwise choice to provoke a demon that is more powerful than yourself. Besides, there was no substantial conflict or hatred between him and the demon python. Looking at it from another perspective, the other party just saved him. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart disappeared instantly. Not only disappeared, but even a little grateful. He exerted force on his hind legs, leaped up, and came to the front of the python and said politely, "Thank you, Brother Python, for your help. May I know your name, Brother Python?" "My name is Red Rabbit." "Yeving," Yi Qing said lightly. He was hiding in a big tree just now, and the yellow mud monster didn't find him. He attacked instantly when the yellow mud monster's attention was all on the red rabbit. Use the lightning gun to blow it up directly. To be honest, this yellow mud monster is a bit weak, although there was an element of sneak attack in his attack. Brother Yi is very powerful. Honta really admires you. I am currently the great demon king of Inua Mountain. If you have time in the future, you can come to visit me in Inua Mountain. I will definitely give you a warm hospitality, Honta said politely. Yi Qing looked at the red rabbit in surprise, thinking that this rabbit had a pretty good EQ since he could become the great demon king. At least he can't find any fault with it. Well, come to think of it, I've been to Silver Moon Mountain once, but that old wolf was not a good guy. It's a good thing that he died. Yi Qing complained. Red rabbit. In front of him, he said that it was a good thing for the previous great demon king to die. Brother Yi is right. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to become the great demon king. Red rabbit echoed. The old wolf is dead, so there is no need for me to save his face. Ah, you are very good. I will visit you in Inua Mountain when I have time. Now let's do business first. Yi Qing chuckled. This red rabbit is okay. It knows how to adapt and is not rigid. In addition, he remembered that his copper furnace was still in Inua Mountain, so he might as well go there and get it back. Okay, Red Rabbit nodded. Then jump back to the area you were responsible for. But it didn't go far away, only less than 2 kilometers away. For these great demon kings, this distance can be reached in just a few breaths. Yi Qing saw through it, but didn't say anything, as long as the red rabbit didn't affect him. He continued to explore forward. On the way, he encountered 2 more piles of corpses and swallowed them all, as usual. Ding! You devoured a large number of strange corpses. Evolution points plus 2,341. Current evolution points 7619/9000. It's almost time. We can upgrade again soon. Yi Qing licked the corner of his mouth, feeling slightly excited. At this moment, he felt something and looked up at the sky. Tiger Li in the sky and a flying monster fought each other. The two were fighting hard in the sky, but overall Tiger had the upper hand. Yi Qing looked away after a few seconds. As they killed more and more strange creatures, the strange creatures inside slowly began to react. Send out powerful and treacherous troops to resist their siege. Be more careful, Yi Qing murmured. With Li being restrained, if they encounter a powerful and treacherous enemy, Li will definitely not be able to provide immediate support, and they will be in danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slow down a bit. Not long after he walked, he found another level 20 monster at the edge of the map. It has a strange spider-like shape, with 8 long tentacles covered with black barbs. Its body is covered with fine black triangular scales, and there are 18 scarlet eyeballs lined up in the middle of its back. Yi Qing withdrew his gaze, swam around, and found the bloodthirsty devil rabbit on the left. He said directly, "There is a level 20 soul-destroying spider in front of you. Go and lure it over here, and I will kill it." Red Rabbit's eyes widened, her mind full of confusion. He is the great demon king, but now he is only fit to serve as bait? Isn't this too cheap? Oh, it's Yi Qing, that's okay. After all, he stayed with Yi Qing just to curry favor with him. There is no shame in relying on the strong. Besides, it was only a level 20 monster, and he thought he could still deal with it. Besides, his goal was just to seduce. He nodded. Okay, Brother Yi, where is the soul-destroying spider? That small hill right in front of us. Yi Qing raised his tail and pointed far ahead. Red Rabbit looked up. He was surprised and said, "Brother Yi, where is the small hill you mentioned? I can't see it. Just walk a little further, and you'll see it." Yi Qing said lightly. Huh? What? What are you talking about? Red Rabbit was shocked. He could easily see things 1,000 meters away, but Yi Qing actually said that the distance was too far to see. Could it be that the strange thing is somewhere further away? Is Yi Qing's perception so sharp? Chapter 69. Seeing the multi-eyed beast again. Is this called moving forward? After walking more than 4,000 meters, Honta finally saw the small hill that Yi Qing mentioned. How did Yi Qing discover that there was something strange here from such a long distance? Is the gap in strength between him and Yi Qing really that big? Brother Yi, then I'll go. Honta finally confirmed. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yi Qing nodded. Okay. The red rabbit no longer hesitated. It exerted force with its strong hind legs, and its whole body suddenly soared into the sky. One leap is a distance of hundreds of meters. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he arrived 100 meters in front of the soul-hungry spider. He didn't approach immediately. Instead, he stretched out his claws, picked up a large rock on the ground, and threw it over. His purpose was just to seduce, so there was no need to take any risks. Bang! The soul-destroying spider raised its front legs and easily smashed the stone. The next second, the scarlet eyeballs on its back all looked towards the red rabbit. More than a dozen red lights shot out from it and arrived in front of the red rabbit almost instantly. Red Rabbit was prepared. He stood up and swung both claws forward at the same time. 6 huge claws shot out from it, and the red light collided in midair. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The translucent energy ripples centered on the two and swept wildly in all directions. With the help of this force, Red Rabbit pretended to be defeated and retreated quickly. The soul-dead spider was fooled and rushed down the mountain quickly. Its 8 legs moved quickly, even faster than the Red Rabbit. Bait! A hint of joy appeared in the Red Rabbit's eyes. Looking at the soul-destroying spider getting closer and closer, the next second the muscles in his legs suddenly grew bigger. His strength suddenly surged and his speed increased significantly. After just 2 jumps, he arrived at the ambush place he and Yi Qing had agreed on in advance. He stopped and turned around, intending to kill the soul-hungry spider together with Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing was very strong, he felt that he still had to put in some effort. But the next second, his eyes widened. Yi Qing appeared out of nowhere from a big tree next to him. On the thick snake tail, there is a silver-white lightning spear. As Yi Qing slashed down with his tail, the lightning spear arrived in front of the soul-destroying spider at a terrifying speed. He had no time to react before he was stabbed by a bullet, which pierced his body. Fixed it to the ground. Boom! Then the lightning spear exploded. A big hole was blasted out of the soul-destroying spider's body. Blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. After struggling for a few times, the soul-destroying spider lay on the ground completely motionless. Afterwards, Yi Qing opened his mouth and swallowed the soul-destroying spider, which was more than 100 meters long, into his stomach in one gulp. Red Rabbit didn't know what to say. He didn't even have a chance to help. It's over before you even make a move. I must make friends with Yi Qing. I can't be his enemy. Hongtu warned herself in her heart. With the strength Yi Qing has shown, if he were to fight alone, he would surely die. Asterisk. Ding. You devoured a level 20 soul-destroying spider. Evolution points plus 1,000. Current evolution points 8619/9000. Is it just a little bit? Yi Qing frowned, feeling a little regretful. But before he could adjust his mood, all of his attention was attracted by a huge figure that suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. The huge figure was shaped like a toad, with a purple back covered with huge bulges like hills. Those bulges seemed to breathe like living things, spewing out large amounts of purple mist each time. Name: Sky-swallowing demon toad. Status: healthy. Level: level 31. Abilities: great strength, tornado, giant mouth that devours the sky, long tongue that kisses, soul-calming toad sound, purple cloud, poison mist, gravity field. Weaknesses: eyes, abdomen. Note: the ghost master in Bywailing is extremely powerful. Is this the sky-swallowing demon toad? Yi Qing felt tremendous pressure from him. He calmly began to back away. In the face of such a powerful being, going up would be seeking death. But before he could retreat far, a small figure came galloping from the direction of Bywailing. When it stopped, Yi Qing could see the figure clearly. It is the Queen Bee of Flowers. You were seriously injured by me last time, but you still dare to come out? Aren't you afraid of death? On the ground, the sky-swallowing demon toad spoke in a muffled voice. The sound was like thunder, and the shaking void seemed to be trembling. Yi Qing, who was far away, still felt the pain in his eardrums. It's not that easy to kill me, the Queen Bee of Flowers shouted. Then give it a try. The sky-swallowing demon toad snorted coldly. Boom! The next second, its huge body leaped up from its original position and crashed straight into the Queen Bee of Flowers in midair. The Queen of Flowers bees had a stern expression on her face as she attacked to resist. The wings behind her flapped rapidly, creating more than a dozen wind walls in front of her. Bang! The huge body of the sky-devouring demon toad crashed into the wind wall, and the seemingly solid wind wall shattered in an instant. A dozen wind walls only slowed down the speed of the sky-swallowing demon toad. Taking this opportunity, the Queen Bee of Flowers distanced herself. Countless translucent wind needles appeared out of thin air in front of him and shot towards the sky-devouring demon toad. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But in the next second, the sky-devouring demon toad opened its mouth wide, and a long scarlet tongue spewed out of its mouth, forming a red phantom. Ding, ding, ding. All the wind needles were blocked. But by this time, his strength had been exhausted, and his huge body fell rapidly toward the ground due to inertia. But what puzzled Yi Qing was that the queen bee of flowers did not take the opportunity to attack, but was quickly distancing herself from it. If you want to leave, it's too late, the sky-swallowing demon toad shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force spread out in all directions with him as the center. Humph. Yi Qing groaned and felt a strong force pressing down on him. Gravity field? His heart was shocked. The territory of this sky-devouring demon toad is too large. He was tens of thousands of meters away from it, but even at such a long distance, he was still affected. It is hard to imagine how much pressure the queen bee of flowers must be under when she is close to the sky-devouring demon toad. Yi Qing clearly saw that the body of the 100 flowers bee queen fell a long way toward the ground. After a while, the two fought again. However, the strength of the queen of flowers bee is not weak either. It seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner between them in a short period of time. Suddenly, Yi Qing's mind moved and he looked forward. There, a huge monster was rushing towards him quickly. It has 4 sturdy legs, no head or tail, and its body is covered with small red eyeballs. It's the multi-eyed beast. Run in separate directions. Yi Qing turned around and ran without saying a word. With his current strength, it is still a bit difficult for him to fight against the multi-eyed beast. As for the stupid idea of joining forces with Red Rabbit to kill the multi-eyed beast, he had never even thought about it. After hearing Yi Qing's voice, Hongtu was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly. Run away. Chapter 70. Forced to counterattack. Why are you chasing me? Yi Qing felt the multi-eyed beast getting closer and closer behind him, and felt speechless. Aren't you always picking on the weak? The multi-eyed beast did not chase the Red Rabbit, but instead kept chasing him. What made him even more depressed was that due to the gravity field of the sky-devouring demon toad, even if he flew, he couldn't fly very high or fast, and it was even worse than swimming on the ground. Seeing the multi-eyed beast getting closer and closer to him, Yi Qing was also quickly thinking of a countermeasure. His first thought was to hide, but the multi-eyed beast had already set its sights on him. Even if he used the wood shadow hide to hide in a big tree, he would still be in danger of being discovered. If he were discovered at such a close distance, his chances of escaping would be slim. You can't escape, and you can't hide. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Yi Qing's heart. But this did not make him give up resistance, but instead aroused the cruelty in his heart. I just want to eat something. Why do my enemies always want to kill me? Yi Qing was angry. The next second, his mind moved, and the heavenly sword True Fire technique quickly condensed above his head. The huge golden knife was suspended high in the sky, and it would fall down immediately as long as Yi Qing thought about it. This was followed by the second and third golden swords. Forced into a desperate situation, Yi Qing was determined to fight to the death. So he did not hold back at all and consumed all the spiritual power stored in the soul-returning seed. After doing all this, he still felt it was not enough. So he opened his mouth and spit out a large, colorful, poisonous cloud behind him. Colorful poisonous clouds spread, temporarily obscuring the surroundings. But at this moment, the multi-eyed beast also rushed in front of him. A dull sound came from the belly of the multi-eyed beast. Boom! 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 Invisible circles of sound waves spread towards the poisonous cloud in front and actually blew it away. Yi Qing, who was hiding in the poisonous cloud, was revealed. D! The multi-eyed beast's dull voice sounded in its belly. The next second, a blue translucent hammer quickly appeared in front of him. The hammer has no handle, just a huge hammerhead. The hammerhead was shaped like a wooden barrel and smashed towards Yi Qing fiercely. The speed was so fast that Yi Qing was hit before he had any time to react. Yi Qing only felt that his head was hit hard by a hammer, and for a moment he had an urge to dizzy. But the next second, he returned to normal. Huh. He looked at his brow in surprise. A hammer appeared in the center of the soul core at some point. Isn't that the soul hammer that the multi-eyed beast just smashed at him? The soul hammer rushed left and right, but there was no way to break free. And Rao saved me. Yi Qing understood instantly. Boom! The multi-eyed beast rushed over from a distance, smashing the trees along the way. It seemed that its huge body was about to hit Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing had an idea. The huge golden knife from high in the sky fell down with a loud bang. The multi-eyed beast felt something and looked up at the sky with its small eyes. But before he could react, the golden knife had already chopped off his back. Boom! There was a loud bang. A huge force penetrated the multi-eyed beast's body, and his forelegs went limp and he fell directly to the ground. There was a huge wound on his back, so deep that the bone was visible. There were still traces of flames burning on the edges of the ruptured flesh. But even so, he still didn't die. You want to kill me, but you're still a little short, the multi-eyed beast roared angrily. He hasn't suffered such serious injuries in many years. He was so angry that he tried to stand up again on all fours. Just at this moment, the second golden knife fell. Boom! Snap! The golden knife accurately cut the wound on the multi-eyed beast. Cut its spine directly. Even its belly was cut open for the most part, and the multi-eyed beast was almost cut in two. A large amount of dark liquid gushed out of its body. The aura of the multi-eyed beast dropped rapidly. Countless eyes on his body showed horror. Between life and death, he unleashed tremendous potential. The forelegs suddenly propped themselves up and ran quickly behind them. During the process, his broken flesh and blood were healing rapidly. Even with such a fatal injury, it still couldn't kill him. But before he could run a few steps, the third golden knife arrived. Phew! A soft sound. The body of the multi-eyed beast was directly split into two. The huge body finally stopped after rushing out for thousands of meters. Yi Qing glanced at him. After discovering that his condition had become near death, he slowly approached him. As Yi Qing approached, the fear in the eyes of the multi-eyed beast became more intense. But at this moment, he could no longer speak. He could only watch Yi Qing summon the lightning gun and kill him. Call. Yi Qing let out a long sigh, and his heart finally settled down. This multi-eyed beast is really hard to kill. It took 3 Heavenly Sword True Fire techniques to kill it completely. You know, every time he uses the Heavenly Sword True Fire technique, he will have to consume all of his spiritual power, and the power unleashed is extremely powerful. Now when he thinks back on the fight with the multi-eyed beast, he still feels a lingering fear. If it weren't for Hun Rue stopping the Hun Hammer at the critical moment, he had no chance to use the Heavenly Sword True Fire technique at all. The moment he was hit, he would probably be killed. But fortunately, the result is good. The multi-eyed beast is dead, but he is still alive. I was forced to fight back. Yi Qing laughed at himself. If the multi-eyed beast had not been chasing him relentlessly, he would not have taken such a big risk and chosen to confront it head-on. Then Yi Qing opened his mouth and dug out the eyeballs of the multi-eyed beast one by one with his snake fangs. Collected the leaf bags. These are the materials he needs to upgrade his bloodline and need to be kept carefully. After doing all this, he did not swallow the corpse of the multi-eyed beast immediately. Instead, he rummaged through the leaf bag and finally took out some medium-grade spirit stones and threw them into his stomach. Speaking of which, this spirit stone was obtained from Jinling. Ding, you swallowed 10 intermediate-level water spirit stones, evolution points plus 400. Current evolution points 9,000/9,000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Evolution, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. A familiar warmth flowed through his entire body, nourishing his flesh, blood, and bones. His body swelled again. It finally stopped when it reached 240 meters. He observed himself and found that there were changes in his body's shape. The colorful glow on his body also became more intense. Ding, evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Fire Python spell. Fire Python technique. Consume spiritual energy to condense a fire python and attack the target. Fire Python technique? Yi Qing murmured. He wanted to try out a new spell, but now was obviously not a good time. The sky-devouring demon toad and the queen bee of flowers are still fighting. It would be better for him to leave as soon as possible. After taking a look at the corpse of the multi-eyed beast on the ground, he opened his snake mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Ding! You devoured a level 25 treacherous multi-eyed beast. Evolution points plus 3,000. Current evolution points 3,000/10,000. Then he swam and quickly returned to bywailing. Before the queen bee of flowers and the sky-devouring demon toad decided the winner. He didn't even plan to take the initiative. Hide first and observe the situation carefully. But just when he had run a few thousand meters, a golden demon tiger covered in blood suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of him. Brother Yi, are you okay? Where's the multi-eyed beast? Huli looked at Yi Qing, who was intact, with confusion in his eyes. He had just clearly seen the multi-eyed beast chasing after Yi Qing. How come the multi-eyed beast is gone now, but Yi Qing is still here? Moreover, how come Yi Qing's body has become bigger again? Another breakthrough? Chapter 71. Can't hide it anymore for Brother Xinyu. Huli, did you come here to help because you saw that I was in danger? Yi Qing thought to himself as he looked at Huli in front of him. This good brother is not in vain. He will really help when there is something going on. Brother Hu, what are you talking about? I haven't seen the multi-eyed beast. Yi Qing denied it flatly. He wants to keep a low profile. The multi-eyed beast is, after all, a level 25 trickster, and is as powerful as Tiger Force. If he tells anyone, he will kill him. Whether Huli believes it or not, it will cause some trouble. It would be better for him to just play deaf and dumb and get away with it. Didn't you see it? Huli frowned, feeling a little suspicious. He clearly saw the multi-eyed beast nearby. There's no way I could be wrong. Why did Yi Qing say he didn't see it? Are you sure? Of course, if I had met the multi-eyed beast, I wouldn't be alive today. Yi Qing said as a matter of course. Now, even if Huli was confident in his eyesight, he felt a little shaken. Could it be that I was poisoned by that strange poison just now and am having hallucinations? Huli thought to himself. Otherwise, the current situation would not be possible. Brother Hu, should we leave here first? Seeing that Huli was still hesitant, Yi Qing had to speak to divert his attention. Well, let's go. Go back to the flower valley first. Huli glanced at the two queen bees of flowers who were still fighting in the sky and nodded. Turn around and head back towards the flower valley. They cannot intervene in the battles between demon lords. If they were noticed, they would die quickly. Besides, Guejua has already reacted, so they won't gain much if they continue to attack. It's better to retreat. Of course, the most important point is that they are not the demons of bywailing, and they have no intention of fighting for bywailing. After creating a certain distance, the pressure on Yi Qing suddenly eased. He knew that he had escaped from the gravity field of the sky-devouring demon toad. The next second, he summoned the extreme wind wings and flew into the air, increasing his forward speed by several points. The field of vision is also much broader. Not long after flying, Huli suddenly looked down. Below, a huge rabbit is running fast. Following behind him was a huge lizard-like creature. Red Rabbit. Huli frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he flapped his golden wings and dived quickly downwards. Red Rabbit came out with him. If they are in danger, you should still rescue them to the best of your ability. When a rabbit is in a hurry, it runs fast. Yi Qing also saw the red rabbit below and couldn't help but complain. Then it fell down as well. With Huli present, he naturally didn't need to take action. After all, it was just a level 21 monster. Tiger power can crush them easily. With only 3 moves, Huli killed the Guejue on the spot. Thank you, Lord Hu Jingang, for your help. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to return alive. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Red Rabbit immediately came to Huli to express his gratitude. A fawning and flattering face. They are all demons from Wanyao Peak. No need to be polite. Huli replied indifferently. Just then, Hongtus saw Yi Qing. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he said in surprise, Brother Yi, why are you not dead? Didn't the multi-eyed beast chase you? Yi Qing. He just wanted to ask, are you fucking polite? Is there anyone who speaks like that? And Huli is also here. He had just told Huli that he had never seen a multi-eyed beast. What is the situation now? Being caught lying suddenly? Fortunately, Yi Qing was thick-skinned enough, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes when he heard this. He asked back, what multi-eyed beast? I've never seen one before. Where did you see it? It's right behind you. You asked me to run first at that time. Have you forgotten? Red Rabbit was even more confused. Brother Yi, are you mentally damaged? I think you're out of your mind. If the multi-eyed beast chased me as you said, what you would see now would be my corpse. Yi Qing retorted. Red Rabbit thought so too. Yi Qing is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can never defeat the multi-eyed beast. That is a powerful and cunning force that can rival the tiger power King Kong. There is no way demons like them can resist. But he definitely saw it. That multi-eyed beast was clearly going after Yi Qing. Huli saw the entire conversation between Yi Qing and the other. It was not difficult to hear from Red Rabbit's words that Yi Qing and the others had indeed seen the multi-eyed beast. The multi-eyed beast was indeed chasing Yi Qing, and he was not mistaken just now. But why didn't Yi Qing admit it? Also, what about the multi-eyed beast? He still had many doubts in his heart. I wanted to ask Yi Qing, but from his perfunctory attitude, it was obvious that he didn't want to say more. Yi Qing must be hiding some secret from me, Huli said in his heart. But Yi Qing didn't want to say it, so it was useless for him to continue asking. Okay, let's go back first. He interrupted Yi Qing, and the other two flapped his wings and flew back into the air. Yi Qing glared at Hongtu without saying anything and left with her. Red Rabbit shrank his head. Did I say something wrong? After a while, Yi Qing returned to the east side of the Flower Valley, where the low-level demons were stationed. There are many demon kings who have the same idea as him. Most of the demon kings who went out came back here. Yi Qing glanced at the demons at Baichao Peak and found that Jin Ling had not returned yet. And there seems to be some movement on the mountain over there. After saying hello to Huli, he flew over there quickly. Hovering in the air, he discovered that the demons from Baichao Peak seemed to be confronting and arguing with a group of demon wolves. This is the spiritual stone given to us by Wailing. Why are you trying to snatch it? Aren't you afraid that our great demon king will come back and kill you all? A little demon king from Baichao Peak spoke angrily. Your great demon king hasn't come back yet. Maybe he has died outside. Besides, there are only a few dozen demons left in your Baichao Peak. Why do you think you can take so many spirit stones? We, the brothers of Inua Mountain, have more than 10 times as many as you. Why should we take the same amount of spirit stones as you? That's right. You must take out the spirit stones today, or we will take action. The demon wolves were aggressive and looked like they were unwilling to give up. After listening for a while, Yi Qing almost understood the whole story. In fact, Wailing gave these monsters some spirit stones in order to win them over. However, these spirit stones are distributed according to the number of great demon kings. In other words, the total number of spirit stones obtained by each great demon king's subordinates is the same. As for how the great demon king would distribute it to his subordinates, they did not consider it. There is nothing wrong with this. But who could blame it? The great demon king was not there when the spirit stones were distributed. This caused the following misunderstanding. Some demons felt that it was unfair and that those with more demons should get more spirit stones. Among them, the Silver Moon Mountain Demon Wolf, which has the largest number of demons, is the most unhappy. So he went after the weak demon from Baichao Peak and tried to snatch the spirit stone away from him. You've hit a wall this time. Yi Qing looked at the roaring wolf below with his eyes slightly narrowed. Among these demon wolves, he also saw an old acquaintance, the Demon Vulture King. I didn't take the time to look for him, but he came to me instead. Chapter 72, He is Ugly. Yi Qing appeared from midair and landed in front of the demons on Baichao Peak. Master Demon King, you are finally back. These demon wolves from Silver Moon Mountain have been bullying us too much. Yes, they actually want to steal our spirit stones. Master Demon King, you have to take charge of the situation for us. Some of our brothers have died or been injured, and now we have finally obtained some spiritual stones. But they are being robbed. As soon as Yi Qing landed on the top of the mountain, the demons on Baichao Peak went into a rage. They all asked him to make the decision. I already know the truth. You don't need to continue talking. Yi Qing turned around and looked at them, saying in a deep voice. Then he turned around and glanced at the demon on Silver Moon Mountain in front of him. I heard that you guys want to steal the spirit stones from our Baichao Peak. Do you want to die? Yi Qing snorted coldly, releasing a trace of his aura. Boom! The few little demon kings leaning in front were shocked by Yi Qing's breath and retreated together. Their faces turned extremely ugly. Some looked at Yi Qing with fear, some with resentment. My Lord Demon King, although you are very powerful, I am the great Demon King of Silver Moon Mountain, and I am not bad either. If you want to use your strength to suppress us, I am afraid it will not work. A demon wolf gnashed its sharp teeth and spoke. Oh, aren't you here to steal the spirit stones? If not your strength, what do you look at? Do you look at your pretty faces? Yi Qing asked back with narrowed eyes. Master Demon King, you are being unreasonable. We just want to share the spirit stones equally with the brothers from Baichao Peak. Another demon wolf spoke urgently. I'm unreasonable? Ha, I'm unreasonable. What can you do to me? Yi Qing was so angry that he laughed. He said forcefully, "Today, all the demons in Silver Moon Mountain must hand over all the spirit stones. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave the mountain alive." As soon as he finished speaking, all the demons in Silver Moon Mountain changed color. The demon Vulture King, who had remained silent, looked at Yi Qing and said with his neck erect, "My Lord Demon King, the great Demon King of our Silver Moon Mountain will be back soon. Are you sure you want to make a big fuss? With my great Demon King's temper, if he knew what happened today, he would definitely not let you go." "Oh, what's your suggestion?" Yi Qing looked at the Demon Vulture King with interest. Hearing Yi Qing's reply, the Demon Vulture King sneered. The demon python in front of him seemed powerful, but didn't he still have to be afraid of his own Demon King? "I suggest you take out half of the spirit stones given by Wailing and distribute them to our brothers. As long as we get the spirit stones, we will leave immediately," the Demon Vulture King said slowly. "Bah, you have no shame. You don't have any spirit stones, but you have your life." The demons on Baichao Peak immediately became unhappy when they heard the words of the Demon Vulture King. "Master Monster King, we are not afraid of death. There is no monster in Baichao Peak that is afraid of death. Fight them. Fuck. Kill them." The monsters at Baichao Peak roared, looking ready to attack at any time. Born as monsters, what they lack the least is blood. And since birth, we have been accustomed to fighting. A demon that doesn't fight wouldn't be alive today. "My Lord Demon King, what do you think?" The Demon Vulture King ignored the demons on Baichao Peak and looked at Yi Qing. He knew that Yi Qing was the one who could really make the decision. Yi Qing did not speak, but looked not far away. There, a white figure was leaping towards them quickly. After a few jumps, he arrived in front of Yi Qing. It was the red rabbit that came in a hurry. He returned to the demon settlement at Silver Moon Mountain and found that most of the demon wolves were gone. After asking, he found out that his men had come to ask the demon from Baichao Peak for spirit stones. One Baichao Peak is nothing, but Yi Qing is from Baichao Peak. With Yi Qing's strength, if he was provoked and attacked, he didn't think his men would be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he arrived in time and no conflict broke out between the two sides. The Demon King is finally here. Let's see if the Demon Python is still arrogant. I guess he'll get down on his knees and beg us. Huh. Hurry up and take out the spirit stone. Upon seeing the red rabbit appear, the demons in Silver Moon Mountain immediately became excited, sweeping away the gloom just now. The Demon Vulture King looked even more proud, and he wished he could lift his beak up to the sky. But at this moment, the red rabbit turned around suddenly. With one punch, the little Demon King who had just spoken was knocked away. He said in a cold voice, "Yi Qing is my elder brother. If anyone disrespects my elder brother, don't blame me for being rude." Demon Vulture King. What's going on? How come their great Demon King has a big brother after just a short while? "Brother, the demons under my command are ignorant. Don't take it to heart. I will teach them a lesson when I get back." Hongta looked at Yi Qing, sizing up his expression, fearing that Yi Qing would be angry. "The Demon Vulture just now wanted to take half of the spirit stones from me. Do you think I should give it to him?" Yi Qing did not respond to Hongtu's words. Instead, he raised his tail and pointed at the Demon Vulture King, speaking lightly. "Huh, how dare you? How dare you ask my eldest brother for spirit stones? Do you want to die?" Hongtu's face changed immediately. He turned around, raised his claws, and struck the Demon Vulture King's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. The body of the Demon Vulture King was directly knocked away. The Demon Vulture King spat out a mouthful of blood while still in midair. But Red Rabbit didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his head quickly and whispered flatteringly, "Brother, do you think this is okay?" Yi Qing squinted at Hongtu and said slowly, "He is a bit ugly. I think he should not live if he looks like this." Red Rabbit. He looked at Yi Qing in confusion, thinking, "Brother, are you serious? Should we kill him just because he is ugly?" But looking at Yi Qing's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. He hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "Since Big Brother doesn't like it, then let him die. I'll leave this little matter to you, my younger brother. You are quite sensible." Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. This Red Rabbit has enough emotional intelligence, and his way of doing things suits his taste. At least he didn't object. Big Brother's business is my business." Red Rabbit smiled and said in a friendly way, "He's just a little Demon King, so he dies. To him, it doesn't matter at all. But if you can get along well with Yi Qing, you will get much more benefits in the future. Of course, he knows what is more important. Moreover, if Yi Qing really wanted to kill the demon vulture king, he would not be able to stop him with his strength. I'm still short of spirit stones for cultivation. Why don't you ask your men to give me some? Yi Qing glanced at Hong Tu and said meaningfully. Red Rabbit was startled. He had only been the great demon king of Silver Moon Mountain for a few days. If he asked the demon wolves below to take out the spirit stones, he thought for a moment and whispered, Brother, give me 2 days. I will send the spirit stone to you in 2 days. Okay, second brother? Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Even the name for Red Rabbit has changed. For him, the name is not important. What matters is the mutual interests. Just like he also calls Huli Big Brother. Just to do things better. Chapter 73. Counterattack? Under the leadership of Red Rabbit, the demons from Silver Moon Mountain quickly left. The remaining demons on Baichao Peak looked at Yi Qing with admiration and excitement. How many years? The demons from Baichao Peak followed Jinling and had to endure the humiliation in silence. Even if I am bullied, I just endure it, because they know that even if they take action, they will only suffer greater humiliation. Who made their great demon king be ostracized in the 10,000 Demons Mountain. But now, under the leadership of Yi Qing, they not only kept the spirit stones in their hands, but also drove away the enemy. They have never been so proud. It's so cool. Some loyal demons even burst into tears on the spot. Years of humiliation were released in one day. Brothers, if Yi Yao King was not here today, we would not be able to keep the spirit stones in our hands. I suggest that everyone take out half of the spirit stones to thank Yi Yao King. What do you think? One of the little demon kings suddenly spoke up. I agree. I agree. As soon as the little demon king finished speaking, a demon immediately responded. They were truly grateful to Yi Qing. The little demon king took out half of the spirit stone in his hand and handed it to Yi Qing respectfully. Master Demon King, this is a small gift from us. Please accept it. Yi Qing looked up, glanced at the little demon king, and then glanced at the other demons behind him. Now he understood what it meant to be unable to refuse such a kind invitation. Looking at the expectation in the eyes of these monsters, he felt that it would be a sin if he did not accept the spirit stones. The next second, he raised his tail and took the leaf bag containing the spirit stones. He whispered, Then I won't be polite. Seeing Yi Qing accept the spirit stone, the little demon king showed a look of relief in his eyes. If Yi Qing doesn't accept it, then he will be worried. After all, it has been so long and their great demon king has not returned. In case they die outside, they can still continue to follow Yi Qing. Maybe you can survive better. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the air not far away. There, the swaying figure of the golden spirit was flying towards them. Whoosh! Yi Qing in front of him flapped his wings, soared into the sky, and quickly met him. What's going on? Yi Qing looked at Jinling, who was covered in wounds in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. Master, Jinling said weakly, I was accidentally surrounded by a group of weirdos, and I managed to escape with great difficulty. There was still fear in Jinling's tone. Yi Qing frowned. Let's go back first. He stretched out his body to wrap up the golden spirit and carried it down to the top of the mountain. After falling down, Yi Qing began to look at the injuries on Jinling's body. Half of the wing was broken, and there were large and small lacerations on the back. The most serious injury was in the abdomen, which had several bloody holes the size of human heads. Blood was still flowing out at this time. Yi Qing did not hesitate and immediately performed the wood healing technique. The vitality of the nearby flowers, plants, and trees was quickly plundered by him. A green sphere with a diameter of 30 meters condensed in front of him. Those flowers, plants, and trees that have been deprived of their vitality will quickly wither and die. Open your mouth and continue. Ye Ving shouted. Jinling opened his mouth obediently. When Yi Qing saw this, he had an idea. The green ball immediately shot into Jinling's mouth. With a large amount of nourishment from vitality, Jinling's injuries began to recover rapidly. But she was too badly injured. The bloody hole in the abdomen only grew some flesh. To fully recover, more wood therapy is needed. Thank you, Master, Jinling said in a low voice. Well, tell me what's going on? Ye Hing nodded. It's like this. Jinling, who had regained some strength, began to talk about her experience. After a while, Yi Qing finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Jin Ling saw a lone Guijue and thought its level was low, so he wanted to kill it quickly and alone. But unexpectedly, this strange creature was not strong, but had a large number. Jin Ling was surrounded by Guijue before he was aware of it. Afterwards, she finally managed to break out of the strange encirclement. But he was also seriously injured. You should take good care of yourself. Even if there is a mission during this period, don't go. Ye vin grimindit. Jin Ling's strength is okay, but his brain is not so good. You can't say he's stupid. It's just that he's too real sometimes. Yes. Jin Ling nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yi Qing felt something and looked up at the sky. A small figure flashed through the air and quickly landed in the flower valley. It is the queen bee of flowers. Is the fight over? The queen bee of flowers was injured. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the queen bee of flowers is very fast, but he still saw that his own state had turned into weak. This is the state that occurs after being seriously injured. If the injury is more serious, it will be a near-death state. I wonder if the sky-swallowing demon toad is injured. Yi Qing felt a little uneasy. If the sky-devouring demon toad hadn't been injured, he simply couldn't imagine the consequences. With the strength of the sky-devouring demon toad, if there was no queen bee of flowers to stop it, he alone can slaughter all the demons on Baiwa Ridge. And not long after the queen bee entered the flower valley, several bee monsters flew out from the flower valley. One of them even flew towards a demon on Baichao Peak. When he got closer, he said, "The demon lord invites the great demon Lord Jin Ling of Baichao Peak to go to Huagu to discuss something." Okay, I understand. Jin Ling nodded and was about to get up and go to the flower valley. Yi Qing held him down. "Let me go." Jin Ling's injuries haven't recovered yet, so he shouldn't move around. It would be more convenient for him to go. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the golden spirit to recover, but directly summoned the extreme wind wings and flew towards the flower valley. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the flower valley, Baiwabi stood expressionlessly in the middle of the central open space. There were demons standing around her. Some are from Baiwailing, and some are from Wanyao Mountain. Yi Qing was also among them. The number of demons seems to have decreased a lot. Yi Qing looked at the demons present and said in his heart, a total of 6 great demon kings came from Wanyao Mountain to support Baiwailing this time. But now there are only 3, and including the golden spirit who has not come, there are only 4. In other words, during the brief siege during the day, 2 great demon kings from Wanyao Mountain died. There will be more demon kings dying in Baiwailing. We achieved good results in the siege during the day, killing many high-level treacherous monsters. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. When the queen bee of flowers saw that everyone was present, she smiled and spoke. From the outside, it didn't look like she was seriously injured. Haha, this is the result of our efforts under the leadership of our Lord Demon Lord. Luli chuckled and echoed. Then he asked, I wonder what the Demon Lord is going to do next. After all, this strange tide is still there. The most difficult one to deal with in the tide of ghosts is the Ghost Lord, the heaven-swallowing demon toad, but he has been injured by me and will not dare to show up in the short term. The Gui Chao will be at its weakest in the near future, so I plan to launch a counterattack tomorrow. Drive Guijue out of Baiwailing in one fell swoop. The Queen Bee of Flowers replied in a deep voice. Chapter 74 Treatment. Counterattack. Yi Qing, who was standing by, found it a little unbelievable when he heard this. The Queen Bee of Flowers did not mention at all that she was seriously injured. How can she counterattack in this state? Could it be that he has to rely entirely on the Demon King under his command to fight to the death? The Queen of Flowers is deliberately hiding the fact that she's injured. Yi Qing came to a conclusion after a brief thought. But this is understandable. After all, if the news of his injury spreads, the demons below will definitely cause trouble. What really puzzled him was where did the Queen Bee of Flowers get the confidence to organize a counterattack? He looked at the 2 Dharma protectors, Huli and Luli, wanting to see what they thought. What the Demon Lord said makes sense. Let's launch a counterattack early tomorrow morning. If we break up the strange tide sooner, we can also return to the 10,000 Demons Mountain earlier. Luli said. He actually agreed directly. Well, you guys go back and prepare. Also, we have to be careful tonight, in case the Gizi launches a sneak attack on us at night. The Queen of Flowers Bee nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Lu Li responded and left with all the monsters from Wanyao Mountain. Yi Qingbin was also going to go along, but a voice in his mind made him slow down. Yi Yao Wang, wait a moment. This is the voice of the Queen Bee of Flowers. What did she want from me? Yi Qing was confused and turned to look at the Queen Bee of Flowers. But he found that his eyes were not looking at him. Instead, he arranged tomorrow's tasks for the nearby demons. After all the monsters in the Flower Valley left, only then did she turn her gaze to Yi Qing. You are quite patient. The Queen Bee of Flowers looked at Yi Qing with a smile, walked slowly up to him, and spoke softly. He raised one of his fingers and gently stroked Yi Qing's scales. The tone suddenly became ambiguous. On your first day here, you looked at me very nakedly. Do you want to mate with me? Damn, what a devilish word. Yi Qing was shocked. However, I did look at the Queen Bee of Flowers a few more times because she had the enchanting body of a human. I didn't expect that even these small details were captured. Lord of the Flowers, I'm just curious about your body, and I don't have any other ideas. Ye Ving ape it. Even if he wanted to, his body structure wouldn't allow it. He is a snake demon, and Bai Hua is a bee demon. The varieties are all different. If they were all fully transformed, it would be possible, but now it is impossible. The most important thing is, why did the Queen Bee of Flowers suddenly say this to him? You wouldn't harbor any resentment towards him just because of his gaze, right? Really? The Queen Bee withdrew her finger and looked at Yi Qing seriously. It must be true. Yi Qing's eyes were pure. Haha, then I'll believe you this time. The Queen Bee of Flowers suddenly smiled. If the Queen Bee of Flowers fully transforms, she shouldn't look ugly. Yi Qing commented secretly in his heart. Just look at the Queen Bee of Flowers below the neck, and it is almost flawless. The calves are long and slender. The buttocks are firm and perky. The abdomen is flat. The breasts are full. Every move exudes sexy charm. The Demon Lord didn't keep me here just to talk about this little thing, right? Yi Qing asked tentatively. Hi, you are quite smart. If all the monsters under my command were like you, with both strength and brains, I would be a lot more relaxed. The Queen Bee of Flowers praised. You are too polite, Demon Lord. My strength is nothing in front of you. Je ving ansverit modeste. That's true, but it's not easy to kill the multi-eyed beast at your current level. At least the demons in Bai-wailing can't do it. Yi Qing was shocked. He originally thought that his killing of the multi-eyed beast was covert enough, and he even lied and concealed Hu Li's intentions for this purpose. But now it seems that these little tricks of mine are not good enough in front of the Demon Lord. This is the gap between powerful forces. Nothing can be hidden from the Demon Lord, Yi Qing said in a low voice, feeling uneasy. Every demon has its own secrets, and so do I. I kept you here this time because I want you to help me heal my wounds. I'm seriously injured. The 100 Flowers Demon Lord finally stated his purpose. After she finished speaking, she no longer suppressed her injuries. Puff! She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of her red. The sky-swallowing demon toad is slightly stronger than hers. She did injure the sky-devouring demon toad, but she herself was more seriously injured. Without immediate treatment, she could have died. Therefore, when she saw Yi Qing treating a demon on the way back, she thought of asking Yi Qing to help heal it. After saying that, she stared into Yi Qing's eyes, wanting to see his immediate reaction. The news of her injury must not be spread. Once the demons below know about this, they will inevitably panic and thus affect tomorrow's counterattack. What puzzled her was that Yi Qing didn't react at all. There wasn't even a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Demon Lord wants me to help heal his wounds. Just say so. I can help heal the wounds, but the recovery technique has certain requirements for the surrounding environment. It can only be performed in a place with lush trees. In addition, performing this technique consumes a lot of my own energy, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. There's nothing wrong with helping the 100 Flowers Demon Lord heal his injuries. The important thing is to get the benefits. He won't do anything that has no benefit. This is easy. There are trees everywhere in Baiwa Ridge. As long as you can heal my injuries, I will not let you down, promised the Queen Bee of Baiwa. This is a matter of life and death for her, so paying a small price doesn't matter to her. Okay, then please choose a suitable place, Lord Demon. The older the trees are, the better. Ye Hing nodded. The higher the better? After a moment's silence, the Queen Bee of Flowers grabbed Yi Qing with one hand. There were no wings appearing behind her, and she just flew up with Yi Qing. This scene was very strange, as if a little man easily lifted up a snake over 200 meters long. And the speed is much faster than Yi Qing's gale wings. Is this the power of the demon lord? Yi Qing was shocked. You know, the 100 Flowers demon lord is seriously injured now, but he can still easily carry him flying. After a while, the queen bee of flowers landed in a dense forest. There are big red trees everywhere, up to 100 or 200 meters high. Occasionally, you can see a few that are 400 or 500 meters high. Is it okay here? Asked the queen bee of flowers. Yeah, Ye Ping nodded. The next second, he performed with healing. Suddenly, a large number of green light spots emerged from the nearby trees and quickly gathered in front of him. After a dozen breaths, a huge green ball of light took shape in front of him. All the big trees within a radius of 500 meters died as a result. Master Demon Lord, open your mouth, Yi Qing said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the queen bee of flowers immediately opened her mouth. Call out. As soon as she opened her mouth, the green ball flew in. A large amount of vitality permeated her body, repairing the wounds in her body. Puff! The queen bee of flowers spat out another mouthful of blood. Only this time the blood was pitch black. This was the blood clot in her body. Now that it had been forced out, her breath flowed much smoother. After a moment, the vitality disappeared. The queen bee of flowers licked the corner of her mouth with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. He looked at Yi Qing and ordered, continue. If she could do it 3 or 4 more times, her injuries would be almost healed. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing showed a bitter look on his face and said, Master Demon Lord, this spell consumes a lot of energy. I can't cast it a second time in a short period of time. I need time to recover my spiritual power. How long will it take? 1 day, Yi Qing answered after thinking for a moment. In fact, he can directly use the soul-restoring seeds to restore his spiritual power. But he didn't want the queen bee of flowers to recover so quickly. If the patient is not sick, how can he earn money from medical expenses? The queen bee of flowers frowned. She couldn't wait that long. The next second, she took out 5 cups of royal bee spirit juice from the leaf bag on her waist and handed them to Yi Qing. I still have some spiritual juice here. You can use it to restore your spiritual power. Chapter 75, White Lotus Seed. Yi Qing took the queen bee spirit and expressed his gratitude. He drank all 5 cups of spiritual juice right in front of the queen bee of flowers. Ding, you swallowed a large amount of queen bee spirit, evolution points plus 5,000. Current evolution points 8,000/10,000. It's almost time. The evolution points will be full soon. Yi Qing was looking forward to it. He closed his eyes and pretended to recover his spiritual power. After about an hour, he opened his eyes again. He smiled and said, Master Demon King, this spiritual juice is really a good thing. My spiritual power has recovered a lot now. Give me another half a day, and my spiritual power should be fully restored. It will take another half a day. The queen bee of flowers frowned, obviously not very happy with the timing. After a moment's hesitation, she reached into the leaf bag. When he took it out again, there was a white flower in his hand. The flower is shaped like a white lotus, with a white, round fruit in the center. A trace of reluctance appeared on the face of the queen bee of flowers. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and handed it to Yi Qing. This is a 1,000-year-old white lotus seed. It is of great benefit to your cultivation breakthrough. It also contains a huge amount of spiritual energy. You can use it. Thank you, Lord Demon King. When Yi Qing saw the reluctant expression of Queen 100 Flower Bee, he knew that this thing was a good thing. As he spoke, he stretched out his snake tail and took the white lotus seeds. Then he threw it directly into his mouth. Ding, you swallowed the 1,000-year-old white lotus seeds. Evolution points plus 5,000. Current evolution points 10,000/10,000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? What a waste! Yi Qing cried in his heart. He felt like he was wasting God's gifts. It feels like I lost 100 million. His evolution points were only 2,000 points short, but this 1,000-year-old white lotus seed increased them by 5,000 points. 3,000 evolution points were wasted. Fortunately, this thing is free. Yi Qing comforted himself. If the 1,000-year-old white lotus seeds belonged to him, he would never swallow them directly like this. But now the queen bee of flowers was right in front of him, looking at him. It's impossible for him not to eat. He closed his eyes and pretended to recover his spiritual strength. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again. He smiled and said, Master Demon King, my spiritual power has recovered. Good. Baiwabi was delighted. The two found a place with lush vegetation. Yi Qing used the same trick again and performed wood healing technique to heal the injuries of Queen Bee of Flowers. After the treatment, the condition of the Queen Bee of Flowers changed from weak to good. My Lord Demon King, 2 consecutive treatments have exhausted my energy. The next treatment will take at least a day to recover, Yi Qing said seriously. He also wanted to continue to take advantage of the situation, but now his evolution points have been fully accumulated. It would be a waste to continue eating spiritual materials. It would be better to wait for him to return and break through, and then continue to exploit the wool of the Queen of Flowers bee. In addition, he is currently the only one who knows that the Queen Bee of Flowers is injured. If the Queen Bee of Flowers wants to silence him, it is not impossible. But now, before it fully recovers, it still has value. After all, he still needs it. The probability of the Queen Bee of Flowers attacking him would be very small. Eating spiritual materials is not an option? No. Yi Qing shook his head firmly. Is that so? The Queen Bee of Flowers frowned, but quickly relaxed her brows. At this time, her injuries had mostly recovered, so she was not afraid to face the sky-devouring demon toad again. The next second, she took out hundreds of spirit stones from her leaf bag and handed them to Yi Qing. This is the benefit I promised to give you. When your spiritual power recovers, you can come to Huagu to find me. After saying that, the Queen Bee of Flowers flashed, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared from the spot. It was almost dark at this time. She needs to stay at Baiwailing to prevent the strange tide from launching a sneak attack at night. Seeing the Queen Bee leave, Yi Qing felt relieved. He raised his snake tail and collected all the spirit stones. At least judging from the current reaction of the Queen Bee of Flowers, the other party should have no intention of silencing her. He looked around, and after confirming that there were no powerful monsters nearby, he had an idea. He said in a deep voice, "Begin to evolve." In an instant, the familiar warmth flowed through his body again, rapidly transforming his muscles, bones, and internal organs. His size grew again. It swelled to 260 meters before finally stopping. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, Earthbound Soul. Earth Binding Technique. The perception of the earth becomes more acute, and the earth spirit can be manipulated to bind the target. The bound target's own spiritual power is suppressed. Name, Yi Qing. Race, colorful demonic python. Attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Status, healthy. Symbiotic tricks. 1,000-year soul core, purifying soul, controlling soul. Realm, level 23. Talents, wood shadow, endless life, wind shadow, abyss mouth, venomous body, colorful rays. Spells, green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, greenwood armor, greenwood ground spikes, wooden blades, soul returning seeds, soul burning technique, wood healing technique, wood control technique, violent wind blade, extreme wind wings, gust of wind arrows, 7-color poisonous cloud, lightning gun, breath hiding technique, water spirit pupil technique, heavenly sword true fire technique, fire python technique, earth binding spirit technique. Abilities, binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points, 0/11,000. Note, a 7-colored demon python with decent strength. Earth soul binding technique? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was lying in the woods, and he could feel an invisible connection between himself and the ground below. He tried to release the earth binding technique. The next second, more than a dozen ochre-colored lights suddenly appeared on the ground 1,000 meters in front of him. These spiritual lights are like long snakes and are very flexible. Under Yi Qing's control, it entangled a nearby ancient tree. Snap! In just a moment, the huge force tightened the ancient tree, and the trunk instantly broke into pieces. It's more powerful than the green vine entanglement, and it's faster to use. Yi Qing compared in his mind. I have a clear understanding of the spell of earth binding. This spell can not only trap the enemy, but also strangle the enemy. The most important thing is that it will suppress the enemy's spiritual power. This is very practical. Yi Qing was very satisfied with this. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. Look inward at the soul core between your eyebrows. At this time, the soul in the soul core has been completely refined and absorbed. In the middle of the originally empty red petals, a blue stamen suddenly grew out without anyone noticing. The stamens flicker from time to time, giving the illusion that the soul is being absorbed into it. A hint of enlightenment arose in Yi Qing's heart. He has one more soul quota. Can I continue to control the female demon soul? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and thought about a suitable target. Chapter 76, Decisive Battle. On the Nameless Mountain, Jinling looked at Yi Qing, who had just returned, and said in surprise, "Master, you've grown bigger again. Well, I'm lucky." Yi Qing nodded and explained casually. "Jinling, if you are lucky, you can have a breakthrough every few days." The master is too perfunctory to her. After realizing that Yi Qing didn't want to explain, she wisely didn't ask any more questions. Everyone should be alert at night. The strange tide may strike at night, Yi Qing warned. Okay. Jinling nodded and turned to instruct his men. After Jinling left, Yi Qing sighed in his heart. He found that he had no suitable target for the soul control. The few demons he knew, such as Hu Li and Hong Tu, were all male demons. There are female demons as well, such as a little demon king in Baichao Peak, but her level is too low, and the help she can provide to herself after controlling her soul is limited. The queen bee of flowers is suitable, but he is afraid that he will be beaten to death. Wait a little longer, good things are worth waiting for. Yi Qing comforted himself. The next second, he took out the spirit stone given by the queen of flowers bee, swallowed it all into the stomach. Ding, you devoured a large amount of mid-level with spirit stones, evolution points plus 3,000. Current evolution points 3,000/11,000. So little. Yi Qing was a little dissatisfied. He ate 100 mid-level with spirit stones, but only gained 3,000 evolution points. No wonder the queen bee of flowers was so reluctant to give me the white lotus seeds. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows. The value of that white lotus seed is estimated to be far greater than these spirit stones, and it's also harder to get. Then he took out the spirit stone given to him by the demon from Baichao Peak. There are quite a lot of spirit stones, but they are all low-level spirit stones. He swallowed all the spirit stones in one gulp. Ding, you swallowed a large amount of low-level spirit stones. Evolution points plus 3,249. Not bad. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. He had accumulated almost half of the evolution points. The upgrade is not far away. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Hu Li sent his men to announce the order for a counterattack. Could it be that the sky-swallowing demon toad was also seriously injured? Yi Qing wondered. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the sky-swallowing demon toad not to take action last night. After all, night is the home turf of the tricksters, where their strength can be exerted to the greatest extent. If it is as he guessed, then today's counterattack will most likely be very successful. Soon, under Jinling's organization, the demons from Baichao Peak gathered and arrived at the designated location to wait. I didn't expect the counterattack to start so soon. After breaking up the strange tide, we can go back to Baichao Peak, Jinling said with a smile. You can see that she is in a good mood. Don't be happy too soon. No one knows what will happen until the end, Yi Qing reminded. What Demon King Yi said makes sense. Jinling nodded and put away the contempt in his heart. At this time, all the monsters from Baichao Peak were behind her, so the way she addressed Yi Qing naturally changed. Well, when we counterattack later, don't rush forward too much. It's best to wait until others are safe before we go forward, Yi Qing continued. In this way, even if an accident occurs, they will have more time to react and respond. Besides, there are only so many monsters among them, and I don't think anyone would pay special attention to them. Even if they don't take action, it will not affect the overall outcome. As time went on, more and more demons began to gather in the east of the Flower Valley. Yi Qing took a quick look and found that the number of these monsters was at least 20,000 to 30,000. This is a huge force. In the air, a figure appeared, suspended in mid-air, looking forward. It is the queen bee of flowers. Without any unnecessary words, she raised her arm and pointed forward, shouting, "Kill!" Its voice spread throughout the demon army. The next second, the demon army formed a straight line and, led by their respective demon kings, rushed forward in a mighty manner. Rushed into the area occupied by the treacherous. It's a little less weird. Yi Qing floated in the air and looked forward. There are obviously fewer weird things on the map, with only a few low-level weird things scattered around. I didn't see any high-level monsters. This is abnormal. Could it be that the sky-devouring demon toad was really seriously injured, and the strange tide has automatically dissipated because of this? This made Yi Qing guess, but he did not become careless because of this. Instead, he still hid behind with the monsters from Baichao Peak and only took action occasionally. However, despite their treacherous retreat, their advancement speed was still very fast. Until they reappeared near the outer pass of Baiwailing. Yi Qing discovered a lot of weird things here. These treacherous forces relied on the pass, looking as if they were determined to defend it to the death. He even discovered the sky-devouring demonic toad at the largest checkpoint, and its current condition is healthy. In other words, the sky-devouring demon toad was not injured at all. Is the Queen of Flowers looking for death? Yi Qing was a little confused. Before the Queen Bee of Flowers was injured, she was no match for the sky-swallowing demon toad. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Where does she get the courage to launch a counterattack? Realizing that something was wrong, he slowed down again. I plan to observe it first. If the Queen Bee of Flowers has no way to deal with it, he might have to run away early. But as they got closer, the strange creature inside the pass did not respond. Until the demon in front approaches within 1,000 meters. The sky-devouring demon toad, squatting on a mountain, finally made a move. He opened his eyes, looked at the Queen Bee of Baiwa floating in the air, and said in a muffled voice, "Baiwa, I'll give you a chance. If you retreat now, I'll let you live. Dream on." The Queen Bee of Flowers snorted coldly. "If you want me to retreat, I have to die here. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me." The sky-swallowing demon toad spoke slowly. Bang! He exerted force with his hind legs, and his huge body suddenly soared into the sky, like a cannon, shooting towards the Queen Bee of Flowers. The speed was so fast that only a dark afterimage could be seen. The next second, it arrived in front of the Queen Bee of Flowers. Boom! The most prepared Queen Bee of Flowers had a heavy exchange of blows with the sky-devouring demon toad. But in terms of strength, she is obviously no match for the sky-devouring demon toad. He was knocked thousands of meters away. The Queen Bee gritted her teeth and flapped her wings quickly to regain her balance. The next second, she tapped the leaf bag. A piece of golden paper immediately flew out. The paper was only the size of a palm, with intricate patterns drawn on it and a white sword-shaped mark in the middle. Name: medium-grade talisman consumable. Note: this is a relic left behind by an ancient monk. It contains the monk's magical weapon used during his lifetime and can be activated by spiritual power. A cultivator's thing? Yi Qing was stunned when he saw the talisman. Then he understood. It's not that the Queen Bee of Flowers wants to die, but it has the means to turn the tables. Chapter 77. The Power of the Talisman. The talisman thrown into the air shone with golden light. The sword-shaped mark above jumped out from it. The moment it leaped out, it turned into a golden sword that was 100 meters long. The golden sword hung in the air, with the tip of the sword pointing at the sky-devouring demon toad below. An extremely sharp aura emanated from it. Even though Yi Qing was very far away, he felt for a long time as if his own flesh and blood were being torn apart. I didn't want to use this treasure against you, but you really bullied me too much. Today I will let you taste the power of this treasure. The Queen Bee of Flowers drinks coldly. Then he pointed with one hand, and a brilliant golden light immediately burst out from the golden sword and shot towards the sky-slaying demon toad. The power emanating from it made the air seem a little distorted. The sky-swallowing demon toad's eyes below were filled with solemnity. He felt a huge threat from the golden sword above him. Without saying a word, he immediately opened his mouth. Then exhale sharply forward. Call. A cyclone formed in front of him and then quickly grew larger. A huge white tornado quickly condensed. The moment he appeared, he rushed towards the golden sword that was stabbing in the air. Boom! The moment the two collided, a huge noise erupted. But in terms of power, the golden sword is obviously superior. The sword only paused slightly before piercing through the tornado. Continue to stab at the sky-devouring demon toad. The sky-swallowing demon toad's expression changed drastically. The next second, he gurgled in his throat and made a violent toad-like sound. Quack! Boom! With him as the center, a huge sound wave ripple erupted. The surrounding trees and rubble were directly shattered. The moment the golden sword pierced into the ripples, its speed slowed down significantly. But it was only a delay of a moment, and its speed returned to normal. stabbed towards the sky-devouring demon toad. There was a hint of fear in the sky-devouring demon toad's eyes. The power of this golden sword far exceeded his expectations. The golden sword was getting closer and closer to him and was about to stab him. He opened his mouth again, and the long scarlet tongue swept out. Like a spear, it stabbed at the sword. Clang! The tip of the tongue and the sword collided with precision. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The two of them were in a brief stalemate in midair. It seems like they are competing. 1 second, 2 seconds. An abnormal blush suddenly appeared on the face of the sky-swallowing demon toad. Then, the long tongue in his mouth softened and was knocked back. Laugh! The golden sword suddenly increased in speed and instantly pierced into the body of the sky-devouring demon toad. It pierced through his body. Puff! The sky-swallowing demon toad opened its mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The breath weakened instantly. This attack seemed to have drained all of the talisman's power, and the golden sword disintegrated and disappeared in the next second. Only a huge blood hole was left on the back of the sky-devouring demon toad, which penetrated his entire body. There are also wisps of golden light inside, continued to destroy his flesh and blood, preventing his flesh and blood from growing and recovering. With just this one blow, he was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the critical moment, he avoided the vital parts of the body. He might even be killed with one strike. There was a look of fear in the sky-swallowing demon toad's eyes, and he glanced hatefully at the Queen 100 Flowers bee in the air. He actually turned around and leaped out of the pass. He was already seriously injured, and if he continued to fight, he would not be able to defeat the Queen of Flowers bee. Moreover, the Queen bee of Flowers may have helpers. If he ran too late, he might not be able to escape. As for whether his men can escape, it depends on their fate. Want to run? Too late. The Queen bee of Flowers shouted coldly. She had spent such a huge price to severely injure the sky-devouring demon toad, so there was no reason for her to let it go. She moved and immediately chased after him. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly disappeared into the distance. With the escape of the sky-devouring demon toad, the strange world suddenly fell into chaos. The powerful and treacherous leaders turned and ran without any hesitation, leaving behind some less intelligent creatures still remaining in place. But without the restraint of the high-level weirdness, they also began to move around randomly. The demons will not miss such a good opportunity. Led by their respective demon kings, they rushed towards Guijue quickly. In an instant, it collided with Guijue. Qing, who witnessed everything, narrowed his eyes slightly. At this point, the ending is settled, and there is nothing to worry about. Looking at the vast expanse of weirdness in front of me, there was greed in his eyes. These are all evolution points. Let's get started. Qing instructed Queen Jean Ling beside him. The Jifeng wings behind him waved gently, and the huge body rushed towards the pass in an instant. If you go too late, your evolution points will be wasted. Qing was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he reached the top of the pass. The next second, his mind moved, and a large wind blade appeared in front of him. Call out! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the wind blade appeared, it slashed towards the strange creature below. With Qing's current strength, even the wind blades he released casually would not be able to be resisted by these low-level monsters. Each wind blade accurately hit the strangeness below. Their bodies were instantly cut in half. Qing swooped down with his snake mouth wide open, swallowed their bodies directly into their stomachs. Ding! You devoured a large number of low-level strange corpses. Evolution points plus 241. Current evolution points 6490/11,000. This is too little. Qing frowned, not very satisfied. He had just swallowed about 30 strange creatures, but the additional evolution points are only more than 200. The average one is less than 8 o'clock. Have I been living too well lately and don't care about these things anymore? Qing shook his head with a little self-mockery. The next moment, he looked up at a 3-headed spider flying in the air not far away. Since low-level cunning adds few evolutionary points, then kill a few high-level ones. He flapped his 4 wings and chased after the 3-headed spider. A distance of several thousand meters is nothing to him. It only took him a dozen seconds to successfully stop the 3 strange creatures. Fire Python technique. Qing's mind moved, and the fire's spiritual power in front of him quickly gathered. A scarlet-red demon python emerged. The demon python was as long as 500 meters, and its body was covered with fine snake scales, which glowed with red flames. Yi Qing was slightly surprised. He discovered that this fire python was not an instantaneous spell. Instead, it can continue to exist, and he can control the fire python to fight the enemy. Just like now, as long as he has a thought in his mind, the fire python will take corresponding actions according to his thought. Call! The fire python opened its mouth and spewed out scorching flames, igniting all the spider silks swallowed by the three-headed spider. Then, it swept its tail across and smashed towards the three-headed spider. Bang! The speed was so fast that the three strange creatures had no time to react. He was hit directly by the snake's tail. His body was unstable, and he was knocked flying by the force. Before he could steady himself, the fire python's body instantly straightened. Its mouth opened wide, and it bit the neck of the three strange creatures. Phew! The snake's fangs are sharp, coupled with the power of the fire python. He actually bit off the three strange necks. A large amount of dark green blood flowed out, falling downwards, but the next second, a huge snake mouth swallowed its body into its stomach. Ding! You devoured the level 19 weird three-headed spider. Evolution points plus 330. Current evolution points 68, 20/11,000. Chapter 78 Earth Drilling Technique. After swallowing the three-headed strange spider, Yi Qing moved and continued to chase the strange creature running forward. He is powerful and quick. He killed the monsters one by one and swallowed them into his stomach. Ding! You devoured a level 20 snake tiger. Evolution points plus 650. Ding! You devoured a level 21 queen nest. Evolution points plus 1,200. Ding! You devoured a level 20 cyclops scorpion. Evolution points plus 650. Current evolution points 11,000/11,000. Under such circumstances, Yi Qing accumulated evolution points at a very fast speed. After only half an hour, he had accumulated enough evolution points. Then he found a hidden cave and went in. After killing several low-level monsters inside, he said in his heart, "Evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong heat flowed through his whole body, strengthened his muscles and bones. As a result, his body became thicker, longer, and stronger. It didn't stop until it reached 280 meters. Yi Qing's power surged. Click! The stone ground beneath him made a cracking sound as he couldn't bear the weight. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new spell, the Earth Drilling spell. Drilling technique. Use spiritual power to break through the soil and sand and quickly travel underground. Earth Drilling Technique. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This spell doesn't sound very powerful. It should be an auxiliary type spell, but it is very practical. With this skill, he can fly in the sky, swim on the ground, and even drill underground. Try it. Yi Qing's mind moved, and a large amount of spiritual power immediately emerged in front of the huge snake head. Without hesitation, he thrust the snake's head fiercely toward the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. His head actually sank into the rocky ground easily. Then he swung his snake's tail and continued to drill into the ground with his snake head, until the entire body is buried underground. Let's see how deep we can drill, Yi Qing said secretly in his heart. It immediately changed direction and drilled almost vertically into the ground. 200 meters, 400 meters, 600 meters. He didn't have to stop until he reached 800 meters. After reaching this depth, he would need to consume a lot of spiritual energy every time he advanced a certain distance. It is also a burden on the body. It is necessary to withstand the huge pressure of the surrounding soil at all times. This depth is enough. Yi Qing was very satisfied. In the future, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, you can try to just burrow into the ground and run away. He now has one more way to save his life. After moving underground for a while, he became thoroughly familiar with the technique of drilling. Yi Qingkai crawled out from underground. However, the ground he emerged from was no longer the cave. Boom! Just then, a loud noise suddenly sounded above his head. Then a huge energy ripple hit him from the front. This energy ripple, whose distance was unknown, had no effect on Yi Qing. Are they the two queen bees of 100 flowers? Yi Qing murmured in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he drilled into the ground again and sneaked towards the direction where the sound had just occurred. The stomach of the sky-devouring demon toad is the material for upgrading his bloodline. If the queen bee of flowers could kill it, he might be able to find an opportunity to obtain the body of the sky-slaying demon toad. 5 or 6 minutes later, Qing finally arrived at the center of the noise. He guessed correctly. The sound just now was the battle between the queen bee of flowers and the sky-devouring demon toad. At this time, the sky-devouring demon toad was squatting on a hill, with the wound on its back still there. In addition, one of his eyes was somehow blind. There was a huge wound on the right hind leg so deep that the bone was visible. The rest of his body had some injuries of varying sizes. He looked extremely miserable. The aura on his body was fluctuating, and he seemed very unstable. On the other hand, the queen bee of flowers in midair did not look injured. In Qing's eyes, the sky-devouring demon toad is in a weak condition, while the queen bee of flowers is still in good condition. Keep fighting as you are now. The death of the sky-swallowing demon toad is most likely just a matter of time. Qing hid deep underground and restrained his breath. I plan to be a quiet spectator. After reaching level 24, his map range is further expanded. The radius reaches 9 kilometers. Therefore, he could easily see the 2 queen bees above. Bai Hua, do you really want to fight me to the death? If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a price. The sky-swallowing demon toad spoke in a muffled voice. There was a weakness in his tone that was difficult to conceal. Things have come to this point. There's no point in saying more. Just use whatever tricks you have. The queen bee of flowers replied with a frown. All of this was caused by the strange tide initiated by the sky-swallowing demon toad. He wanted to leave so easily without paying anything. That's impossible. Otherwise, he will organize another strange tide to attack Bywailing next time. Without the talisman, how could she resist? Therefore, there was no way she would let the sky-devouring demon toad leave safely. You forced me to do this, said the sky-swallowing demon toad coldly. The next second, his brow split open and a third eye appeared. The eye was blood red, like a pure ruby. The moment he appeared, a large amount of blood gushed out of his eyes. The blood quickly gathered in front of him, forming a huge bloody knife. At the same time, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally strong body became skinny. The toad skin was like tree bark clinging to his body. The next second, a blood-red sword came out. Call! A huge aura was generated around the blade, stirring the air and causing the void to distort. This knife seems to be swung very slowly. It looks like it could be easily avoided, but the expression of the Queen of Flowers bee was extremely solemn. She felt herself being locked by the bloody knife. It gave her a feeling that there was no escape, and she could only fight hard. She knew it was not an illusion. She gritted her teeth secretly, and her eyes became serious. Without hesitation, she waved forward with one hand. The next moment, a small white flower appeared in front of her. Then came the second, the third. After a few breaths, flowers had bloomed in front of her. It looked like a sea of flowers appeared in the sky. Bang! The blood-red sword slashed into the sea of flowers. The bright flowers were torn to pieces, but new ones soon grew out. However, the growth rate is obviously not as fast as the blood knife's destruction. Finally, the blood knife still broke through the sea of flowers. Boom! The sea of flowers is broken. The blood knife slashed through the body of the queen bee of flowers. Bang! The queen bee of flowers exploded on the spot. The strange thing was that what exploded was not flesh and blood, but white petals. Chapter 79. 2 Yellow Birds. Puff! The queen bee of flowers appeared 100 meters away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she used the 100 flowers substitute to block the attack of the sky-devouring demon toad, the 100 flower substitute was also made of her own essence and blood. Now it's broken, and she's hurt by it. The breathing became unstable. The sky-swallowing demon toad saw that the 100 flowers bee queen had dodged his attack. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. The queen bee of flowers wanted to chase after him, but her breathing was still disordered and had not yet subsided. Forcing your spiritual energy to circulate will only cause more harm. She hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after him immediately. The sky-swallowing demon toad is now seriously injured, and even if it runs, it can't get far. There is no need to rush. Thinking of this, she simply hung in the air and began to steady her breathing. But only a few breaths passed. A golden light shot out rapidly from the sky. It stopped a few hundred meters away from the 100 flower bee queen and revealed its figure. He is 3 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, and looks very strong. Its skin was covered with golden triangular scales, its limbs were sturdy, and its claws shone with cold light. On its neck is a golden animal head, shaped like a giant lizard, with a golden horn in the middle of its forehead. Behind it, there is a long golden tail. Name, Golden Horn Dragon. Status, healthy. Realm, level 32. Talents, intimidating power, dragon body. Spells, golden blade, golden spirit shield, golden wall, golden blade storm, wind tornado. Weaknesses, abdomen back. Note, the current demon lord of Wanyao Mountain is a powerful dragon who has been practicing for thousands of years. Golden Horn. The moment he saw this monster, Yi Qing was extremely surprised. Isn't Jinjiao in Wanyao Mountain? How come he suddenly appeared here? Moreover, why did she choose to appear just when the queen bee of flowers had just driven away the sky-devouring demon toad? The timing is so coincidental. It was such a coincidence, as if it was arranged in advance. The queen bee of flowers apparently did not expect Golden Horn to suddenly appear. She looked at Jinjiao cautiously and asked in confusion, "Why did Brother Jin suddenly appear here?" "Me? Of course I'm here to give you a ride." Jinjiao's voice was extremely heavy, and he answered in a faint tone. The moment he finished speaking, he took action. Dozens of long golden thorns quickly gathered in front of him and shot towards the queen bee of flowers. The expression of Queen Baiwa Bee changed, and she endured the injuries in her body and cast a spell to resist. But with the strength he had left, he could not be a match for Jinjiao and was beaten back repeatedly. Yi Qing witnessed everything below. I have already vaguely guessed Jinjiao's purpose. It was obviously the yellow bird. Sit back and watch the 100 Flowers Bee Queen and the sky-devouring demon toad fight to a draw. Appear when both are seriously injured to pick peaches. The queen bee of flowers has a very tight plan. It would be difficult for the seriously injured queen bee of flowers to survive. Suddenly, Yi Qing's expression changed. On the map, the sky-devouring demon toad, which had already escaped for thousands of meters, was actually being chased by another demon. Moreover, the level of that demon was not low. It was actually level 26. This level is certainly not enough to deal with a healthy, sky-swallowing demon toad. But now the sky-devouring demon toad was seriously injured. It's not certain whether you can survive. Not to mention fighting that monster. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing decided to leave from underground and chase after the sky-devouring demon toad. The stomach of the sky-devouring demon toad is what he needs to upgrade his bloodline. It can't be taken away by other demons. As for Jinjiao, what was the final outcome? He didn't have time to read on. Yi Qing shuttled quickly underground. The distance to the sky-devouring demon toad is getting closer and closer. After chasing for tens of thousands of meters, he finally caught up with the two. At this time, the sky-devouring demon toad and the eagle demon in the sky were already fighting each other. But it is clearly at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time before you are defeated and die. Yi Qing did not show up immediately. Instead, he hid underground, waiting for the two to decide the winner. He also wants to be a yellow bird for once. I saw the eagle demon in the air flapping its wings violently, and dozens of wind blades appeared in front of him in an instant. He slashed towards the sky-devouring demon toad on the ground. The sky-swallowing demon toad looked as if it was waiting to die. He was already at the end of his rope. Only 1% of his strength remains. There is no way they could be a match for each other. He struggled to raise his front legs and block the way in front of him. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The wind blade slashed on his forelimbs, cutting his skin and breaking his bones. Then, he chopped hard into his face. Boom! There was a huge wound on his face, but no blood could flow out of his shriveled body. Under the huge inertia, his huge body could not hold on, and he fell backwards involuntarily. When the eagle demon saw this, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Rushed downwards quickly, the huge claws suddenly grabbed the sky-devouring demon toad. Phew! A muffled sound. The sharp claws directly pierced through the skull of the sky-devouring demon toad. At the moment of death, the sky-swallowing demon toad burst out the last bit of strength in its body. The bloodshot eye between his brows opened again. The blood knife appeared quickly, but its size and momentum were much weaker than when it was used against the queen bee of flowers. Feeling the movement beneath him, the eagle demon's expression changed, and he loosened his claws and tried to dodge. But the next second, a bloody knife flashed by. Laugh! He dodged, but not completely. The bloody knife still hit his abdomen, leaving a wound. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. After he goes back and eats some spiritual ingredients that can replenish his chi and blood, he should be able to recover soon. He looked at the ground. At this time, the sky-swallowing demon toad was completely motionless. He dropped down and landed on the ground. He raised his claws and grabbed the blood between the eyebrows of the sky-devouring demon toad. This is what the king specifically requested. But at this moment, a dozen ochre-colored light bands suddenly appeared under his feet. The light band flashed and wrapped around his eagle claws. The demon eagle was startled and subconsciously flapped its wings, trying to fly into the air. The ratio of the light band being stretched in an instant. But this band of light was more tenacious than he had expected. It was not broken immediately. Moreover, he found that his spiritual power was also suppressed. There is no way to fully inspire. Just when he was about to exert force again to break the light strip, there was a loud rumbling sound from the ground beneath him, and then the ground left. A huge snake head emerged from it the moment it emerged. The snake opened its mouth, and a colorful poisonous cloud spewed towards him. The poisonous cloud touched his body the moment it touched him. His feathers, which were as hard as gold and iron, were quickly corroded and turned black. "Which demon king are you from? How dare you attack me? My king is the Golden Horn Demon Lord," the demon eagle shouted. At the same time, he burst out with all his strength and tore the khaki light band apart. But just as it was about to fly into the air, with a puff, a silver-white lightning spear pierced his body from below. Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon eagle. He said calmly, "My king is also called Jin Jiao." Bang! The next moment, under the demon eagle's puzzled and horrified gaze, the lightning gun in his body exploded directly, blow a big hole in his body. The spirit in his eyes was completely broken. After flapping a few times, the huge wings finally ran out of strength. The body fell downwards. Boom! There was a loud bang. His body fell heavily to the ground, breaking the trees on the ground. The demon eagle closed its eyes unwillingly. He thought it was a very simple task. Unexpectedly, I lost my life. Chapter 80. Final win. Qing dug open the belly of the sky-devouring demon toad and tore out the stomach inside. The sky-devouring demon toad has a very large stomach. It is at least 50 meters wide. It's so huge that it can't fit into a leaf bag. But fortunately, Qing can fold it. In this way, it can be barely put in. After doing all this, he opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining body of the sky-devouring demon toad into his stomach in one gulp. He did not waste the demon eagle's corpse and ate it as well. Ding! You devoured the incomplete corpse of a level 31 weird devouring sky toad. Evolution points plus 5,000. Ding! You devoured a level 26 golden feathered eagle. Evolution points plus 7,000. Current evolution points 12,000/12,000. Evolution conditions are met. Do you want to start evolving? Can I evolve again? Qing was delighted. It's a bit of a pity that the body of the sky-devouring demon toad is in tatters, and it only increased by 5,000 evolutionary points, which is still not as much as what the demon eagle gave. But the result is good. After checking the surroundings, I didn't find any powerful, strange, or demonic creatures. Qing also chose evolution without hesitation. In an instant, a large amount of heat flowed out from the hidden corners of his body, rapidly transforming his body. After a dozen breaths, the heat flow disappeared. His body also grew bigger again, reached 300 meters. Even if he coiled in the same place, his height was more than 100 meters. From a distance, it looks like a small hill. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations on your realm upgrade and obtaining a new technique. Soul Hammer. Soul Hammer. This is a very special soul spell. You can control your own soul to condense into a hammer and bombard the target's soul in the sea of consciousness. Note: if the target soul is stronger than yours, you may suffer backlash. Name: Qing. Race: colorful demonic python. Attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Status: healthy. Symbiotic tricks: 1,000-year soul core, purifying soul, controlling soul. Realm: level 25. Talents: wood shadow, endless life, wind shadow, abyss mouth, venomous body, colorful rays. Spells: green vine entanglement, green vine parasitism, green wood armor, green wood ground spikes, wooden blades, soul recovery seeds, soul burning technique, wood healing technique, wood control technique, violent wind blade, extreme wind wings, gust of wind arrows, colorful poisonous cloud, lightning gun, breath hiding technique, water spirit pupil technique, heavenly sword true fire technique, fire python technique, earth binding technique, earth drilling technique, soul hammer. Abilities: binding and strangulation, temperature control, sprint, energetic tail blade burst. Evolution points: 0/15,000. Note: a colorful demon python with decent strength and slightly high IQ. Soul hammer. Yi Qing murmured, his mind moving. The next moment, the soul power in his mind surged out and condensed into a small hammer in front of him. The hammer is round and has a corresponding handle. The whole thing is blue, shimmering with a faint glow, and looks a little unreal. Yi Qing wanted to try out its power. He turned his head and looked at a little earth demon not far away. This is a more common type of trickery. It has a large green gourd-shaped head and moves slowly. But if something accidentally falls on his head, it will be sucked into the gourd hole on his head. Go! Yi Qing's mind moved. The soul hammer shot out immediately. Bang! A muffled sound was heard that only he could hear. Immediately afterwards, the little earth demon lay down. The next second, the soul hammer emerged from the little demon's head and flew back. Drill into his head and transform into soul power. In other words, soul hammer is not a one-time spell. It can be recycled after use. Very reasonable. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. Soul power is very important. If you use the soul hammer once, you will have less. Even if he had the soul core to enhance his soul power, he didn't dare to use it casually. I wonder how the fight is going over there with the 100-flower bee queen? Yi Qing raised his head and looked into the distance, feeling a little curious. After hesitating for a moment, he began to clean up the traces left on the ground. In order to avoid leaving traces and smells behind and being discovered by Golden Horn afterwards. It took him a while to clean up the traces. Then he didn't delay any longer, summoned the wind wings, and immediately left the crime scene. Half an hour later, Yi Qing returned to Bywailing. At this time, the demons from Bywailing had already recaptured the pass. There are always large numbers of demons guarding every checkpoint. Yi Qing found Hu Li, who was guarding a checkpoint. He smiled and asked, "Brother, hasn't the 100 Flowers demon lord dealt with the sky-swallowing demon toad yet?" He didn't know whether Hu Li knew in advance that Jin Jiao was coming to Bywailing. Therefore, I can only ask tentatively. Pretend that you don't know Jin Jiao has come to Bywailing. Hu Li shook his head. No, Brother Yi is a little worried? Phoenix? Don't think too much. The sky-swallowing demon toad has been seriously injured and can't cause any big waves. We'll wait for the 100 Flowers demon lord to kill him and return to 100 Flowers Ridge. Then we can get some benefits and leave here. The tiger's eyes, which were originally quite majestic, now looked a little vulgar. This good brother of his is really greedy to the core. But it seemed that it didn't know that Jin Jiao would come. In other words, Jin Jiao even hid the secret from his own guardian Vajra. This was probably also to gain the trust of the queen bee of flowers and not let her become suspicious. Brother is right. There are really a lot of good things in Bywailing. Yi Qing spoke in agreement. Of course, all kinds of spiritual flowers in Bywailing are good things. Our king has mentioned it more than once. Ungria linudda. Yi Qing's heart moved. Judging from what Hu Li said, Jin Jiao must have been eyeing Bywailing for a long time. Now I have finally seized the right opportunity. I guess in a while, when Jin Jiao kills the 100 Flower Bee Queen and returns, the owner of 100 Flower Ridge will change. That's not right, Brother Yi. Why have you grown bigger again? Suddenly, Hu Li stared at Yi Qing's body in surprise and exclaimed in surprise. He still clearly remembered that on the first day, Yi Qing was only a little over 200 meters tall. Now what? Is it almost 300 meters? The breakthrough to this realm is too fast. Yi Qing felt helpless. He has the ability to conceal his breath, which allows him to hide his own aura. But the changes in body shape could not be concealed no matter what. Several demons around him were surprised at his rapid change in size. To this end, he came up with a solution that was not really a solution. Brother Hu, to be honest, when I was a kid, I ate a golden fruit from a dead tree in a mountain stream. Since then, my body has grown bigger every once in a while. Yi Qing's eyes were full of seriousness. This is what he came up with. Since Hu Li and the others all want to know why their bodies can grow so quickly, then give them a reason. As for the rest, Let them guess. Golden spiritual fruit? Hu Li was stunned. Then a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He nodded and laughed. I told you, you must be hiding something from me. He once ate an unknown spiritual fruit, which made him extremely energetic. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the tigresses in his family. In my heart, I believed Yi Qing's explanation to some extent. Hee brother, you have to keep it a secret from me. Yi Qing chuckled and got away with it. Chapter 81. Discovery of Traces. Yi Qing and Hu Li were chatting intermittently. Until it gets dark. Why hasn't the 100 Flowers demon lord come back yet? Did something unexpected happen? Wu Li spoke in confusion. Such a long time has passed. The demon lord of flowers should have returned. Yi Qing shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked up at the sky. There was a golden light coming rapidly. In an instant, it landed on a pass not far from them. It was the golden horn. Why is the king coming to Bywailing? Hu Li asked in surprise. It can be seen that he was very confused. Brother Yi, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go over and take a look. He turned around, gave some instructions, flapped his wings behind him, and soared into the sky. Leave this checkpoint in a flash. Yi Qing wanted to go and take a look, but he had just killed the demon eagle and seized the golden horn. I felt a little guilty and afraid of being discovered, so I hesitated for a moment. It was during this moment of hesitation that Hu Li had already left the mountain. It was too late to call Hu Li, but Yi Qing didn't feel too sorry. At worst, he can just wait for Hu Li to come back and ask. But what he didn't expect was, Hu Li returned to the checkpoint just a few minutes after he left. With a solemn look on his face, he spoke as soon as he reached the top of the mountain. The king asked us to search the mountain and find the 100 Flowers demon lord. As if afraid that Yi Qing wouldn't understand, he immediately began to explain. Your Majesty has come here to obtain Baiwa Ridge, so of course you have to kill the Baiwa demon lord. This matter must be kept secret from the demon kings of Baiwa Ridge below, and only the demons of Wan Yao Mountain know about it. But if you encounter a demon king who tries to stop us, just kill him. Yi Qing was shocked. I never thought that the queen bee of flowers was so difficult to kill. She was obviously seriously injured, so how did she escape from Jinjiao? He was very confused. Okay, Yi Qing nodded, but the entire Baiwa Ridge is huge. Where should we start looking? Although they have a lot of demons under their command, they're still too few when spread out across the entire Baiwa Ridge. Besides, what are the places beyond Bywailing? The places occupied by strange creatures are even larger. If they search aimlessly, it will not be easy to find a needle in a haystack. If we keep looking, when will we find it? I heard from the king that the 100 Flowers demon lord used a method of substituting a dead person for a dead one, and will come back to life in the body that was left behind in advance. The body needs to be nurtured for a long time, and it is likely to be in a hidden place somewhere in Baiwa Ridge. Hu Li told all the news he had been waiting for. After hearing this, Yi Qing finally understood. He said, given the queen bee's condition at that time, how could she survive? It turned out that he had prepared a backup plan in advance. The queen bee of flowers is not very powerful, but she has many tricks up her sleeve. There is no time to lose. Go and notify the demons at Baichao Peak to search the mountain. I will go and inform the other demon kings. It can be seen that Hu Li is very anxious. After he gave Yi Qing his instructions, he spread his wings and left the pass again. After Yi Qing pondered for a moment, he summoned the swift wind wings and flew towards the base at Baichao Peak. The life and death of the Queen of Flowers had nothing to do with him. No matter if it's just for show or not, searching the mountain has to be done. Otherwise, his behavior would be too suspicious. Soon, he found Jin Ling and briefly told him what happened. I understand, Master. Jin Ling nodded. Then she turned around and began to order her men to search the mountain. After Yi Qing explained the matter, he did not stay here any longer. Instead, the extreme wind wings behind it flapped and it flew into the air. It began to hover over the entire Bywailing. For him, who had the map, he didn't even need to land on the ground to check. He could see everything below clearly. You know, at this time the range of his map has reached a radius of 10,000 meters. Even if the queen bee of flowers hid underground, he could still see it. The efficiency is much faster than Jin Ling and the others. As for why he wanted to find the queen bee of flowers first, of course, I want to see if I can take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. After all, the queen bee of flowers has a lot of good things in her hands. With this thought in mind, he began to search everywhere in Bywailing. But who knew that this search would take half the night? He searched almost all of Bywailing, but still no trace of the Queen of Flowers was found. He didn't notice it, let alone Hu Li and the others. This made Yi Qing even wonder whether the Queen Bee of 100 Flowers had already escaped from Baiwa Ridge. But the time has come. He still felt a little unwilling to leave until he had searched the entire Baiwa Ridge. With this intention in mind, he came to the only place he had not yet found. Flower Valley. This is where the Queen Bee of Flowers often stays. It is possible that it placed its body here. But this is where Hu Li first searched. No trace of the Queen of Flowers was found. To this end, Hu Li also killed many monsters in the valley. At this time, there was still a faint smell of blood in the valley. Yi Qing flew around the Flower Valley. After a moment, he was suddenly startled and felt slightly happy. Never mind, he actually found it, in an inconspicuous corner on the east side of the Flower Valley. At this time, there were a large number of spiritual flowers growing on the ground, and nothing else. But 1,000 meters underground, there is a huge hole. Inside the cave, there is a sea of flowers. In the middle of the sea of flowers, there was a demon sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. She looks exactly like the Queen Bee of Flowers. However, his cultivation level is only at level 27. Compared with before, it is much weaker, and its current state is still weak. Yi Qing looked around and found that no demon noticed him. He no longer hesitated and dived directly into the sea of flowers. The moment it approached the ground, it used the bottom drilling technique and drilled towards the underground hole. He is very fast. It only took a dozen breaths to successfully get into the cave. The moment it appeared, the Queen Bee of Flowers also suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Yi Qing in shock, wondering how Yi Qing found this place. This place is deep underground, and the entrance is blocked by herself. If other demons didn't know about this place in advance, it would be impossible for them to discover it. How did you find me here? After being shocked, Queen Bee of Flowers took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Yi Qing shook his head. He couldn't tell his secret. The important thing is, you're going to die. Chapter 82 Conquer. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the Queen Bee of Flowers immediately became alert, ready to take action at any time. However, she had no confidence at all that she could defeat Yi Qing. Her body is now extremely weak, far worse than when she was in her prime. Moreover, she had seen Yi Qing's abilities. After hesitating for a moment, he saw that Yi Qing came alone. An idea suddenly occurred to her. Yi Qing, there is no hatred between you and me. Why don't you let me go? If I can escape from Baiwa Ridge, I will definitely repay you afterwards. The Queen of Flowers bespoke in a deep voice. Just making empty promises? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows. He is so familiar with this routine. The Queen Bee of Flowers didn't want to give anything and just wanted him to let her go. It's a really wild idea and a good plan. Tell me, if I capture you and present you to the Golden Horn King, do you think he will reward me? Yi Qing said with narrowed eyes. But if you take out your private stash, I might consider letting you go. Keeping it for yourself? Queen Baiwa Bee's expression changed. Subconsciously, she covered her full chest with her hands. She did leave some spiritual materials, but they were all used to heal her injuries or restore her strength. If she gave it to Yi Qing, it would take a long time for her to recover from her injuries. How can I seek revenge on Jinjiao? But if you don't give it to me now, she's going to die. So after struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, I can give you half of my secret stash, but you have to let me go. If this could buy a glimmer of hope, it wouldn't be completely unacceptable. Baiwa, you haven't figured out your current situation yet. Yi Qing shook his head gently. You are the one begging me, not me begging you. I want all your hidden treasures. After he finished speaking, he was too lazy to continue talking to the Queen Bee of Flowers. With a thought, he used the earth binding technique. In an instant, more than a dozen thick, ochre-colored ropes appeared on the ground, wrapped around the feet of the Queen of Flowers Bee. The Queen Bee of Flowers had long been wary of Yi Qing. Her reaction was just as quick, and she jumped up from the ground, trying to dodge. But there was some movement. Her eyes blurred, and she felt as if her head was hit hard by a hammer. My head hurts. There was a moment of emptiness in my mind. When she regained consciousness, she found her whole body was wrapped in yellow ropes. His own spiritual power was suppressed to the extreme. It's hard to move. Despicable. The Queen Bee of Flowers gritted her teeth, an unwilling look on her face. Unexpectedly, she was careless for a moment and fell into Jinjiao's trap. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I was actually bullied by a demon king. But at this point, there's no point saying anything. She closed her eyes resignedly, planning to welcome his own death. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just then, she suddenly felt a chill on her chest. Opened my eyes subconsciously. She actually discovered a thick snake tail groping her chest. Then he pulled over the leaf bag where she had hidden it. Yi Qing looked at the leaf bag in front of him, but was not in a hurry to open it and check. Instead, put it away first. Then he looked at the queen bee of flowers below. To be honest, the figure of the queen of flowers bee is indeed very sexy. It is big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. Worthy of her fairy identity. If she could fully transform, I wonder what she would look like. Yi Qing felt a little curious and a little expectant. He hasn't seen a proper human body for a long time. I still have a place in the soul control. If I can subdue the queen bee of 100 flowers, then I can do whatever I want. How I want, I can do it. Yi Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter. He admitted that he was attracted by the strength of the 100-flower bee queen, although its realm has fallen. But it is already a level 27 monster. There is still some strength. Moreover, he has a blood feud with Jin Jiao. In the future, when I face Jin Jiao, he can also serve as my helper. After all, Baiwa and Jin Jiao have fought before, so they should be clear about each other's strengths and means. In addition, he was also curious about where the queen bee of flowers obtained the talisman. There are many benefits to conquering all the flowers, but the risks are also great. If he exposed himself, he would be discovered by Jin Jiao. Then he's dead. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to compete with Golden Horn. If you lose something, you gain something. Don't be afraid of it. Just do it. Yi Qing looked at the sexy queen bee of flowers in front of him and finally made a decision. Do you still want to live? Yi Qing asked. The queen bee of flowers was stunned. She thought she was going to die. Now that Yi Qing asked her this, does that mean he doesn't intend to kill her? Yes, she answered without hesitation. You should follow me in the future. I can protect your life. Yi Qing said in a deep voice. Follow you. The queen bee of flowers looked surprised. Well, what? You don't want to? Yi Qing asked back. He thought it was a very good deal that she could survive by working as his maid. The queen bee of flowers had no reason to refuse. After getting the confirmation, the queen bee of flowers fell in a deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes showing determination. From the moment I was born, I have been the king of tens of thousands of demons in Baiwa Ridge. I have never succumbed to other demons, and it is even more impossible for me to be a subordinate of other demons and live in humiliation. I can't do what you ask. Just kill me. Yi Qing was stunned. He was genuinely surprised. There are actually monsters that are not afraid of death. He had not expected that the queen bee of flowers would be so strong-willed. This is a bit difficult. The soul control process must make the other party truly accept it. If Baiwa insists on doing so, then he will have no choice but to resort to some tricks. Looking at the queen bee of flowers with a determined gaze, Yi Qing suddenly smiled, shook his head gently, and said, I misjudged you. The queen bee of flowers' resolute gaze wavered slightly. She didn't understand what Yi Qing meant by this. The demons from Baiwa Ridge followed the wrong person, too. Yi Qing continued. The queen bee of 100 Flowers fixed her eyes and retorted, I have never treated the demons on 100 Flowers Ridge unfairly. They all followed me willingly. Ah, yes. They followed a useless demon lord like you. That's why they ended up like this today. Guess how many of them are left now that they have been killed? They all died because of you. Didn't they follow the wrong person? Yi Qing's eyes became sharper and his tone became more serious. The queen bee of flowers took a deep breath. Her chest puffed up and then fell. I'm not as strong as Jin Jiao. There's nothing to say. I just tried my best, sighed the queen bee of flowers. She really tried her best. But the Golden Horn had planned everything already. She tried everything she could, but she was still no match for Jin Jiao. Try your best? Ha 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 ha. That's ridiculous. Ye Pink Laffit. You are not dead yet, but you don't even have the courage to avenge your men. You only care about your own fragile dignity. Is it not too much to call you a waste? Chapter 83 Causes and Consequences. The queen bee of flowers clenched her teeth, feeling unwilling. She could naturally hear the provocation in Yi Qing's words, but she had to admit that what Yi Qing said touched her heart. After keeping silent for a moment, she looked at Yi Qing again. He said seriously, I can agree to be your subordinate, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Explain. Help me kill the Golden Horn, said the queen bee of flowers hatefully. Yi Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. When I am strong enough, I will help you kill Jinjiao. The dragon heart needed to upgrade his bloodline is currently only found in Jinjiao. It's not Jinjiao who wants to kill him, but he wants to kill Jinjiao. Baiwa wants to kill Jinjiao for revenge. They have a common goal, so it's okay to agree to Baiwa. But he didn't say he would die. He just said he would take action when he was strong enough. Okay, it's settled then. The queen bee of flowers nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qing flapped his Jifeng wings and landed on the ground. The next second, the soul core between his eyebrows emerged. Relax, don't resist, take the initiative to accept him. Ye Ving Grimindit. As soon as the words fell, a red thread emerged from the soul core and sank into Baihua's brow. Without encountering any resistance, he successfully established contact with Baiwa. Now he knew exactly what Baiwa was thinking. He can also crush the souls of all flowers in an instant with just a thought. All the flowers, inside and out from the spirit to the flesh, are his. Your Majesty. The queen bee of flowers lowered her head and said softly, "Call me master from now on." Ye vin corrected. Okay, master. The queen bee of flowers was a little uncomfortable. It seems that he hasn't adapted to his current identity yet. Yi Qing was not in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future, and he could just train him slowly. But how to take the queen bee away from here is a difficult problem. If I take him out of this cave, I will probably be discovered the moment I leave. Do you have any way to avoid Jinjiao's detection? Yi Qing asked. As a level 32 demon lord, Jinjiao's perception must be extremely sharp. It is estimated that only the queen bee of flowers, who was once a demon lord, may be able to deal with it. If it were my heyday, I would have a way. But now, the queen bee of flowers answered hesitantly. Ye vink fronet. Things are getting a little difficult. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. Since nothing works, just go downstairs. He can use the earth drilling technique to take Baihua away from underground. It just takes more time. In addition, it takes effort to eliminate the traces left behind afterwards. This is to prevent the demons from Wan Yao Mountain from discovering this place. After finalizing the plan, Yi Qing took quick action. He crawled back into the big hole he had made above and blocked the outside entrance again. Then he returned to the cave, looked at Baiwa, and ordered, "Sit up. Good master." Baiwa nodded slightly and flew to sit on Yi Qing's back. "Sit tight," Yi Qing reminded. He immediately used the earth drilling technique and began to sneak out of Baiwa Ridge. Even with his current strength, he still felt considerable resistance while drilling 1,000 meters underground. But it was still within his tolerance. As for Baiwa, because of her small body and the protection of Yi Qing covered in colorful light, I didn't feel too much pressure. It took Yi Qing most of the day before he finally left Baiwailing. He crawled out of the ground without taking a rest. After determining the direction, it continued to fly away from Baiwailing. Only after flying more than 100,000 miles did he feel a little relieved. He found a natural cave and temporarily placed the flowers inside. "You should stay here and recover from your injuries first," Yi Qing advised. As he said this, he returned the leaf bag he had snatched from the queen bee of flowers to her. Now that the queen bee of flowers is seriously injured, she needs these things more than he does. "I understand, master." The queen bee of flowers looked at the lost leaf bag and nodded. "Well, how long will it take for you to recover from your current injury? If you need my help, just tell me." Now Baiwa has become his little maid, and he speaks more directly. Baiwa shook her head. "I have injured my essence. The master's healing technique can't help me. I can only rely on myself to recover slowly. It will take at least 10 years to recover." "So long?" Yi Qing frowned, not very satisfied with the result. In 10 years, with his upgrade speed, he can completely kill Jin Jiao alone. He suddenly felt a little regretful. "I thought I had a powerful subordinate. But now, it's a bit hard to describe. But it's okay. Since Baiwa can't do anything, she can still help him arrange flowers. Is there any way I can help you recover as soon as possible?" Yi Qing asked. If Baiwa can recover her strength, it will be of some help to him in hunting down Jin Jiao. Therefore, if possible, he still wanted to try his best to help Baiwa recover. Queen Hundred Flowers pondered for a moment, then answered, "Ordinary spiritual materials for healing injuries can only help me recover my essence a little faster. There's only one place I can think of that might have something that would allow me to recover quickly." "Where?" 10,000 Beast Sect, Baiwa replied in a deep voice. Before Yi Qing could ask further, he continued, "To be precise, it should be the remains of the 10,000 Beast Sect. According to the information I have learned over the years, This sect existed 10,000 years ago, but for some unknown reason, all the monks in the sect died, leaving only ruins. There is a powerful forbidden magic circle outside the ruins. It is usually impossible to find it, but every 100 years it will automatically open a gap, and then you can go in. There are all kinds of things used by human monks in the ruins, some of which are also useful to us. The talisman I used a few days ago was obtained from here. After Baiwa finished speaking in one breath, she finally stopped. Is there such a place? Yi Qing was curious, very interested in this. He thought of the Silver Moon Wolf King's alchemy book and the bronze furnace. Obviously, there were human monks in this world before. However, the world has changed dramatically, and the monks have disappeared for unknown reasons. But their legacy remains. This is a good opportunity for the demons here. When will the ruins be opened next time? Yi Qing asked. He had seen the power of the talisman with his own eyes, and even if it wasn't for Baiwa, he wanted to go in and take a look. 2 months later, Baiwa replied with a hint of unwillingness on her face. Originally, she could have gone in and looted some things, but her injuries are too severe now. If she rushes in, she will only die faster. Master, if you want to go in and take a look, you must be careful. The ruins themselves are extremely dangerous, and some things are simply terrifying. In addition, when the ruins are opened, other powerful demons and strange creatures nearby will come to participate, and it is common for them to fight for treasures. Baiwa kindly reminded. Chapter 84, Leaf Demon King. Yi Qing nodded. He understood this kind of thing without Baiwa reminding him. Even people will fight to the point of bleeding for the sake of profit. Not to mention demons. People die for money and birds die for food. This has been an unchanging truth since ancient times. Where are the ruins? Yi Qing asked. The location of the ruins is different each time. The first time I found the ruins, it was near Wanyao Mountain, and the second time was to the east of Baihua Ridge. Every time the ruins appear, they make a lot of noise. You can spot them even from a long distance. The master doesn't have to worry about missing them. As if knowing Yi Qing's worries, Baiwa explained patiently. So that's how it is? Yi Qing nodded, finally understanding it. Then he chatted with Baiwa for a while. I learned a lot about the ruins from him. Seeing that it was getting late, he said hello and spread his extreme wind wings to return to Baihua Ridge. Anyway, the ruins will not be opened for another 2 months. During this period, he had plenty of time to come and ask. There is no need to rush for this moment. He returned very quickly. It took less than an hour to return to Baiwailing. Have you found any trace of the Queen of Flowers? Yi Qing found Jin Ling and asked. Jin Ling shook his head. No. I wonder where the Queen of Flowers is hiding. We've searched all over Baihua Ridge, but we still can't find her. Master, is it possible that the Queen of Flowers is not in Baihua Ridge at all? Jin Ling was a little discouraged. After all, they had been searching for a whole day. Yi Qing did not make the matter clear. He just nodded perfunctorily. It's possible, but no matter whether it's still there or not, we still have to keep looking for it. There is no need for Jin Ling to know about the Queen Bee of Flowers for the time being. Although Jin Ling is one of their own, if he accidentally lets the cat out of the bag, it will bring unnecessary trouble. Okay, master. Jin Ling didn't think much about it. After agreeing, he turned around and flapped his wings to fly away. She also understood that they had to keep searching until the king gave the order to stop. After Jin Ling left, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the demons in Wanyao Mountain have not discovered the underground cave yet. This is a good thing for him. Although he had sorted out the traces he left behind, he was not sure if he could hide them from Jinjiao. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 days later. In 5 days, the demons from Wanyao Mountain almost turned the entire Baihua Ridge upside down. But the Queen Bee of Flowers was still not found. Even the underground cave was not discovered. Yi Qing's anxious heart gradually calmed down. He found that he had overestimated these monsters. After all, the cave is 1,000 meters deep underground, and it is still difficult for ordinary monsters to find it. The king has ordered all demon kings to gather in the Flower Valley immediately. At this moment, a harsh sound rang out from the sky, interrupting Yi Qing's thoughts. Yi Qing frowned. What could be going on if Jin Jiao asked them to come over at this time? He was puzzled, but he still called over Jin Ling and the other 2 little demon kings. The 4 of them flew towards the Flower Valley together. When they arrived here, they found that most of the demon kings from Wanyao Mountain had already arrived. Huli and Luli are also here. Yi Qing, Jin Ling, and the others landed in a corner together. Looking towards the center of the monsters, there stood a golden figure. It's the Golden Horn. He looked very serious. Yi Qing was not surprised by this. He had been searching for the queen bee of flowers for 5 or 6 days without success, so it would be strange if he was not angry. After waiting for a while, the demon kings finally arrived. Luli looked back and stepped forward to remind him, "My king, it's over." Jin Jiao nodded slightly and looked up at the monsters in front of him. All the demons that looked at him lowered their heads and dared not look him in the face. Soon, his eyes fell on Yi Qing. Yi Qing only felt a powerful pressure pressing down on his soul, trying to make him surrender. However, he used the soul core to absorb a large amount of soul power, and the strength of his own soul increased a lot. The seemingly powerful pressure had a very weak effect on him. It was like a gust of majestic wind blowing across the soul. And then, nothing happened. He pretended to lower his head, trying hard not to let Jin Jiao notice anything unusual. There was a hint of suspicion in Jin Jiao's eyes. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. However, the colorful demon python in front of him is quite powerful. "What's your name? Who do you work for?" Jin Ling asked aloud. Yi Qing was shocked and thought to himself that something was wrong. Was he discovered? Fortunately, he had a strong mental state and did not lose his composure. Instead, he lowered his head and answered, "My lord, my name is Yi Qing, and I am currently working under the Golden Spirit Demon Lord." Jin Ling. Jin Jiao looked at Jin Ling with some surprise. Jin Ling is the weakest among the 12 great demon kings under him, and is usually excluded by the other great demon kings. Most of his subordinates are weak demons, but unexpectedly, there is now a demon python with considerable strength among his subordinates. With the strength of this demon python, it is more than enough to be a great demon lord. Even the Dharma protector Vajra is not impossible. And one of his Dharma protectors, Vajra, had just died. But he was not in a hurry. His Dharma protectors had followed him for dozens or even hundreds of years before they took this position. Even if Yi Qing has some strength, it is impossible for him to directly ascend to the position of Dharma protector Vajra from the position of Demon King. Give him the position of a great Demon King first and observe him for a few years before making any decisions. Jin Jiao made a decision in his heart. He ordered, "Yi Qing, you will be my great Demon King from now on." Yi Qing was stunned. He thought he was discovered. It turned out that this Golden Horn wanted to promote him, and there was no chance for him to refuse. Direct orders. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and agreed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your appreciation of Yi Qing. Yi Qing will definitely work hard to serve Your Majesty in the future." At this moment, he didn't really want to cause any trouble. "Well, not bad." Jin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. What Yi Qing said was exactly what he wanted. Then his face turned serious and he shouted, "All demon lords, listen to my orders. Exist." The demon lords below answered in unison. The sound shook the entire Flower Valley. "Gather all the demons in bywailing. Keep the obedient ones and kill the disobedient ones," Jin Jiao said in an icy voice. "Since I can't find a queen bee of flowers, I might as well give up looking for it." Although the queen bee of flowers ran away, she didn't have much strength left and couldn't make any waves. There's no need to continue wasting energy on it. The ruins of the 10,000 Beast sect are about to be opened, and soon a large number of demons will gather here, so he must prepare in advance. "Yes, Your Majesty." The surrounding demons agreed in unison. Then he turned around and quickly left the Flower Valley. This is a great opportunity to expand the number of their own men. Naturally, they have to seize the opportunity and be one step ahead of others. Chapter 85, Change of Ownership of Baiwa Ridge. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, Brother Yi, for becoming the great Demon Lord." From behind, Huli caught up with Yi Qing and congratulated him with a loud laugh. "You are too polite, big brother. I will need your care in the future." Yi Qing also answered with a smile. "Haha, you and I are brothers, no problem. By the way, Brother Yi, you don't have a Demon King under your command yet. This is a good opportunity. You can recruit some demons from bywailing to your own. You have subordinates to command for small matters on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to do everything yourself." Huli blinked gently and reminded Yi Qing. "Brother is right. I will go capture some monsters to be my subordinates." Yi Qing nodded and agreed with Huli's words in his heart. If you don't have any demons under your command, you're just a commander without any troops. Just look at Jin Ling, and you will know. It's not easy to be a commander without any troops. It is easy to be excluded and bullied. In the world of demons, respect must be earned through strength. But there is no such thing as giving in and others thinking you are polite. They will just think you are a soft persimmon, easy to bully. I'm glad you understand. Go quickly. If I have time later, I will help you collect a few demon kings. Huli nodded with satisfaction. Although the 4 Dharma protectors can nominally command the 12 demon kings. But in reality, they have very few subordinates available at any time. This is the order issued by King Goldenhorn. They, the Dharma protectors, are not allowed to have their own demon subordinates like the great demon king. Therefore, even if he could subdue the demon king of Bywailing in a while, he could not keep him in his hands. It would be better to do Yi Qing a favor. After all, Yi Qing and he have similar temperaments. Haha, then I'd like to thank you in advance, big brother. Yi Qing laughed, flapped his Jifeng wings quickly, chose a direction, and flew away quickly. Huli stayed in the air for a moment, then flew away and returned to the Flower Valley. Do you know this Yi Qing? As soon as he landed, Jin Jiao asked. Yes, my king. Huli bowed and replied. Tell me about him. Jin Jiao's eyes flashed. Your Majesty, this Yi Qing came with us from the 10,000 Demons Mountain. On the other side, in a remote corner far away from the Flower Valley, Yi Qing looked at a level 20B demon in front of him and said calmly, Follow me. I can spare your life. He is not interested in low-level demons. Since he was planning to recruit some subordinates to do the work, he would naturally recruit some demons with decent strength. You demons from the 10,000 Demons Mountain. I will kill you if I wanted. Don't waste my time talking to me. I will never betray the 100 Flowers Demon Lord. Unexpectedly, the bee monster was very tough and looked determined to fight to the death. Yi Qing frowned. Although he learned during his communication with Baiwa a few days ago that his subordinates were very loyal to him, he was still surprised when he saw them now. Nowadays, there are still monsters who are not afraid of death. But thinking back, the queen bee of flowers had the same attitude towards him, so he was not surprised. This is a bunch of stubborn people. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He lifted his tail and patted the leaf bag. A huge hair suddenly flew out from inside. The hair is dark yellow with white circular patterns and is as straight as steel needles. You should be familiar with this thing, right? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a piece of fluff on the back of the queen bee. This is... The bee demon's eyes were filled with excitement. He felt a familiar scent on this strand of hair. It belongs to their demon lord of flowers. Do you know where the demon lord is? The bee demon asked. All he could think of was that the demon python in front of him had hidden their demon master. Yi Qing shook his head. You are not qualified to know so much. Just follow me in the future. You will meet your demon master when you have the chance. The next second, he put the fluff away. If this thing were seen by the demons on the Wanyao Mountain, it would inevitably cause misunderstanding. Of course, you can also choose not to believe me. Yi Qing added at the end. He was already taking a big risk by doing this. If this bee monster doesn't know what's best for him, he will have no choice but to kill it. Baiwa cares about them, but she doesn't. It's nothing more than one less subordinate. To him, it's harmless. The bee demon was suspended in midair, lost in thought, with an extremely conflicted look on his face from time to time. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the demon lord had once left the demon python in front of him alone. Could it be that? His eyes lit up. His demon master always planned ahead when doing things. Maybe the demon lord had anticipated this day, and therefore specially sent this demon python to rescue us. He suddenly understood. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately nodded and said, I believe you. Fengshan will follow you from now on. Yi Qing was confused. He thought the bee monster in front of him would struggle for a while. I didn't expect to make a decision so quickly. But it's better this way. It saves him a lot of trouble. Well, let's go. Yi Qing nodded slightly. He took Fengshan and rushed towards another bee monster he sensed. After a moment, behind Yi Qing, there are already 3 demon kings, including Fengshan. But he was still not satisfied. It's a bit too little. Shaked his head. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked to the side of where he was. An acquaintance of his was there. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qing flapped the Jifeng wings behind him and flew quickly to the side. Soon I came to this acquaintance. He landed on the ground and looked at the red rabbit in front of him. Hey, brother, why are you here? Hongtu was extremely surprised when she saw Yi Qing suddenly appear. Come and take a look. Yi Qing replied calmly, then looked at the bee monsters behind Red Rabbit and asked, Did you subdue all these bee monsters? Yeah, big brother, you don't know how lucky I am. These bee monsters were hiding in a cave, and I found them and blocked them in the cave. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Red Rabbit answered with a smile, a hint of pride in her eyes. However, he could no longer laugh after seeing the three bee monsters behind Yi Qing. Because there is a big demon king in there. It is much stronger than the bee monsters he captured. Moreover, why are these bee monsters willing to follow Yi Qing? The ones he caught would rather die than follow him. Brother, did you tame these three bee monsters? Red Rabbit asked enviously. Brother, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Red Rabbit asked humbly. Coercion, inducement, and deception, Yi Qing said perfunctorily. Big brother, can you tell me in detail? Red Rabbit's eyes lit up. You won't be able to learn even if I tell you. How about this? Give me these bee monsters and I'll train them for you and then send them back to you. Yi Qing answered with seemingly good intentions. Now that the bee monster is in his hands, there is no way Red Rabbit can get it back. Brother, this is not good. It's too much trouble for you. Honk tu espace froze. He had realized something was wrong. This is not Yi Qing's temper. When did Yi Qing ever talk to him so nicely? There must be something wrong. It's not a trouble. We are brothers. I'll help you with this small favor. What? You don't trust your brother? Yi Qing pretended to be angry. No need to say more. It's settled. Hong Tu wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Yi Qing. Chapter 86. Battle of the Water Pond. My Lord Demon King, Yi Qing is bullying us too much. Looking at Yi Qing's back as he left with the bee demon, a wolf demon behind the Red Rabbit was so angry that he stood up and said angrily, "Bang!" Red Rabbit turned around, slapped the monster hard, and shouted, "That's my elder brother. If you dare to sow discord between us again, I will kill you." The wolf demon was slapped by the enemy and vomited blood. The whole demon was stunned. He thought that he would gain favor by standing on Red Rabbit's side and speaking up for her. I didn't expect that I would be beaten. He lowered his head, feeling very aggrieved, but did not dare to continue speaking. Red Rabbit looked at it for a while before looking away. Yi Qing hadn't walked far yet. If he heard what this idiot said, he would make him angry. I can't afford the consequences. Others may not know Yi Qing's strength, but he knows it very well. It doesn't take 3 moves to kill yourself. If you mess with Yi Qing, you will risk your own life. Besides, they're just a few bee monsters, no big deal. But if he can use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Yi Qing, then he will make a fortune. 5 days later, Yi Qing looked at the 15 demon kings, plus a big demon king, behind him and nodded with satisfaction. These are all the demon kings he has collected in the past 5 days. There are 16 demon kings in total. All of them are bee demons. In addition to these demon kings, there are more than 200 little demons. Originally, Yi Qing didn't want these little demons, but they all follow the demon king under their command. It was not easy for him to drive them away by force. In the end, he could only let his subordinate demon kings govern each of them. There was no way he would waste his energy on these little demons. The next step is to find a good place to live. Yi Qing looked at the nearby mountains, planning to choose a place to live permanently. Jinjiao is now the new demon lord of Baiwailing, and these demon kings will not be able to return to Wanyao Mountain in a short time. Of course, I need to find a place suitable for long-term residence. After a brief thought, he had a goal in mind. A few days ago, in order to find the queen bee of Baiwa, he traveled around the entire Baiwa Ridge. It is not an exaggeration to call him a walking map of Baiwa Ridge. Taking Fengshan and a few others with him, Yi Qing summoned the extreme wind wings and flew towards that location. The place he liked was to the north of the Flower Valley. It was also a valley, but the difference was that there was a deep pool in the valley he liked. There is a small spiritual vein branch at the bottom of the deep pool, so the spiritual energy there is very rich. He even suspected at first whether the queen bee of flowers might be hiding in the pond. So I searched it several times, and my memory is still quite vivid. It didn't take him long to find the place. But after sensing the movement below, he frowned. It turned out that other great demon kings had discovered this place in advance. He had also seen that great demon king before, a 2-headed demon crocodile. It seems to be called Evil 7? Ye demon king. This place has been occupied by my demon king. I wonder what you were doing here. Just as he was recalling, a little demon king flew up from below and looked at him and said. There was a kind of coldness in his tone that kept people at a distance. Yi Qing felt a little unhappy when he heard this. This made him change his mind instantly, as he was originally planning to leave and find a new place elsewhere. When he was a human being, he was tolerant in everything. Now that he has become a demon, he doesn't want to give in any longer. If you want something, you have to grab the fuck out of it. I like this place. Let your demon king leave. As he spoke, he fell downwards with the demon king behind him. It would be fine if Evil 7 was as sensible as Red Rabbit. If he is ignorant, I don't mind teaching him a lesson. The little demon opposite Yi Qing froze, as if he didn't expect Yi Qing to be so direct. His boss's strength is ranked among the top 3 among the 12 demon kings. Yi Qing has just become the demon king. How come he is so arrogant? You really are not afraid of death? Well, let him learn a lesson here today. Let them know that not everyone can be offended. Thinking of this, he quickly fell downwards, intending to inform his boss first. Yi Qing glanced at him and did not try to stop him. It's just a little demon king, not worth his effort. He landed in front of the pool and waited patiently for Evil 7 to appear. It didn't take long before bubbles began to appear in the pool, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Gurgle, gurgle, immediately followed by a loud bang. Bang! The water in the pool exploded in the center, and a two-headed demon crocodile with a completely black body and covered with hard keratin jumped out. Boom! It hit the edge of the pond heavily. A large amount of pool water splashed in all directions and was about to splash onto Yi Qing. But it stopped strangely and fell in front of Yi Qing. It didn't wet Yi Qing's scales. Yi Demon King, I was the first one to discover this place. Now you come here and want to chase me away. Isn't that a bit overbearing? One of the 7 evil leaders spoke with a bad tone. As he spoke, a hint of aura emanated from his body, as if to shock Yi Qing. But Yi Qing had already seen through his true colors. It's just a level 23 demon crocodile. He can easily control it. Therefore, he speaks bluntly and directly. I am overbearing. Do you have any objection? Yi Qing even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Where does a new demon king get the confidence to speak such arrogant words to him? Don't want to live anymore? Say it again? Evil 7's eyes showed a ferocious look. Boss, why waste time talking to him? We have so many brothers. Just beat him to death. Among Evil 7's men, the Demon King spoke out indignantly. Yes, boss, this Demon King doesn't take you and my brothers seriously. When have we brothers ever been bullied like this? Kill him. The other Demon Kings spoke up in agreement. I never say it a second time. Yi Qing replied calmly. Yi Qing was completely furious. He knew Yi Qing, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Huli Jing Gang. He originally wanted to give Huli some face and let him give up. But no one expected that Yi Qing would be so strong. In that case, it's not his fault. No matter what I say today, I will teach Yi Qing a lesson. He has so many subordinates watching him. If he doesn't show his strength, how can he be the boss in the future? Yi Qing, even if Tiger Power King Kong comes today, you will not be able to walk out of here safely. There was a fierce light in Evil 7's eyes. The next second, his mouth opened wide. A thick column of water spurted out and hit Yi Qing directly. Boom! The diameter of the blue water column is more than 50 meters. The momentum is amazing. But Yi Qing did not dodge or evade. As soon as he thought about it, a huge fire python quickly condensed in front of him. The fire python was lifelike, with a gleam in its eyes, as if it were alive. Its body is more than 500 meters long and covered with red snake scales. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and a thick column of magma spurted out. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose rapidly. Boom! The lava column and the water column collided violently. Laugh! In an instant, a large amount of water vapor evaporated, blocking the vision of the monsters present. Bang! Then a dull sound erupted in the fog. A huge black shadow was thrown out quickly. Chapter 87, I Bullied You. A huge black shadow flew out of the white mist, revealing its true appearance. It was the Evil 7th. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take Yi Qing's attack. He was at a disadvantage after just the first collision. But before he could think about it, a huge fire python emerged from the white fog, its red eyes flashing with light. It bit his head fiercely. The speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge while in midair. In desperation, he could only release the green water shield to resist. A second before the fire python bit him, a turquoise translucent spiritual shield appeared in front of him, separating the fire python from him. The fire python opened its mouth wide and bit the green water cover with its sharp teeth. There was a harsh sound like glass rubbing against it. The enormous force caused the green water cover to bulge inward like a balloon. At the same time, the scorching temperature of the fire python was also rapidly consuming the spiritual power on the green water cover. Click! A crack appeared on the green water cover and was rapidly expanding and spreading. Finally, at some point, the limit was reached. It exploded with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the fire python continued to bite Evil 7 like a snake coming out of a cave. Evil 7 was horrified. The defensive power of his green water shield is very strong. But in front of the fire python, he couldn't even hold out for another breath. Is the gap in strength between him and Yi Qing really that big? He even began to doubt his own strength. Boom! At the critical moment, the crocodile tail behind him swung flexibly and hit the side of the fire python's neck heavily. The blow made its body tilt and its mouth empty. Boss! The Demon King under Evil 7 became anxious when he saw his boss in such a miserable state. Brothers, come on! I don't believe he can defeat so many Demon Kings like us. Yes, let's go together. More than 20 Demon Kings rushed towards Yi Qing together. The monsters such as Fengshan behind Yi Qing immediately stood up and tried to stop him. It seemed that a large-scale fight was about to break out between the two sides. But at this moment, a huge golden knife suddenly fell from the sky. The golden sword is hundreds of meters long. The moment it fell, several Demon Kings who were rushing faster were instantly cut by the golden sword. Under tremendous power and speed, they didn't even have time to react before they were hit. The body was cut directly into two halves. Some of them even had their bodies exploded due to the huge impact force of the golden sword. Boom! The golden knife continued to move forward, sinking deep into the ground before finally coming to a stop. The Demon King behind him stopped rushing forward instantly. The huge crack on the ground created by the golden sword was a chasm that they could not cross. They were filled with fear and looked at Yi Qing as if he were a devil. The body unconsciously retreated backwards. They just rely on their large numbers to bully the few. But Yi Qing is too strong. Even if they can defeat Yi Qing in the end, who will go first? Who will die first? No one wants to die. Fengshan and the others looked at Yi Qing and were also surprised. They originally wanted to perform well in front of Yi Qing, but it seems that they are of no use. Their new boss is so powerful. On the other side, Evil 7 was also stunned when he saw the golden knife falling, shocked by the enormous power of the golden sword. I felt the threat of death from his golden sword. What if that golden knife just now fell on me? Evil 7 shuddered in his heart. There is a high probability that he won't be able to catch it. In other words, he couldn't even take Yi Qing's attack. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to continue fighting with Yi Qing. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. Since you want this place, just take it." How powerful it was just now. How humble it is now. But there is no way. The world of demons is so simple and plain. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Whoever is stronger can do whatever he wants. Oh, is this okay? Will it make me seem a little overbearing? Yi Qing's mind moved, and the fire python hung in front of Yi Qi, and he asked, "I'm not domineering, not at all. It's me, Aoki, who is blind. Don't be offended, Brother Yi." Aoki felt the threat from the fire python above his head, cold sweat all over his back, and he answered hurriedly. After saying that, he still felt it was not enough, so he added, "This is a treasure land, and only Brother Yi is worthy of owning it. What you said makes some sense. Then I will take over this place." Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Take it, Brother Yi, just take it." Yi Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yi Qing would go crazy and kill him here. Then he is really unlucky. Brother Yi is fine, so I'll leave first? Yi Qi asked tentatively. As he said this, he retreated carefully to the back. He wanted to distance himself from the fire python above his head. Wait a minute! But at this moment, Yi Qing suddenly called out to him. Yi Qi's heart skipped a beat, and he almost ran away, subconsciously. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Yi Qing. "I have a new place to live, Brother 7 of Evil. Don't you want to give me some of your private possessions to celebrate?" Yi Qing stuck out his tongue and said lightly, "Now that we have already started, we should maximize the benefits." He made up his mind today to bully Evil 7 to the end. Evil 7 was stunned and was stunned for 2 full seconds before he reacted. After knowing Yi Qing's purpose, He breathed a sigh of relief. Without thinking, he immediately took out something from his leaf bag and threw it to Yi Qing. Brother Yi, this is a rare spiritual material that I obtained by accident. I'm giving it to you. After saying that, he ran out of the valley as if escaping. When the demon kings under his command saw that their boss had run away, they had no reason to stay. He turned around and was about to follow him and leave together. Your boss has left gifts for you. Don't you want to show some appreciation? But at this moment, Yi Qing spoke again. As soon as the words fell, Fengshan and his men blocked the way of more than 20 demon kings. These demon kings look at each other. Soon one of the demon kings couldn't stand the pressure anymore. He took out his private collection and threw it to Fengshan, then immediately ran out of the valley. Fengshan and the others didn't stop them either. If there's a first one, there'll be a second one. Soon, more than 20 demon kings left their things behind and left. Their little demon subordinates also fled in a swarm. Demon King. Fengshan presented what he had just obtained to Yi Qing. Yi Qing lifted the snake's tail and took it. Put everything into the leaf bag. Then he ordered, go and call Jinling here as well. Tell her that I asked her to come over. Okay, Lord Demon King. Fengshan agreed and immediately led the two demon kings to fly out of the valley. Yi Qing then instructed the other demon kings to stay on guard in the valley and then dived into the pool. The water in the pond is very cool and clear, and you can occasionally see a few fish swimming around. He dived all the way down. After a while, we finally reached the bottom of the pool. But Yi Qing did not stay at the bottom of the pool for long. Instead, we came to the north side of the bottom of the pool, where there was a dark rock crack. Chapter 88, Underground Spirit Pond. The width of the rock crack outside is only a dozen meters. Yi Qing was too thick and couldn't get in at all. Fortunately, he knows the art of drilling, and even seemingly hard rocks can be easily penetrated by this art. After passing through the narrow crack, the inside suddenly becomes wide. There seems to be a huge cave inside the crack. The cave is filled with various blue, luminous aquatic plants. There is also a pool in the center. The water in the pool is milky white. Although it is in the underground pool, it is clearly separated from the lake water, and the two complement each other. Name: Millennium Spirit Pond. Note: the spiritual pool is formed by the spiritual power gathered for thousands of years. It contains a large amount of spiritual power. Soaking in it for a long time will strengthen the physical constitution and meridians, and swallowing it into the body can also enhance cultivation. Good stuff. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. His huge body swam and slowly dived into the spirit pool. Although the spirit pond does not look big, it is actually more than 50 meters deep. Therefore, he can immerse his entire body in it. Comfortable. The water in the spirit pond was icy cool, making him feel comfortable all over. After enjoying a while in comfortable silence, Yi Qing also took out the gifts given by the Evil Seven and other demons. I didn't look at it very carefully. He swallowed it all in one gulp. Ding, you devoured a large amount of spiritual materials. Evolution points plus 3,417. Current evolution points 3417/15,000. Just over 3,000? Yi Qing frowned, not very satisfied with the number. Then he sighed inwardly. Alas, I still need high-level spiritual materials. As his level increased, these low-level spiritual materials could no longer meet his needs. The ruins of the 10,000 Beast sect are about to be opened. I hope I can gain something from it then. Yi Qing was looking forward to it. After all, he had seen the power of the talisman with his own eyes. The Queen Bee of Flowers was originally unable to defeat the sky-devouring demon toad, but she was able to turn defeat into victory because of the talisman. This shows the value of this thing. According to Baiwa, the talisman is just one of the many treasures in the ruins of the Wansho sect. What you can get depends entirely on your own opportunities after entering. If he's lucky, he might even get more. It's almost time, less than 2 months left. Ye vink murmuret. For demons, 2 months is nothing. During this period of time, we can't just do nothing. We still have to find a way to improve our strength. Yi Qing thought about the follow-up arrangements. The ruins of the 10,000 Beast sect are opened, and not only the great demon lord Jin Jiao will enter, but there may be other great demon lords who will come. With his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to deal with a King Kong like Jin Jiao. But if you're going to face the demon lord, it is still not enough. Not to mention being able to defeat the demon lord, at least one must have the strength to escape from the demon lord. The only way for him to quickly improve his strength is to devour large amounts of food to level up. But now that he is short of spiritual materials, he has no choice but to go out and hunt powerful and strange creatures. This is good. The soul core can also take this opportunity to absorb soul power and strengthen my soul. Yi Qing thought. He found that after his soul absorbed a large amount of soul power, his control over spells became more refined. For example, the fire python technique that was used against Evil 7 just now. At the beginning, the fire python summoned by the fire python technique was like a dead object, which he just held in his hand and used to control the enemy. But now it's completely different. The fire python technique was like being infused with his soul, like an extension of his limbs. He only needed a thought, and the fire python would react. Naturally, its power is no longer the same as before. The same is true for other spells. This was another way he discovered to increase his own strength besides upgrading. But if you can devour the strange or the demon, you can do both. You can gain evolution points to upgrade and absorb soul power. It's directly about maximizing benefits. But now all the monsters in Bywailing are considered our own people. He is not good at killing. Otherwise, it would cause public outrage. So it's best to go out and find some treacherous kills. Just as Yi Qing was pondering his subsequent plans, his expression suddenly changed and he looked above the pool. On the map, Evil 7, who had just left not long ago, has returned. But he didn't come alone. Not only did he bring a large number of Demon King subordinates, but he also brought the guardian Vajra Luli. To be honest, Yi Qing and Luli Jin Gang don't have much in common. Just through a few contacts and conversations, I can feel that this monster should be one of the smarter ones among the monsters. I just don't know what the meaning of him coming here with Evil 7 this time is. Logically speaking, he should know the relationship between him and Hu Li. Then it is a bit intriguing that he came to my place. Suddenly, Yi Qing's eyes focused. Evil 7 actually took action. He also injured several of his demon kings. Yi Qing's anger suddenly rose. He swung his snake tail, quickly emerged from the spirit pond, and swam toward the top of the pool. Bang! His huge python head emerged from the water, splashing large waves. The huge noise attracted the attention of all the demons. When Evil 7 saw Yi Qing appear, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stopped thinking about teaching the bee monsters in front of him a lesson. He then took a few steps back and came behind Lu Li, who was standing aside. Lu Li looked at Yi Qing with his emerald green eyes, wondering what he was thinking about writing. After seeing Yi Qing appear, the bee monsters did not continue to attack, but lowered their heads and came behind Yi Qing, who had just landed on the ground. One of them whispered, "Master Demon King." They ignored our advice and insisted on forcing their way in. We couldn't stop them. There was a hint of guilt in his tone. Yi Qing shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Let me handle it." He did not blame the bee demon for his thoughts these times. They just weren't strong enough. That's why they failed to stop the 7 evil monsters. "Brother Evil 7, what do you mean? Do you want to fight again?" Yi Qing spoke straight to the point. There was a hint of fear in Eki's eyes when he looked at Yi Qing. But when he thought of Lu Li in front of him, he was not so afraid anymore. With Luli Jin Gang around, does Yi Qing still dare to take action? "I'm not here to fight with you this time, but to ask for an explanation. You robbed my cave for no reason, and also killed 3 of my demon kings. You must give me an explanation today." At the end, Evil 7's tone became very tough. He now has Luli Jin Gang support. What is he afraid of? The one who should be afraid is Yi Qing.